Chapter 324. Reclaiming the power of the divine. On the following morning, Chen Zhi conveyed the results of his divination to Fat Wei and Ghostblade. With the prophetic outcome in hand, both Fat Wei and Ghostblade began to harbor doubts regarding the previously established course of action. Having spent considerable time together, the trio had cultivated a profound understanding of one another, becoming intimately familiar with each other's temperaments. They recognized that Chen Zhi's insistence was not without foundation, and it undoubtedly bore significant meaning. Yet the current circumstances were exceedingly dire. The forces of Shiqi were mobilizing the entire populace to fortify their defenses within the Changbai Mountains, and it was said that most were working tirelessly, day and night. The 3-year deadline loomed ominously, and many warriors from Shiqi had already endured the horrors of the netherworld. The surviving veterans of the last catastrophic conflict carried the haunting memories etched deeply into their very bones, the azure flames of the underworld incinerating anyone who dared to come into contact with them, rendering them to ash, their powers utterly impotent. Many distinguished warriors had perished in that previous encounter, including the last chief warrior, Jiao, whose remains were obliterated under the might of the nether fire. Such recollections had morphed into legends, forever imprinted in the minds of the people of Shiqi. In light of such pressing urgency, Chen Zhi insisted on abandoning the main path to pursue a nebulous, seemingly non-existent alternate route, which appeared to border on madness. Moreover, the current location of the Feng clan remained uncertain, leaving them powerless even if they wished to seek it out. During this time, Fat Wei had exerted considerable effort, enlisting the help of numerous acquaintances to scour every nook and cranny of antique shops for ancient vessels left behind by the Feng clan. A single bottle or jar, even a mere hair, would suffice. Yet the ultimate outcome was disheartening. Not even a single hair could be found. Fat Wei speculated that the Feng clan's decision to spare Wu Hua at that time was hardly an act of mercy. Rather, it was likely that they had encountered some unforeseen circumstance that precluded them from pursuing the orphan girl. Their visit to the tomb of the god of cooking might very well have been their last. Subsequently, something must have transpired to alter their course of action, rendering them unable to proceed. This clan may have vanished entirely. However, these were merely conjectures. They were floundering like headless flies in their search, devoid of any leads, essentially grasping at shadows. Yet Chen Zhi recalled the results of his divination concerning the Feng clan's whereabouts. He need not fret, for in the end, an old friend not present on the board would come to their aid. As for who this absent ally might be, that remained uncertain. After deliberating, the three reached a consensus, and that afternoon, Chen Zhi departed the city alongside Wu Jia as per their original plan. The speed of the earthly escape technique was remarkable. Within half a day, Wu Jia transported Chen Zhi to the summit of Wushan Mountain. Upon returning to that mist-laden realm, Chen Zhi immediately felt a chill envelop him. This was a place saturated with moisture. Surrounding him was a sea of fog-shrouded mountains, as if at any moment a dragon might rise from the depths, a beguiling locale hovering on the fringes of the world. On this occasion, Chen Zhi ventured forth to seek the formidable creature that had long remained hidden in the depths beneath the mountain, beseeching its assistance. That creature is known as the Jiao, a serpent that can transform into a Jiao after 500 years, and a Jiao that may ascend to become a dragon after a millennium. This Jiao, concealed within the otherworldly realm of Wushan, is not only colossal but also remarkably ancient. As Chen Zhi approached the boundary of the forest, he beheld the grave of Liao Tingting, which had been constructed by Pang Wei after his last departure. Pang Wei, a man of deep sentiment, despite their busy lives, regularly tended to the grave, ensuring it remained clean and cared for, even entrusting others with its upkeep when he could not attend personally. Thus, this modest tomb stood solitary yet pristine. As Chen Zhi ventured deeper into the woods, he neared the concealed otherworldly space within Wushan, the sanctuary of dragons. Upon re-entering this ancient domain, memories surged forth within Chen Zhi's mind. He recalled entering the cavern of the Jiao, where the air was thick with blood and vitality, and Liao Tingting had already perished, her body invaded by ancient spirits of the deep, articulating the voice of the Jiao before them. That voice, disconcerting and eerie, emanated from a creature devoid of vocal cords, mimicking human speech with an unsettling proficiency. Illegitimate son of the Jiang clan, do not underestimate me. Though I am not a divine dragon, I am far older than your ancestors. Should I choose, I could easily devour you and your kind. Depart now. But perhaps one day, you will transcend to become like the ancient Jiangshan. At that time, you may seek my aid, yet know that a price must be paid. In that moment, Chen Zhi understood that the age of this Jiao surely exceeded 5,000 years, and its form was likely as massive as the mountain itself. For such an ancient and colossal entity, discerning its morality had become a futile endeavor. However, one certainty remained. Despite having endured millennia, this immense Jiao had yet to transform into a dragon, igniting within it an insatiable yearning to ascend to the divine. Returning to this secluded sanctuary once more, Chen Zhi was not empty-handed. He came prepared. The cavern remained shrouded in mist, the ground littered with the remnants of humanity, a tableau of malevolence and bloodshed. Utterly devoid of justice. The faint pink script upon the wall of air currents still vividly chronicled the origins of this magnificent beast, the Jiao, the progenitor of serpents. Born of the waters, thrives in lust. After 500 years, it may transform into a Jiao. The Jiao, a kin of dragons, possesses the power to summon winds and waves amidst the rain. After a millennium, it may ascend to become a dragon. Should one encounter an evil Jiao before its transformation, it must be slain. Should a wicked dragon emerge, all beings of heaven and earth shall submit to its dominion, never to return. The dichotomy of good and evil had evolved in Chen Zhi's mind, no longer confined to simplistic notions. Yet, he felt an inkling that this Jiao would align itself with him. Arise. Chen Zhi raised the azure water spirit stone, suspending it in midair. Instantly, the ethereal blue light illuminated the entire cavern. In that very moment, the ground began to tremble, and Chen Zhi continued, his voice steady, as I expressed previously. I have come to seek your assistance. Come forth and behold what I hold in my hand. The radiance of the divine spirit stone is irresistible. Its resplendent blue light cascades like a surging ocean, swiftly enveloping the cave in its brilliance. In the Bay of Bohai, Chen Zhi had already discerned that among the survivors of the merfolk, there were no longer descendants capable of combat. They had irrevocably departed from the battlefield. In the seas of Huaxia, a new sea deity was required. This deity ought to be an immense and ancient being. Proficient in water manipulation, there exists no other contender across the vast expanse of Huaxia. Tempted by the allure of the divine water spirit stone, that colossal form finally revealed its true visage amidst the mist. In an instant, the heavens trembled, the entire sky obscured by this magnificent entity. Even with prior preparations, Chen Zhi was still overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of this being. This ancient creature, long enshrined in the myths of Huaxia, elicited a reaction so profound and unique. In that moment, Chen Zhi struck a bargain, drawing it irrevocably into his ranks. Thus, a new sea deity was born. Chapter 325. The Divine Broth. Upon returning from Wushan, Chen Zhi felt a newfound solidity within himself. With the inclusion of this ancient deity, his team had become the most potent force of divine power in the world. All demigods and chosen ones across Huaxia bowed in reverence, gazing up in awe. No one dared to utter a word against Chen Zhi's dominion in the realm of divine offspring. Following this event, Chen Zhi was no longer shrouded in uncertainty regarding his future. Though he had lost contact with Shiqi and faced resolute opposition from Baoping, he saw his path ahead becoming increasingly clear. While some matters remained elusive, he now understood that the crisis beneath Changbai Mountain was merely a facade. What he was currently undertaking was the true resolution to the root of all issues. However, it was disconcerting that despite having everything in place, the whereabouts of the Phoenix clan remained elusive. According to the revelations of the Celestial Oracle, a familiar figure was expected to arrive soon to assist them. This individual, an observer outside their grand scheme, could provide insights into the general location of the Phoenix clan. Once armed with this information, Chen Zhi would devise his own means to locate the Phoenixes. Yet, this so-called ally from beyond the chessboard had yet to make an appearance. In contrast, news arrived from Liu Baobao, who had made significant strides in his culinary research. Liu Baobao first called, then rented 2 vehicles, journeying overland to reunite with them. When they encountered him again, Chen Zhi and the others were taken aback. Liu Baobao had seemingly transported an entire kitchen, hiring 2 vans brimming with an array of culinary equipment. There were dozens of pots, along with crystal stoves, barbecue grills, steaming devices, ingredient bags, and countless containers filled with various treasures. He had also brought along approximately 700 jars, surpassing the inventory of a supermarket. Upon encountering Chen Zhi and Pang Wei, Lu Baobao's countenance radiated an undeniable joy. He conveyed to Chen Zhi and the others that he has now transcended into an entirely different realm. In the past, as a mere puppet manipulated by others, his existence resembled that of a soulless being, devoid of joy or aspiration. Coupled with malnutrition, his health was precarious, perpetually teetering on the brink of death. However, the present is markedly different. Reborn, Lu Baobao now greets each day with renewed hope. The recipes and crops obtained from the tomb of the culinary deity have completely satisfied his palate. With his appetite fulfilled, the latent power within him has gradually awakened, and the moss upon his tongue transforms daily. His lineage is remarkably pure. Theoretically, he has now ascended to the status of a true culinary deity. The prosperity he enjoys today is entirely attributable to the assistance of Chen Zhi and his companions. In gratitude, he dedicates all his energy to studying those intricate recipes. Recently, he has been incessantly immersed in the complexities of these culinary configurations. Most of the ancient texts have been deciphered, especially those imbued with power after consuming the divine heart. Lu Baobao's current focus is on the heart of the underworld deity devoured by Chen Zhi. Firstly, it must be established that this is not a living heart of the underworld deity, but rather that of its deceased form. Such a heart undoubtedly possesses less energy than a living one. Moreover, Chen Zhi has ingested this heart some time ago, and his stomach has completely digested it. The abilities contained within the heart have transformed into various energies, roaming chaotically within Chen Zhi's body, which he cannot control. This explains the uncontrollable state he later experienced. Lu Baobao has devised a formula targeting these errant energies, consisting of a soup to be consumed over 10 days. Upon ingestion, this concoction will recombine the scattered powers. Typically, this cooking method can enable Chen Zhi to inherit the strength of the underworld deity, ranging from levels 1 to 10, and optimistically, it may even reach 30. The specific manifestation of this power will only be determined during the implementation. This news is undoubtedly promising. The underworld deity is an ancient and supreme divinity, the true master of the Fengdu underworld. Even a fraction of its power, let alone one, is unattainable by ordinary deities. Subsequently, Lu Baobao unveiled his kitchen at the Destiny Hall, his culinary prowess undeniably intimidating. He wielded over 30 pots, each varying in material and size, some metallic, others clay, and even jade. Beneath them burned precisely measured alcohol, while timers hung nearby, where even a half-second deviation was intolerable. Lu Baobao then meticulously poured the contents of over 700 jars into the pots, akin to a witch concocting potions, utilizing an array of materials to create his brews. Many of the ingredients were procured from the divine tomb of the culinary deity, ancient crops long thought to be lost to time, yet imbued with extraordinary potency. When prepared, they release an enchanting aroma and possess remarkable efficacy. This extraordinary broth was simmered for 7 days and nights, ultimately coalescing into a small vial of tea-colored elixir. Lu Baobao, treating this vial as if it contained the most precious treasure in the world, presented it before Chen Zhi, advising him to consume a small bowl daily, ensuring it was heated beforehand, and to remain still for 10 minutes post-consumption, allowing the elixir to be absorbed gradually. Finally, he was to recite a specific incantation, facilitating the broth's full integration within his being. Rather than merely a culinary delight, this had become a medicinal concoction. Despite the enticing aroma causing Pang Wei to salivate daily, he was still denied even a single sip. After a week of steadfast adherence, Chen Zhi consumed the entire potion. Only then did Lu Baobao leave with a sense of relief, grasping Chen Zhi's hand before departing, expressing his gratitude with the words, "A great favor does not require thanks. I shall refrain from further expressions of gratitude. We, the divine descendants, hold our oaths in the highest regard. Although I possess no combat prowess, I vow that whenever the clan leader requires my aid, I shall unreservedly offer my assistance, valuing my life little." After solemnly shaking Chen Zhi's hand, Lu Baobao took his leave. Following Lu Baobao's departure, Chen Zhi began to attentively sense the changes within his body and aura. Yet, he felt no increase in strength, nor did his aura transform in any discernible way. It appeared that the power of the underworld deity could only manifest at particular moments. Now, Chen Zhi believed it was time to converse with Xian Niao, for she held the key to locating the Phoenix clan, the most critical trump card. Chapter 326. A heartfelt nocturnal conversation. It was a somewhat warm evening, typical of early spring when one finds themselves in mismatched attire due to the significant temperature fluctuations between day and night. Although the sun shone brightly during the day, the nights could be quite chilly. However, this evening, the breeze carried a barely perceptible warmth, akin to a sweet wind caressing the heart, evoking the essence of spring. Now deep into the night, Chen Zhi sat alone in the courtyard. He had been engrossed in a game of military chess, the traditional variant his father often played. These pieces were crafted from dark wood, with the front side intricately carved to denote military ranks, such as colonel, major, and private. His father often remarked that skillful manipulation of these pieces could yield significant results. Unlike Go, military chess demanded a strong logical integration, allowing one to construct their fortress and create a strategic board within the larger context. Each piece, inscribed with a military title, could represent different individuals. As Chen Zhi ran his fingers over the black pieces, he appreciated the smooth texture of the lacquered wood and the engraved characters. He then arranged the pieces in an orderly fashion, akin to stacking blocks, finally selecting one, flipping it over to lay on the table. This particular flag represented his most trusted confidant, the person in whom Chen Zhi placed unwavering trust. In this pivotal moment, her name is Jiao. As usual, Chen Zhi first inscribed the summoning incantation to call forth his divine subordinates. Before long, the heavens roared with fierce winds, and Jiao emerged in the darkened sky, her immense avian form manifesting, followed by a cascade of heavy, pure white feathers. Subsequently, Jiao appeared before Chen Zhi in her youthful guise. She always radiated an aura of purity and innocence, embodying the untainted essence unique to young maidens. Adorned in a silver-threaded dress and a delicate white fur coat that glimmered like silver under the moonlight, she represented the epitome of a young girl as envisioned in the fantasies of men. Since the last encounter, when Chen Zhi had struck Jiao across the face within the god-cooking tomb, he had not exchanged a single word with her. Occasionally, he would recall the glistening tears of Jiao's distress, reminiscent of a vulnerable young girl, evoking a profound sense of pity within him. Yet, Chen Zhi bore no apprehension that Jiao would harbor resentment. He understood that she would never betray him. "Come here," he gently beckoned, gesturing for Jiao to approach. Since the incident, Jiao had developed a slight fear of Chen Zhi, trembling whenever she beheld him. In the realm of the divine, the hierarchy was distinctly delineated. Even the proud demigods regarded their servants as mere subordinates, their lives wholly belonging to their masters. After binding their blood contract, Chen Zhi could extinguish her life with a mere blink, free from any moral reproach. "Master," Jiao approached Chen Zhi cautiously before obediently kneeling at his feet. "Do you summon me for a purpose? Please, take a seat here." Chen Zhi indicated the adjacent chair, inviting her to sit beside him as equals. However, Jiao glanced to the side, yet remained kneeling at his feet. "I dare not. If you have any commands, please instruct your servant," she continued. "You seem weary these days. Do you require your servant to attend to your rest?" Upon uttering these words, Jiao knelt there, loosening her garments and removing her outer coat, revealing her delicate, fair neck and shoulders, prepared to serve Chen Zhi as she usually did. Hearing Jiao's proposition warmed Chen Zhi's heart. He lifted her chin, gazing into her innocent face, caressing her smooth, slender neck. Perhaps it was the nature of all mystical birds, but Jiao's neck was truly exquisite. It resembled jade, pure and soft, elongated like that of a swan. Intoxicating to the touch. Unbeknownst to him, this little mystical bird had accompanied Chen Zhi for quite some time. Although Jiao held the status of a divine servant, Chen Zhi had always regarded her as a confidant, confiding his most tender emotions to her, an indescribable intimacy. In Jiao's presence, Chen Zhi felt he need not don a fade, nor adhere to human morals. Moreover, Jiao demanded nothing in return, alleviating any feelings of guilt from him. She would embrace him regardless of any misstep or fault. "I apologize for the previous distress I caused you. Are you still upset with me?" Chen Zhi gently caressed Jiao's soft neck, feeling her hair that was as delicate as that of a young maiden. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, Jiao obediently nestled upon his knee, exclaiming, "Master, you exaggerate. My status is humble and insignificant. I only wish to accompany you eternally, without any grievances. Please do not speak this way." Chen Zhi continued to stroke her hair, asserting that every living being, regardless of status, possesses the right to express their likes and dislikes. However, as he spoke, his gaze fell upon a small bird beneath them. Have you ever considered that perhaps your identity is not as lowly as you believe? Jian, evidently perplexed by Chen Zhi's implication, lifted her eyes to meet his. Although she too was a demigod, her eyes were markedly different from Qin Yiyang's. The beauty of Qin Yiyang's gaze sparkled like a myriad of stars, while Jian's eyes radiated a calm purity, akin to that of a white lotus. Master, what do you mean? She asked. I am merely a bastion of the Xian bird, a descendant of the Xian bird and beast folk. Among the demigods, I am ranked lowest. How could my status not be lowly? It is only through your patronage that the descendants of the gods now respect me, calling me a great general. Yet, I know I am but a feather in your hand, destined to be yours in life and death. Have you ever contemplated, Chen Zhi replied with a smile, that you might not be merely a feather, but rather a sharp sword? He posed the question. What if you were to discover that your identity is not only unassuming, but exceedingly noble? Would you still wish to be dependent on me? Master, what do you mean? At this moment, Jian discerned the underlying meaning, half kneeling before Chen Zhi, her expression tinged with anxiety. Do you wish to cast me aside? Have you grown weary of me? Do not be alarmed, Chen Zhi continued. I recall you once told me that your mother is a Xian bird and your father a mountain eagle. Due to your lowly status, the Xian bird clan tormented you from a young age, and your mother succumbed to despair. Then, as you grew, driven by vengeance, you single-handedly tore apart those Xian birds, exterminating their lineage. Am I correct? Yes, Jian gently nodded. Then that is precisely it, Chen Zhi smiled. Have you considered, if you were truly just the child of a Xian bird and a beast folk, what capabilities you possess to defeat those of pure Xian bird lineage? Chapter 327, The True Identity of Jian. Jian was rendered speechless by Chen Zhi's inquiry. Gradually, she became agitated, seemingly recalling the horrific scenes of slaughter from centuries past that had driven her to madness. Her eyes turned blood red, for avian creatures are known to possess such nature. They may appear gentle and beautiful, yet when it comes to matters of affection, some, like swans, remain eternally loyal to their partners. However, when faced with aggression, they will unhesitatingly sacrifice themselves, plunging into a state of madness, devoid of reason, and without regard for the disparity and strength of their adversaries. Thus, it is said that fighting cocks are among the most coveted competitors in the animal kingdom. A provoked fighting cock dares to peck at even a tiger. They fight with reckless abandon, often sustaining grievous injuries, persisting until the very last moment of their lives. Jian embodies this spirit. Although she harbors such memories from her past, they cast a shadow over her emotions, leading her to avoid delving into them. Yet, upon reflecting deeply on these matters, she uncovers numerous inconsistencies. In my moment of fury, rage became my strength. Jian lifted her head, her youthful visage ignited with indignation, her eyes were bloodshot, and her hair seemed to rise with her fervor. Those accursed Xian birds mocked me, branding me as the offspring of beasts. Their words were laced with the most abject insults, belittling my mother and my father. In my childhood, they pecked at me with their sharp beaks, leaving me bloodied and battered, clawing at my very being. I loathed them. I yearned to descend into the inferno alongside them. Thus, I exerted every ounce of my strength to vanquish them. My wrath fueled my might. Yet it was in vain. Chen Zhi gently shook his head, stating, no matter how furious you are, no matter how hard you strive, the disparity in strength is palpable. They are the legitimate ones, while you are a mere illegitimate child. The power coursing through their veins surpasses yours. Moreover, they are numerous, while you stand alone, unable to contend against so many Xian birds. If you were indeed just a child of Xian birds and beasts, you would be the lowest of demigods, likely devoured by them. But you did not fall. In your rage, you single-handedly annihilated them all. This proves that your bloodline potential far exceeds theirs, allowing you to stand against 100. The Xian birds are not to be trifled with. They are a fearsome avian species, noble in lineage with a profound heritage. What remarkable being could decimate so many Xian birds in one fell swoop? As Chen Zhi spoke, he once again lifted Jian's chin, gazing intently into her eyes. Jian, have you ever considered that you may not be a Xian bird, or perhaps not entirely so? Jian found herself momentarily bewildered, as if she had never earnestly contemplated this question in the several centuries of her existence. Yet now, as she pondered it, she sensed an unsettling dissonance within herself. I truly do not know. All I remember is an overwhelming fury, followed by an immense surge of strength. I desperately clawed at them. Blood was everywhere, and the heat was akin to fire. After that, I recall nothing. When I awoke, I discovered that they had been torn asunder, their flesh scattered across the ground. Most of them have transformed, feathers scattered everywhere, yet they still cannot rival me. Upon reflection, their numbers were likely over 200. Impressive. Chen Zhi observed with his eyes cast down upon Jiandi, kneeling at his feet. Jiandi, could you share something about your father? I have heard you mention your mother, yet scarcely anything regarding your father. I have never met him, Xian Yao swiftly responded. My mother is particularly reluctant to discuss him. She seems to harbor a strong aversion towards my father. She has only informed me that he is a mountain eagle, vast in size, terrifyingly so. I inquired about his name, but my mother insisted that such a lowly beast does not possess one and urged me to cease my inquiries. Now that I ponder it, my mother indeed exhibited peculiar behavior. She would go to great lengths to avoid any mention of my father, seemingly striving to forget him entirely. I once thought perhaps she felt shame to have borne a child with such a lowly beast, despised by the divine clan. This may have been a lifelong disgrace for her. Perhaps the reality is quite different, Chen Zhi gently interjected. Jiandi, have you considered that your mother's reluctance to mention your father may not stem from his lowly status, but rather from his exalted nature? So noble that it cannot be spoken of, so noble that it could even invite peril upon you. Have you contemplated why the scent that clings to you is identical to that which permeates the grand residence of the Wu family? We are all aware that the Feng clan once visited there, and they, too, carried the same scent as you. What do you mean? Xian Yao finally grasped something profound, her eyes widening in astonishment, unable to confront the implications of her thoughts. Master, are you suggesting? Yes, Chen Zhi affirmed with unwavering certainty. Jiandi, I have pondered this matter for quite some time. As I previously stated, when all facts lay bare before you, regardless of your acceptance, the truth remains unchanged. Regarding your lineage, there is no alternative possibility. Your faceless father is, in fact, a phoenix. And male phoenixes are exceedingly rare. He is a true phoenix, and quite possibly the Phoenix Emperor who governs the Feng clan. Thus, you may very well be a descendant of the Phoenix Emperor. Upon hearing this, Jiandi collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by the sudden revelation that she struggled to accept, her body trembling. How can this be? Is my father not a mountain eagle? How could such a noble bloodline as that of the phoenix be connected to a creature as lowly as I? The phoenix has always been ethereal. Even demigods have never laid eyes upon one. I hardly dare to dream of it. As Jiandi spoke, a realization struck her. Wait, if I am indeed a child of the phoenix, then why do I appear entirely as a Xian Yao from head to toe? The phoenix is a celestial being. I bear none of its attributes. The Feng clan is shrouded in mystery. My understanding of them is limited, Chen Zhi replied softly. However, thus far, I have discerned two truths. Firstly, the phoenix's offspring are considered legitimate heirs, while others are deemed illegitimate. The divine bird is an elusive concept. In a narrow sense, only the phoenix qualifies as a divine bird, while in a broader sense, the mysterious bird also fits this description. Therefore, Jiandi, do not underestimate your own identity. You may very well be a phoenix. Furthermore, the phoenix possesses a distinctly evident characteristic. To reveal its true form, it must undergo the trials of fire. Upon the mention of the phoenix's rebirth through flames, Jiandi immediately comprehended her current predicament. Chen Zhi's words were straightforward. With all information and evidence laid out with remarkable clarity, there is no room for doubt in this matter. When the phoenix, an entity both enigmatic and sacred in the annals of Huaxia history, materializes, the average person finds it nearly impossible to confront. I am a phoenix. Jiandi's initial response was one of elation. Such a noble being is the aspiration of every demigod. Who would not envy it? With such a prestigious lineage, there is no need for deification. From the moment of birth, one stands at the pinnacle among all divine offspring. Deities are born as deities, and before the exalted phoenix, all divine progeny gaze in anticipation. With such a lineage, Jiandi could be said to have undergone a profound transformation. However, the notion of rebirth through flames is deeply terrifying. The mere mention of fire caused Jiandi to tremble uncontrollably. She had endured the searing heat before. It was during Chen Zhi's first encounter with her that he discerned her vulnerability. She harbored an intense fear of flames. of the scorching heat and the excruciating pain of being burned. At that time, Chen Zhi had warned her that should she harbor intentions of betrayal or continue to consume others, he would reduce her to ashes with a fiery curse. The terror she felt was palpable. This instilled a sense of submission in her once fierce and fiery nature before the flames. Must it truly be fire? Is there no other way? Jian implored, trembling as she rested her head on Chen Zhi's knee. Master, forgive this servant's weakness. I am so frightened. The pain is unimaginable. I dare not even contemplate it. Is there truly no alternative? Rebirth through fire seemed to be the only method available. Chen Zhi gazed down at Jian and stated, Yet there is one point you may still not grasp, even if you endure the flames. I cannot guarantee that you will successfully be reborn. I have perused the ancient tome regarding the phoenix, and many matters are described rather ambiguously. This may be a customary narrative style of the phoenix. They evidently place great importance on lineage, repeatedly emphasizing the nobility of the legitimate offspring in terms of bloodline status. Though the illegitimate offspring belong to the Phoenix clan, their status is akin to that of slaves or enforcers, rendering them incomparable to the legitimate phoenix. The noblewoman who married into the Wu family of Pengcheng was likely a trivial, illegitimate phoenix. In contrast, the male phoenix, the Phoenix Emperor, occupies a position of supreme authority within the phoenix race. All female phoenixes must reside beneath him in subservience, born as his concubines. Much like the social structure within a wolf pack, there is only one male ruler. Regarding the male rulers of this ancient race, it is indeed difficult to ascertain what they would deem a legitimate heir. From a conventional perspective, the bloodline of the Xian bird is undeniably noble. Since the era of the ancient Shang, there have been numerous myths surrounding divine birds conveying messages. The Xian bird is certainly regarded as a divine entity. However, this is a construct of human mythology. At this point, Chen Zhi, with a subdued voice, gently gazed into Jiandi's face, emphasizing that the conceptualization of the divine realm is entirely distinct from that of humanity. Particularly with regard to those ancient deities, their lineage is not only exalted, but their history predates human civilization. Their definitions of concepts can often be exceedingly narrow and steeped in personal preferences. Within the context of the phoenix, it is possible that only the phoenix itself is considered worthy of the title of divine bird. Thus, any offspring born of other races, even those of the noble Xian bird, may be labeled as illegitimate. Such illegitimate children are not regarded as phoenixes. Historical documents refer to them as firebirds, which cannot be reborn from the flames and will perish in fiery agony. Just like the illegitimate phoenix that was married into the Wu family. After Chen Zhi's lengthy exposition, Jiandi fell into a profound silence. Everything was laid bare before her, and she fully grasped her predicament. It appeared that the identity of the phoenix was not easily attainable. If things went awry, she could meet a fiery demise, suffering greatly, leaving no trace behind. Jiandi began to withdraw into silence, resting her head on Chen Zhi's shoulder, her face against his hand, resembling a small child lost in contemplation. After a while, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Master, I know I should not be so helpless, but I am truly terrified of fire, Jiandi confessed, closing her eyes as if attempting to conjure the sensation of standing amidst flames. She then trembled and opened her eyes wide, her face etched with fear. I am genuinely afraid, terribly afraid. Master, if only I could be a phoenix, how wonderful that would be. Since childhood, I have heard tales of the phoenix's splendor, king of all birds, who does not envy it. I truly wish to transform into a phoenix. Moreover, the phoenix must possess boundless power. Then I would be far stronger than I am now, capable of battling for you and charging into the fray. But I believe you have misunderstood, Chen Zhi replied, his head lowered as he stroked the trembling Jiandi. I merely wish to convey the reality of this matter. As for your ultimate choice, that rests with you. I would never impose my desires upon you. What I require of you is another task, one you can accomplish without undergoing the phoenix's rebirth. After uttering these words, Chen Zhi leaned closer to Jiandi, whispering softly into her ear. His voice was so low that no one else could hear. What? Jiandi finally grasped Chen Zhi's intention and nodded earnestly. Rest assured, clan leader, this is but a trifling matter. I shall certainly accomplish it. However, as Jiandi spoke, tears suddenly welled up in her dark eyes, which darted about restlessly, resembling a small bird that had endured much injustice. My master, do you truly not wish to have a phoenix under your wing? In my youth, I heard tales that the flames of the phoenix could scorch mountains and extinguish seas, unstoppable and the finest of weapons. If you were to possess another phoenix, your odds in the impending battle against the queen of the underworld would surely improve. If you genuinely desire it, I am willing to try for you. How can you claim to know what I want? Chen Zhi replied with a smile, wiping the tears from Xian Yao's face. Since you have inquired, allow me to share a truth with you. If given the choice, I would prefer that you remain just as you are forever. As for status, it matters not. Simply being alive is sufficient. Really? Jiandi felt a stir of emotion at Chen Zhi's words. Your current position is at its zenith. You have a multitude of talented subordinates, and already 2 divine beings at your command. We, the divine offspring, have always valued strength above all else. I fear I am becoming increasingly obsolete. I genuinely dread the day you might cast me aside. I make you a promise, Chen Zhi said. Gazing into Jiandi's tear-filled eyes, Jiandi, I hereby solemnly swear to you with divine blood, as long as you do not betray me, I shall never abandon you. Upon uttering these words, he marked an X on his chest in accordance with the customs of the divine offspring, affirming that this vow would hold eternal validity. Rest assured, perhaps the sincerity of Chen Zhi's words was overwhelming, or perhaps Jiandi could no longer restrain herself. She then embraced Chen Zhi's knees, burying her head in his embrace, and began to weep uncontrollably. No one could have anticipated that this once fierce and tempestuous Xian Yao would now resemble a young human girl, shedding tears like a spring, pouring out her innermost feelings. Chapter 329. A gift from an old friend. The following morning, Pang Wei rushed in, exasperated, to rouse Chen Zhi from slumber. Upon opening his eyes, Chen Zhi beheld Pang Wei's face, which appeared contorted with indignation, as if someone had owed him 8 million. Chen, the clan leader. Do you still have any shame? Have you no regard for discretion? What were you and that little bird doing in the yard last night? Chirping away at such an hour? Are we now engaging in such activities without concern for others? You do realize that both Daozi and I are single, right? With your high-profile antics, how are we to endure? What nonsense are you spouting? Chen Zhi, feeling somewhat helpless, attempted to turn over and continue sleeping. Why won't you just admit it? Pang Wei forcibly turned Chen Zhi back, his face a mask of class struggle. Do you know that your little bird was sobbing delicately in the courtyard all night? It drove me to distraction. I saw Daozi getting up several times, pacing about. I couldn't tell if he was merely restless or something else entirely. Next time, could you perhaps consider our feelings when you engage in such intimacy? Just be mindful of the impact on us. Enough with the nonsense. Chen Zhi was so disturbed by Pang Wei's antics that he could hardly think of sleep. He got up to brew some coffee, but Pang Wei relentlessly trailed behind him, exclaiming, "Hey, don't leave. I want to ask you something. Between friends, you shouldn't keep secrets from me. What exactly is your relationship with that little bird? She seems quite underage, with the way you two are behaving. Don't you owe her some clarity? And what about your affair with Jiang? Doesn't she get jealous? Jiandi is a divine general under my command." Chen Zhi replied, clutching his coffee cup. The bond formed by a signed contract ensures that the general remains with their master eternally. This connection is more steadfast than marriage. Moreover, she is a eunuch, and you wouldn't understand even if I explained. Chen Zhi was eager to avoid further discussion with Pang Wei, pushing him aside to focus on brewing coffee. However, Pang Wei, upon hearing this, became exceedingly intrigued, sticking to Chen Zhi like a stubborn gum. No way. Is that really the case? Doesn't that mean you can have one wife and one concubine? That is fantastic. Hey, Orange, are you still my buddy? If you've got such good fortune, don't keep it all to yourself. Do you happen to have any demigods on your side? Hurry up and share one with me. Us humans are great at everything, but the noble tradition of having multiple wives has been completely lost. Nowadays, just looking at another woman can earn you a beating from your wife. What a disgrace for men. Quickly, introduce me to a demigod or something. She doesn't have to be stunning, just good-looking will do. I'm quite fond of Jiandi's pure charm. While Pang Wei rambled on, the doorbell suddenly rang, and the delivery person's voice echoed from outside. It was a Sunday, and Ding Ning, who had no school that day, dashed out first to fetch the package. Usually, such deliveries were for Ding Ning, who would order an array of toys and trendy shoes. However, this time, Ding Ning was disappointed. The package was addressed to Pang Wei, a box the size of a shoebox, surprisingly heavy and rigid, wrapped in a shipping plastic bag with a delivery slip affixed. What the? Pang Wei stood frozen upon receiving the package. Despite his appearance, his habits were quite primitive. He seldom engaged in online shopping, and deliveries had little relevance to him. Yet, this shoebox-sized parcel was evidently meant for him, clearly labeled with the address of Destiny Hall and Pang Wei's actual name, a name known to very few. Oh my, the sun must be rising in the west. Pang Wei exclaimed with a grin, his hands deftly tearing open the package. This is truly a sign. Perhaps a college girl has a crush on me and secretly sent me a love letter. It seems my romantic fortune is finally arriving. As he spoke, he hastily unwrapped the packaging, only to reveal a sturdy wooden box inside. The wooden box was evidently handcrafted, unvarnished yet meticulously secured, brimming with nails on all sides, as if it contained something of great value. Upon encountering such an unusual object, one instinctively surmised that it must conceal something significant. Could it be that? Chen Zhi turned to glance at Pang Wei. Given the current circumstances, it was natural to recall the assistance of friends as described in divination practices. According to the prophecy, this departed acquaintance would aid them in locating the approximate whereabouts of the Phoenix clan. With a rough location, Chen Zhi's plan could be set in motion. The two immediately procured tools and cautiously pried open the wooden panels of the box, painstakingly removing dozens of iron nails until the wooden container was entirely dismantled. Inside, they discovered a sealed plastic bag, which contained a rolled-up piece of paper and a letter. Pang Wei first picked up the letter, opened the envelope, and found a blank sheet of paper inscribed with a few hastily written characters in a slender gold font. Upon seeing those words, Pang Wei's face turned ashen, and his hands trembled slightly as he held the paper. "It's him," Pang Wei managed to utter with great difficulty. "It's my brother. How wonderful. He is still alive." Hearing Pang Wei's words, Chen Zhi turned to examine the inscription on the white paper. The writing was remarkably clear and steady, conveying the message: "I hear you are searching for these items, acquired by chance. See if they are of use. We are well. Do not worry. Take care." The brevity of the note, devoid of a signature, suggested that the sender had complete confidence that Pang Wei would recognize the handwriting at a glance. Chen Zhi glanced at the adjacent sealed bag, from which he extracted a rolled-up map. Surprisingly, it was an ancient map. This map, appearing to be paper on the surface, was actually crafted from thin animal hide adhered to brocade. The edges of the brocade had long since yellowed and frayed, yet the ink remained distinct. Judging by the tectonic features, this was likely an ancient map predating the Han Dynasty. On an uncharted territory to the south, a circle was drawn, deliberately shaded to resemble a phoenix. This pinpointed location was evidently the long-hidden refuge of the Phoenix clan since time immemorial. Chapter 330, A Gift from an Old Friend, Part 2. This truly was an ancient map. Upon meticulous examination, one could discern the original landscape of early Huaxiao from the map's sections. At that time, the realm of Huaxiao presented a disc-like shape. Its territories not as expansive as they are today. Regions that now belong to northern territories were then occupied by foreign tribes. Much of the text inscribed was archaic, almost indecipherable, likely crafted before the Han Dynasty, even possibly during the pre-Qin era. The paper of that era differed significantly from the present. It was a rather luxurious commodity, crafted through intricate processes, accessible only to a select few. To preserve this map, the artist ingeniously rendered it on a piece of animal hide, which was then pressed onto an exceptionally thick and dense silk fabric. The edges were secured with gold leaf, a laborious and entirely handcrafted technique that modern minds could scarcely fathom. This method does not resemble the traditional practices of the Huaxia people. Rather, it bears a resemblance to the customs of nomadic tribes, suggesting that it may have been created by a minority group observing the vast lands of Huaxia from afar. The surface of the map exuded a potent preservative scent, most likely derived from substances embedded within it. This artifact appears to have been unearthed recently, quite possibly from the tomb of a minority ruler. It is evident that significant effort was exerted by the individual who sought to assist Pang Wei. In the ensuing days, Chen Zhi endeavored to trace the origin of the accompanying letter. Pang Wei's intentions were transparent. He yearned to locate his two brothers, hoping to catch even a fleeting glimpse of them, even if they could not be reunited. However, the sender seemed intent on remaining elusive. Despite Chen Zhi's exhaustive efforts over the following days, he was unable to uncover the identity of the sender. He even contemplated employing mystical means, such as searching for biological remnants on the package to divine the sender's whereabouts through sorcery. Yet, this time, even magic proved futile, as the individual had exercised extraordinary caution. Throughout the handling of the package, not a single fingerprint was left behind, not even on the map itself, suggesting that they had meticulously worn gloves during the entire process. Thus, Pang Wei's hopes were thoroughly dashed. Locating the sender became an impossibility. Naturally, Pang Wei succumbed to a period of melancholy. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi had no time to console him, as he devoted all his energy to studying the map. Though it was crafted using ancient techniques without contemporary scales or drawing tools, the artistry was remarkably intricate, and the proportions were astutely calculated. The locations depicted could be easily correlated with present-day geography, though some place names were too archaic, with mountains having shifted and lakes filled in, rendering them unrecognizable. After a considerable period of research, Chen Zhi finally identified the location of the depicted phoenix totem. It corresponded to the central region of Wushan City in Anhui Province. Upon confirming this location, Chen Zhi felt an unwavering conviction that it was indeed accurate. This geographical position aligns perfectly with a renowned legend in Huaxia's history. This place is known as Fengguangyuan. Fengguangyuan is not a formal geographical name, but rather a colloquial term. It designates a grand canyon situated between the Xiandu Peak and Bushui Peak in Huangshan, extending over 10 kilometers in depth. This locale boasts a remarkably unique geographical environment, resembling a colossal ravine. In ancient legends, it is said that this was the sanctuary where the beloved wife of the Yellow Emperor, Leizu, nurtured phoenixes. These resplendent creatures soared through the mountain ravines, their beauty igniting the skies with vibrant hues and melodious sounds that lingered in the air. This tale has been passed down through generations, with no one questioning its authenticity, merely accepting that this place is indeed the birthplace of the phoenix. Among its peaks lies Xiandu Peak, upon which a remarkable stone stands, resembling a phoenix poised to take flight, embodying the essence of emergence, hence named Phoenix Spring. Chen Zhi had once perused photographs of this enchanting locale online, where the pristine landscape remained untouched, with wildflowers blooming and magnificent peaks jutting forth, creating a breathtaking panorama. Recently, a portion of this area has been opened for tourism, while the remainder retains its natural state. It is said that some of the natural wonders there are astonishingly beautiful. Chen Zhi had long contemplated visiting this legendary paradise, and to his surprise, the opportunity had finally presented itself. Upon learning the approximate location, Chen Zhi realized that waiting any longer was not an option. Although he had never encountered the mythical Phoenix clan, he understood that this race possessed an acute sensitivity to information. Should they still exist in this world, they would undoubtedly be astute and alert beings, with keen senses that could accurately perceive the dynamics of the demigod realm. Every whisper of the wind would reach their ears. Thus, Chen Zhi and his companions needed to employ extraordinary tactics, ensuring the Phoenix clan remained oblivious to their knowledge of their whereabouts. Moreover, the final plan of the Xian bird had to be executed without raising any suspicions. That very night, Chen Zhi resolved that the three of them would secretly venture to Phoenix Spring. This mission would differ from past endeavors, as previous tasks required reporting to the organization, which would prepare all necessary resources, including personnel and weaponry. This time, however, the operation would remain completely clandestine, not only within the demigod realm, but also from the human world. Bao Ping had explicitly stated that Chen Zhi was forbidden from further investigating this matter, warning that any breach would result in his execution as the leader. The Jiang family held esteemed status in the West Qi, overshadowing the nominal rule of the Ji royal family. Whether Bao Ping's threat of execution was genuine, Chen Zhi could not ascertain, but he recognized that Bao Ping was not one to be trifled with. Even if he did not intend to kill him, the ramifications could not be taken lightly. Therefore, this matter must remain confidential, lest he find himself in an irreparable conflict with Bao Ping. That evening, Chen Zhi convened with Pang Wei and Gui Dao, and the three devised an urgent strategy. They promptly decided to secure the doors that night and prepare all weapons and equipment within the Fate Hall. They instructed Wu Jia and Hu Na, along with other divine generals, to utilize their earth-escaping techniques to transport them directly to Huangshan City in Anhui Province. The ears and eyes of the Western Qi are remarkably acute. To evade detection, they embark on their journey only after the clock strikes 11 at night, when darkness envelopes the land. This expedition through the art of burrowing can be aptly described as navigating through an abyss, the dizzying speed inducing a sensation of vertigo and ringing in the ears. Upon emerging from the depths of the earth, they find themselves nestled within the embrace of majestic mountains. The silvery moonlight cascades down, while a biting wind sweeps through, revealing towering peaks and peculiar rock formations, all cloaked by verdant foliage. Surrounding them is a deep, shadowy grove, and ahead lies an awe-inspiring canyon, their arrival point at the Phoenix Source in Huangshan, Anhui Province. The very sanctuary denoted on the ancient map as the hiding place of the Feng clan. Chapter 331. A nocturnal entry into Huangshan. It is now around 2 o'clock in the early morning, and the deep mountains are shrouded in an eerie silence. The landscapes of Huangshan are unparalleled. The thin mist among the mountains is ethereal, the moon hangs bright and unblemished in the sky, and the surroundings are a tableau of rugged stones and dense forests, all exuding tranquility. Prior to their arrival, Chen Zhi had conducted some preliminary research, familiarizing himself with the geographical structure of the Phoenix Source in Huangshan. Huangshan enjoys a subtropical monsoon climate, encompassing 200 square kilometers of mountainous terrain, with the scenic area spanning approximately 160 square kilometers, thus presenting an expansive landscape. Within the mountains lie 72 peaks, the highest of which, Lotus Peak, rises to an elevation of 864 meters, a true marvel of nature. They now stand at the Phoenix Source, a grand canyon nestled between the East Cs Xiandu Peak and Huangshan, stretching over 10 kilometers in depth, an exceptionally unique area. Chen Zhi discovered in internal documents that during the development of this tourist attraction, numerous peculiar occurrences were reported. However, specifics of these anomalies were not documented. It was noted that due to the area's distinctive geographical features, authorities decided against excessive commercialization. Moreover, in recent years, the Phoenix Source has applied for World Cultural Heritage status, allowing access to only a small portion for tourists, while the majority of the pristine territory is under special protection. Chen Zhi also noted that certain areas, once developed, revealed breathtaking vistas, now regarded as one of Huangshan's secret wonders. Upon arriving, they began to hold their breath, and Chen Zhi cast a protective barrier, enveloping their presence entirely. If their predictions hold true, this place serves as the sanctuary of the Phoenix, and those beings are exceedingly sensitive to magic. Chen Zhi dared not allow Wu Jia to venture too close, halting their burrowing technique halfway up the mountain. The remainder of the journey must be traversed on foot. In the dead of night, the surroundings are pitch black, and there appears to be no patrolling presence, suggesting that they are unlikely to encounter ordinary human disturbances along this path. From this point onward, they must remain silent. Even their communication devices are stowed away, opting instead for gestures and lip movements to avoid any possibility of detection by the Feng clan. Prior to their departure, they don work attire beneath their outdoor gear, ensuring that even if discovered by the mountain guardians, they would merely appear as avid hikers. Subsequently, Chen Zhi and his companions began to ascend the mountain path with utmost caution. Huangshan, renowned as the world's most extraordinary mountain, is celebrated for its perilous grandeur. The saying, "Return from the 5 great mountains, and you shall see no other. Return from Huangshan, and you shall see no peaks," serves as the most vivid portrayal of this majestic range. Along the way, they encountered astonishing peaks, bizarrely shaped rocks, flowing emerald waters, and lush forests, all teeming with life. As they ventured further up the mountain, they finally discerned signs of human presence. A series of signposts emerged from the grass, indicating the names of these remarkable landscapes. The Phoenix Stone nestled among the verdant peaks, the Peony Peak shrouded in mist, the Lingxiao waterfall hanging from the clouds, the enchanting Cat's Eye Pool, and the mysterious Mandarin Duck Cave. While some of these attractions were exaggerated for allure, the majority were indeed magnificent in their authenticity. Everything retained its pristine ecological splendor, with wildflowers blooming in profusion, remarkable peaks rising high, peculiar stones arrayed, clear waters flowing, and dense forests brimming with untamed charm. Now, in the late hours of the night, these seemingly ordinary scenic areas took on an inexplicable air of darkness. It appeared that the original essence of this place had been misconstrued by humanity, and its true nature was far from what it seemed. Further along, they encountered a secluded gorge, where within the thicket stood a series of iron walls, topped with a barbed wire fence. In the center of this enclosure was a large, rusted iron gate, bound with a thick iron chain and secured with a substantial padlock. The words "No entry for visitors" were inscribed upon it. Upon reading these words, Chen Zhi realized they had arrived at their destination. In some clandestine documents, it had been mentioned that within this phoenix source lay an extraordinarily beautiful wild pool, known locally as the Phoenix Pool. It was said that the water within was rather enigmatic, shimmering with vibrant colors and crystal-clear clarity, resembling a precious mirror beneath the moonlight. However, the pool was also known for its peculiar phenomena, some of which were even inexplicable, thus preventing it from being developed as a tourist attraction. Moreover, scientists speculated that the pool might contain unknown mineral elements, some potentially toxic, which contributed to its dazzling luster under the moonlight. Reckless interaction with visitors could pose dangers, so it had long been protected by relevant authorities and remained undisclosed to the public. Over time, this place faded into obscurity. The iron walls and gates stood over 2 meters tall. Although the iron bars resembled an electrified fence, they presumably lacked power. Such a height was no obstacle for Chen Zhi and his companions. They needed not to dismantle the gate or pick the lock. A few of them grasped the iron chain on the door, climbed a few steps, and with a vigorous leap, effortlessly scaled the 2-meter-high barrier. Upon their successful crossing, they found themselves amidst a dense forest, and soon after, they beheld the legendary Phoenix Pool, radiating with vibrant hues. Chen Zhi had often envisioned the pool's splendor within his mind, fantasizing about its beauty. However, upon witnessing it firsthand, he was truly awestruck. The pool was breathtakingly beautiful, resembling a colossal gem that had fallen from the heavens, nestled within the dark woods of the night. From the descriptions within those materials, the Phoenix Pool emerges as a focal point of brilliance. Gazing down from the aircraft, the entire Phoenix Gorge resembles a majestic phoenix soaring high. While this pool occupies a position akin to the eye of the mythical bird, the Phoenix Pool, approximately 15 to 16 meters in diameter, features cascading waterfalls along its inner walls, agitating the water and creating rippling waves that unfurl like vibrant feathers. The water within shimmers with an array of colors, appearing unfathomable and indescribably enchanting. A layer of energy seems to rise from its surface, resembling a massive magnetic field. If any peculiar occurrences had transpired here, Chen Zhi would harbor no doubts. "This is it," Chen Zhi murmured softly, then gestured for everyone to conceal themselves. Jiao and Pang Wei promptly retreated a step, finding secure spots to hide, while Wu Jia vanished into the ground. At that moment, a fierce wind howled through the sky, followed by the fleeting shadow of a colossal bird. Jiao emerged from behind a tree, clad in a simple linen-long dress, the traditional mourning attire. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her expression was grave, lending her an air of eerie intensity in the darkness. In her hand, she held a dagger. Softly addressing Chen Zhi, "Master, I am prepared." Chapter 332. The blood of the phoenix. Perhaps due to overwhelming tension, Jiao trembled uncontrollably, her complexion pale and somewhat pitiful. Yet, within her, an undercurrent of exhilaration flowed. Demigods differ from humans, experiencing an innate thrill in the face of slaughter, particularly avian beings, who are inherently bloodthirsty and crave the stimulation of blood. Clutching the dagger in one hand, Jiao slowly approached the edge of the pool. Without hesitation, she pressed the blade to her artery and made a swift incision. In an instant, crimson blood gushed forth from her vein, and she plunged her bloodied wrist into the shimmering waters of the Phoenix Pool. The demigod's blood was remarkably potent, and the vivid scent rapidly permeated the pool. Chen Zhi did not immediately withdraw. Instead, he formed a protective, invisible barrier with his hands, enveloping himself completely. He then recited incantations silently, swiftly drawing a sigil upon Jiao's back. This was a low-level spell, intended to awaken the most primal bloodlines within a being. In ancient times, the concept of paternity tests did not exist. Some lesser demigods cohabited with humans for extended periods, leading to a blurring of identities. During burial rites, this spell could aid in discerning identities, though it held little other utility. Chen Zhi had once believed this spell might never be employed, yet now it proved remarkably significant. After completing the incantation, Chen Zhi began to retreat slowly, remaining vigilant until Jiao began to lose a considerable amount of blood, her life force dwindling. At which point he cautiously withdrew into the shadows to observe the unfolding events. At this moment, within the depths of the dark mountain, an eerie silence prevailed. Beneath the luminous moonlight, only the nearly lifeless Xian bird remained. As Jiao's vital signs steadily diminished, her body began to undergo a transformation. Her wings unfurled behind her, and her form morphed into a half-bird silhouette, her pristine wings stained with blood. Weakly, she lay beside the pool, her existence teetering on the brink of death. In her final moments, Jiandi stretched her neck in a desperate struggle, emitting a mournful cry. As the saying goes, when a bird is about to die, its song is filled with sorrow. The poignant lamentation before death is an innate gift among all avian creatures, and the Xian bird was no exception. Jiandi's cries were hauntingly melodic, resonating with deep sorrow, stirring a profound empathy within the heart. Then, as if ignited by fire, totems began to emerge upon her back. Chen Zhi's incantations commenced to take effect, and the Xian bird's song transformed into an extraordinarily unique vocalization. Chen Zhi distinctly heard Jiandi's voice sharpen, while the bass notes deepened, yet the treble grew exceedingly rich. The sound morphed and expanded into the sky, resembling a multi-toned firework bursting forth, cascading upwards in a web-like fashion. It sent vibrations through the mind, creating a cacophony that was both beautiful and exhilarating, stirring one's blood and overwhelming thoughts with an uncontrollable fervor. As the phoenix wept blood, Chen Zhi felt his mind ensnared by the sound, leading him to scrutinize Jiandi's appearance anew. In that moment, he realized that the Xian bird was indeed transformed. It seemed as though the blood had invigorated her, or perhaps the latent potential within her lineage began to erupt outward. In any case, her voice grew sharper and higher, each note surpassing the last in intensity. Miraculously, tears of blood began to flow from her eyes, not true blood, yet the hue was a vivid crimson, resembling liquid drawn from her very veins. The entire phoenix pool surged in response to her cries, and eventually, Chen Zhi clearly observed the once iridescent waters of the pool begin to change color. Brilliantly radiant, the waters swirled into a vortex. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Zhi immediately understood that their performance had achieved success. Even the phoenix, like other birds, surely adhered to social habits. Avian species typically travel in unison, soaring collectively through the skies. The cries of a dying kin would undoubtedly resonate among them, creating an impact. If the ancient phoenix tome bore truth, it was certain that fellow phoenixes would arrive to render aid or manifest nearby. Yet, in this modern era, whether the phoenix race still thrived remained uncertain. Even if they did exist, would this long-hidden lineage within the land of Huaxiao reveal themselves so readily? Moreover, at this moment, Jiandi was merely an untransformed Xian bird. However, the answer soon emerged. Jiandi, imitating the mournful cries of the phoenix, lamented. Yet the slender-eyed phoenix clan did not appear. Instead, a transformation unfolded within the phoenix pool before her. The crystalline water began to spread outward, as if imbued with life, rapidly saturating the surrounding earth. Within it, a dark vortex rose, resembling a colossal hand gradually ascending. The exquisite waters swiftly enveloped Jiandi's form. Be careful. Chen Zhi reacted instinctively, dashing towards the pool's edge. Yet, he was a moment too late. The entire pool surged forth, engulfing Jiandi entirely, akin to a giant hand pulling her into its depths. Jiandi vanished from sight. Concurrently, Dao and Pang Wei leaped into the pool without hesitation. The waters within continued to undulate violently, brimming with excitement. The immense black vortex persisted in its rotation, as though it were a portal to another realm. Let us go? Chen Zhi declared resolutely, donning the hood of his work uniform before leaping into the dark vortex. Dao followed closely, with Pang Wei leaping in behind him. Their bodies tumbled rapidly within the swirling darkness, akin to being thrust into a centrifuge, their senses overwhelmed. In mere seconds, the three of them were expelled from the vortex. Crashing onto the ground with a thud, Chen Zhi's hands instinctively felt the earth beneath him, the grass brushing against his fingertips. They had successfully entered another realm, a space concealed within the Phoenix Valley. Alarm signals began to emit from their uniforms, indicating various atmospheric alerts. It appeared that a heightened concentration of certain gases in this location could pose significant irritation to the human body. Upon opening their eyes, they were greeted by the sight of a colossal tree. This tree was extraordinarily beautiful, its expansive crown and densely branching limbs sprawling majestically, adorned with fruit resembling large coffee beans. Upon seeing the tree, Chen Zhi immediately realized they had indeed found the right place. For this magnificent tree was the long-extinct ancient parasol tree. Chapter 333, The Habitat of the Phoenix. This was an exceedingly peculiar terrain, with the ground saturated in moist soil. However, This soil did not possess the soft and sticky quality typical of the outside world. Conversely, it seemed to contain a significant amount of sand, with each grain sharp and prickly, as though infused with numerous hard crystals, akin to iron sand in texture. Their work uniforms indicated that this space contained oxygen. Humans could survive here, yet the elevated levels of nitrogen and carbon dioxide posed a considerable risk to health if one lingered too long. Thus, it was advisable for them to utilize oxygen tanks. Upon their descent, everyone immediately stood alert, closely observing their surroundings. They understood that the Phoenix clan was far from benevolent. Having entered this otherworldly realm, they were now in enemy territory and must remain vigilant against potential attacks. They found themselves amidst a dense thicket, the sky above obscured by a tangle of branches, with only the beam of a searchlight piercing the darkness. Before them stood a colossal tree. Jiao swiftly ascended its towering trunk, vanishing among its lush foliage after a few deft maneuvers. After a considerable interval, Jiao descended, reporting, "This area is filled with such trees. I scaled to the very top. These trees are immense, with sharp branches. From up there, one can glimpse the moon. But the ground is entirely covered by this forest of trees. There are no living creatures here." "None at all?" Chen Zhi inquired. "Indeed," Jiao replied with unwavering certainty. "Have they truly become extinct?" This was the first thought that crossed Chen Zhi's mind upon hearing Jiao's words. In fact, the previous considerations of the portly companion were quite astute. Over 30 years ago, the Phoenix clan likely encountered some catastrophe, a calamitous event that might have caused them to cease all activities. At that time, Wuhua was still young and inadvertently stumbled upon the Phoenix clan's entrance to the god of cooking's grave. Shortly thereafter, Wuhua's mother met her demise at the hands of the Phoenix clan. Wuhua, saved by her mother, fled to the town seeking aid from relatives, ultimately surviving the ordeal. This was how Chen Zhi had the opportunity to uncover the threads of this mystery. What could have allowed her to escape such a fate? Was it the mercy of the Phoenix clan? Chen Zhi did not believe so. Given their cautious, ruthless, and decisive nature, it was improbable that they would leave a child alive, unless some unforeseen calamity had befallen them, one that rendered them powerless to attend to the fate of this little girl. As these thoughts swirled in Chen Zhi's mind, he scooped a handful of soil from the ground, splaying it across his palm and examining it with his fingers. The soil contained numerous hard crystalline sand particles, along with what appeared to be remnants of metal. The survival conditions here were indeed harsh. It was difficult for ordinary life to endure, let alone humanity. The creatures capable of surviving in such an environment were undoubtedly resilient, possessing an indomitable spirit. Jiandi had also been swept into this place, yet she was nowhere to be seen. Chen Zhi whispered, "She should be nearby. Let us venture ahead. Although there are no living beings here, we must remain cautious and silent." "Understood," Fat Wei replied, taking the lead. He was accustomed to taking the forefront, and indeed, he was a meticulous individual. Upon entering this realm, he had also discerned its unique material environment, moving with great care and making minimal sound. With great caution, Fat Wei retrieved a miniature electronic compass, attempting to discern his bearings. However, he soon realized that this eerie locale was devoid of any discernible direction. Thus, he manually calibrated the compass to establish a due north orientation and subsequently devised a route plan based on this direction, leading the group forward in a linear trajectory. The path was perilously overgrown with a dense thicket of thorns. It was little wonder that this ancient phoenix tree had become extinct in the human realm, as its biological structure was remarkably unique. The trunks of these trees were exceedingly stout, so much so that it would take 10 individuals to encircle a single one. The branches were razor-sharp, resembling knives. Even a brush against his work attire would leave a hissing mark, tinged with a vivid green hue, indicative of potent toxicity. It was evident that contact with human flesh could result in immediate poisoning, rendering any creature that dared to rest among these trees in constant peril of death, an astonishing reality. As they pressed forward, all 3 individuals detected the unmistakable scent of blood. It was a heavy, metallic aroma that spread rapidly through the air, stimulating their olfactory senses. Jiao, ever alert, swiftly leaped onto a nearby tree and, after a brief moment, whispered into the radio, "There are structures ahead, with lights within." Upon receiving this information, Chen Zhi and Fat Wei immediately held their breath, focusing intently. The presence of light indicated the existence of living beings, while the structures suggested they had reached the heart of the Phoenix clan's realm. It could potentially be the residence of the tribe leader, or perhaps a temple. The illumination strongly suggested that there might be life within. Chen Zhi promptly conjured a protective, invisible barrier, enveloping himself and Fat Wei to muffle their breathing and presence from detection. They then proceeded along the direction indicated by Gui Dao, skirting around the grand tree. After traversing a short distance, they were greeted by a sudden expanse, revealing a broad clearing. Here, they beheld the true visage of this world. It was a nocturnal realm. The dark sky devoid of stars, with a moon that loomed ominously yet strikingly real, reminiscent of the surface of planets depicted in science fiction dramas. In the center of the clearing stood an extraordinarily magnificent structure, distinctly unlike any human dwelling. Its foundation did not rest upon the ground, but rather floated in midair, supported by right-angled pillars, taking on an elliptical form. The surface was riddled with numerous circular apertures, densely packed, resembling a nest. Overall, it appeared akin to an immense birdcage suspended against the night sky. Chapter 334, The Sanctuary of the Phoenix, Part 2. This was a completely suspended edifice. Its architectural principles a mystery, supported only by a few wooden columns, yet soaring high into the air, resembling a colossal birdcage displayed against the nocturnal canvas. Behind this grand structure loomed an unimaginably colossal phoenix tree. The phoenix tree appears to have flourished for millennia, almost transforming into a mystical entity. Its trunk is so grand that it obscures clarity, while its branches and leaves extend gracefully, resembling serpentine dragons ascending into the sky. Below, the roots spread across the ground, intricately intertwined, enveloping the entire elliptical structure within, rendering it an integral part of the magnificent tree. Upon closer inspection, it becomes evident that this entire edifice has been hollowed out from a colossal stone. The stone, displaying a gentle gray-white hue, exudes an air of elegance and purity, untainted by dust. After being excavated, numerous perfectly round openings have been chiseled into its exterior, resembling a multitude of portals to this architectural marvel. Under the moonlight, it truly resembles a vast avian nest. Witnessing this splendid sight, Chen Zhi is reminded of ancient texts that describe the phoenix. Beyond the phoenix pine lies a massive rock, within which exists a hollow, known as the phoenix nest. The phoenix is noble and pure. It perches only upon the phoenix tree, feeds solely on bamboo seeds, and drinks only from sweet springs. Wherever it roams, auspicious omens follow. Wherever it weeps, moral order prevails. Upon encountering this grand structure and the phoenix tree, one can genuinely appreciate that such descriptions are not mere exaggerations. If one were to encapsulate the essence of nobility, there would be no other scene quite like this one. A chilling wind suddenly sweeps through, accompanied by a heavy scent of blood wafting from above. Chen Zhi distinctly recognizes the familiar aroma of Jiandi. He understands that she must be within. Clearly, this place possesses a certain spiritual essence. As a descendant of the phoenix lineage, Jiandi has not been left outside like him, but has been drawn into this phoenix nest by some unseen force. While the purpose remains uncertain, it signifies that life may still exist within this realm. I will enter first, Gui Dao states through the comms. You all wait here for a moment. I will take a look inside. Is that wise? Fat Wei responds, feeling an inexplicable apprehension since their arrival. This place seems rather sinister. If we encounter something, it may not be benevolent. I believe we should go in together, he adds. No need, Gui Dao asserts confidently. Even if we encounter something, it won't hinder me. With that declaration, Gui Dao swiftly transforms into a shadow, leaping from the tree and darting towards the structure ahead. The entire process is astonishingly swift, taking less than 10 seconds. Although the building appears close, the actual distance is considerable. With the forest now absent, the view is relatively unobstructed. Chen Zhi estimates the distance to be at least several kilometers. However, Gui Dao's speed is remarkable, and he moves with utmost caution, leaving no trace as he swiftly enters the enormous structure. In the moonlight, a profound silence descends. Chen Zhi and Fat Wei quietly await at the edge of the woods. Chen Zhi harbors little concern for Gui Dao. The latter has become exceedingly formidable, especially with a speed that borders on the incredible, often rendering him invisible even to Chen Zhi's keen gaze. Indeed, should something arise capable of vanquishing the ghost blade, it would indeed be an anomaly. However, the passage of time has proven more protracted than one might anticipate. It was not until approximately an hour had elapsed that the voice of the ghost blade resonated through the wireless communication. Come in, I have located her. The ghost blade announced, pausing inexplicably as if engaged in some task. There are complications. Exercise caution on your journey. The term complications was left unexplained, after which the call was abruptly terminated, leaving Chen Zhi and Fat Wei in a state of bewilderment. The ghost blade was not known for his ambiguous speech. Chen Zhi sensed a reluctance to divulge too much over the wireless, as though he feared eavesdroppers. The large nest surely harbored something significant. Subsequently, Chen Zhi and Fat Wei commenced their approach towards the edifice. Unlike the ghost blade, they lacked any form of body technique, inevitably leaving footprints upon the ground. Between them and the structure lay an expansive, barren expanse, the ground still strewn with sharp, coarse gravel. They possessed no means of concealment, yet their progress was remarkably smooth. Upon reaching the immense structure, they discerned that what had appeared to be a perfectly round entrance from a distance was now revealed to be colossal up close. Bathed in moonlight, the building's full magnitude was obscured from view. If indeed there existed any avian creatures that deemed this place a nesting ground, they must be of considerable size. Fat Wei was the first to cast a rope upwards, securing it to the edge of the opening with an iron claw, and then began his slow ascent. This act of climbing from thin air proved to be exceedingly taxing, and as the distance to the foundation grew, it was ultimately Chen Zhi who utilized bubbles to elevate them. It seemed the design of this structure had never intended for terrestrial beings to gain entry. Upon leaping through the large circular openings, they discovered the interior awash in a grayish-white luminescence. Numerous excavated holes allowed moonlight to flood in unimpeded, rendering visibility within the stone quite reasonable. However, the metallic tang of blood intensified, suggesting that Jiang was losing a significant amount of blood and was likely in a dire condition. Yet, amidst the mingling of blood, there lingered a remarkably unique sweetness. Odors often possess an ineffable quality, capable of eliciting visceral reactions. Some scents, reminiscent of certain women's perfumes, evoke temptation, while others may incite aversion. This place was suffused with a distinctive, sweet fragrance, layered and richly textured. It conjured visions of resplendent palaces and celestial abodes, as if all that existed in this world ought to prostrate before such grandeur, aloof, exalted, and supremely noble. Upon entering this magnificent avian enclosure, Chen Zhi realized that his olfactory instincts had indeed been astute. The interior structure of this immense avian cage exudes an undeniable sense of arrogance. Every curve and detail resonates with the essence of a colossal being adorned with iridescent feathers, shimmering like flames, possessing a pride so profound that it would rather be consumed by fire than bow its head. Chapter 335. The Crimson Space. This place does not resemble the customary dwellings of humanity, where rooms are cluttered with numerous utensils and vessels, as if survival in this world necessitates reliance on an array of objects. Here, however, the expanse is vast, each space akin to an independent, streamlined capsule, elegantly oval in shape. The surface of this colossal stone is a pure, gray-white, reminiscent of flawless jade, devoid of any impurities. Its chilling essence tempered with a warmth that surpasses that of jade itself. Yet, every contour and surface within this chamber is exquisitely perfect to an astonishing degree. Such perfection is a term of expression. The proportions of every point, line, and plane here conjure an aesthetic beauty that could easily overshadow the most masterfully crafted furniture and artworks found outside. Chen Zhi had previously encountered many splendid architectural designs in the human realm, witnessing meticulously arranged planes and curves, yet in comparison to the flowing lines of these rooms, they seemed utterly trivial. It was only at this moment that Chen Zhi truly comprehended the essence of perfection. This perfection radiates a pride so profound that it requires no embellishment to convey an unimaginable beauty. It embodies the pinnacle of superiority and pride, an experience that can only be fully appreciated through direct immersion. They then began traversing from one room to another, nearly every chamber appearing hollow, yet each contained a long horizontal beam. This design rendered these vast rooms reminiscent of a grand birdcage. Due to the streamlined floor, Chen Zhi and Fat Wei found it arduous to walk. The deeper they ventured, the more it felt like scaling a mountain. As they continued further, the rooms expanded in size, mirroring the caverns inhabited by the beastmen of the western regions. In terms of architectural hierarchy, it seemed that those dwelling deeper held higher status. The potent scent of blood, characteristic of Jindy, was even more pronounced here. The interior of this massive elliptical stone was indeed terrifyingly intricate, resembling a densely packed beehive. Navigating through this nest while maintaining a sense of direction proved to be quite challenging. The journey through this avian sanctuary far exceeded their anticipated duration. After nearly 2 hours, they finally arrived at the innermost depths of this structure. In this place, Chen Zhi encountered something remarkably peculiar. At the very core of these nests lay a colossal crimson egg. Rather than an egg, it resembled a circular chamber bathed in red. This grand, scarlet orb featured a perfectly round aperture at its center, serving as a passageway into its interior. Surrounding this area bore the marks of what appeared to be fire, with numerous charred traces evident. Although the traces are profound, layered upon one another, it is evident that these events transpired long ago. Presently, the remnants of flames still exude a potent sense of scorching heat, evoking imagery of the once raging fire that must have burned with an intense fervor. This room appears significantly more spacious than the others, resembling a grand expanse. One can imagine that the inhabitants of this place were of noble lineage, perhaps belonging to the aristocracy or royalty, akin to a human palace. Upon the surface of this crimson egg, intricate inscriptions are densely inscribed. These verses, penned in golden ink, resemble avian patterns, with their archaic structure and sequence being unrecognizable to Chen Zhi. The thick, sanguine scent emanating from the egg is unmistakable. This place exudes an aura of malevolence. Pang Wei, panting heavily, suddenly became acutely anxious. Look at that blood. It resembles an unhatched egg. This is ominous. I feel as if misfortune is upon me. My eyelids are twitching. If this continues, my life may very well end here. His incessant complaints seemed to serve as a means to alleviate his tension. Indeed, he was profoundly perturbed, as if he sensed an impending doom. Yet, despite uttering such cowardly words, his actions betrayed none of that fear. In a few swift strides, he leapt through the circular opening. Seeing Pang Wei jump in, Chen Zhi followed suit without hesitation. The moment he entered the circular egg, a wave of dizziness struck him, his heart racing violently, only to be abruptly seized by pain, as though someone had grasped his heart with a vice-like grip. Subsequently, Chen Zhi felt a rush of sweetness in his throat, and a torrent of fresh blood surged from within him, splattering against the glass visor with a resounding thud. The pressure had come as a shock. Chen Zhi hurriedly suppressed the rising blood, striving to avoid further hemorrhaging. He turned to glance at Pang Wei beside him, observing that his visor was also stained crimson, indicating he had likewise expelled blood. It was evident that the atmospheric pressure here was extraordinarily unique, far beyond what the human body could endure. Chen Zhi quickly pressed his hand against his chest, attempting to calm his turbulent energy, and gradually his heartbeat stabilized. He then turned to survey his surroundings, seeking to ascertain his current position. In this place, the environment was suffused with a deep crimson hue, resembling an inferno, in stark contrast to the nests outside. The architecture here bore a more human-like quality. Surrounding him were small red structures, akin to diminutive houses. The ground was adorned with crimson seats, resembling those found in a grand hall, albeit with peculiar shapes, seemingly designed for beings with limbs. Looking upwards, he noted that the sky was obscured, revealing numerous wooden platforms above. It is estimated that this is the heart of the great phoenix tree. Looking upwards, one can discern a dense array of leaves, faintly visible amidst the foliage. This area resembles the hollowed core of the tree, as if it were bleeding, with crimson splashes everywhere, akin to a sea of blood. At the very center of the hall stands a massive, vividly red wooden platform, reminiscent of an enormous wooden bed, firmly positioned with numerous wooden steps beneath, glaringly bright in their hue. At this moment, Jiao lies upon it, her body drenched in blood, resembling a blood gourd. Vivid crimson streams cascade from the platform, dripping incessantly onto the ground, which seems to greedily absorb Jiandi's lifeblood. Her complexion pales to a ghostly white, as if she is on the brink of exsanguination. As Chen Zhi and the others witness Jiandi's dire state, it feels as though their hearts have been violently torn apart. Their immediate reaction is to release a cohesive stream of energy, propelling themselves onto the crimson platform to rescue Jiandi. However, Chen Zhi soon realizes that his strength has transformed in this place. It has neither diminished nor vanished, but rather altered in nature. His power feels as if it has been subjected to a scorching heat, becoming exceedingly viscous, with sharp energy morphing into a sticky, cotton candy-like consistency. The once rapid cohesive stream of energy has become soft and exceedingly tacky, dispersing as it approaches GND, losing all practicality. It is those spells inscribed with golden powder that have altered the density of this space. Chen Zhi immediately considers the source of this transformation. From the outset, he felt discomfort emanating from those golden inscriptions. Although he could not comprehend their meaning, their structure and framework embody a restrictive force, capable of impeding the speed of magical energy. Moreover, these inscriptions belong exclusively to a certain race, much like the beast script of the orcs, incomprehensible to others. This script is likely far more precise, probably the internal language of the Phoenix tribe. Thus, within this blood-red realm, the rules are established by the Phoenix tribe themselves, rendering any possibility of breaking free utterly futile. They now find themselves on the territory of another, under the protection of these inscriptions, where the power of all spells is significantly hindered. "Cover me," Chen Zhi quickly communicated to Pang Wei through the wireless device, then leaped forward, his foot landing on the wooden platform as he aimed to lift GND down. "Don't move," a swift voice suddenly echoed through the wireless channel. This voice was all too familiar. Chen Zhi recognized it as that of Ghostblade. The tone of Ghostblade was urgent and decisive, and he was alarmingly close. It was evident from the moment they entered that the Phantom Blade was observing them, yet it chose to remain concealed. It must have been hiding somewhere in this vicinity, maintaining its silence. Why? Could there be something even more perilous, more ferocious, lurking here? Something that even the Phantom Blade dared not reveal? This was the first thought that crossed Chen Zhi's mind. In the next instant, an intense burning sensation surged from beneath his feet. Only then did Chen Zhi realize that the area was ablaze with a fiery red hue. It was indeed radiating heat. As soon as his foot touched the steps, the crimson stairs suddenly became scalding hot, akin to iron bars that had been heated to an extreme, swiftly melting Chen Zhi's shoes. His shoes, part of his work attire, were crafted from high-fiber materials, designed to withstand pressure and heat, seamlessly integrated with his uniform. Ordinary high temperatures could not inflict damage. However, the temperature of these fiery steps undoubtedly surpassed that of molten iron. Merely brushing against it had utterly destroyed the soles of his shoes. Chen Zhi's work uniform began to emit a buzzing alarm as the internal circulation system was compromised, causing chaos within the system. He hurriedly stepped back, forcefully scraping off the burnt shoe sole, and pressed the control button on his screen. He jettisoned all structural components of the uniform from his right leg, allowing the remaining sections to function independently, thus safeguarding the entirety of the uniform's system from collapse. At that moment, Chen Zhi suddenly noticed, from an indeterminate time, shadows emerging near the fiery red houses. These figures stood still, resembling puppets, yet they exuded an uncanny aura, as though they were mere illusions poised to flicker at any moment. Cloaked in black robes that enveloped them completely, only their elongated, keen eyes were visible, the irises swirling chaotically as if caught between laughter and rage. The instant Chen Zhi beheld those eyes, he felt the entire crimson world begin to spin. The heavens rotated, and dizziness enveloped him. This fiery expanse resembled a colossal oven, rapidly intensifying in temperature. Chen Zhi sensed the breath within him boiling and dispersing like steam, spiraling beyond his control. The malevolent barrier began to expand, and Chen Zhi found himself powerless to shield Pang Wei. She was now fully exposed in this red realm. Just as he directed his gaze towards her, the attack commenced. The figures draped in black, with their elongated eyes, surged forth like ghostly phantoms, silent yet swift beyond comprehension. They lunged unerringly at Pang Wei, their claws gripping her shoulders. Chen Zhi noticed their nails, thin and hook-like, sharp to an overwhelming degree. Without any resistance, it penetrated deeply into Pang Wei's work uniform, accompanied by a creaking sound as the fabric was instantaneously torn apart. A large chunk of bloody flesh ripped away. It was too swift. That was the only thought that registered in Chen Zhi's mind. He had often anticipated the formidable offensive capabilities of these Phoenix Clan creatures, envisioning them as remarkably rapid beings. Yet, he had not expected their speed to reach such an illogical level. This entity was astonishingly fast, so much so that it left no room for evasion. Not to mention someone like Pang Wei. Even an ordinary warrior from the West Qi would undoubtedly be shredded to pieces in this moment. The Ghost Blade could save Pang Wei. Just as Chen Zhi conjured this name in his mind, the figure of the Ghost Blade descended from above. Chen Zhi clearly saw the Ghost Blade, drenched in blood and marked with claw marks. A long wound marred his eye, blood streaming profusely. Yet, he clenched the blue Nijihua tightly in his mouth and descended like a blue lightning bolt. At the very instant the Phoenix Clan creature tore into Fat Wei's flesh. The Ghost Blade's weapon was already pressed against the creature's neck, and then with a flash of crimson light, the creature's head was cleanly severed and rolled onto the ground. On the scalding earth, the cloth binding its head was incinerated, revealing the true visage of the Phoenix Clan. It was indeed an astonishing face. Chapter 337. Battle. Thanks to Cat's sister for the reward. It was a face both unexpected and mesmerizing, the upper half resembling that of a human, strikingly beautiful with smooth lines and fair skin. However, the eyes were excessively elongated, reminiscent of a doll with glass eyes. The lower half of the face, however, bore a stark contrast. It was undeniably a female phoenix, with lips exhibiting distinctly feminine traits. Yet they were divided into 4 petals, protruding forward like a blooming flower. Her teeth appeared slightly pointed and remarkably strong, suggesting a formidable biting force, almost as if she wore a false mouth. This peculiar configuration is indeed understandable. Human evolution has also progressed towards perfection over time. This mouth resembled that of a mature avian species, where the beak had regressed into lips. The chin, however, was split, the skin cracked into patches, with visible blood vessels beneath, resembling a transparent mosaic, evoking a sense of discomfort. After the head was severed and rolled onto the ground, despite the cloth covering it having been burned away, there was no hint of fear of death in those elongated eyes. The decapitated head rolled around briefly before astonishingly launching itself upwards like a bomb, swiftly heading back towards its body, preparing to reattach itself to the neck. The Ghost Blade, seemingly anticipating this, unleashed a flurry of knife-like strikes before the head could return. The blade of the Ghost Blade moved with astonishing swiftness, its gleaming edge slicing through the form of the Phoenix Clan, reducing it to countless fragments in an instant. Subsequently, the Ghost Blade swung horizontally, leaping from its original position, and seized the hefty Fat Wei, hurling him forcefully as though he were a mere chick, despite weighing over 200 pounds. Fat Wei was flung towards Chen Zhi, who immediately opened his arms to envelop him tightly, gradually enveloping him in a protective layer akin to a shield, utilizing the power of his fierce curse. In this peculiar physical environment, Chen Zhi's energy was notably diminished. However, if Fat Wei remained in close proximity, the distance would lessen, allowing the protective energy to still safeguard him. Fat Wei was secure. Yet, as time progressed, Chen Zhi bore witness to the most unjust battle imaginable, a solitary ghost blade pitted against an unending horde of immortal beings. The severed head of the Phoenix Clan, after its body had been reduced to fragments, rolled away into the darkness like a ball, evading the Ghost Blade's relentless onslaught. Meanwhile, the recently dismembered body swiftly began to reassemble on the ground, resembling a mass of congealed clay. In no time, the figure stood upright once more. The Ghost Blade, however, had no respite, as countless shadowy figures surged forth from the surroundings, their sharp claws poised to strike. Their speed was astounding, rendering Chen Zhi incapable of counting their numbers. Amidst this onslaught, he witnessed gouts of blood splattering through the air, most of it belonging to the Phoenix Clan, but some also to the Ghost Blade. These Phoenix warriors were absolute masters of physical combat, each one a formidable opponent. Their movements were not only rapid but also executed with precision. Each strike aimed lethally at the joints of the Ghost Blade. Chen Zhi heard the ominous sounds of joints dislocating, signaling the damage inflicted upon the Ghost Blade. Yet, the Ghost Blade was too swift. They could scarcely catch a glimpse of him, let alone deliver a fatal blow. Nevertheless, such an imbalance in numbers rendered the battle immensely taxing. The Ghost Blade soon bore the marks of his struggles, blood splattering into the air like droplets of rain. Chen Zhi perceived the Ghost Blade's aura growing increasingly strained, the resistance becoming ever more arduous. Ultimately, the Ghost Blade leaped in front of Chen Zhi, who observed from behind, his body and hair drenched in crimson. His left arm hung limply, the joint having been painfully pulled apart, an agonizing sight. Yet, the Ghost Blade did not call for Chen Zhi's aid. Instead, he stepped back a few paces, then twisted his other hand to rejoin the dislocated joint with a sharp crack before springing back into the fray against the Phoenix Clan. At that moment, Chen Zhi distinctly felt the Ghost Blade's struggle intensifying. This was the nature of their mission. Many circumstances lay beyond their initial plans. This was the territory of the Phoenix Clan, where every energy field and material structure favored them. The crimson patches on the ground hinted at the lurking danger of scalding surfaces. Although the ghost blade possessed a speed advantage, barely touching the ground, the moment he made contact, he risked severe burns. Soon after, Chen Zhi heard the ominous sounds of cracking joints. He understood that the ghost blade had reached his limit. However, Chen Zhi was powerless to assist him. His abilities relied on spells, which required a medium, such as air. This was the territory of the Phoenix clan, where all natural elements conformed to their designs, thereby altering the potency of Chen Zhi's magic. The air currents he could summon might either save the ghost blade or serve as a deadly curse. In terms of fairness, only pure physical combat could exert its full potential here. Yet, the ghost blade was currently too weak, facing an overwhelming numerical disadvantage. Moreover, each member of the Phoenix clan was an expert, capable of resurrecting after death. The ghost blade could never sustain a 1 against 100 struggle indefinitely. The only viable option now was to completely release the energy within Chen Zhi, transforming this oval-shaped nest into a structure akin to an internal bomb, ready to obliterate the space. However, such a choice entailed significant loss. The power of the barrier bubble was uncertain. If he unleashed the air currents with brute force to shatter the nest, not only might they all be reduced to ashes, but any useful clues would likely vanish as well. Such an outcome would render their efforts futile, severing all subsequent leads. It was a pity that no one was available to assist the ghost blade at this critical moment. As Chen Zhi's mind raced through these thoughts, he silently chanted incantations, kneading the energy in his palms, preparing to release it like a massive bomb to utterly destroy their surroundings. He aimed to quickly pull everyone into the barrier bubble, ensuring their escape. At that moment, an immensely powerful force descended from the sky. A warrior of equal caliber to the ghost blade landed on the battlefield. The arrival of this warrior was nothing short of breathtaking. The tremendous impact shattered the surface of the ground, violently propelling the Phoenix clan members entangled with the ghost blade into the air. Just moments ago, the ghost blade had been swarmed by the Phoenix clan, resembling a mass of leeches, effectively restraining him. Yet, this forceful strike sent them all flying, granting the ghost blade a chance to leap towards Chen Zhi. "Blade, are you all right?" the fat man exclaimed, having lost a considerable amount of blood and now pale from pain due to a wound. Struggling, he rummaged through his treasure pouch to retrieve a life-saving pill, which he pressed into the ghost blade's mouth. This remedy could swiftly restore vitality and suppress bleeding, maximizing the chances of survival. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi observed that the ghost blade was bloodied and battered, his complexion ashen. His work attire had been shredded into tatters. The attacks from the Phoenix clan were overwhelmingly fierce. Their claws were sharp enough to penetrate even the high-density metal of his uniform. Their martial prowess is astonishing. With movements executed at remarkable speed, each strike aimed at a vital point. The mere fact that Ghost Blade has endured until now is nothing short of miraculous. Upon ensuring Ghost Blade's safety, Chen Zhi turned to ascertain the identity of the warrior who had just charged in. Before him stood a figure wielding a long, slate-colored blade, its edge glinting ominously, sharp enough to sever hair with a breath. This warrior faced the Phoenix tribe head-on, her flowing hair infused with a potent aura, swirling menacingly in this unique atmosphere. Yet, her visage was strikingly beautiful, a face of exquisite allure that shone like the specter of Yama amid the fierce energy surrounding her. It was none other than the renowned warrior Jiao of the Western Qi. Jiao's presence exuded a formidable intensity, surpassing that of many men. Chen Zhi often sensed that this woman possessed the ability to shift her aura, embodying two distinct personas. In her everyday demeanor, she was unassuming, even somewhat gentle in Chen Zhi's presence. However, in the throes of battle, she transformed, becoming chillingly fierce and unyielding. The sensation she emanated was akin to a tempest, instilling trepidation in all who beheld her. As Jiao descended with a cataclysmic strike, she dispatched the Phoenix tribe with such ferocity that they were left no respite. Her heavy sword descended like the sun plummeting from the sky. A member of the Phoenix tribe below was brutally shattered by her sword, blood and flesh erupting in a gruesome spectacle, skulls fracturing under the force. In a fluid motion, Jiao then spun, seizing another Phoenix warrior with the swiftness of grasping a bird in mid-flight. She hoisted the creature high, and before it could react, she snapped its body in two. The crimson spine was wrenched from the carcass, leaving a trail of sanguine streaks in the air before it thudded onto the ground. Steaming on the fiery earth, a scene of utter brutality. This series of savage actions created a profoundly shocking tableau, causing the remaining Phoenix tribe members to hesitate, encircling Ji with trepidation. Their elongated eyes glowed red, darting with fury, yet they dared not make a move. Ji then steadied herself, positioning the gray long blade before her, forming a barrier for Ghost Blade. At last, Ghost Blade seized the opportunity to administer healing salves, quickly applying various restorative compounds to his wounds. Supported by a hefty companion, he realigned several dislocated joints in his knee, binding them with emergency bandages and utilizing potent herbal remedies for rapid recovery. However, the injuries Ghost Blade sustained were grievous, with multiple lacerations, some areas torn away, leaving wounds beyond the capacity of standard emergency treatments. The agony was unimaginable. "Jiling, are you all right?" Ji inquired coldly, her gaze fixed on the Phoenix tribe ahead. "I'm fine." Ghost Blade wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied swiftly. "That is good," Ji stated calmly, surveying the situation before her. She then quickly assessed. There are a total of 67 of them, each possessing the ability to resurrect. Only by shattering them can we buy time for the Patriarch to escape from this place. I will take care of 40, and the rest are yours. Is that acceptable? No problem. The Demon Blade's eyes ignited with a swift flame, seemingly filled with sudden excitement, as he fixated intently on the Phoenix clan. He then bit down on the Inazuma, positioning his long blade horizontally across his chest, preparing for the confrontation. In an instant, the Demon Blade surged forth with a speed surpassing the ordinary. This velocity was unfathomable. He appeared like a shadow, suddenly materializing behind the Phoenix clan. With a sweeping stroke of his blade, he severed the heads of the 3 nearest Phoenix warriors, just as the others sought to surround him. Ji leapt into the air with undeniable advantage. Her chi enveloped her body heavily as she brought her long blade crashing down. The immense speed and overwhelming pressure of her strike, accompanied by flames dancing along the blade, left the Phoenix warriors with nowhere to flee. Several were struck directly on the head by this force and were instantly obliterated. Chen Zhi had once heard that ever since the Fish Scale Codex was introduced into the organization, many warriors had experienced a significant enhancement in their abilities. Particularly, the Demon Blade and Ji along with several other red-belted warriors, had ascended to an extraordinary level, witnessing a radical transformation in their physical prowess. As Aso had previously remarked, one should not underestimate the current red warriors of Shichi. Their strength had reached a stature that previous generations of red-belted warriors could only aspire to. However, Chen Zhi had never anticipated that they would become so formidable to the point of defying logic. They could hardly be measured by human physiological standards. The harmonious synergy of the 2 warriors' strength and speed afforded Chen Zhi and Fatty ample time. Chen Zhi swiftly lifted the unconscious Jian Di from the wooden platform and, alongside Fatty, executed their escape plan from this crimson world. Upon realizing Chen Zhi's flight, the Phoenix clan clearly aimed to pursue them. Yet, they were momentarily restrained by the Demon Blade and Ji. Although their inclusion had shifted the advantage, the Phoenix clan presented a significant challenge. They could resurrect infinitely, while human stamina was finite. Once Chen Zhi and Fatty had fled the fiery realm, the Demon Blade and Ji quickly withdrew, attempting to leave as well. The relentless pursuit of the Phoenix clan followed closely behind. Chen Zhi knew their plan had succeeded. Once they reached the outside, it would be his turn to perform. Chapter 339, Battle 3. The chase unfolded with remarkable speed. The Phoenix clan proved to be exceedingly difficult to contend with. They seemed to possess wings as they leapt, moving at an unimaginable pace, nearly capturing Chen Zhi on several occasions. Nevertheless, with the Demon Blade and Ji providing cover, Chen Zhi and Fatty managed to escape from the blazing crimson space. Upon exiting the vast red sphere, Chen Zhi felt the restrictive power upon his body dissipate instantaneously. His magic began to flow freely, and the further they distanced themselves from this place, the more stable his powers became. As he ran, he silently recited incantations while swiftly inscribing talismans upon his arms. This was the most formidable summoning incantation he had ever performed in his life. Soon, Chen Zhi leaped from the immense bird's nest, landing upon the rough gravel outside. All constraints within the Phoenix nest were utterly lifted. When they stood once more beneath the moonlight, the state of the world had irrevocably changed. In Chen Zhi's embrace lay Jian Di, still unconscious and bloodied. Yet he could distinctly sense her pulse, She was no longer in peril of life. The area was a vast expanse, and in the pitch-black night, a colossal moon hung in the sky, illuminating everything with clarity. As Chen Zhi and Fat Wei escaped, Gui Dao and Jiying also sprang forth. Following them, several dark shadows emerged from the circular openings. Hot on their heels were the fierce Phoenix clan, their numbers unchanged at 47, neither a soul more nor a soul less. Their forms were now marred, the cloth that once concealed their faces gone, revealing their grotesque visages under the moonlight. The prowess of the red-banded warriors, Gui Dao and Jiying, had made the Phoenix clan acutely aware of their might. Their eyes burned crimson, the fury evident as if every hair on their bodies stood erect. They had just endured a brutal battle, surviving against the warriors' blades, yet they remained alive, destined to resurrect eternally. This was the most troublesome predicament of all. In stark contrast, Gui Dao and Jiying were indeed at the end of their tether. Given the attack strength of these Phoenix beings, any warrior below the rank of the Red Band and Shichi, even the newly initiated Bao Jiao and the veteran Xia, would likely be torn to shreds by these creatures. And considering their infinite capacity for resurrection, no human possessed the stamina to confront an unending foe. The fact that Gui Dao and Jiying had lasted this long was nothing short of miraculous. Once the Phoenix clan burst forth from the nest, they swiftly scattered, expertly maneuvering across the sandy terrain to encircle the warriors. Under the moonlight, their sharp features took on a grotesquely dark and menacing aspect. They appeared as marionettes, devoid of emotion or fear, their eyes reflecting nothing but the thirst for bloodshed. It was as if this place had transformed into the fabled realm of Azura. Since earlier, Chen Zhi had laid Jiandi upon the ground for Fat Wei to tend to while he advanced forward. Instinctively, Gui Dao and Jiying positioned themselves before him, ready to protect. At this moment, Gui Dao was drenched in blood, his face a gruesome mask of lacerations, with not a single unscathed part remaining. Chen Zhi placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, urging him to fall back. Once more, he faced the Phoenix clan, now less than 3 meters away. From this vantage point, Chen Zhi could clearly discern their fearsome countenances and merciless eyes. Their mouths were razor-sharp, their claws equally cruel, and their gazes were filled with a ravenous ferocity. Chen Zhi envisioned their habitual predatory nature. They were a gluttonous and savage race, driven by an insatiable hunger. They possess an insatiable craving for flesh, particularly that of humans, which they consider the finest delicacy. As Chen Zhi stood before them, an overwhelming surge of anger welled up within him, akin to that which Wu Changlu and his unfortunate son felt a millennium ago. The bride, born in a grand sedan, was nothing more than a bloodied avian creature. Alongside profound terror, an uncontrollable fury surged within him. "You are not the true lineage of the Phoenix," was Chen Zhi's first utterance. His gaze swept over the massive birds before him. "You are not genuine phoenixes. You are merely firebirds, incapable even of transformation. Tell me, where is your Phoenix Emperor? Is he still alive? I wish to converse with him." Once Chen Zhi had spoken, silence enveloped the sandy expanse. A chilling wind swept through, stirring the coarse grains of sand, producing a rumbling sound. The phoenixes offered no reply. They remained eternally silent. Instead, their elongated eyes darted about, as if in contemplation, yet also in derision, mocking the scion of the Jiang clan who stood before them. Chen Zhi was now certain that these phoenixes comprehended his words, yet they regarded him with utter disdain. Despite not being of pure blood, their pride was palpable. They held their lineage in high esteem, looking down upon any lesser races. In their eyes, Chen Zhi was no different from an ordinary human, merely a walking morsel. Would they dare to taste the bitterness of defeat? Chen Zhi's brow furrowed slightly as he silently recited the incantation of thunder and wind. Suddenly, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, fierce winds howled, and a tempest of lightning erupted, forming a web of electric serpents that descended with great force. With a thunderous crash, innumerable bolts of high-intensity lightning struck the ground, their power beyond human comprehension, sharper than the keenest blade. Upon the impact of these bolts, the phoenixes were rendered into clouds of black dust without a sound. Yet, in the next moment, the black dust began to coalesce once more. From the ground, grotesque visages emerged anew. Their forms had become increasingly fragmented, many distorted beyond recognition of humanity. Yet, a thick black smoke swirled around them, revealing sharp, menacing faces. Their elongated eyes gleamed with a sense of triumph. as if mocking Chen Zhi for daring to intimidate the immortal beings with the specter of death. Do you not fear pain? Do you believe yourselves to be indestructible? Chen Zhi's cold gaze fixed upon these silent creatures, and an intense loathing surged within him. He no longer wished to negotiate. I shall grant you but one opportunity. Answer my question. Chen Zhi's voice was as cold as a knife, the palpable aura of menace emanating from his body. Where's the true phoenix? He demanded. Otherwise, you shall face death. Chapter 340. The sea god. As Chen Zhi's words fell, the phoenix clan before him abruptly parted their rigid beaks, breaking into laughter. Chen Zhi distinctly observed the corners of their mouths curling upward like crescent moons, revealing their sharp teeth. Their laughter rang out in a haunting echo, laced with mockery. Indeed, it was derision, a deep-seated scorn from a superior being towards those deemed inferior. It seemed that what Chen Zhi uttered was the most ludicrous jest in existence, rendering him the most absurd figure in the world. At that moment, Chen Zhi's neural pathways tensed, and blood surged uncontrollably to his brain. He had always believed that the experiences he endured could fortify him against any challenge. Yet, confronted with the taunts of the Phoenix clan, his composure shattered. Every hair on his body ignited with fury, igniting an instinctive desire to annihilate them. This was a primal provocation, devoid of reason or justification. Regardless of the outcome, he had to prevail in this battle, even if it meant laying waste to the land and obliterating this realm. He was determined to eradicate these accursed creatures, with their mocking gazes and elongated eyes, before addressing anything else. Suddenly, a unique power erupted from within Chen Zhi, an overwhelming force rooted in his very blood, gradually stripping away his rationality and humanity. Come forth, assist me, he murmured, slowly closing his reddened eyes and silently reciting the incantation for summoning. It was his first time wielding such an extensive summoning spell, the incantation intricate and vast. He felt every ounce of strength within him, even the blood, boiling in anticipation. Summoning spells varied significantly. Contrary to common understanding, they were heavily influenced not only by the power of the summoned, but also by the size of the entity. For instance, calling forth a mystical bird or a creature of modest stature required little effort. However, summoning a tiger was considerably more complex, necessitating substantial magical support to sustain such a large being. Yet, attempting to summon a colossal entity capable of altering landscapes demanded a force as boundless as the ocean. As he chanted, the ground beneath them trembled, and the gravel began to soften, causing the very nature of the surroundings to shift. The Phoenix clan seemed to sense a disturbance. After a brief moment of hesitation, they swiftly took flight, eager to return to their nests. At that moment, a figure emerged atop the massive nest, a gaunt figure with a pointed visage, crowned with fiery red hair, wielding a long staff wreathed in flames, as if alive. This figure loomed over the nest, exuding an aura of command and supremacy. Indeed, it is the divine guardian of the new peak, the Cold Monkey. Oh, perhaps due to the encounter with genuine combat, the Cold Monkey is now exhilarated to the utmost, its fur dancing in sync with the charged atmosphere. Like a wild beast, it emitted a peculiar howl, brandishing a long staff that cleaved through the air. This strike was nothing short of remarkable. Before anyone could react, the Cold Monkey unleashed an unfathomable force. In an instant, the sun seemed to plummet, and the earth quaked violently. The staff, imbued with immense power, descended upon the Phoenix clan, cleaving the very air with its might. The phoenixes, in a flurry of speed, scattered to the sides, while the massive staff crashed heavily to the ground. In that moment, the earth shattered entirely, deep layers of soil cracking open, dust swirling into the air. Astonishingly, beneath the fractured earth emerged the ocean, sea god. Chen Zhi abruptly opened his tightly shut eyes, and in that instant, they transformed into a vibrant shade of purple. This purple was profoundly deep, surveying the world, a hue so exquisite that it defied description. Chen Zhi then extended his right hand, and in an instant, a colossal spiritual light enveloped his arm, its clarity akin to that of the cosmos. "Sea God, arise!" With Chen Zhi's exclamation, a tremendous surge of energy erupted, roaring forth from his sleeve like tumultuous waves. Enveloped within was a miniature dragon, accompanied by thunder and lightning, soaring out from his sleeve. Although diminutive, the moment this little dragon touched the moisture-laden ground, a cataclysmic transformation occurred. With a series of thunderous booms, a fierce wind erupted, and torrential rain began to pour. The ground heaved and cracked as if it had been detonated, scattering all in its wake. In an instant, a colossal entity emerged from the ocean's depths, rising into the sky. This magnificent creature, cloaked in mist, bore shimmering scales that glinted with a chilling radiance, surrounded by spiritual light. Its massive head was adorned with flowing whiskers, its eyes glaring fiercely. Along its neck, scales of purple and blue were embedded, growing against the wind. Upon these reverse scales was etched a grand totem, the dual dragon emblem of the Jiang clan, a symbol of servitude to the Jiang family. This was the latest addition to Chen Zhi's dominion, the sea god, the Wushan ink dragon. This newly consecrated dragon god exuded an air of arrogance, its dark brows bristling, its form shrouded in darkness, leaping from the ocean to obscure the sun. It violently swung its massive head, casting a menacing glare at the Phoenix clan. As if bearing centuries of animosity, it seemed ready to devour them whole. Subsequently, with a tremendous flick of its colossal tail, it stirred the waters below. In an explosive surge, the vast ocean came crashing from all directions. This torrent, an unstoppable force, barreled forth, overwhelming the fiery realm once filled with phoenix trees, completely engulfing it in a moment. The formidable black dragon glided through the seawater with the grace of a fish, becoming increasingly ferocious and menacing. It opened its colossal eyes and lunged towards the Phoenix clan with bared fangs and claws, emitting a thunderous roar in an ancient tongue, incomprehensible to all but such unique beings. Yet, the incantations sung in this language possessed an extraordinary power. The once fearless phoenixes now succumbed to madness. They struggled desperately in the water, their bodies gradually stiffening, even forming into crystalline structures. It was as if red-hot iron had been suddenly plunged into frigid ice, resulting in a swift and jarring fusion of fire and frost. When their forms became entirely crystalline, their lives came to an irrevocable end. Proud creatures, were they not? The wretched phoenixes. At that moment, Chen Zhi's mindset appeared to shift in tandem with the tumultuous sea. With his crimson eyes devoid of compassion, he observed the writhing phoenixes, a surge of exhilarating madness igniting within him. Indeed, he was profoundly exhilarated. This thrill stemmed from the exhilaration of vanquishing foes and the triumph that arises from death. He harbored a deep-seated disdain for these lofty phoenixes, relishing the sight of such haughty beings prostrating at his feet, pleading for their lives. Yet, these phoenixes remained resolute, uttering not a sound, merely writhing in agony within the depths of the ocean. This silence only fueled Chen Zhi's fury, and unbeknownst to him, his humanity was gradually slipping away. His mind, awash in fervor, had long forgotten the purpose of his journey. He slowly raised his arms, intending to employ the art of ocean manipulation to utterly devastate the phoenixes, eager to witness their struggle in the icy waters. Just then, a pair of delicate feminine arms suddenly enveloped him, igniting further rage within him. Chapter 341, A Plea Without a Doubt. It was Jiandi's embrace. At that moment, Jiandi was aflame with fervor, her blood burning like fire, while tears cascaded down like clear streams, dripping onto Chen Zhi's neck. Her voice, akin to that of a dying bird, was filled with sorrow. "Master, I beseech you, spare them, my heart is shattering." This unexpected act from Jiandi abruptly halted Chen Zhi's incantation, destabilizing the very ocean itself. Jiandi, now soft and powerless, was so fragile that with a mere exertion, Chen Zhi could have torn her asunder. Yet, he felt ensnared by her embrace, a bond of emotional strength, delicate as gossamer, yet remarkably resilient. Thus, Chen Zhi found himself hesitant to move, fearful that even the slightest shift might inadvertently harm Jiandi. Yet, the fury within him surged forth like an uncontrollable volcano, ready to erupt. The familiar voice within his mind echoed once more, "What a troublesome entity. Women are the most troublesome of all. The bloodline of the phoenix is united, steadfast and unyielding. This woman embodies the essence of her race. This slave has become obsolete. Dispose of her before she transforms." No, Chen Zhi, as a conscious human, swiftly rejected this thought. He grasped Jiandi's arm and pulled her into his embrace. At that moment, Jiandi was covered in blood, her once pristine white gown now stained, her life force exceedingly faint. She had likely just awakened, and upon witnessing the scene before her, the latent consciousness of her phoenix kin within her bloodline compelled her to care for her kind. In a desperate bid, she clung to Chen Zhi, her near-death body pleading, "Master, I implore you, do not harm them. Grant them a chance at life. They are my kin, my true family. Please." Jindi, with her arms wrapped around Chen Zhi's neck, buried her head against him, weeping uncontrollably. Yet, she dared not meet his gaze, fearing the denial that might greet her. She understood her position. As a slave, she held no authority to make such requests of her master. Such an act of overstepping was a grave sin. Nevertheless, she fervently begged, heedless of the consequences, as if the extinction of her phoenix kin would mean the obliteration of her entire world. "What are you babbling about?" Chen Zhi's ire surged once more at Jindi's beseeching words. "What are they to you? You have never even seen them before. Did they assist you in your moments of solitude and despair?" Suppressing his fury, he seized Jindi's neck, his violet eyes piercing into her face. "Remember, you belong to me. From now on, you need only follow me. Do not concern yourself with anything else. Heed my words. As long as you do not betray me, I shall never abandon you. Step aside." After uttering these words, the blood coursing through his veins became uncontrollable. His eyes glowed a deep crimson, as if on the verge of eruption. In the chaos of the battlefield, he no longer had any tenderness to spare for this fragile creature. He cast Jindi aside, not daring to glance back at her. With a swift motion of his arm, a tremendous current of energy surged forth, altering the very atmosphere. The winds howled and the skies darkened, his mastery over the sea igniting a transformation within the ocean itself. The waters began to chill, the temperature plummeting rapidly. Simultaneously, the sea deity, engaged in battle, began to rage uncontrollably. It swelled in size, thrashing its inky form, black tendrils swirling amidst the frigid waters. This was water of such extreme cold that any creature that came into contact would immediately lose consciousness. The fire attribute creature, the cold monkey, swiftly retreated to avoid harm. In that moment, the icy waters once again surged, raising a colossal wave that roared toward the phoenix kin. A single swell could obliterate them into dust. At this moment, Chen Zhi still clung to a flicker of hope. He yearned for the phoenix clan to awaken to the gravity of the situation, to kneel before him in supplication. If they were to do so, perhaps the tumultuous fury within him would dissipate, allowing him to regain his humanity, to recall the purpose of his journey, and possibly even grant them a reprieve. However, to his astonishment, the Phoenix clan chose a radically different path, one steeped in extremity. They gathered their last vestiges of strength, coalescing into shadowy forms reminiscent of a cluster of ebony game pieces. In an instant, their bodies ignited, glowing crimson before they swiftly expanded, igniting flames at several designated points on the ground. These points then interconnected, and a phoenix totem ascended from the sea. Subsequently, a ferocious blaze erupted, transforming into a colossal inferno. In that moment, Chen Zhi comprehended that the Phoenix clan had resigned themselves to death. This was a desperate act of self-preservation, akin to the final barrier erected by the Jurchen deities of Changbai Mountain before their demise. The power of the barrier represented the last vestige of their race. Once it was lost, the survivors would vanish as well. Strangely, it appeared that the Phoenix clan did not cherish their lives, as the true phoenixes did not emerge to rescue them. Yet, they had established a formidable array. At the critical juncture, they would ignite the entire formation with their own bodies, equivalent to unleashing an atomic bomb within a confined space. Once detonated, it would obliterate them all. But this explosive was composed of flames, the supreme fire of the phoenixes. The raging inferno surged from the ocean, hollowing out the center of the sea, creating a dichotomy of ice and fire. Nevertheless, the Phoenix clan had grossly underestimated the might of the divine. The divine are a race that cannot tolerate provocation. At this moment, Chen Zhi had been stripped of his last shred of reason, consumed by wrath. He tore his work uniform apart, bit his tongue, and with his blood, inscribed the intricate sigils of the ocean manipulation technique upon his forehead and torso. Then he merged his thumbs, forming a hollow hand seal to summon the forces of the subterranean ice sea. Chapter 342, Waters of the Ice Sea. With the full eruption of Chen Zhi's ocean manipulation technique, the newly sealed sea dragon went into a frenzy. Its eyes bulged with fury, and its black form writhed violently within the realm of ice and fire, shaking the very foundations of the earth. Suddenly, an overwhelming chill erupted from its body. In mere seconds, the colossal dragon was encased in ice, each scale transforming into a shimmering silver. Then, the dragon god opened its great maw, unleashing a torrent of ice storms from its mouth. That was the water of the subterranean ice sea. A tremendous surge of icy energy swept across the land, poised to extinguish the flickering flame of the Phoenix clan. Even though these noble beings were prepared to sacrifice their very lives to protect this flame, their strength was waning. "Master, please, I beg you." In a moment of desperation, Jiandi suddenly appeared, clutching Chen Zhi's leg. Her voice, laced with urgency and despair, had become so hoarse that it scarcely formed coherent words. "I implore you. I beseech you." Jiandi could utter nothing more, merely clinging to Chen Zhi's leg and bowing her head repeatedly in an act of supplication, her cries sorrowful beyond measure. At that moment, Chen Zhi was utterly beyond control. Within him resided another self, one that was entirely divine, filled with an overwhelming sense of pride that deemed all other life forms insignificant before him, unworthy of negotiation. Jiandi's actions were an intolerable nuisance. "Eliminate her." The voice in Chen Zhi's mind commanded. "She is a useless divine general, a member of the Phoenix clan, born with such blood. How dare she obstruct us? She is no longer of any value. Kill her, crush her head. Let the other divine generals witness the fate of those who defy their master." Upon delivering these words, the voice immediately transmitted commands to Chen Zhi's body. At that moment, Chen Zhi was entirely under the sway of this voice. His fury was uncontrollable. Anyone who hindered him deserved death, even Jiandi, who had accompanied him day and night. He raised his right hand high, with lightning crackling at his fingertips, ready to bring it down with catastrophic force to shatter Jiandi's skull. Yet, as he lowered his gaze and beheld her blood-stained, tear-streaked face, his humanity surged back, and a final flicker of reason prompted him to relent. He gently lowered his hand, grasped Jiandi by her collar, and lifted her, as if she were a fragile bird. With his deep purple eyes fixed upon hers, he questioned, "You wish for me to spare them. Do they wish to spare me? If you do not want me to kill them, do you intend for them to kill me? Are you prepared to betray me for their sake?" "No." Jiandi's frail body trembled in Chen Zhi's grasp, utterly defenseless. In her state of considerable blood loss, she was even more vulnerable than an ordinary human woman, reduced to weeping, unable to do anything else. "Master, I do not wish to betray you, but they are my kin, even though I have never met them. I know they are my family. If you must kill them, then you might as well kill me first. I would rather die than witness their demise before my eyes." In agony, Jiandi began to wail, her cries more heartrending than before, perhaps the true lament of a phoenix weeping blood. This lamentation drove Chen Zhi to the brink of despair. His reason began to unravel, and he felt an overwhelming urge to strangle Jiandi in his grip. In the final vestiges of humanity, Chen Zhi dragged Jiandi closer, his voice dripping with malice as he enunciated each word. "Remember, you are my slave. Do not utter such nonsense to me again. Otherwise, I shall take your life. Begone." With a forceful toss, he hurled Jiandi's frail form far away, whereupon she vanished into the waves, her shadow obscured. At that moment, Chen Zhi's sanity had completely dissipated. His eyes transformed into a fierce crimson hue, reflecting the boundless purple aura of the ocean, as if he were immersed in the cosmos. He raised his hands high, forming a circular seal with his thumbs, directing it towards the blazing flames of the Phoenix tribe. Summoning every ounce of strength, he bellowed, "See God! Strike!" The resounding roar echoed as an unstoppable force erupted from the dragon god's mouth, cascading uncontrollably. The frigid waters, imbued with icy energy, surged fiercely toward the collective blaze of the Phoenix tribe. Under such a formidable assault, it was clear to all what fate awaited them. The flames would soon be extinguished by the icy waters, and the Phoenix tribe would swiftly succumb to the frost, ultimately turning to dust. Yet, in that moment of impending doom, an unforeseen event transpired. Jiandi soared forth with astonishing speed, clad in her delicate white gown, resembling a fragile white bird. However, this little bird, undeterred, dove headlong into the inferno. Just as the icy waters of the underground sea collided with the flames, a tremendous explosion erupted, releasing an immense burst of light from within. A radiant fireball shot forth from the blaze, ascending and leaving a trail of searing brilliance in its wake. In an instant, colors exploded in a dazzling array. The world transformed into a realm of resplendent gold, as if the sun itself had ascended to the heavens in an overwhelming heat. From within that fireball, a magnificent phoenix, its wings aflame, emerged from the conflagration, reborn in a spectacular display. The scene was breathtaking, causing the very heavens to bow and all existence to retreat in reverence. The extraordinary heat radiating from the phoenix compelled the icy waters to recede. The powerful flames illuminated the entire sky. I find myself unable to write. Since yesterday, the nerve in my left eye has been aching. After a night's rest, the pain persists. The hospital claims it is merely visual fatigue, with no remedy available. Now, I am both weeping and suffering from my pain. It is utterly exasperating. My entire nervous system is plagued by various ailments: insomnia, headaches, neck pain, and even a day-long headache from watching 3 films. Now, I must contend with this new eye nerve pain. I am thoroughly vexed, truly overwhelmed. There is nothing more I can express. Perhaps I shall address it tomorrow. Chapter 343. At the brink of life and death throughout history, countless individuals have adorned the phoenix with exquisite and poetic descriptions, filled with envy and admiration, deeming it the most resplendent and beautiful creature under heaven. Yet, no one has truly beheld the essence of the phoenix. In later narratives, this magnificent being evolved into a vibrant female entity, meant to complement the dragon, gradually overshadowing its original splendor, which lay in its searing power. It was only upon the arrival of a true phoenix that one could grasp the profound beauty of this creature, a beauty far beyond human comprehension. Its brilliance, its radiance, and the grandeur of its blazing flames are beyond the capacity of any language to articulate. After the rebirth of the phoenix, an overwhelming inferno surged forth, engulfing the surroundings with an unstoppable force, swiftly parching the vast ocean and carving out a domain of fire, a stark contrast to the icy depths below, creating a balance of formidable powers. In that instant, the clash of ice and fire unfolded within this realm. The collision of such extreme temperatures resulted in an explosion of chaos and destruction, shaking the very heavens and earth, the cacophony drowning out all finer details. At that moment, Chen Zhi's mind was engulfed in a deafening roar, the rationality of humanity entirely stripped away from him. His thoughts were overtaken by a divine voice, an echo of victory at any cost, a voice that disregarded all life. It challenged him, daring him to assert his authority, eliminate him, set an example, and none shall dare defy you again. This voice thundered within Chen Zhi's mind, ultimately commandeering his actions. Amidst this turmoil, other voices faintly reached his ears, chaotic and indistinct, as if someone were calling his name, yet he could not discern them, nor did he care to. He swiftly opened his palm, reciting incantations with his lips. In an instant, a silver chill erupted from his hand, morphing and twisting in midair, and then the radiant silver whip soared into the sky, spiraling back into Chen Zhi's grip. At that moment, Chen Zhi's eyes, strained by the internal pressure, released a vaporous flow. His deep violet eyes shimmered in the sea like 2 luminous beacons, reminiscent of a celestial being's descent. He somersaulted, harnessing the currents to propel himself into the air, landing atop the sea goddess' head. With his foot upon the dragon's crown, he summoned the tempest, flicking his wrist with the whip. Crack! The crisp sound of the divine whip resonated, and the tumultuous sea surged forth once again, fiercer and colder, aligning with the newly reborn phoenix. Perhaps driven by the primal instinct of divine combat, the phoenix opposite him succumbed to frenzy. It emitted a fierce cry, sharp enough to pierce human eardrums, and then, with its grand flaming wings unfurled, an infinite torrent of fire erupted from its being. As Chen Zhi stood, the dragon god beneath him roared ferociously, its gaping maw unleashing torrents of icy breath that collided with the raging flames. The phoenix, undaunted by Chen Zhi's presence, charged recklessly into the icy depths, willing to perish in battle rather than retreat or abandon her kin. The situation had escalated to a life-or-death confrontation. With teeth clenched, Chen Zhi felt the surge of murderous intent engulf his reason. He pressed his fingers together at his lips and began to chant the most formidable incantation, a spell potent enough to slay deities. No divine being could escape its wrath. The fierce incantation flowed ceaselessly into the god-slaying whip, which writhed with newfound power, eager to consume divine blood. The newly emerged phoenix fought valiantly against the dragon god, but fatigue weighed heavily upon her. Her fiery form was on the verge of being encased by the frigid depths below. With a mere flick of the god-slaying whip, imbued with divine incantations, the phoenix would soon meet her demise. In essence, Jiandi was destined to be struck down by Chen Zhi's own hand. The little bird, pure of spirit like a feather, was about to be extinguished under his own might. Yet, in that moment, Chen Zhi was oblivious to these thoughts. His mind was consumed by a fervor that left no room for emotions. Blood coursed through his veins as he gritted his teeth, infusing the god-slaying spell into the whip with every word he uttered. He raised the whip high, ready to bring it crashing down. In that fleeting instant, everything, this newborn phoenix, Jiao, who had once been his steadfast companion, and the newly uncovered realm along with its mysteries, was poised to vanish into oblivion. The god-slaying whip was an unstoppable force, descending with the might of lightning, aimed directly at the phoenix's head. Then, in that critical moment, Chen Zhi felt a powerful grip on his shoulder. It was a man's hand, rough and strong, reminiscent of an aged elder or perhaps the claw of a dragon. Without turning to look, Chen Zhi was certain that it belonged to his newly appointed sea god, the Black Dragon of Wushan. "Master, please reconsider," an aged voice implored, as strong hands grasped Chen Zhi's shoulders. "The heavens and the earth possess form. Fire and water are at odds. If fire extinguishes, water will also perish. Should you slay this phoenix today, its flames will inevitably turn upon me, and in my demise, I shall follow suit." "But what of it?" Chen Zhi, consumed by rage, had lost all sense of retreat. "Are you afraid?" he taunted. "Wushan Long, you have lived for over 10,000 years, and today you finally attained divinity. Are you truly fearful on the battlefield? Have you not slain enough in this millennium? Is the fear of death not laughable?" "Master, please quell your anger. I do not fear death," the Wushan Black Dragon replied from behind Chen Zhi in a weary tone. "Do not be hasty. This phoenix has only just been reborn. It is a rare occurrence, and it is loyal to you, not your enemy, but your servant. Have you forgotten the purpose of your arrival? You bear no grudge against the Phoenix clan. You came here to seek the truth of the heavenly way. Why force the Phoenix clan to the brink of extinction, thereby losing 2 of your divine generals? My death is of little consequence. Yet the dragon and phoenix are among the rarest treasures of this world, now nearly extinct. Once I and that phoenix perish, such wonders will be near impossible to find again, leaving your ranks bereft." Reflecting on a time long past, I was fortunate to witness the divine Emperor Fuxi. His temperament was fierce, merciless in his judgments, and he did not spare any mistakes, leading to the slaughter of countless dragons and phoenixes, leaving none to remain. This is a grave error. Master, you are not Fuxi. You are the current chieftain of the Shiqi clan. Chapter 344. Coexistence of ice and fire. The sea god's words carried significant weight, akin to an ice cube cast into a volcano, a sobering pill. At this moment, the ancient dragon's counsel was the sole clarity that penetrated Chen Zhi's mind. His final remark, "You are not Fuxi, but the chieftain of Shiqi," resonated profoundly. It felt as though a bucket of ice water had been thrown over Chen Zhi, awakening him from his stupor. The human consciousness that had been momentarily dispersed began to return. "What am I doing? Have I gone mad?" It was only now that Chen Zhi began to contemplate the true purpose of his presence here. They had endured countless hardships, sacrificing invaluable time to pursue this hidden path. From the initial discovery of the Phoenix clan to suspecting the demise of Emperor Xian, the journey to this very place had been arduous. His pursuit of the Phoenix clan was driven by the hope that it would lead him to the tomb of the Shang monarch. Yet, here he stood, on the verge of destroying this crucial lead with his own hands. Most critically, he was about to slay Jiao, the devoted little bird that had accompanied him day and night. As Chen Zhi cast his gaze forward, the chaotic scene before him began to calm. He beheld the phoenix, resplendent yet clearly at the end of its strength. Its fiery form struggled valiantly against the icy sea, attempting to shield its kin from the onslaught, a sight both heroic and heart-wrenching. The phoenix wept crimson tears, its eyes perpetually streaming with blood. In those delicate orbs, Chen Zhi discerned the boundless sorrow of Jiao. Her heart was engulfed in a lament of despair, perhaps calling out Chen Zhi's name since earlier, yet he remained oblivious to her cries. The frenzied, wrathful divinity had completely overtaken his mind in that fleeting moment. What transpired? Am I mad? Chen Zhi chastised the voice within him, which gradually diminished in intensity. His violet eyes flickered and dimmed, gradually cooling as sensation returned to his body, and pain rekindled in his heart, awakening his capacity for compassion. He recognized that his consciousness as a human had resurfaced. He swiftly recited an incantation, summoning the divine whip back. The previously ferocious and bloodthirsty whip seemed reluctant. having yet to taste divine blood. However, upon being summoned, it spiraled in the air, radiating a sudden brilliance before distorting into a mass and transforming into a silver ring, retracting into the palm of Chen Zhi's hand. Subsequently, he employed the ocean manipulation technique to summon the subterranean ice sea back to its origins. The waters within the space began to swell and writhe, akin to a colossal pump swiftly draining the liquid. As the ocean gradually receded, the vast expanse of sea diminished, and the sea god's immense form faded alongside it, ultimately vanishing from sight. The terrifying clash of ice and fire was instantaneously eradicated, restoring tranquility to the space once more. The phoenix, now utterly exhausted, let out a mournful cry before plummeting to the ground, reverting to Jian's youthful visage. Chen Zhi lightened the air currents surrounding him, gently descending from the barrier bubble. Upon touching the ground, he immediately lifted Jian into his arms. Jian appeared pitiable, her body marred with blood and burns, her face streaked with the crimson trails of tears. It was evident that she had been weeping uncontrollably since earlier, now entirely unconscious. Orange, were you mad just now? Fat Wei and Ghost Blade rushed over, having been safely placed by the cold monkey during the flood before it departed. Now that the waters had receded, they hurried towards Chen Zhi, with Fat Wei expressing his agitation. You've gone insane. We were shouting for you. And you didn't hear us? Damn it. You've become utterly ruthless, even to Jian. Your eyes were like those of a demon, glowing violet. Are you truly becoming a monster, devoid of humanity? If one day, Knife and I stand in your way, would you slay us as well? Enough, Ghost Blade interjected. Far more composed than Fat Wei. He pulled Fat Wei back and shook his head, signaling for silence. Then he approached Chen Zhi and inquired, Tribal Chief, are you all right? Your demeanor seemed rather peculiar just now. Chen Zhi exhaled softly, I am aware. Once this matter becomes public, please refrain from discussing it with anyone. Rest assured. I am fully cognizant, Chen Zhi added, patting Ghost Blade's shoulder and assisting him to his feet before glancing ahead. There stood Jiang, who had been silently observing the entire scene since earlier. The fierce battle with the Feng clan had left her injured, her wounds not significantly less severe than Ghost Blade's. Yet, she maintained her composure, her expression calm. She glanced at Chen Zhi, then at Jian in his arms, and coldly remarked, she is gravely injured. We should attend to her first. The Feng clan members are also severely wounded, mostly frozen, and require time by the campfire to thaw. We should not leave this place just yet. We need to recuperate. We need to leave now. Fat Wei objected. Jian has lost so much blood. She requires immediate transfusion. Ji Ying's expression suddenly turned grave as she turned back to Chen Zhi. I have a suggestion for the tribal chief. If you wish to address anything or inquire about the Feng clan, please do so swiftly. As she spoke, her eyes flickered momentarily, and she hesitated before continuing. Chen Zhi felt a surge of foreboding and pressed. What is amiss? Ji Ying, how did you arrive here? Did he find out? Yes, Ji Ying replied resolutely. Raising her head, the moment you arrive, the chief was informed. He was furious, mobilizing the highest forces of Shiqi, and is personally leading the charge here. I have come to deliver this news to you, tribal chief. Please prepare yourself. If there are any unresolved matters, address them promptly, for the chief will arrive shortly. Chapter 345. The new Phoenix. Ji Ying's words weighed heavily, akin to a stone sinking into the hearts of all present. Everyone was aware of Bao Ping's manner of operation and could envision the consequences of his wrath. However, that was a matter for another time, only relevant to Chen Zhi and Bao Ping, the leaders of Shiqi, while others had no stake in it. For now, there was no urgency in contemplation. Thus, as Ji Ying advised, if there were any leads to uncover or tasks to complete before the arrival of Shiqi's forces, it was prudent to act swiftly. Chen Zhi commanded everyone to rest in place, as the recent battle had ravaged the area. The ferocious tsunami had wreaked havoc, uprooting nearly all the phoenix trees. Now, aside from the enormous bird's nest, the landscape resembled a desolate ruin, littered with shattered trees and broken branches. Chen Zhi instructed everyone to find a safe haven amidst the ruins. Each individual carried a satchel filled with an ample supply of medicine and bandages to tend to their wounds. Gui Dao and Ji Ying bore significant injuries, particularly Gui Dao, who suffered multiple fractures. Pang Wei had a considerable chunk of flesh torn away, causing him excruciating pain. However, after bandaging, he seemed to be in manageable condition. Only Jian was gravely injured, her breaths faint and labored, as if she were on the brink of death. Unlike humans, demigods faced a more complicated healing process due to their transformation issues. Chen Zhi first placed a resurrection pill into Jiandi's mouth to help her sustain her breath. He then summoned Wu Jia, retrieving several healing talismans crafted by the shaman, which he buried beneath Jiandi, creating what resembled a healing bed. Following the prescribed procedure, he utilized the talismans to administer healing spells. Once Wu Jia had arranged the talismans, it approached Chen Zhi, its head lowered, and expressed a few words. Master. The battle we just witnessed was truly spectacular. My humble status allows me only to observe. It is indeed a stroke of fortune to witness such an event. However, upon the dragon god's return, it entrusted me with a message for you. Upon hearing the name of the dragon god, Chen Zhi immediately became attentive. From the earlier events, he discerned that this venerable creature of Wushan was indeed wise and composed, akin to a venerable elder among humans. Its foresight was remarkable, lacking impulsiveness, and it was far from the savage demeanor it outwardly portrayed. Having lived for over 10 millennia, it had endured much and possessed knowledge of ancient matters that Chen Zhi was unaware of. Thus, every word it spoke bore significant weight. What message does it have? Chen Zhi inquired of Wu Jia. Please relay it to me verbatim. It conveyed that although it sustained grave injuries upon returning underground, it specifically instructed me to inform you not to expend excessive effort searching this area, as it would be a waste of time and energy. Furthermore, there is no need to treat the Phoenix clan with undue harshness or intimidation. Though they are considered offsprings, they have always held a proud lineage. They are unafraid of death, possessing an inherently noble disposition. Attempting to force them would only serve to fortify their resolve. Even if one were to shatter their teeth, they would remain silent. However, the Phoenix clan is exceptionally obedient to their leader, the Phoenix Emperor, following his commands without question. The Dragon God has confirmed Jiandi's identity as a direct descendant of the Phoenix Emperor. Now, with the fate of the Phoenix Emperor uncertain, not a single Phoenix remains alive in the entire Phoenix nest. As the reborn Phoenix of Nirvana, Jiandi stands as the new leader of the Phoenix clan. The Dragon God's implication was that you need not resort to conflict. Simply allow Jiandi to inquire among the Phoenix clan, and they will undoubtedly share all they know. Transforming hostility into harmony will yield significant support in the future. Understanding the situation, Chen Zhi nodded slightly. Had it not been for the venerable Dragon God, he might have committed an exceedingly foolish act. Deities may possess formidable divinity, exhibiting decisiveness and fearlessness, yet at times they lack rationality. I understand now. You may leave. Chen Zhi gently nodded, signaling Wu Jia to depart. Wu Jia immediately retreated with utmost respect, diving into the ground to attend to Jiandi's wounds. At this moment, Chen Zhi suddenly felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, his head spinning and a ringing in his ears. He subsequently ingested some restorative pills, lying down on the ground and closing his eyes to recuperate. The vast and formidable spells he had just unleashed were no trifling matter. He felt as though his magical energy had been entirely drained and his body exhausted to the utmost limit. He needed to swiftly regain his strength and find a way to awaken Jiandi before he could subdue the Phoenix clan. As for Bao Ping, that was a concern for another time. Chen Zhi did not believe Bao Ping would kill him, yet he was disinclined to ponder what their reunion would entail. After resting here for approximately 3 hours, they gradually regained their basic strength. Both were seasoned travelers, accustomed to broken bones, bleeding, and injuries. Such experiences were commonplace. Chen Zhi had even forgotten what pain felt like. Under the influence of the healing talismans, Jiandi's bodily functions began to stabilize, her breathing growing more even. After undergoing the Phoenix's rebirth, she had immediately engaged in battle, her power unleashed with such intensity that her energy channels had been entirely depleted. However, with the restoration of her bodily functions, her blood began to regenerate rapidly and life started to stir within her. After a while, Chen Zhi noticed her eyes flutter open slightly, a narrow slit revealing her gaze. The moment she first beheld Chen Zhi, her body shivered, and tears began to flow. She appeared exceedingly weak, her lips trembling as she attempted to speak, but lacked the strength to do so. Finally, with Ji Ying's assistance, she slowly raised her body and managed to utter her first words to Chen Zhi. I didn't intend to betray you. Please, don't abandon me. I understand. Chen Zhi felt a pang of sorrow in his heart, a wave of guilt prompting him to grasp Jiandi's hand. I'm sorry for frightening you. But I did not break my promise. As long as you do not betray me, I shall never leave your side. Rest assured, from this moment forth, I will not harm your kin. Chapter 346. Submission. In the time that followed, Jiandi began to rapidly regain her vitality, her body and strength healing at an astonishing rate. It was only now that Chen Zhi truly witnessed the extraordinary nature of the phoenix. Marveling at its powerful healing and rebirth abilities, the legend of the phoenix's rebirth was indeed well-deserved. Jiandi's injuries were mending swiftly, her blood circulating anew, and her metabolism stabilizing rapidly. Almost every minute, Jiandi's condition improved slightly, while the members of the Phoenix clan also began to recover gradually. During this period, Ji Ying and Wu Jia have been diligently assisting these beings in their recovery. They ignited a bonfire nearby and buried healing talismans in the ground. They carefully laid the Phoenix kin near the fire, surrounding them with water to prevent their bones from fracturing under the rapid increase in temperature. The damage inflicted by the icy depths of the underground sea was no trifling matter. When these phoenixes were discovered, they were frozen stiff, resembling stone. Now, as they were gradually warmed by the flames, their muscles and bones began to revive swiftly, and many of them started to convulse violently. Numerous bones emitted cracking sounds, a testament to the fractures within, followed by intense muscular contractions. One by one, they leapt high from the ground, only to crash back down repeatedly, creating a comical spectacle reminiscent of popping candy from a distance. However, upon closer inspection, the anguish etched on their faces revealed the excruciating pain they were enduring. After some time of such torment, the phoenixes eventually began to settle, collapsing onto the ground, unable to move. After a considerable interval, a few of them managed to sit up, yet they remained silent, refusing both the water and medicine offered by Chen Zhi, embodying a defiance that suggested a willingness to embrace death. The standoff persisted for quite a while, with no progress in communication. These stone-like phoenixes fixed their elongated eyes fiercely upon Chen Zhi's group, their malevolent gazes seemingly wishing to tear him apart at once. Indeed, as the dragon god had stated, the descendants of the phoenix are unafraid of death. Engaging in further dialogue with these obstinate beings was a futile endeavor. It would be best to await Jiandi's intervention. Subsequently, Chen Zhi forbade anyone from approaching the phoenixes with slender eyes, allowing them to recuperate in solitude. Once Jiandi could muster the strength to stand and walk, Chen Zhi offered her a few words of encouragement and draped a thin blanket over her shoulders, urging her to join the phoenix kin for a moment of togetherness. The bond of blood was a gift from the heavens. Although Jiandi had never encountered these phoenixes before, nor understood their ways, as she approached, an innate familial affection blossomed between them. The phoenixes surprisingly embraced Jiandi, clustering together like a flock of birds. After a while, they began to weep in unison, casting resentful glances towards Chen Zhi in the distance. It was as though they perceived him as a great villain who had wronged these fragile avian beings. Their resilience shone through as they survived the calamity and reunited, sharing their grief together. Once their tears had subsided, conversation ensued. The phoenixes chattered among themselves like a flock of birds, their voices hushed, occasionally glancing over at Chen Zhi with their slender eyes, as if fearful he might overhear. In truth, their language was comprehensible only to themselves, sounding like a cacophony that left others bewildered and uninterested. Jiandi conversed with them for an extended period before finally returning. Upon encountering Chen Zhi, she did not speak immediately but stood upright and solemnly knelt down. As Jiandi knelt, the other members of the Phoenix clan behind her also followed suit, kneeling in unison. This act represented a significant transformation, signifying the entire Phoenix clan's submission. Chen Zhi was genuinely taken aback by the swift and seemingly illogical progression of events. He sensed that the Phoenix clan remained proud and reluctant, kneeling with great unwillingness. Yet, they still yielded to Jiandi's authority. Once the ceremony of submission concluded, Jiandi rose and recounted the findings from her earlier inquiries. It turned out that these so-called phoenixes were no longer the ancient lineage they once were. Jiandi had engaged in extensive discussions with the Phoenix clan, uncovering various truths, some of which Chen Zhi was already aware of, while others were entirely new to him. Jiandi's current understanding revealed that the Phoenix clan had indeed held the duty of guarding the tomb of Emperor Xian since ancient times, a responsibility they had consistently upheld. As avian creatures, the phoenixes naturally formed flocks, placing great value on their leader, the Phoenix Emperor. The words of the Phoenix Emperor were regarded as law, even in death. His wishes remained an inviolable command for future generations. The remaining members of the clan were predominantly youthful, most not surpassing a century in age, and many had never laid eyes on the Phoenix Emperor. However, their elders had once been revered ancient phoenixes who were aware of the Emperor's existence and had witnessed him firsthand. According to legend, the Phoenix Emperor was the only male phoenix of the clan, a direct descendant of Bygone, and possessed extraordinary prowess. It was said that centuries ago, he had adhered to Bygone's final wishes to guard Emperor Xian's tomb, after which he never returned. In the years that followed, only a few elder phoenixes led the clan. 30 years ago, these aged phoenixes unexpectedly journeyed to the god of cookery's tomb for one final ritual. This pilgrimage was purposeful, as it was rumored they bore secret edicts from the Phoenix Emperor commanding them to take their own lives. Following that ritual, those elder phoenixes fulfilled their ancestors' wishes, relinquishing their rebirth and ending their lives, never to return. Before their demise, they instructed the young phoenixes to remain eternally confined, lest any secrets be divulged. The young phoenixes were not privy to the reasons behind the elders' actions or the secrets left by their ancestors. They merely stood guard. However, they were aware that deep within the phoenix nest lay the ancestral burial ground, known as the Phoenix Tomb. In their final moments, those elder phoenixes had entered this sacred site, which held profound significance for the entire clan. The phoenixes who had renounced rebirth and their spiritual altars were all enshrined there. Chen Zhi might venture to that place, perhaps uncovering something of value. Perhaps that place harbors the secret that Chen Zhi has long yearned to uncover. In the subsequent hours, the Feng clan began to lead them deep into the nest of the phoenix, seeking the burial site of the mythical bird. It turned out that the enormous hive was an intricately embedded structure, entirely hollowed out from colossal stones, deeply nestled within the ancient parasol tree, drawing upon its essence. This venerable tree is steeped in legend, said to have emerged at the dawn of creation, during the era of chaos, from which the first phoenix took flight. This ancient parasol tree, coeval with the universe itself, is a sacred relic of the Feng clan, giving birth to all its members through its ethereal energies. The depths of that nest lie beneath the roots of the parasol tree, where it is said the phoenixes who, for various reasons, chose to reject rebirth and in their lives were laid to rest. The nature of their remains remains a mystery to the Feng clan outside. Remarkably, the parasol tree possesses a unique spirit. Despite the tempestuous battle that recently raged, it remained unscathed. Now, having settled into tranquility, the ancient tree radiates a divine light. An infinite power emanating from within, gradually mending its injured branches and restoring its former lushness. The ethereal energy from the roots extends outward, reaching the remnants of the parasol trees scattered across the ground. Those uprooted trees, having been severed during the battle, also receive this revitalizing force, sprouting anew as if reborn. In no time, these majestic trees astonishingly stood upright once more, adorned with a vibrant canopy. "Goodness, this place is truly incredible," exclaimed Pang Wei, clutching his wound while walking beside Chen Zhi. Not only do the phoenixes here possess extraordinary powers, but even the trees can be revived. This resembles the immortal fruit tree from Journey to the West. I bet that consuming the immortal fruit would imbue us with such celestial energy, granting us eternal life. We ought to take some back so that Lu Baobao can cook them for us. After declaring this, Pang Wei began to gather the large, hard fruits of the parasol tree that littered the ground, resembling a scatter of coffee beans. All creatures' behaviors are intricately linked to their habitats, Chen Zhi remarked. The phoenix is an enigmatic being, one that existed long before human civilization. We cannot fathom the evolutionary journey it has undergone. However, its environment must correlate with its biological attributes. Surviving in such conditions signifies a creature of remarkable character. As for those fruits you mentioned, I suspect they would do more harm than good, perhaps even costing you your life. Have you forgotten? Those parasol fruits are highly toxic. Ah, I nearly forgot, Pang Wei exclaimed, promptly discarding the fruit from his hand and fervently wiping his palms, fearful of any lingering trace. Yet Chen Zhi picked up an item and placed it in his treasure pouch, for if utilized judiciously, it could prove to be of great significance. As they continued their journey, the Phoenix tribe remained reticent, their faces still etched with hostility and aloofness. However, Chen Zhi felt no trace of murderous intent from them any longer. Throughout their travels, he grappled with a perplexing dilemma that lingered in his mind. The Phoenix tribe was indeed formidable, Even without employing any spells, their physical prowess was daunting. Yet, these beings were not true phoenixes. They were merely young, inexperienced science. If they could attain such prowess, what then could be said of the esteemed purebred phoenixes, even the Phoenix Emperor? What level of strength might they possess? Chen Zhi found himself unable to fathom their might. Should he ever encounter such formidable entities, how would he contend with them? Would he emerge victorious in the end? Moreover, according to the accounts of these young phoenixes, 30 years prior, the great phoenixes had relinquished their chances of rebirth following a tribute to the tomb of the culinary deity, thereby concluding their own lives. This was undoubtedly an extreme measure, likely mandated by the Phoenix Emperor. The Emperor's intent at that time seemed to have been to silence them, concealing a secret that must not be revealed. If this were indeed the case, it would imply that the great phoenixes were privy to certain clandestine knowledge, secrets that could not be disclosed. What could these secrets be? Were they related to the burial secrets of Emperor Xian of the Shang dynasty? Furthermore, according to the young phoenixes, the Phoenix Emperor had gone to guard the tomb centuries ago. Where exactly had he gone to watch over? Whose tomb was he tending to? Was it that of Emperor Xian? After all this time, did this Phoenix Emperor, who existed centuries ago, still draw breath? As Chen Zhi pondered these thoughts, he followed the Phoenix tribe forward, for they knew the way. Upon re-entering the nest, they traversed through the densely packed chambers resembling a beehive, consuming little time. They once again stood before the enormous crimson egg, the golden symbols upon it still strikingly vivid. Jiao led the way inside, and Chen Zhi and the others followed suit. This time, he harbored no fears of betrayal from the Phoenix tribe, nor did he worry that they would exploit the unique terrain to disrupt his spells. For at that moment, Chen Zhi was certain that these young phoenixes were utterly oblivious to the greater truths. They merely acted as vessels for their ancestors' commands, devoid of any comprehension of the command's significance. Presently, they regarded Jiao as their true leader. Despite their disdain for Chen Zhi, they would not contravene Jiao's wishes. This realm remained a fiery world, with vibrant red structures that could suddenly become searingly hot. The buildings here were far more substantial than those of the outer nest, suggesting that the original inhabitants, the phoenixes, were of noble lineage, likely the legendary great phoenixes. They had the ability to transform into human form. As they advanced further, the surroundings continued to be suffused with a blood-red hue. However, they beheld a rather towering crimson edifice, one that bore a striking resemblance to human abodes. Though devoid of ostentatious embellishments, it exuded an air of profound nobility. If one were to draw a comparison, it resembled a palace from the human realm. Upon reaching this juncture, the Phoenix clan hesitated to advance further. They bowed low, kneeling in reverence, murmuring fervently to Jiao. Jiao then turned to Chen Zhi and said, "Chieftain, they cannot escort us inside. This place was once the dwelling of the Phoenix Emperor, and their status forbids them from entering. However, they have informed me that beyond this threshold lies the burial ground of the Phoenixes. It is said that the great Phoenixes of your entered here and never emerged again. Now that I have undergone my rebirth, I possess the right to enter. Allow me to guide you in. However, once we are inside, silence is paramount. Utter not a word, for within this realm, your identities have been stripped away. You are merely guests of the Phoenixes." Chapter 348, The Quest for the Tomb, Part 2. Jiao then led them into the interior of the palace. This structure bore an uncanny resemblance to human architecture, featuring a standard-sized entrance, albeit without a door. The dimensions were reminiscent of human proportions, yet one could sense that the inhabitants rarely traversed the ground. There were no designated pathways for walking. The floor was predominantly curved, punctuated by numerous apertures. It appeared that those residing within primarily moved through leaps and flights, their overall demeanor ethereal. The surroundings blazed with a fiery hue, maintaining the same unadorned style as the outer chambers, devoid of ornamental objects, furniture, or utensils. Yet, the architectural scale was extraordinarily grand. Every corner, every detail, and even every curve was astonishingly perfect. Within such a flawless structure, one could not help but feel a sense of oppression, as though they had stepped into a realm entirely apart, where the Phoenixes reigned supreme, their decrees establishing the very fabric of truth. Regardless of one's stature in the outside world, even the noblest of lords or the mightiest of gods must bow in humility, listening to the voices of the Phoenixes. In comparison to the external crimson structures, this palace was indeed far more expansive, devoid of thrones or the trappings of human royalty. Everything was pristine. almost exuding an air of aloofness. After wandering through this fiery expanse for some time, one's vision began to wane, and upon closing their eyes, all that remained was a sea of red. As a darkened exit emerged ahead, the eyes of all seemed to blur, casting doubt upon whether they were experiencing an illusion. There indeed existed a dark exit, from which an eerie wind emanated, inducing a sensation of dizziness upon arrival. Chen Zhi quickly discerned that this was a junction between two realms. Upon entry, the air became exceedingly thin. Venturing deeper would likely result in a complete absence of breathable air. Jiao, however, seemed unfazed by this oxygen-deprived environment, naturally stepping into the entrance. Her figure soon swallowed by the darkness. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi and the others had no choice but to bite onto their oxygen tubes, maximizing their oxygen intake. For in such conditions, even if suffocation did not claim them, toxic gases might. Upon entering the cave, the temperature plummeted abruptly, stripping away the opulent warmth of the outside world and the comforting flicker of flames. Before them lay a steeply descending path, akin to a sharp ladder. They traversed this route for an extended period, as if descending an inclined staircase, its steepness daunting. Ultimately, the path reached its terminus, and the surrounding environment began to clarify. It became evident that they were at the very roots of the ancient sycamore tree, with gnarled roots intertwining like massive tunnels, each root as thick as a mountain passage, forming a spectacular spectacle when intertwined. Here, there was no soil, only a coarse, sandy mud intermingled with crystals, everywhere tangled roots creating numerous wooden caverns, each bearing many openings. Upon arriving here, Jiao appeared to suddenly recognize her surroundings. The primal force coursing through her veins rendered the scent of this place intimately familiar, prompting her to quicken her steps, her emotions surging with excitement, as if she were on the verge of reuniting with long-lost kin. Jiao sprinted ahead, with Chen Zhi and the others hastily following, weaving through countless vine-like roots and squeezing through myriad tree hollows. Eventually, they found themselves in a vast and shadowy expanse. The darkness here was remarkably pure, obscuring even the visibility of one's own fingers, the surroundings stretching infinitely. This was undoubtedly the deepest root of the great sycamore, the very heart of the tree. They illuminated the darkness with their searchlights, occasionally catching glimpses of strange silhouettes, some resembling enormous wings, others appearing as elongated necks, yet remaining indistinct. At last, they uncovered the true forms of these shadows, and the sight that emerged under the beam of their searchlights was astonishingly unexpected. It was a multitude of colossal phoenixes, so grand that they evoked a sense of awe. In comparison to the phoenix Jiao had recently transformed into, these beings were significantly larger, with elongated necks held high in pride, their formidable claws firmly gripping the ground, though their eyes remained indistinct. These phoenixes appeared to be petrified, their entire forms transformed into a gray hue, resembling sculptures carved from stone. Yet, upon closer inspection, it became evident that their feathers were indeed real, adorned with traces of flames. Each phoenix exhibited distinct female characteristics, belonging to the class of the regal phoenix. Their postures are extraordinarily exquisite, each feather perfect as if crafted by an artist's hand. One can only imagine the resplendent beauty these grand phoenixes exhibited in life. Alas, this magnificent and vibrant species has irrevocably concluded its existence, forever deprived of the opportunity to behold the world anew. They navigated through the remains of these colossal beings, and upon completing their circuit, counted over 20 phoenixes. Each was immense, flawless, and adorned with a regal splendor, all seemingly perished with their necks arched in pride. Undaunted by the specter of death, Chen Zhi deduced from their vast sizes that these great phoenixes must be of considerable age, perhaps some having existed for millennia. One wonders what thoughts occupied their minds at the moment they forsook rebirth in favor of death. Did they feel a sense of sorrow? Upon witnessing these phoenixes, Jiao was overtaken by profound melancholy. Yet, she pressed onward with urgency, as though aware of something of great significance ahead. Eventually, they arrived at the innermost sanctum, discovering the heart of this phoenix burial ground. It was a vast expanse of tree bark, resembling a wall, likely the innermost surface of an ancient sycamore. The exterior of these sycamores was delicately textured, appearing almost as tender as human skin. Within the wood, a vast altar had been hollowed out, its unparalleled craftsmanship transcending mere description. Upon this altar rested an array of grand spirit tablets, akin to those seen in the tomb of the celestial fox deity, each inscribed with names. However, the characters on these tablets were incomprehensible, presumably a script exclusive to the Phoenix clan. The moment Jiao beheld these inscriptions, tears streamed from her eyes. She lowered herself to the ground, crawling forward, kneeling before the tablets, and prostrating herself in fervent mourning. Chen Zhi understood that these ancient tablets must represent the ancestral spirits of the Phoenix lineage. According to the Phoenix secret record, the Phoenix clan venerates the male, with only one male reigning at a time, known as the Phoenix Emperor. Their lifespans are exceedingly long. It is conceivable that one of these tablets could belong to the chieftain of the Phoenix clan from the Yinshang era, likely bygone. Chapter 349. The Nameless Spirit Tablet. Each spirit tablet stood tall, astonishingly grand, akin to exquisitely crafted gravestones. The inscriptions upon them were nearly indecipherable, yet the strokes flowed gracefully, evoking the high and ethereal essence of the Phoenix. Jiao remained kneeling beneath these tablets, weeping, creating an oddly beautiful yet haunting scene. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi stood respectfully behind her, bowing courteously before meticulously observing the arrangement and orientation of the spirit tablets. It appeared to align with the descriptions in the Phoenix secret record. The Phoenix clan indeed embodies a strict hierarchy, distinguishing clearly between the legitimate and the illegitimate. Here lies an abundance of spirit tablets, most towering several meters in height, varying in style and size. However, the few tablets positioned at the center are truly formidable, some reaching heights of over 10 meters, with a few even exceeding 20 meters, their tops obscured from view as one gazes upward. Upon these grand tablets, there are supplementary inscriptions, written in divine script, which Chen Zhi comprehends. The foremost of these towering tablets has become shrouded in darkness, rendering its details indistinguishable, a relic of ancient origins, seemingly alien to this world. The only one visible below casts a faint shadow in the gloom. Chen Zhi illuminated it with a spotlight, revealing a sliver of divine writing at its base. The text is densely packed with ornate phrases, many titles and epithets that likely denote names and divine appellations, archaic and indecipherable. Yet, one name stands out clearly: Bygone. The inscription of Bygone on this tablet is quite extensive, and when translated, conveys the essence of the Feng clan, the lineage of Bygone. Scion. Chen Zhi recalls having seen the surname Zong on the tombstone of Wu Chonglu's daughter-in-law. In numerous legends, the surname of the Phoenix clan among mortals is Zong. Here, it appears that their divine surname is Zibai, with Feng being their highest appellation. Chen Zhi remembers that the Phoenix Codex spoke of this lineage as being of noble descent, with origins intertwined with Nuwa. However, the Codex does not elaborate on the intrinsic connection between the two. Judging by the scale of this spirit tablet altar, the bloodline of this Phoenix is indeed ancient. If one were to ascend from here, they might encounter many names unknown to human history. While the majority of the text on Bygone's tablet remains obscured, there exists an even larger spirit tablet beneath it. This tablet is impressively tall and exquisitely crafted, evidently of a standard befitting the Phoenix Emperor. However, it bears no inscriptions, merely a blank wooden surface, a rather uncommon occurrence. According to ancient customs, a spirit tablet is only created posthumously. An empty spirit tablet typically signifies ominous implications. It is likely that the individual was still alive at the time of its crafting. Erecting a tablet for someone not yet deceased implies that their fate is already sealed, destined to pass away far from home, hence the need to secure a place. This peculiar situation caught Jiandi's attention. After weeping bitterly, Jiandi finally rose, slowly crawling forward with trembling hands to touch the nameless tablet, tears streaming down. "This is my father," she cried, her voice a mournful lament akin to that of a wounded bird. "This is the spirit seat they have prepared for my father. Can you be certain?" Chen Zhi cast a skeptical glance at the empty tablet. He hesitated, uncertain whether the information relayed from Jiandi was entirely accurate. Her overwhelming emotions could easily mislead him. "It is him," Jiandi asserted with unwavering certainty. "Though my mother has never mentioned him, I do not know his name. But I know it is he. He is my father." After Jiandi spoke these words, she curled up beneath the spirit tablet, resembling a wounded bird, huddled tightly against the stone, her feathers bristling in distress. At that moment, something unforeseen occurred. Perhaps it was the bond of kinship, for upon the spirit tablet, crimson stains began to manifest, as if the wood within the tablet were bleeding. Subsequently, Rows of characters emerged from the once blank surface. These inscriptions conformed to the format of the Phoenix Emperor's spirit tablet, adorned with numerous Phoenix characters. At the bottom, a brief divine script revealed a familiar name, Zibai Shi Quan. Chen Zhi, from a distance, gazed at the blood-red characters, his heart skipping a beat. Slowly, he approached and gently caressed the edges of the grand spirit tablet, contemplating those striking words. He silently pondered. I always knew you would not easily perish. It turns out you have been concealed here all along. My very existence, for these millennia in the West Qi, has likely unfolded beneath your watchful eyes. Historical records recount that after Baigon's demise, his wife, Gui Shi, fled from Chao Gu while pregnant for 3 months. In the stone chamber of Chonglen, she gave birth to a son named Quan, the legitimate heir of Baigon. Following the establishment of peace by King Wu of Zhou after the defeat of Zhou, he sought the descendants of Baigon, discovered the orphan born in Chonglen, and bestowed land and titles upon him, establishing a temple in honor of Baigon, changing the child's surname to Lin, thereby making him the progenitor of the Lin clan, erasing the Baigon lineage. This was initially a tale of noble lineage. However, later, Bao Ping revealed to Chen Zhi the grim truth. That child had already perished. No survivors remained in West Qi. The lineage of Baigon had long been extinguished, marking a dark chapter in West Qi's history. Yet, upon hearing this, Chen Zhi felt an instinctive conviction. He believed that child would not succumb so easily. What King Wu and Jiang Zia had found was likely a substitute. The spirit tablet before him now unequivocally validated Chen Zhi's suspicions. It bore the child's name clearly, Zibai Shi Quan. Quan, akin to a flowing river merging with the sea, stands in stark contrast to the fiery realm. This name, evidently chosen with great deliberation, allowed him to retreat into the shadows, biding his time for the future. Thus, 5 millennia have passed. This scion of the Phoenix has inherited the position of the Phoenix Emperor, quietly observing the vast expanse of Huaxia. He remained hidden, shouldering the fate and mission of the entire Phoenix clan, living a life both noble and secretive. He has diligently guarded his father's secrets, fulfilling his father's promise to the tyrant Zhou Wang. Perhaps his union with the Xian bird was merely a serendipitous occurrence, yet it ultimately led to the birth of Jiandi. Due to his exceptional status, Jiandi's mother never revealed his name until her death. Jiandi's noble heritage has also remained concealed, treated as the illegitimate child of the Xian bird throughout her life. Perhaps this is the very essence of destiny. The noble Phoenix Emperor has departed from this realm, embarking on a journey to guard the tomb. Is he still among the living? Can Jiandi sense his state of being? Chen Zhi gently placed his hand upon Jiandi's shoulder, reassuring her to cease her tears, and continued. I have heard it said that avian creatures possess a vague instinct, allowing them to sense one another's whereabouts in existence. Much like the flocks of geese soaring through the sky, I believe that for beings such as you, the phoenix, endowed with spirit, this ability must be even more profound. As he spoke, Chen Zhi lightly gestured towards the spiritual tablet of Baiquan before them, inquiring, is he still alive? I do not know. Jiandi shook her head softly, still weeping as she clutched the immense spiritual tablet, which seemed to be the sole remnant left by her father. She held it tightly, as if fearing it might vanish. My mind is in turmoil. The information I receive is jumbled. I have glimpsed many memories of the Phoenix clan, some so ancient they are indistinct. Yet, I cannot sense him. I am unaware of his fate. Can you visualize his image? Chen Zhi pressed on. What manner of person was he? I cannot see. Jiandi replied, her head bowed as she clung to the large spiritual tablet. But I can feel his profound sorrow. He has suppressed so much within him. The anguish has solidified in her heart, isolating him from all others. I believe this torment has lingered for an eternity. The information swirling in my mind is chaotic. The knowledge that once belonged to the Xian bird has gradually faded, replaced by an influx of memories from the Phoenix clan. Among them, details about my father have become hazy. I cannot discern his visage, nor can I perceive his character. All that I see is fire, an unending inferno. It seems he has undergone the cycle of rebirth numerous times, each resurrection fraught with suffering. Yet this very pain has only rendered him stronger. Can you sense what burdens him so? Chen Zhi inquired gently. Is it a person, an event, or perhaps a specific location? I do not know. Jiandi responded, shaking her head in despair. I cannot even fathom the source of this sorrow. All I know is that he appears to be fiercely guarding something, desperately concealing a secret. Yet, What that secret is, I truly cannot say. What of the tomb of Emperor Zhou of Shang? Chen Zhi asked again, urgency in his voice. This is of utmost importance. Your father must know where the tomb of Emperor Zhou lies. He has gone to guard it. Can you sense its location? I cannot. Jiandi's expression reflected utter helplessness. She yearned to assist Chen Zhi, but felt utterly powerless. I truly do not know. My father must have kept this secret closely, unwilling to share it with anyone. Anyone who knows even a shred of information must perish. Did you see those deceased great phoenixes outside? They took their own lives under my father's strict command. The Phoenix clan has long safeguarded a secret, successfully preserving it for 5 millennia. Now, this matter is on the verge of fruition. Even if it leads to the complete annihilation of the Phoenix clan, it is a sacrifice they are willing to make. However, the nature of this secret eludes my perception. I beseech you, do not inquire further, Jiandi implored, blood unexpectedly streaming from her nostrils. She then prostrated herself before the spirit tablet, vibrant feathers gradually manifesting upon her body, adhering closely to the tablet, rendering her unable to utter another word. Chen Zhi, reluctant to disturb her any further, recognized that Jiandi had exerted herself to the utmost. These avian demigods possess an inherently fierce nature, and the will and emotions of their ancestors often resonate within them. All along, she had perceived herself as a mysterious bird, yet in truth, the Xian bird merely represented her maternal lineage, while the phoenix was her true kin. Thus, Jiandi's current emotional state was exceedingly fragile. She required time to regain her composure. At this moment, she needed solitude to connect with her genuine bloodline, undisturbed. After all, this was the altar of the Phoenix clan, and respect for their ancestors was paramount. Chen Zhi subsequently instructed Fat Wei and Gui Dao to maintain distance and wait. He then traversed the shadowy domain, inspecting the spirit tablets in search of clues. These tablets were ancient, exquisitely crafted, and it remained unknown which divine artisan had fashioned them. Yet, the inscriptions upon the tablets were entirely in the Phoenix script. Aside from the tablet of the Phoenix Emperor, the others bore no divine writings. It appeared that, in the eyes of the Phoenix clan, only the bloodline of the Phoenix Emperor could rightfully be deemed divine. Chen Zhi gleaned no useful information from these venerable tablets. Finally, he took a few steps forward, approaching the heart of the great tree, where the soft wooden surface of its inner wall lay. The wood appeared as delicate as flesh, and upon gently caressing it with his hand, he was immediately enveloped by an extraordinary sensation. He discerned that this wood possessed a profound spiritual essence, as if alive and subtly pulsating. The entire wooden wall seemed to harbor a peculiar power, poised to be unleashed. Chen Zhi's first instinct was that something must be concealed within this wooden barrier, but it was certainly not visible to the naked eye. It was an invisible force that required a medium for expression. Driven by an inexplicable impulse, Chen Zhi drew his dagger and made a small incision in his palm, allowing blood to flow forth. He then lightly placed his hand upon the wooden wall. In an instant, it felt as though his hand were ensnared, as the wall voraciously absorbed his blood, akin to a vampire long deprived of sustenance. Chen Zhi did not withdraw his hand immediately. He understood that this blood would not be shed in vain. Ultimately, his choice proved to be astute. Mere minutes later, an unforeseen event transpired. Today is a day of rest. Tomorrow, the long-awaited holiday finally arrives. After a grueling week of relentless toil, joy fills my heart. Today, I must take a day of rest. Upon my return, I collapsed onto the bed, utterly fatigued. This week has truly exhausted me. Regrettably, I can only rest for a day. Come Sunday, I shall resume my relentless endeavors. As for the enigmatic goddess tomb, today I shall take a respite. I am currently engaged in manual typing. Please bear with me for a moment. Once the content is updated, kindly refresh the page to obtain the latest updates. Chapter 351. The sacred phoenix artifact blood continuously flowed into the wooden wall, becoming increasingly abundant and viscous. After a few minutes, the blood drawn into the wall suddenly began to coalesce, forming a crimson silhouette upon the surface. This figure gradually morphed, eventually revealing intricate details, transforming into the outline of a person. It was a diminutive silhouette, darting back and forth across the wall, reminiscent of the monochromatic animations from the 1960s. The animation's effect was astonishingly lifelike. Upon the wall, the red silhouette bore a pair of enormous wings and was clad in armor, descending from the heavens with remarkable speed, its wings gradually folding in. Then it knelt on one knee, bowing in reverence. seemingly in homage to its sovereign. Before it, another blood-red silhouette emerged, a throne, upon which sat a regal figure, adorned with a grand crown, clearly of exalted status. Yet, the king appeared profoundly sorrowful, extending a hand as if beseeching the winged being for salvation. Strangely, despite merely being a silhouette, Chen Zhi felt an undeniable conviction that the winged figure was indeed bygone. The crimson silhouette of bygone responded to the monarch's plea for help, grasping the king's hand and urging him not to despair. Then, with a deliberate motion, he extracted his own heart and handed it to a servant positioned behind the king, before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. This servant was remarkably tall, bareheaded, and bore a striking resemblance to the figure in the tomb of the culinary deity. He was none other than Pang Wei, the king's close attendant. After receiving the heart of the phoenix, Pang Wei placed it within a colossal cauldron to be cooked and then presented it to the monarch. With deep sorrow, the king consumed the heart, and flames erupted from his body. The inferno raged, consuming the king's form, who struggled in agony, ultimately dissolving into ashes. In that moment, the aged servant Pang Wei, tearfully, retrieved a precious pearl, employing sorcery to contain the dust within it. He then placed the pearl upon the throne before ultimately taking his own life. This segment of the crimson silhouette animation concluded here. The sanguine blood dispersed, and all vanished, restoring the wall to a temporary tranquility. Only the luminous pearl remained upon the throne, growing ever larger until it shimmered with color, transforming into a tangible image. Subsequently, the pearl radiated an extraordinary brilliance, enveloping the entire space in a resplendent glow, as if a colossal projection stood immovably before us, exceedingly vivid and undeniably real. Upon beholding the pearl, Chen Zhi immediately discerned its origin. He had encountered an illustration of this luminous gem within the esteemed catalog of the Jiao family's collection. It was none other than the renowned Liao pearl. Initially taken aback, Chen Zhi's body began to tremble with excitement. So it is true, indeed. All the folklore and historical myths must trace back to a source. The Liao pearl and the phoenix egg, this is their true significance. I never imagined this legendary treasure would lie in the burial site of King Jiao of Shang. No wonder it has been fervently sought after throughout the annals of Chinese history, shrouded in such mystery. The character Lian signifies the act of birds using their beaks to dab the oils secreted from their tail glands, thus enriching their feathers, culminating in a crystallized form. The Liao pearl is famed in Chinese history, yet its precise function remains elusive. Some legends claim it to be the essence of a phoenix transformed by the Earth Mother, imbued with the fiery essence of the cosmos, a pinnacle of extreme yang. Other accounts describe it as a condensation of the phoenix's spiritual energy, enabling transformation through its power, granting one the ability to transcend and attain immortality. Regardless of the varying legends, they all converge on one extraordinary efficacy: the potential for rebirth and eternal life. Under such legendary auspices, the Liao pearl became an object of desire for emperors across generations. Eventually, amidst fierce competition, this gem endured trials of war and strife, ultimately finding its resting place in the tomb of Emperor Wu of the Western Han Dynasty, Liu Che, at Maoling. Later, during extensive excavations by the Red Eyebrow Army, the Liao pearl interred within Maoling became scattered among the populace, its fate thereafter unknown. Now, the true lineage of this pearl astonishingly surfaces within this ancient narrative, concealing the tomb of King Jiao of Shang. It seems that everything, including the legends surrounding this precious gem, has now been elucidated. In historical texts, the Liao pearl has only ever been depicted in words, never visually rendered. However, all historians acknowledge its profound connection to the fortunes of the Shang dynasty. In the chronicles of history, the Liao pearl first emerged during the Shang and Zhou periods. It was during the reign of the 32nd monarch, King Wuding, that he discovered a colossal jade eye, soaked in gold, amidst the ruins of a collapsed mountain, accompanied by a crimson robe. King Wuding believed this ancient jade eye to be a priceless relic left by the Yellow Emperor after his transcendence. Thus, he named it the Liao pearl and commissioned a cauldron to commemorate this extraordinary treasure, declaring it the most remarkable rarity in the world, thereby enshrining it as a national treasure of the Shang dynasty. The prosperity of the Shang dynasty was inextricably linked to this pearl. When Chen Zhi perused this historical account, he sensed inconsistencies in certain passages, but now he comprehended their origins. It appears that the one who acquired the Lianshan Pearl was not the 32nd monarch, King Wuding, but rather the vanquished sovereign, King Jiao. I am aware of this pearl. The weeping Jiandi, who had been by my side, has now regained some clarity. As she gazed at the luminous gem upon the wall, it seemed she recalled a distant memory. In the annals of the Phoenix clan, I witnessed numerous legends concerning this pearl. This gem is a sacred artifact of our Phoenix lineage. Its lore is known to all within the clan. During the twilight of the Shang dynasty, King Jiao, also known as Dxin, embarked on a hunting expedition one fateful day. Amidst the crumbling peaks, he stumbled upon a phoenix, drenched in blood, imploring him for salvation. Moved by compassion, King Jiao halted his steed and ordered his men to tend to the injured creature. This phoenix was none other than our ancestral spirit, the Phoenix Emperor, Bygone. He had incurred the wrath of the divine sovereign due to a grave misdeed and was sentenced to death. When King Jiao discovered him, he was clad in a crimson battle robe. Having recently faced celestial retribution, his path to rebirth abruptly severed. Despite the risk of offending the divine sovereign, King Jiao, with a heart full of mercy, chose to save Bygone. In gratitude, Bygone offered to incarnate as a mortal and serve King Jiao discreetly, never revealing his true identity to the world. The luminous Yaochen Pearl was a treasured gift from Bygone to King Jiao, symbolizing his unwavering loyalty and the sacred essence of our Phoenix clan. It conveyed the profound message: I entrust my body, heart, and life to you. Should you encounter peril, I shall brave fire and water for your sake, without hesitation. Chapter 352, Confronting the Western Qi. Realizing this, Chen Zhi stepped forward, placing his hand upon the image of the pearl. Indeed, the blood that had been shed was not in vain. In that instant, the essence of Chen Zhi's blood returned to him. When he opened his palm once more, the image of the Yaochen Pearl had imprinted itself onto his hand. Chen Zhi immediately recited a spell to preserve this invaluable mark, crucial for locating the pearl in the future. He then took a few steps back, bowed once more to the spirit tablets on the altar, and softly reassured Jiandi, saying, "Do not be sorrowful. After the storm passes, I shall help you rebuild this place. The Phoenix clan will continue to dwell here, thriving as before. We must depart swiftly, others are already outside." Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, Jiandi grasped the gravity of the situation. The phoenix possessed formidable regenerative abilities, and her body had already begun to heal. Rising to her feet, she leaned against Chen Zhi's shoulder, and together they hastily exited the altar area. Gui Dao, Pang Wei, and Jiying had been waiting outside, and upon seeing Chen Zhi's face, they understood he had acquired what he sought. However, Jiying delivered disheartening news. The forces of Western Qi were already at their doorstep. "The leader has come personally," Jiying announced urgently, her expression grave. "All the Red Band warriors have arrived, along with the Blood Talisman Battalion at the leader's side. I know those men well. They obey only the leader's command and are formidable opponents. At a single command, they show no mercy to anyone. It won't come to that." Gui Dao, who had remained silent until now, interjected coldly. "We are, to our last breath, people of Western Qi. This will not change. We can explain our actions to the leader. He will understand." "Let us hope so," Chen Zhi replied softly, casting a glance at Gui Dao. In that fleeting moment, a flicker of emotion briefly crossed Chen Zhi's eyes, as if he wished to inquire about something, yet ultimately refrained from voicing it. Gui Dao also noticed the change in Chen Zhi's demeanor. He turned to Chen Zhi, his expression growing grave, as if he were weighing a significant decision. Finally, he declared, "Since time immemorial, the West Qi has been constituted by the surnames Ji and Jiang. One cannot exist without the other. The clan leader need not be overly concerned. Our actions are not mere acts of folly. My subordinates shall endeavor to elucidate matters to the chief. The chief is a sagacious individual and should be capable of understanding this explanation. Allow me to handle it." At that moment, Chen Zhi placed his hand upon Gui Dao's shoulder, stating, "Sometimes, it is not the explanation I fear, but the choice he may impose upon us." Subsequently, they hastily departed from the avian nest. Due to their intrinsic nature, the Feng clan had unwaveringly pledged their allegiance to Jiandi, guiding the way and even aiding their advance. However, considering the potential encounter with the people of West Qi outside, and to prevent misunderstandings from escalating into chaos, Chen Zhi instructed Jiandi to depart with the Feng clan using the earth-burrowing technique of Wujia. Meanwhile, he, along with Fat Wei, Gui Dao, and Jiying, retraced their steps, preparing to confront the West Qi forces outside. They had entered through the Phoenix Pool within Huangshan, an area not easily discovered and safeguarded by protective barriers, making it perilous for many to venture inside, likely triggering the mountain patrols. Hence, Chen Zhi surmised that upon returning to the surface, they would not encounter the West Qi troops. However, as they emerged from the Phoenix Pool, dripping wet, they beheld a throng of individuals outside the pool. This Phoenix Pool originally belonged to the protected zone of Huangshan, a place long devoid of guardianship, surrounded by iron walls and railings. Although dilapidated, there remained alarm devices outside. Yet, during the time Chen Zhi and his companions had entered, the forces of West Qi had evidently seized complete control of the area. From a distance, Chen Zhi observed that protective gear had been affixed to the barriers, rendering any sounds from within inaudible to those outside. Clearly, the execution capability of West Qi remained formidable. The warriors of West Qi stood densely upon the ground surrounding the pool. Most of these warriors were familiar faces, although they stood there unarmed. With their weapons slung across their backs, the masked members of the Blood Talisman Regiment stood erect by the water's edge, each wielding long knives, some of which were already sharpened. They fixated their gaze upon Chen Zhi in the water, their faces behind the masks devoid of compassion. As if at a mere command from Bao Ping, they would dismember him without hesitation. Also, Bao Jiao, the elder warrior Xiao, along with the red-banded warriors, also stood there. Encircling a singular figure, Bao Ping, clad in a casual black suit, he appeared nonchalant, yet his visage had grown gaunter, his complexion somewhat darkened, with an unmistakable anger simmering between his brows. At that moment, Chen Zhi sensed that Bao Ping had been in a state of fury throughout their journey. Amidst this tempest of fury, there lingered an unusual sentiment, a peculiar emotion that Bao Ping ought not to possess. It resembled a sense of anxiety, perhaps even fear. In that moment, Bao Ping appeared exceedingly guilty, so much so that this ordinarily unflappable individual displayed his emotions upon his countenance. It was this very guilt that incited Bao Ping's ire. Upon witnessing Chen Zhi emerge, Aso hurried over, extending his arm to grasp Chen Zhi and pull him from the water. Subsequently, the others, including Gui Dao, ascended as well. Gui Dao and Jiying bore injuries, and naturally, a healer from Shiqi was present to attend to their wounds. However, Aso did not relinquish his grip on Chen Zhi's hand. Instead, he deliberately positioned himself between Chen Zhi and Bao Ping, locking eyes with Chen Zhi while ensuring that Bao Ping could not perceive his words. In that moment, he firmly clasped Chen Zhi's shoulders, exerting a determined pressure, and communicated through lip movements. "Chief, the leader is exceedingly enraged. Please refrain from speaking further or offering explanations. Simply return with us to Shiqi, and do not mention this place again. You are our chief, and regardless of your actions, we shall forgive you. But please, do not pursue this matter any further." "Absolutely not." As Aso spoke these words, he seemed tempted to glance back at Bao Ping. Yet, he ultimately resisted the urge and redirected his gaze to Chen Zhi, his countenance, partially obscured by bandages, emanating a seriousness that was quite intimidating. Do not press him any further. Chapter 353, The Wrath of Bao Ping. After articulating this admonition, Aso chose not to say anything more. He turned to the side, allowing Chen Zhi a clear path, granting them an unobstructed view of Bao Ping. At last, they stood face to face. Since their last conflict, it had been quite some time since they had engaged in any meaningful communication. In fact, Chen Zhi had been preoccupied with the search for the tomb of King Zhou for an extended period, while Bao Ping had been engrossed in matters concerning Changbai Mountain. They were both occupied, each pursuing their own paths and thoughts. Chen Zhi was aware that Bao Ping vehemently opposed his quest for King Zhou and had issued a stern decree that should Chen Zhi persist, he would face execution in his capacity as the leader of Shiqi. Yet, this was merely a hollow threat, one that had not been executed in reality. Chen Zhi understood that his recent endeavors could not elude Bao Ping's scrutiny. It was evident that Bao Ping was aware of many things, yet he refrained from confronting or inquiring, seemingly reluctant to sever ties with Chen Zhi completely. However, their arrival at the Phoenix Canyon had undoubtedly breached Bao Ping's limits. Leader Leopard. Chen Zhi hesitated several times before uttering Bao Ping's name from before he assumed leadership of Shiqi. In those days, their relationship had been more intimate, akin to that of brothers. I know you are exceedingly angry right now, but please, listen carefully. My actions are driven by purpose. I wish to share with you the events that have transpired recently. as well as my discoveries within. However, unexpectedly, Bao Ping abruptly interrupted Chen Zhi, leaving no opportunity for him to continue. The past should remain unspoken. There are numerous matters on my end that require my attention, some of which I cannot manage alone and need your assistance with. After a prolonged period of idleness, it is time for you to take charge. I have not been idle, Chen Zhi quickly retorted, his eyes searching for Bao Ping's gaze, hoping to convey his intentions. Yet, he found Bao Ping persistently avoiding his eyes, seemingly fearful of meeting his gaze. Nevertheless, Chen Zhi continued, Lord Bao, do you recall what I mentioned to you previously? I have uncovered another pathway, a crucial line that has been concealed. Enough, Bao Ping suddenly interrupted, his voice sharp. In that instant, his expression hardened, as if on the brink of an explosion. Yet, merely half a second later, he forcefully suppressed his fury. Finally, he lifted his head to face Chen Zhi, offering a stiff smile. You must be weary, let us return. If you do not wish to go to Changbai Mountain, we can head back to Shiqi. Or if you prefer to avoid the World Pavilion, that is acceptable too. It has been a long time since we gathered. Let us share a meal and enjoy a few drinks. Do you truly wish to dismiss what I have to say? A surge of intense anger welled up within Chen Zhi, fueled by long-standing misunderstandings and inexplicable frustration, rendering him utterly intolerant. Lord Bao, what is the matter with you? You are not typically this way. You have never shied away from reality. You are a wise man, always capable of discerning the hidden threads of events. But what has happened to you now? You are fully aware that the line concerning Changbai Mountain is flawed, yet you persist in your stance. I have also gathered evidence during this time, yet you refuse to listen. Why is that? Why will you not heed my words? Have you ever considered that everything we have believed in might be something else? In that moment, Bao Ping sharply retorted, then erupted in fury. It was as if countless flames erupted from a volcano, his rage consuming him entirely as it reached the heavens. His formidable willpower momentarily solidified the surrounding air. All the warriors instinctively took a step back, fearful of their leader. Meanwhile, the Blood Talisman camp advanced one step, their faces trembling beneath their masks, each drawing their long blades, seemingly poised to execute their leader's command. Chen Zhi, have you lost your mind? What exactly are you trying to say? Bao Ping shouted, nearly hysterical. Do you even remember who you are? You are not just an ordinary demigod. You are the chieftain of Shiqi, a descendant of Jiao. You bear the weight of destiny upon your shoulders. What do you wish to convey? That you suspect the barrier to be a deception? Do not forget, in Shiqi, the barrier is of utmost supremacy. Sacred above all, it is never to be doubted. From the highest leader to the lowest warrior, mere suspicion is a capital offense. Chen Zhi, do you wish for death? I find myself compelled to inquire, do you truly desire to perish? At this moment, Chen Zhi's aura surged explosively, his eyes momentarily taking on a purplish hue. He was unwilling to engage in further cryptic exchanges with Bao Ping. If there was something to be said, it should be articulated clearly and unequivocally. Are you aware of the revelations I have uncovered during this period? It is not solely the barrier that merits suspicion. Every action of Jiao is also questionable. Do you know he has betrayed his oaths numerous times? Such transgressions are unforgivable in the realm of the divine. Furthermore, are you aware that for the past 5 millennia, a pair of eyes has been watching us from the shadows? They await an opportunity, an occasion to reshape the order. The war of the investiture of the gods has not truly concluded. Indeed, it may well be time to determine the victor. Your obstinacy may very well lead us to our demise, bringing the entirety of Shiqi and this entire world to the grave with us. Bao Ping, I must ask, have you lost your sanity? Why are you being so unreasonable regarding this matter? You accuse me of irrationality, yet in that instant, Bao Ping's deep gray eyes ignited with countless flames. He took a step forward, closing the distance between himself and Chen Zhi, seizing the latter's collar with force. At that moment, all the warriors stood frozen. The leader and the head of the Jiang clan were in conflict. Such a scenario had likely never occurred in the 5,000 years of Shiqi's history. Bao Ping, shedding his habitual calm demeanor, now trembled with emotion. What did you just say? Jiao is a deceiver. He has violated his oaths. All his actions are motivated by self-interest. And what else do you wish to assert? That this human world is built upon a foundation devoid of morality? Very well, I now pose a question to you. Regardless of the circumstances, this world has been established. It belongs to us, the human race, a world where we can live with dignity. Do you now wish to annihilate it? Will you abandon humanity in favor of those long-extinct deities? Chapter 354. severing loyalties, although Chen Zhi and Bao Ping stood distanced from the onlookers. Their voices did not go unheard. The warriors present were all exceptionally keen of hearing. The words exchanged between them, even if uttered in the faintest of tones, could not escape the ears of the warriors. Thus, the statements made by Chen Zhi, if not for the coercive pressure from Bao Ping, would never have been so readily vocalized. Now, the atmosphere among the warriors was palpably tense, their faces registering shock at the newly disclosed information. The rumors regarding the barrier had circulated in Shiqi for 5 millennia, heard countless times. Yet, this had never shaken the resolve of the Shiqi people. Their faith in the barrier remained steadfast, regarded as the most sacred entity in existence. To breach it would undoubtedly herald a nightmarish future. However, when such words fell from Chen Zhi's lips, the entire narrative transformed. The warriors began to gaze at one another, their spirits evidently stirred, yet hesitant to voice their sentiments. In that moment, Bao Ping continued, "Very well, Chen Zhi, you are commendable. Since you have inquired, I shall now divulge the truth. I concede that they have forged this world from deceit. This has long been apparent to me, yet none dare utter it. The way of heaven need not always be resplendent. Furthermore, must we, as humans, adhere to the dictates of heaven? If the way of heaven demands our demise, must we succumb? If it transforms us into mere prey, shall we passively await our slaughter? This world is home to myriad beings, of which we humans are but one. If we do not resist, if we allow those deities to persist, what distinguishes us from swine and dogs?" As Bao Ping spoke, he trembled uncontrollably, his spirit seemingly on the brink of collapse. He was engulfed by profound anxiety, his gaze towards Chen Zhi imbued with an inexplicable fear. "I know you, Chen Zhi, are of divine lineage. You possess an alternative standpoint. But I am different. I am unequivocally human, as are all from the West Qi. My adoptive father entrusted West Qi to me. I understand that he bequeathed his lifelong faith to my care. I cannot permit West Qi to falter under my stewardship. For the preservation of this world, I would willingly embrace death 1,000 times, 10,000 times, until I am utterly shattered. If the way of heaven obstructs me, I shall obliterate it. I care not if I face gods or demons. I am indifferent to the prospect of eternal damnation." As he uttered these words, Bao Ping's emotions surged, completely eclipsing his previous rationality. Faced with such fervor, Chen Zhi found himself at a loss for words. He sensed that Bao Ping's agitation was excessive and irrational, as if he feared being unmasked. Chen Zhi harbored a lingering suspicion that Bao Ping concealed a secret, one that was unknown to him, yet deeply intertwined with his own fate. Bao Ping seemed apprehensive that Chen Zhi might uncover it, thus he endeavored to obscure it. Then, Bao Ping spoke again. "Chen Zhi, I recognize your newfound authority. I cannot dictate your actions. Even if you refuse to acknowledge me as your leader, you still honor your ancestor Jiangxia, do you not? You remember the people of West Qi, do you not? They are your brothers, with whom you have fought valiantly. Are you truly willing to forsake them? For the sake of this bond, return with me. Come." After speaking, Bao Ping reached out to grasp Chen Zhi, lacking the courage to meet his eyes, as if terrified of rejection. Yet, this time, Chen Zhi stood motionless. His hand remained inert under Bao Ping's pull, eliciting no response. "What are you concealing from me?" Chen Zhi fixed his cold gaze upon Bao Ping, inquiring icily, "You know something, do you not? I have long sensed that you harbor knowledge. You seem unfazed and entirely uninterested in the matters I have been investigating. It appears that you already possess the answers. What secret have you kept hidden? Is it the old leader who told you before his death?" Bao Ping exclaimed furiously, turning around like a madman and seizing Chen Zhi by the neck with both hands. In that fleeting moment, his gray eyes transformed, and Chen Zhi perceived a glimmer of murderous intent emanating from them. "Patriarch Chen, do you recall what I said to you last time? If you remain obstinate, I will exercise the authority of the leader and execute you." Bao Ping's voice was as cold as steel, filled with an unwavering resolve to kill. "Indeed, I remember," Chen Zhi replied calmly, gazing at Bao Ping with an air of tranquility. "However, I do not believe you would take my life. So confident are we?" Bao Ping retorted icily. In an instant, the blood symbol camps sprang forth like phantoms, surrounding Chen Zhi with drawn blades glinting ominously under the moonlight. Simultaneously, the ghost blade joined the fray, drawing his own long knife and facing the blood symbol camp, thus creating a standoff. At that tense moment, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, and a fierce wind howled as black shadows emerged, resembling giant bats descending from above. Clad in black robes, they cleverly concealed themselves within the clouds, forming a protective circle around Chen Zhi by holding hands. The air resonated with the chanting of incantations. They were the shamans of the Jiao clan. Among them, the great shaman Enai gradually emerged, floating above Chen Zhi, hands forming ritual seals, revealing his masked visage within the stormy clouds. In a voice that reverberated with authority, he proclaimed, "Listen, blood symbol camp. This is the primordial great formation. To enter the circle is to meet death. Anyone who dares to disrespect my master shall face immediate execution without mercy." Thunder rumbled ominously. The sky darkened with dense clouds. Lightning crackled, obscuring the moon. The world was engulfed in profound darkness. Only the beams of a few searchlights illuminated the faces of Chen Zhi and Baoping. The masked members of the blood symbol camp, fueled by the fires of battle, crouched with their long knives, poised to charge forth. They feared not the primordial great formation. Even if struck by lightning, they were determined to showcase their supernatural prowess. Yet, at this critical juncture, Baoping unexpectedly released Chen Zhi's collar. His countenance returned to its former calmness, rendering his emotions inscrutable. He stared coldly at Chen Zhi for an extended period, as if grappling with a monumental decision. Finally, he spoke with chilling finality. "People of Shiqi, heed my command. The patriarch of the Jiao clan has defied the leader, betraying Shiqi. Henceforth, his titles are revoked. He has forsaken Shiqi, and from this day onward, he shall no longer be our leader." After uttering these words, Baoping cast one last glance at Chen Zhi with his steely gray eyes before turning to depart. Chapter 355, Severing Bonds, Part 2. Thanks, Wu Ranyan 10,000. Li Jihua 50,000. Baoping then waved his hand, signaling the troops to disperse. The blood symbol warriors sheathed their long knives. Their cold eyes behind the masks fixated on Chen Zhi, revealing an emotion that was difficult to decipher. They then approached Gui Dao, gesturing as if to invite him. The meaning was abundantly clear. They needed to see Gui Dao accompany them to feel at ease. Yet, Gui Dao remained rooted to the spot, momentarily at a loss. This was the first time he exhibited such helplessness. Countless brushes with death had not terrified him as much as this current predicament, which felt akin to standing at the gates of hell. The situation was painfully evident. He was faced with a choice, whether to abandon Chen Zhi or betray the West Qi and Jiling. At that moment, Baoping turned back and softly called out, his voice lacking emotion, akin to casually calling someone on a regular day. He then pivoted and continued forward, seemingly unconcerned about the events unfolding behind him, showing no worry that Gui Dao might contemplate a second option. However, upon hearing that call, Gui Dao felt as if struck by lightning, his body trembling violently. His expression was stiff, a pallor washing over his face, and the arm that gripped the long knife quivered, the pristine blade beginning to emanate a faint glow under his tight grasp. Yet, his feet remained immobile. He was engulfed in hesitation, even after clearly hearing Baoping's summons. Suddenly, a Su appeared before Gui Dao like a specter, delivering a resounding slap to his face. The force of the blow sent Gui Dao stumbling back, snapping him into clarity. A Su's voice rang out, "You fool, what are you hesitating for? Did you not hear the leader calling you? Do not forget, you are a man of West Qi." After uttering these words, a Su turned and walked away, without a trace of doubt or hesitation, not once glancing back at Gui Dao. After that slap, Gui Dao regained his composure. This time, he did not waver. He lifted his gaze to meet Chen Zhi's. Chen Zhi clearly saw the tears streaming down Gui Dao's face, pure, unrelenting tears flowing from his resilient eyes. Chen Zhi understood that those tears bore not just sorrow but a profound sense of guilt. Gui Dao then drew the blue, unknown fire from his pant leg, extending it towards Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi stared intently, a sudden pang of emotion rising in his throat, yet he remained silent, refraining from taking the knife. He had anticipated this choice from Gui Dao. Despite having endured so much together, he knew that Gui Dao would unflinchingly sacrifice himself for him. However, he also recognized that, in Gui Dao's heart, there existed something more significant than life itself, West Qi and the unwavering loyalty of a warrior. Such was the essence of West Qi. A warrior must be loyal, loyal to the point of forgetting oneself. Ultimately, Gui Dao placed the precious knife into Chen Zhi's hands and took 2 steps back, softly uttering, "I am sorry." After speaking, she turned away, her eyes no longer glancing at Chen Zhi, following the silhouette of Oso as they departed. In that instant, Chen Zhi distinctly observed that all the warriors were weeping. Those valiant fighters who had once fought alongside him, their familiar yet resilient faces, now displayed tears in the face of adversity, even death, which had never before caused them to falter. At this moment, however, they were all in tears. A poignant atmosphere enveloped the space. Chen Zhi could no longer contain himself. Tears flowed freely as he struggled to comprehend why Bao Ping was so obstinate. He realized that, unbeknownst to him, Shiqi had become his entire world. When he was truly cast aside by Shiqi, it felt as if his heart had been hollowed out. A gust of cold wind swept through, mingling with moisture. Whether it was the night dew or the tears of the warriors, he could not tell. One by one, the other warriors departed. Bao Jiao, the elder warrior Xia, and all the brothers who had once fought shoulder to shoulder with Chen Zhi, each took their leave. Yet, one extraordinary individual remained steadfast behind Chen Zhi, showing no inclination to depart. Her unique identity immediately drew the attention of all. Ultimately, Oso halted, as did Bao Ping before him. They turned to regard the figure standing behind Chen Zhi with perplexed expressions. It was Jiying, the daughter of the previous chief, the warrior of her lineage. "What are you thinking, Jiying?" Oso called out, his tone grave and intimidating. "Hurry, join us. Don't let us leave you behind." After speaking, Oso turned away, expecting Jiying to follow. Yet, she remained rooted to the spot, clearly having heard Oso's voice, but her feet were firmly planted on the ground. Her arms crossed, clutching her gray long sword, showing no intention of leaving. "What are you thinking?" Oso suddenly erupted in fury. "Have you lost your mind? Do you think you can meddle in the disputes of leaders? Can't you see the chief has gone far? Come with us at once. Do not forget your identity, lest other warriors look down upon you." "I will not go." Jiying suddenly lifted her head to face Oso, her expression resolute and courageous as she declared her next words. "I have decided to stay by Chief Chen's side. He needs someone skilled in physical combat. I will remain to accompany him." Jiying's declaration struck like a thunderbolt, freezing the very air around them. Everyone stood in stunned silence, including the warriors, Oso, the blood symbol camp, and even Chen Zhi himself, all frozen in disbelief. They questioned whether their ears had deceived them, gazing incredulously at Jiying. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Oso finally reacted, as if he had been subjected to an unbearable humiliation, erupting in a furious shout. "You foolish woman! What nonsense are you spouting? Do you even understand what you are saying? The chief has decreed that the Jiang clan is no longer part of Shiqi. What purpose does your presence here serve? Do you truly wish to betray the West Qi?" The resolute word escaped Jiying's lips with unwavering conviction. In that fleeting moment, her visage hardened like steel, radiating an unyielding determination. "This is my personal resolve. I am prepared to bear any consequences. West Qi has bestowed upon me immeasurable grace, and I find myself unable to repay it. I implore you, noble warriors, to take my life. I harbor no resentment." Upon uttering these words, Jiying cast her sword to the ground and knelt on one knee. Chapter 356. Exile. Jiying's actions left everyone in stunned silence. After a brief moment, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, igniting a fury that burned within the souls of every West Qi citizen. The culture of West Qi places great emphasis on honor, a principle held in higher regard than life itself, a truth universally acknowledged. An individual's honor is often intertwined with that of their kin. A father's disgrace may render his children unable to show their faces in society. And if a child were to betray, the father's legacy would be tarnished. The father of the Ghost Blade had committed a grave transgression, begging to have his face covered in death, unwilling to return to West Qi in shame. Such was the weight of honor. Jiying, the daughter of the venerable chieftain, had inherited the high esteem afforded to her father's countless achievements throughout his life. Her stature had been regarded with almost divine reverence. Yet, now, Jiying had turned traitor, an act that undoubtedly sullied her noble father's name and severed her own honor. This decision incited the wrath of the chief warrior, Asu, who, like a swift shadow, lunged forward, seizing Jiying by the collar and delivering a fist to her temple. "So you wish to betray? Very well, I shall strike you down this instant. I would rather have you dead than see you disgrace the chieftain's legacy." A flurry of punishing blows followed, leaving Jiying bloodied and bruised, her nose gushing crimson. "Foolish girl, take back your words. We are warriors. Our duty is to obey commands. What do the disputes among leaders concern us? What right have you to judge right from wrong? Retract your statement. Asu's fury propelled him to unleash a barrage of fists and kicks upon her. Despite the brutal onslaught, Ji Ying remained silent, biting her lip, refusing to retaliate or offer any explanation. Asu, consumed by rage, drew his blade with the intention of ending her life. At that moment, however, Bao Ping interjected, "Hold on." After speaking, he placed a hand on Asu's shoulder, urging him to step aside. Having approached slowly during the altercation, Bao Ping now stood before the battered Ji Ying, whose features were rendered unrecognizable, one eye swollen shut. Yet, upon seeing Bao Ping, she rose once more to kneel, her back straight and unwavering, refusing to bend. "You claim you wish to remain." Bao Ping's voice was cold yet remarkably light. "Can you enlighten me as to why? Have I wronged you in any way?" Ji Ying knelt there, speaking with an unsettling calmness, as if these words had been pent up within her for an eternity. "I made this decision long ago, 2 years prior. I committed the gravest error of my life. Under the organization's command, I executed puppets ensnared by demons in the underworld. At that time, my actions were a warrior's duty. Yet, it was from that moment that I severed my bond with the clan leader, and since then, I have had no opportunity for redemption." Ji Ying continued to kneel, her long hair cascading down, her gaze fixated on the ground, never daring to meet Bao Ping's eyes. She harbored no desire to witness his reaction, nor did she care for the judgment of others. She merely spoke her truth, unburdening her heart. I later pondered this matter. Whose fault was it? What precisely did I do wrong? Initially, I was at a loss, but after much reflection, clarity emerged. As a warrior, I committed no transgression. However, as my true self, I betrayed my own emotions and forsook my identity. As my father once remarked, I have never embodied a true warrior. Regardless of the strength I feigned or the mastery I achieved, my heart remained fragile. Thus, at the grave of Bai Qi, I liberated those children of the demon race. Everyone knew this was an unforgivable sin. In truth, from that moment on, I was no longer worthy of the title of warrior. As for the leader, you ought to administer justice impartially, granting me the death I deserve. Yet, out of consideration for my father, you refrained from punishing me, allowing me to retain my title of great warrior until now, which constitutes your dereliction of duty. This time, however, I choose to be true to myself. I shall never abandon the clan leader, leaving him in solitude. As the daughter of the former leader and a direct descendant of the Ji clan, I can no longer serve Shiqi with honor. I implore you, grant me death." Upon concluding her plea, Ji Ying raised her long blade and delicately drew it across her wrist, blood spurting forth in an instant. The subsequent scene was one that struck fear into the hearts of all Shiqi warriors. Ji Ying severed her crimson wristband with her own hand. The blade's edge pierced her skin, causing blood to gush forth. From the moment the red band broke, she ceased to be a warrior of Shiqi. Bao Ping watched Ji Ying's every action with wide eyes, taking in her desperate plea for death. His gaze was intense, the deep gray of his eyes seemingly on the verge of bursting forth. He remained silent, observing for what felt like an eternity, until suddenly, a glimmer of movement in his eyes signaled the descent of a solitary tear. Before everyone, Bao Ping finally wept, several droplets cascading onto his hands. Subsequently, his trembling hand rose, pointing towards Ji Ying, as he uttered in a voice steeped in despair, "You are unworthy of being the flesh and blood of a righteous father. To slay you would tarnish the blade of the West Qi. From this moment onward, I never wish to see you again. You disgust me." After Bao Ping spoke, he swiftly turned around and proclaimed loudly to all the warriors, "Ji Ying has betrayed the West Qi. Henceforth, her clan status is revoked and her lineage erased. The Ji surname shall be stripped away, her tendons severed, her martial abilities rendered void. She shall be exiled, facing a death sentence, to be executed immediately." As Bao Ping's voice echoed, he made a decisive gesture towards Aso. Instantly, Aso's presence erupted with a storm of righteous fury. He hesitated for less than a second before darting forward like lightning. Under the arc of his long blade, Ji Ying offered no resistance, nor did she emit a sound. After a flurry of flashing blades and blood, Ji Ying collapsed into a pool of crimson, losing consciousness. Chapter 357. The second clash all transpired with such swiftness that it left no room for reaction. Since Aso had assumed the role of chief warrior, it had become evident to all that his strength was indeed formidable, particularly when coupled with sorcery, amplifying his impact immensely. Yet, as onlookers focused their gaze, They soon realized that the blood that had flown was not from Jiang. Although she lay fallen, it was Aso who bore the wounds. In that very moment, a thunderous roar echoed overhead, as a circle of lightning encircled the space between Aso and Jiang. It was the primordial formation. Aso's extraordinary martial prowess had brought Jiang down, yet it had also ensnared him within the confines of the formation. Just as the great shaman had warned them, those who entered the formation would meet their demise. Aso stood motionless, his body marred by numerous electric burns. He dared not move, lest he be obliterated in an instant. Chen Zhi, arms crossed and suspended in midair amidst the flashes of lightning and thunder, observed the unfolding scene below. The blood symbols, invigorated by the essence of blood, surged forward, aligning themselves within the circle. The long blades were drawn, poised with a predatory gaze upon everything within. A war between shamans and warriors was on the brink of eruption. At that moment, Jiang, who had previously collapsed in a pool of blood, suddenly rose. She stood alarmingly close to Aso, who was now entirely immobilized by the formation's control. It could be said that at this juncture, a single strike from Jiang would leave Aso with no chance of evasion. Jiang appeared wretched, her once flower-like visage now marred beyond recognition. Yet, she seemed unprepared for revenge. She stood there, gazing at Aso for an extended moment before turning her eyes towards Baoping. Finally, she positioned her long blade horizontally, cradling it in her hands, and bowed with the utmost respect befitting a warrior, proclaiming, "My flesh and blood, my martial prowess and divine abilities, are all granted by West Qi. Today, in defiance, I am willing to repay with my blood and flesh." Following this declaration, Jiang's blade traced an elegant arc through the air. With a series of crisp, slicing sounds, she collapsed once more, slipping into unconsciousness. Blood streamed from her body, primarily pooling around the sites of her severed tendons. The pain she endured was beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals. Yet, with the swiftest and most effective means, the flames of conflict were extinguished. After Baoping spoke no further, he cast a fleeting glance with his deep gray eyes at Jiang, then turned away. Subsequently, all departed with remarkable haste, vanishing almost instantaneously. Left behind were only Chen Zhi, the plump Wei, and the unconscious Jiang. Once Wei regained his composure, he hurried towards Jiang to assess her injuries, hastily placing a healing pill into her mouth. Chen Zhi descended slowly from the air, his fists clenched tightly, the veins on his forehead prominently bulging. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to obliterate the very earth beneath him. An uncontrollable divine consciousness surged once more within his mind. In that instant, he no longer cared for any camaraderie. To hell with Shiqi, to hell with Baoping, to hell with everything. He yearned to annihilate all that existed. As lives faded away, he wished to shut out their voices and forget their names. Yet he refrained from acting upon such impulses. He remained rational, and most importantly, he still possessed emotions. The Jiang before him quelled the divine fury ready to erupt within him. Perhaps, the nemesis of divinity is indeed emotion. At that moment, Jiang underwent a subtle transformation in Chen Zhi's heart. She was no longer a cold, unfeeling, yet exquisitely beautiful warrior. Instead, her lovely visage became a hazy recollection in his mind. Chen Zhi could easily disregard her power, and as for her status, from that very second, it had dissipated entirely. Yet it was precisely this Jiang who had indelibly etched herself into his heart, carving her essence into his soul. He discovered a profound affection for this woman, a feeling that ran deep. In the skies, the shaman swirled amidst the dark clouds, the great Wu Yi crow craning its neck downward, seemingly inquiring if Chen Zhi required assistance. Chen Zhi waved his hand, signaling them to disperse. He approached Jiang, cradling her with utmost care. Jiang was gravely injured. The tendons in her limbs had been severed, leaving her flesh to hang limply, some areas merely connected by skin, resembling strands of noodles. Chen Zhi dared not move her recklessly, allowing Wei to gingerly place Jiang upon his back. In her current state, she could not endure any spells. Both tunneling and flying magic were rendered useless. He had no choice but to carry her down the mountain on foot, seeking a hospital in town for her treatment. The night breeze was chilly, and for reasons unknown, Chen Zhi suddenly felt a cold more biting than winter, chilling him to the core. As he trudged along, Wei behind him could no longer contain himself, opening his mouth to unleash a torrent of curses. "How outrageous! What a bunch of ingrates!" Fat Wei exclaimed. his brows furrowed in anger, his frustration evidently having been suppressed for far too long. Is Bao Ping out of his mind? His words are utterly nonsensical. Even a blind person could see that we are not rebelling. We are fighting for him. And those fools from West Qi, they are nothing but foolish pigs. We have risked our lives for West Qi. Now, at this critical moment, they wear expressions as stiff as playing cards, refusing to utter a word. Does the leader's word carry divine authority? I swear, West Qi is on the verge of collapse. Perhaps we should let the celery sprouts rise from the earth and eliminate them all. I was truly blind to have supported West Qi. Suddenly, Jiying softly murmured a sound, having been resting her head on Chen Zhi's shoulder. Only he could hear her clearly. What do you wish to say? Chen Zhi gently inquired, aware of the immense pain Jiying was enduring, making it exceedingly difficult for her to articulate even a single word. He leaned closer, straining to catch each syllable. Jiying, with a voice surprisingly weak, responded, "Tell that fat fool to silence himself. If he dares utter another word about West Qi, I shall cut out his tongue." "Oh," Chen Zhi softly acknowledged, casting a glance at Fat Wei and signaling him to remain quiet. He then turned back to Jiying, gently resting his cheek against hers, allowing her to feel his warmth. With utmost tenderness, he reassured her, "Do not worry, your body will not fail you, nor will your martial prowess. My shaman possesses numerous potent elixirs that can restore your health." When Bao Ping issued that command, he was aware of his actions. He employed a strategy of self-sacrifice to spare your life. Jiying's voice was faint, resembling drifting cotton. Chen Zhi continued, "Do not concern yourself with what lies ahead. Instead, think of the beautiful moments. I have resolved that even if this world exists for just one more day, I shall treat you well. As long as I draw breath, we shall never be apart." Chapter 358. The suddenly serene life afterward. They descended the mountain safely, despite the treacherous path, with the protection of the divine generals. Their journey was remarkably swift. Jiying, having taken urgent medication, managed to stabilize her blood loss, clinging to life until they reached the town's hospital for emergency treatment. Due to the limited medical capabilities of the town hospital, Jiying was transferred to the central hospital for further care 2 days later. This time, they had no organizational support, and relying solely on themselves proved to be quite challenging. Chen Zhi realized just how troublesome these matters could be. Fortunately, money still held considerable power. He sought out renowned medical experts in the area to consult on Jiying's condition. Each evening, he would also have a shaman employ mystical methods to aid in her healing. Jiying, possessing a robust constitution, began to see her wounds swell less, and her physical condition stabilized swiftly. After completely extricating themselves from the perilous phase, they began their return to the city. Upon arriving at the Fate Hall, it was solely the work of the shaman from that point forward. Jiying's limbs had been severed, and in the realm of human medical technology, merely surviving was an impressive feat. A complete recovery was utterly unattainable. In this regard, her physical prowess was rendered null. However, the spiritual elixir transcended human medicine, standing as the only substance in the world capable of regenerating bodily organs. At this moment, Jiying's wounds had scabbed over, yet the severed tendons could not mend themselves. She was now confined to her bed, unable to move, akin to a vegetative state. Each day, the shamans would amalgamate a substantial amount of spiritual elixir into spells, swiftly channeling it into Jiying's body, a process that was, in truth, quite agonizing. Yet, under the profound influence of the elixir, Jiying's meridians began to regenerate, and the 4 severed tendons gradually restored. Each day, Chen Zhi would personally feed Jiying broth, use a warm towel to cleanse her body, and engage in conversation with her, reading the latest news to alleviate her boredom, often consuming a significant portion of his day. Thus, 2 months passed, and Jiying's body had largely healed. She could even stand and walk, though running and jumping remained impossible. The shamans indicated that she now needed to gradually recuperate. Her current condition was indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person, akin to an undeveloped child who required support to walk. However, this situation was merely temporary. The effects of the elixir would gradually manifest, with ample nutrition and natural healing enabling her to restore her physical abilities within a few months. These months marked a rare period of tranquility, a serene silence enveloping the atmosphere, as if that tense time had come to a complete halt. Since their separation from Shichi, Pang Wei had also severed ties with the men in black. They remained oblivious to any developments concerning Shichi and Changbai Mountain. Occasionally, Jiandi would update him, noting that progress on Changbai Mountain continued methodically. Presently, the organization exercised greater caution than before. Their protective measures were now dual-layered, guarding not only against threats from within Changbai Mountain, but also from external dangers. Jiandi noticed a particularly intriguing detail. The outer layer of the protective wall was adorned with an array of special talismans, stop talismans that imposed restrictions on divine powers. It seemed to be a precaution against demigods, specifically guarding against Chen Zhi. This behavior infuriated Pang Wei, who found himself cursing daily in the courtyard. One day, after Chen Zhi had brewed medicine for Jiying and applied a warm compress to her wounds, he returned to the courtyard to rest, only to find Pang Wei there smoking, the ground littered with cigarette butts, his expression one of indignation. "What a stroke of misfortune. You won't believe who I encountered today," Pang Wei exclaimed, his eyes wide. "Who?" Chen Zhi inquired nonchalantly. "I saw Lang too," Pang Wei declared. "I visited our former secret contact point for the men in black today and ran into that guy. Can you believe what he said? He told me never to seek him out again, to refrain from putting him in a difficult position. Damn it, to sever ties with me. This wretch has so swiftly turned his back. Why do you still seek him?" Chen Zhi replied nonchalantly. "We have already severed our connections with Shichi, and the movements of the men in black are shrouded in secrecy. According to protocol, any discovery must be reported. By seeking him out now, you only place him in a precarious position." "Damn it, I'm not like others," Pang Wei retorted indignantly. "Do you know the nature of my relationship with that fellow? During that time, we were practically inseparable. For both trivial and significant matters, how many burdens have I shouldered for him? We've watched those clandestine films together at the dead of night. I am fully aware of his misdeeds. The past is the past. When have you seen the people of Shichi prioritize relationships over principles?" Chen Zhi quietly lit a cigarette and gently stated, "We have now cut ties with Shichi, and you must not seek him again." "Hey, I am not seeking him," Pang Wei said, his cheeks reddening as he sat beside Chen Zhi and lowered his voice. "I merely wish to inquire about the situation over there. Orange, let us keep this conversation private. We may argue and quarrel, but ultimately, we must return to the organization. Let us not discuss my situation for now. Consider your own identity. You are a descendant of Jiangxia. For 5 millennia, you have been intertwined with Shichi, a bond as strong as flesh to bone, all of us having been cooked in the same pot. I've heard that your families have been allied through marriage for generations. Can you truly turn against each other? It's impossible. Baoping is merely irked from being single for too long. I believe we can find a way to smooth things over and restore harmony. That is implausible." Chen Zhi gently shook his head, taking a subtle drag from his cigarette. "What is impossible about it?" Pang Wei replied earnestly. "The situation isn't solely your fault. Your actions at that moment were inappropriate. Whatever issues you have with Baoping, must they be aired publicly? The matter concerning the barrier is not something to be discussed lightly. Regardless of its veracity, it should have been a private conversation between the two of you. Instead, you chose to reveal it before everyone, leaving Baoping with no dignity. He will find it difficult to maintain authority in the future. Even if I had spoken in hushed tones, the outcome would have been the same." Chen Zhi's expression darkened slightly upon hearing these words. "That is not the crux of the issue. The essential matter is that Baoping does not wish to listen." Indeed. Pang Wei noticed Chen Zhi's change in demeanor and quickly redirected the conversation. "Do not be upset. If we are to address this matter, it truly falls upon Baoping. Why has he suddenly become so incomprehensible, pressing you into such a corner? He cannot force me. This is a simple truth. You understand it. So why does Baoping not?" Chen Zhi raised his gaze to meet Pang Wei's. "He is not incapable of understanding. He is merely feigning ignorance." Chapter 359. Jiangxia's weakness upon Chen Zhi's revelation. Pang Wei, who had been simmering with discontent, suddenly fell silent. He seemed to harbor some inquiries, yet his lack of confidence stymied him. After much hesitation, he cautiously glanced around before lowering his voice to a whisper, audible only to Chen Zhi, and tentatively remarked, "I must say, Orange, I have harbored these thoughts for quite some time. I have always felt that the discord between you two is rather absurd. I have had dealings with Baoping, and he is certainly no fool. His intellect is unparalleled, and he is meticulous to a fault. This individual, known for his prudence and deliberation, how could he suddenly act so irrationally? The endeavors we undertake are not for personal gain. They serve the greater good, even if we do not articulate it. He should have comprehended this long ago. Why must it escalate to this extent? You too." At this juncture, Pang Wei chuckled softly. You two aren't merely playing a part, are you? Just like that incident with Jiao. Have you begun to orchestrate a scheme again? You are overthinking it. Chen Zhi replied with a faint smile, showing no inclination to lower his voice. Given the current circumstances, we have already reached this impasse. What further schemes could we concoct? The so-called strategies of deception and feigned loyalty are mere tricks of the human realm. Our adversaries are no longer of this world. Yet you are correct in your observation. Bao Ping is no simpleton, and he ought not to have allowed matters to reach this juncture. Pang Wei eagerly concurred, nodding vigorously. What do you think has driven him to such erratic behavior? The mere mention of searching for the tomb of King Jiao sends him into a frenzy. As if one were to desecrate his ancestral grave. It is truly perplexing. I cannot fathom it. Listening to this exchange, Chen Zhi remained silent, quietly smoking his cigarette. After a while, he softly posed a question. Pang, may I inquire something? Speak freely. Pang Wei responded, unperturbed, as he placed the cigarette between his lips and bent to tie his shoelaces. At that moment, Chen Zhi continued, from your perspective as an observer, in the realm of Shiqi, which clan is stronger, the Ji or the Jiang? If a conflict were to arise between the two, which side would possess the upper hand? This question momentarily stumped Pang Wei. He tilted his head, pondering for some time before responding with caution. To say the warriors of Shiqi are formidable would be an understatement. They undoubtedly reign supreme among humans. Each one is a valiant man, deserving of admiration, and I salute them. Yet, let us speak pragmatically. I often feel that physical prowess and magical arts cannot be compared. Physical skill is tangible, a visceral combat, whereas magic is intangible and elusive, rendering it nearly impossible to defend against. For instance, one might be able to wield physical strength akin to a blade, capable of overcoming 100 foes. Yet, should an incantation be uttered, a flame could engulf you, or a deluge could drown you. You possess no remarkable abilities, even if your entire being were forged of iron. How many nails could you truly crush? Wouldn't you agree? This principle weighs heavily on Chen Zhi's mind as he contemplates. We all understand that in the realm of magic, physical prowess often finds itself at a disadvantage. The warriors of West Qi are indeed formidable, but their strength is predicated on having an opponent before them. When confronted with potent spells, West Qi finds itself in a rather passive position. Fatty, allow me to pose another question, Chen Zhi said, turning to Fat Wei with a serious expression. Go ahead, speak your mind. Why the somber demeanor? Fat Wei remarked, extinguishing the cigarette but beneath his foot. Tell me, if I were to stand alongside Jiang Zia, who would emerge the stronger? Chen Zhi inquired softly. Huh, do you even need to ask? Fat Wei chuckled, as if hearing the most absurd question. Of course, your ancestor must be stronger than you. Jiang Zia is a figure of legend, seated high among the clouds, observing the tumultuous world with a knowing smile. I reckon he could easily subdue you with just a fingertip. Your skills are but a legacy of his prowess. How could you possibly surpass him? Despite the levity in Fat Wei's tone, Chen Zhi maintained a grave demeanor, indicating he was not jesting. Have you ever considered this? If Jiang Zia were truly a despicable and shameless individual, he would undoubtedly be consumed by greed for power and selfishness. After seizing the world alongside GFA, why would he still heed GFA's commands? Why would he lower himself to serve as a subordinate? The notion of the weak bowing to the strong is inherently illogical, is it not? Moreover, it is widely known that Jiang Zia was not one to shy away from asserting himself. Fat Wei, upon hearing this, fell into deep contemplation. Your argument does hold merit. Something about this situation seems amiss. In our mythos, Jiang Zia has always supported Ji Chang and his sons for the sake of heavenly principles and righteousness. Yet, it appears his motivations may not be so noble after all. It seems he was merely seeking personal gain. If that is the case, why would he still heed the commands of the Ji family? He could very well turn against them after attaining power, and at the very least, avoid servitude. With this realization, he acknowledged that there indeed lay something sinister beneath the surface. Could it be that the Ji clan had some leverage over Jiang Zia? Perhaps they held something against him that compelled his obedience? What threat could they have wielded? At this point, Chen Zhi fixed his earnest gaze upon Fat Wei. I have been pondering this matter for quite some time. Bao Ping's reaction has been exceedingly peculiar. He had no need to escalate the situation to this extent. His intentions seem rooted in a desire for mutual destruction. That day, I witnessed the conflict in his eyes. He could not meet my gaze when he urged me to return. He harbors secrets from me, and there lies a sense of guilt within him. Had I accompanied him back to West Qi, he might have imprisoned me. Should I have attempted to extricate myself forcefully, he may even have sought to eliminate me. His coercion cannot merely stem from emotional turmoil. He must be concealing some extreme secret that I remain unaware of. Just as we analyzed earlier, it is indeed quite challenging to compel someone as cunning as Jiang Zia, who can deceive even his own kin, to bow down in submission. Thus, it is evident that the Ji clan possesses a method to restrain Jiang Zia, which may manifest in either a tangible or intangible form. The secret that Bao Ping has been guarding closely is likely related to this matter. Chapter 360. The Task of the Great Sorcerer. After a brief conversation, they return to the mundane world. This reality, intricate yet serene, often lulls one into forgetting the burdensome concerns. Since their fallout with Shichi, they have ceased all interactions with that realm. Many matters have become inconvenient, stripped of their unique channels and privileges. However, simplicity has also graced their lives, relieving them from constant anxiety and distress. Since Ji Ying arrived here to recuperate, the Fate Hall has resumed its former prominence. Yet it has transformed from a commercial establishment into a sanctuary focused on healing. Following the incident, Ji Ying's emotional state has deteriorated, rendering her increasingly sensitive and fragile. The human spirit is the most challenging aspect to mend. Although her body has healed swiftly, her psyche remains in a state of turmoil, marked by despondency and silence. Chen Zhi has occasionally discovered Ji Ying weeping quietly in the dead of night, carefully folding her severed red wristband and placing it beneath her pillow as if it were the most cherished treasure. In moments of solitude, she would secretly gaze upon it, allowing tears to flow silently. Chen Zhi understands that Ji Ying deeply longs for Shichi. Her time as a warrior there has intertwined with her essence, becoming her faith for survival. During this period, Chen Zhi has made a concerted effort to find amusing diversions, such as humorous videos and decorative items favored by women. He even asked Lu Baobao to prepare delightful fruit pastries, striving to bring a smile to Ji Ying's face. Yet, she remains enveloped in gloom. It appears that to strip a person of their faith is to rob them of life itself, a far graver loss. In truth, during the previous battle at the Phoenix Nest, it was the sea god and Jiandi who sustained the most grievous injuries. In that clash of ice and fire, the two opposing elements battled for an extended period, resulting in significant depletion of their internal magical energies. Jiandi suffered severe frostbite to her neck and heart, while a substantial portion of the sea god's body, including his internal organs, was burned. Recovery will require considerable time and abundant magical energy for therapeutic aid. Subsequently, Chen Zhi instructed the great sorcerer Anaya to devise a means to return to Shichi. He has resided in the Grand Sorcerer's Temple for centuries, well acquainted with many obscure passages and secret openings. Chen Zhi urged him to seek a special route back to the Grand Sorcerer's Temple, where numerous healing talismans with powerful restorative capabilities are stored. Retrieving these talismans for the sea god and Jiandi would be most beneficial. With Chen Zhi's command, Anaya diligently set to work. A day later, he returned. At that moment, Chen Zhi was alone in a dim chamber, perusing amusing images for Ji Ying. The raven, Naya, entered through the window and informed Chen Zhi that matters were progressing far more smoothly than anticipated. Prior to their departure, they had made provisions by leaving a few inexperienced young shamans within the grand altar. These shamans, though seemingly inconsequential and lacking any notable titles, typically engaged in healing or providing assistance in Shichi. Even if they were to sever ties with Shichi, the latter would not pursue them too harshly, particularly since the protective barrier required their maintenance. Thus, at that time, the Grand Shaman Naya had kept these youths behind as internal support. While these shamans appeared ordinary on the surface, they bore profound connections to Naya. Some were devoted nephews, while others were even blood relatives. As a semi-divine conduit, Naya shared a close bond with his bloodline, which facilitated his return seamlessly through the kinship that coursed within these shamans. Upon returning, Naya discovered the grand altar within Shichi to be remarkably tranquil, devoid of heavy guards. Everything remained as it was. When he inquired with the young shamans, they revealed that Bao Ping had previously commanded them to prepare all healing talismans for potential future needs. Consequently, Naya's return for the talismans and elixirs was well prepared. Chen Zhi listened in silence to Naya's report before raising his head to ask, "Did you complete the task?" "Of course I did. How could a servant dare to forget the master's command?" Naya replied, casting a mysterious glance around before leaning closer to Chen Zhi, whispering, following your instructions. I ascended to the pinnacle of the grand altar to observe the barrier. It appeared exactly as described, a fetal infant. However, this fetus was no mere carving or illusion. It was a truly natural entity, strikingly real. I wished to examine it more closely, but the barrier enveloped it so tightly, with layers of air currents resembling armor, that I dared not touch it. Yet, as the grand shaman continued, his voice became shrouded in an impenetrable mystery. He lowered his tone to a mere whisper, imperceptible to outsiders. However, I did notice a detail. When I approached as closely as possible to scrutinize the fetus, I inadvertently jostled the charm bell on my person. The bell, inherently resonant, caused the entire barrier to tremble, unleashing a cascade of vibrant light and powerful energy. In that moment, I distinctly observed the eyelids of the fetus flutter, as if on the verge of opening. Alive? Chen Zhi's heart raced, and he swiftly turned to gaze at Naya's masked face. Are you certain you did not imagine it? Did that entity's eyelids truly move? I swear upon my life. Naya bent his body, affirming with unwavering certainty, I saw it clearly. It is indeed a male fetus, with jet black hair, a true descendant of the Huaxiao lineage. I know not why it has remained in this state, neither growing nor perishing. I have witnessed its existence for several centuries. The specifics of that entity elude my understanding. However, I can assure you with utmost certainty that it is undeniably alive. Upon concluding his statement, Chen Zhi waved his hand, instructing the raven to withdraw. The great sorcerer, with a swift motion, leapt through the window. Chen Zhi then ran his fingers through his hair, feeling an overwhelming chaos within his mind. A tumult so intense it threatened to upheave his very being. Within the barrier lay sealed an infant, still living. What could this signify? The former leader had asserted that it represented the embodiment of humanity's barrier, a mere illusion, a transient form of existence. Yet, at this moment, it was evidently a living fetus encapsulated within. If this were indeed the case, whose could it be? An infant whose life had been preserved in stasis? What child could endure such conditions for so long? Could it be DXIN? Chapter 361. Beneath the surface of calm speculation, after all, remains but conjecture. Forever detached from reality. What truly lies within that barrier? Answers are currently beyond reach. Yet, life must persist, and it must be navigated with great finesse. In the ensuing days, Chen Zhi found himself immersed in a tranquil and somewhat sweet existence. He prepared meals for Jiang daily, regaling her with amusing tales to elicit her laughter, embodying the essence of an ordinary couple, basking in their affection and savoring the sweetness of life together. During this time, Jiang's demeanor improved significantly. No longer did she weep incessantly. Perhaps the arrival of spring brought a sense of joy. With the gentle breeze and warm sun, the atmosphere was simply delightful. The property, originally nestled against a desolate mountain, was quite expansive. Chen Zhi took the initiative to have the courtyard renovated, incorporating some artificial rock formations. He also planted an array of exquisite flowers, many of which were rare varieties, competing in vibrant hues, adorning the small courtyard with enchanting beauty. Furthermore, Chen Zhi commissioned the construction of a charming little fountain, the design of which he meticulously crafted himself, inspired by a renowned European design. At the fountain's center stood a crystal orb, upon which a small angel perched. As water spouted forth, the orb would spin incessantly, casting a kaleidoscope of colors that sparkled under the sun, creating a breathtaking spectacle. When Chen Zhi and Jiang sat in the courtyard, she often gazed at these beautiful creations. Occasionally, a joyful smile would grace her lips, perhaps influenced by the blossoming romance. Chen Zhi found her smile utterly enchanting, not for its beauty, but for its pure essence, outshining all the flowers in the courtyard. On the surface, life appeared exceptionally serene, devoid of any discernible ripples. Even the surveillance set by Western Qi in the vicinity failed to uncover any clues. It seemed as if Chen Zhi had settled into a tranquil existence since falling in love, captivated by the blissful monotony of daily life. He no longer concerned himself with the path he had tirelessly sought in the past. The fervent attachment within one's heart has been relinquished. However, beneath this tranquil exterior, Chen Zhi has persistently sought ways to uncover information regarding the dust pearl. Despite the absurdity of attempting to locate such a mythical gem in an era characterized by rapid technological advancement, Chen Zhi remains resolute. For he has ascertained a crucial truth. The existence of the dust pearl is irrefutable, and it cannot simply vanish from this world. This sacred relic is inherently robust. It cannot be shattered by external forces nor easily incinerated. It is unlikely to be carelessly discarded or left unnoticed. Unlike antiques, the pearl possesses a distinctive luster, making it readily identifiable. Even an illiterate woodcutter would recognize its value, ensuring it would not be casually thrown away. It must be concealed in some manner, perhaps hidden deep within mountains or even beneath the ocean, which would complicate matters significantly. This endeavor necessitates the collaboration of Chen Zhi and the dragon god, as well as the mobilization of all demigods for assistance. Wu Jia has already received Chen Zhi's orders and discreetly dispatched his command, utilizing the banner of the Jiang clan. He has commanded all demigods within Huaxia to conduct a comprehensive search, scouring the land for any trace of this elusive gem, akin to searching for a needle in a vast ocean. This undertaking is daunting and is likely to consume an extensive amount of time, with no guarantee of fruitful results. An optimistic speculation persists that the pearl may have already fallen into someone's possession, remaining shrouded in secrecy for an extended period. The state would not conceal such an artifact, for if it were to come into its custody, even under the veil of confidentiality, it would undoubtedly generate classified records. Otherwise, it could lead to personal enrichment among collectors. However, if such documentation existed, Chen Zhi would have been aware of it long ago. Thus, another possibility arises: private collection. The most formidable adversaries are indeed these private collectors. There exist many affluent individuals whose wealth rivals that of nations. Most are eccentric, reclusive, and indifferent to fame and fortune, never revealing their wealth to the public eye. They discreetly safeguard their treasures, clandestinely acquiring rare artifacts without anyone comprehending their intentions. They do not showcase these valuables to friends or family, nor do they boast. Yet, it is precisely these private collections that are the most challenging to trace, as there are no records within governmental archives. Therefore, specialized individuals must be dispatched to search for clues. In this regard, the former intelligence division, Muhi, would have been the most suitable choice. After Muhi's demise, Jiao now occupies his position. Had circumstances been different, Chen Zhi would have sought him out first, requesting the mobilization of all domestic and international resources to uncover information regarding the dust pearl. However, the situation has changed after the fallout with Shi Qi. Chen Zhi now finds himself in a precarious position. As Yi Qiu confronted him, he maintained a stance of neutrality, refraining from readily aligning with either side. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi found himself in a position where he could no longer divulge any information to anyone, lest it inadvertently reach Bao Ping's ears. In this digital age, every form of communication is susceptible to eavesdropping, and even online software is not immune to surveillance. It would be exceedingly challenging to completely elude Bao Ping's scrutiny while seeking this elusive jewel. At that moment, Chen Zhi suddenly recalled an individual, an exceptionally significant person, who, even in these circumstances, would undoubtedly stand by his side. That person was none other than his biological father, Chen Yang. However, rather than immediately reaching out to Chen Yang through his own mobile device, he chose to remain discreet. That very evening, he concocted an excuse to accompany Ding Ning to an internet CAF. They spent some time gaming at the CAF, and before they knew it, the outside sky had turned pitch black, with no one paying heed to the ominous presence above. The great Wu Ni loomed silently in the sky. At a certain moment, it disrupted the network signals below, causing all screens to flicker. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Zhi swiftly transmitted a coded message to his father, only to retract it within 2 minutes. It was a simplified Morse code, conveying the urgent message, "Contact me." Soon after, the CAF returned to normalcy. The screens ceased their flickering, and everyone resumed their gaming. At that juncture, the female attendant approached Chen Zhi, tapping him on the shoulder. Her eyes appeared glazed, her expression vacant, clearly under the influence of some hypnotic sound. She gestured towards the front desk and instructed Chen Zhi to take a phone call. Chapter 362. A Father's Opinion. Hello. Chen Zhi answered the call, exhaling softly. On the other end, he could distinctly hear heavy breathing, momentarily interrupted upon hearing his voice. It was evident that the caller had heard him, yet no response followed. Subsequently, Chen Zhi discerned a brief tapping sound, likely produced by a pen or chopsticks striking the tabletop. It comprised a succinct Morse code message. Third row, red seat, mobile. The tapping was executed with such rapidity that it was nearly impossible to capture before it concluded. Accompanied by a series of beeps, the call was abruptly terminated. The female attendant seemed to catch on, gazing at Chen Zhi with a puzzled expression, inquiring if he wished to extend his time. After hanging up the phone, Chen Zhi glanced around, noticing the CAF bustling with patrons. This was the time when students, having completed their assignments, stealthily congregated at the CAF to indulge in gaming. Some were smoking, while others shouted excitedly, creating a cacophony of noise. Remarkably, Chen Zhi found himself in a corner devoid of surveillance, perfectly positioned outside the camera's view. Ding Ning, having immersed himself in the game, remained oblivious to Chen Zhi's departure, fixated on the computer screen, exuberantly shouting and pounding on the keyboard. Just behind him was a red seat, a gaming chair that appeared to be a second-hand acquisition by the CAF owner. Unlike other sofas, this one stood out conspicuously. Seated upon it was a student, deeply engrossed in a game, with his phone carelessly discarded on the table. Chen Zhi approached quietly, inadvertently brushing his hand against the edge of the table. The student remained oblivious, and the phone slipped into Chen Zhi's grasp. At that moment, Chen Zhi gently tapped Ding Ning's shoulder. "Enjoy your game. I shall return first. Please come back early and stay safe." I know, Ding Ning replied, not even glancing at Chen Zhi, completely absorbed in his game. Thus, Chen Zhi exited the internet CAF alone. Throughout his journey, he refrained from retrieving the phone, opting instead to keep it nestled in his pocket. Lighting a cigarette, he strolled back to the dormitory. Upon entering the courtyard, he ascended to the second floor, closed the door, and drew the curtains tightly before finally extracting the phone. It was a large-screen smartphone, somewhat worn, secured with a patterned password. Once Chen Zhi cracked the code, he discovered that the entire system had been overhauled. Only a single communication application remained on the home screen. This application was unfamiliar to Chen Zhi, its appearance vaguely reminiscent of something he could not quite place. As he gazed at the phone, the application began to pulsate, indicating an incoming call. Chen Zhi connected his headphones and opened the application, instantly hearing Chen Yang's voice. "Xiao Zhi, this communication software is my creation. No one can intercept it." Chen Yang's voice was barely a whisper. "Rest assured, the network is secure. I have fully encrypted it. Is your location safe?" "Yes," Chen Zhi replied softly, comforted by his father's meticulous nature, which alleviated his worries. At that moment, he heard Chen Yang's voice hastily relay what happened. "What is going on with you and Baoping? Recently, a delivery aunt came to see me, claiming she would no longer deliver meals. She said you have left the organization and are no longer associated with Shiqi. The organization won't look after me anymore, saying I am free. I suspected you might have fallen out with Baoping. You share common interests and a deep history. There should be no need for a split. Why has it come to this? What exactly transpired?" "It's a long story," Chen Zhi sighed softly, detailing all that had transpired recently to Chen Yang. He deliberately expressed his strong suspicions regarding Baoping's current behavior, deeming it illogical and potentially indicative of concealed matters. Chen Yang remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. At that moment, Chen Zhi interjected, "Dad, you should come back. I am short on personnel and have much to accomplish. Your assistance is vital. Besides, you are now free, and there is no compelling reason to remain there." "Incorrect. It is precisely now that I cannot leave." Chen Yang's voice resonated with unwavering certainty. "Xiao Zhi, there is a matter you have yet to comprehend. What exactly does Baoping intend? What kind of person is Baoping? Although my encounters with him have been few, I have garnered considerable insight into his character. Baoping often conceals his emotions, remaining stoic until he decides to act. When he does choose to strike, he prepares meticulously, ensuring a decisive blow. Should he wish to harm you, he would not allow you the slightest inkling, nor would he engage in a quarrel. The intensity of your recent dispute is precisely because he does not wish to take your life. He still harbors feelings for you. If I were to depart at this juncture, it would incite his suspicions and ultimately provoke him to violence. In psychology, there exists a term known as benevolent theft, the concept of preserving a person's goodwill while covertly appropriating their intentions without compelling them to become malevolent. Thus, it is crucial that I remain here, as it will reassure Baoping, allowing for potential reconciliation in the future. However, I have already contemplated your earlier conjecture, and I can now assert with certainty that you are entirely correct. Baoping is not capricious. He harbors a significant secret that he dares not disclose. This secret is so extraordinary that it causes his behavior to deviate from the norm. In his mind, once you uncover this secret, you will inevitably become his adversary. At that point, No force or emotional bond could deter you. Chapter 363. Clues, Acknowledgement. Xiao Fu in Greater California 10,000. In the ensuing days, Chen Zhi, alongside his father, delved into various plans, the primary focus being the quest for the long-lost dust pearl. According to popular belief, the dust pearl was taken to the tomb by King Wu of Zhou before his demise. However, reliable historical records indicate that during the late Qin period, this artifact fell into the hands of the King Xian of the southern Yunnan. It was precisely because King Xian was reluctant to part with the dust pearl that he chose to leave his country, seeking a secluded place in the mountains to cultivate immortality and fulfill his dream of eternal life. Thus, the so-called pearl buried in the tomb of Emperor Wu of Han, Lu Che, was merely a counterfeit shadow pearl. The genuine dust pearl was entombed with King Xian after his death, held in his mouth as a funerary offering. This pearl must have seen the light of day, and the last individual to behold this treasure undoubtedly was within the tomb. Upon examining subsequent history, one observes a tumultuous political landscape. Following the end of the Qin dynasty, various factions vied for dominance, culminating in Liu Bang establishing the Han dynasty. After the Han, a prolonged period of disunity ensued, characterized by the Three Kingdoms, with heroes emerging amidst the chaos. The annals of history are rife with tales of this era. Should this pearl have fallen into the hands of a powerful warlord or feudal lord, it would have been documented in historical records, rendering its concealment nearly impossible. Moreover, another dark facet of Chinese history has been the prevalence of tomb raiders. For millennia, this unique profession has thrived, with grave robbers traversing numerous tombs under the cover of night. No royal tomb has ever escaped calamity. Thus, from this perspective, it is highly probable that this pearl ultimately fell into the hands of grave robbers. Such nefarious individuals would undoubtedly operate in secrecy, as would the purchasers of stolen treasures. Chuni Yang posits that the reason this artifact has remained hidden is likely due to its possession by a certain family since the tomb of the prince was plundered. This family may have thrived over generations, managing to retain the treasure for an extended period. Moreover, they are not inclined to flaunt their wealth, nor do they harbor dreams of immortality through this pearl. Consequently, this jewel has remained concealed from the public eye. This is merely a broad conjecture. However, with this notion, one can delve into details for investigation. Research must commence from ancient history, probing into the prominent families that dwell upon this land. In China, there is a saying that wealth seldom lasts beyond 3 generations. Thus, a family that has prospered for such an extended duration cannot remain entirely obscured. Economic and political spheres are intertwined. Any significant family must, to some extent, be connected to political power. An inquiry into all historical records is necessary to identify families that have thrived continuously since the end of the Qin dynasty. Investigating such internal information requires access to elite networks, scrutinizing the assets of those influential families, and even infiltrating international financial networks. Such a high-intensity information breach would logically necessitate the connections of Yi Qiu. Through the influence of the aforementioned connections, execution of this task would be virtually impossible without them. However, Chen Yang informed Chen Zhi, granting him 3 days to devise a means to penetrate all upper-level networks. Regarding his father's capabilities, Chen Zhi held unwavering confidence. Aside from possessing slightly skewed values, his father was nearly a paragon of perfection. Indeed, within less than 3 days, his father's call arrived, bearing astonishing news. It appears that the saying about wealth not lasting beyond 3 generations holds considerable truth. Throughout history, there have been very few families that have maintained prosperity. Regardless of how affluent or noble they may have been during their zenith, most families decline after 7 or 8 generations. Many illustrious clans have long since perished, leaving no descendants to trace. However, there exists a particularly unique family that, due to its distinctive status, has flourished continuously since the spring and autumn period. This family remains resilient, with its descendants thriving. Despite the numerous dynastic changes and the tumult of bloodshed, every emperor, regardless of their identity, has conferred exceptional respect upon this family. Some emperors even designated them as a prestigious lineage, garnering the utmost reverence. The gates of this family are still bustling with visitors, and the thoroughfare is filled with carriages. This illustrious lineage is none other than the family of Confucius, the founder of Confucianism. Upon learning this outcome, Chen Zhi furrowed his brow. To speak candidly, he would fearlessly venture into desolate mountains or even hell itself. Yet this particular place evokes a sense of trepidation among those born on the soil of Huaxia. The Kong family is truly exceptional, having endured throughout history for an extensive period. Take, for instance, his family genealogy, which is reputed to be exceptionally comprehensive, encompassing a plethora of records from ancient times to the present, akin to a tome chronicling the history of the Huaxia civilization. Moreover, due to the meticulous care of its lineage, its integrity surpasses that of other familial genealogies, having long since transformed into a treasure of Huaxia. This is a family grounded in principles. The esteemed reputation of the Kong family resonates profoundly across this vast land. Throughout various dynasties, numerous erudite scholars have emerged from their ranks, and their lineage has consistently occupied prestigious positions within imperial courts. It is said that when Dorgan breached the capital, summoning civil and military officials with fervent rhetoric, he regarded no Han individual with any esteem. Yet, upon encountering the descendants of the Kong family, he exhibited profound respect, refraining from any impropriety. Through the passage of time, this family has steadfastly persisted amidst the relentless currents of history for over 3 millennia. All Huaxiao people are aware that Confucius's philosophy of Confucianism has permeated the very essence of the Chinese spirit. This is not merely represented by the grand and magnificent Confucius Temple in Shandong or the vibrancy of the Confucian rituals, but is indelibly etched in the hearts of the Huaxiao people. If that precious dust pearl truly resides within the Kong residence, finding it would be akin to searching for a needle in the vast ocean. Of course, this remains a speculative inquiry. To ascertain its authenticity, one cannot rely solely on conjecture, but must seek definitive evidence. And this evidence was indeed uncovered by Chen Yang 3 days later. Chen discovered an archival photograph from the Cultural Revolution era, which included a private correspondence from the second head of the Kong family, addressed to a military officer within the armed forces at that time. The essence of the letter conveyed a request to safeguard valuable possessions through personal connections. The document was entirely inscribed in brush calligraphy, displaying vigorous and robust strokes, with a mastery of the art comparable to that of a grand master. The content read, "Brother, as for the treasures housed within my family, they have all been entrusted to your care. While other items may be overlooked, the phoenix gallbladder pearl, an ancestral relic of immeasurable value, must not be lost. The consequences would be dire. I implore you to regard this matter with utmost seriousness." However, this letter did not achieve its intended purpose, for the officer to whom it was entrusted was soon investigated for violating military discipline. Consequently, this private correspondence was confiscated, indicating that the attempt to safeguard the items was ultimately unsuccessful. Such occurrences were prevalent at that time, thus failing to attract attention. Yet now, when the sensitive terms phoenix gallbladder pearl emerged before Chen Zhi, the significance of this letter transformed entirely. Chapter 364. The second head of the Kong family. Chen Zhi meticulously examined the photographs included in the materials, discerning the writer's remarkable caution. In a standard letter format, there are typically respectful salutations at the beginning and the recipient's name at the end, such as esteemed brother so-and-so or your humble brother so-and-so. However, this letter bore neither a salutation nor a signature, rendering it devoid of any identifying name. This indicates that the writer did not disclose the recipient's identity nor their own. Such behavior is undeniably abnormal, yet it is not entirely incomprehensible. During that sensitive era, many esteemed families fell victim to the ravages wrought by the Red Guards, their wealth reduced to ashes. To evade this calamity, numerous prominent families entrusted their fortunes to friends and relatives within the military. The soldiers, particularly the senior officers, held considerable status at that time. Even amidst the rampant chaos unleashed by the Red Guards, they dared not provoke these figures. The sender's choice to refrain from addressing the recipient by name indicates a desire to protect them, to avoid causing any trouble. However, the absence of their own name is quite unusual, suggesting that it was either too sensitive or, for some reason, unutterable. In the accompanying photograph, there lies a brown paper envelope beside the letter. During that period, without the aid of computers, the archivists were notably meticulous. They secured these letters within a brown paper wrap, labeling it to denote the general content and identity of the correspondence. A red stamp indicating confiscation was then affixed. Upon closer inspection, Chen Zhi noted that the date inscribed was May 4, 1969, with the label reading, "A private letter from the second master of the Kong family." It is likely this label stemmed from the testimony elicited during the interrogation of the military officer, subsequently recorded there. Due to the abruptness of the events, the items belonging to the Kong family were never delivered and thus did not attract significant attention. They were simply stored away and forgotten. These ancient documents, though long past, remain classified at a high level. Only those of utmost authority possess the power to peruse them, and few would take it upon themselves to conduct research. This very circumstance has allowed this thin sheet of correspondence to endure, ultimately uncovered by Chen Yang. With this black and white evidence in hand, the matter is now nearly confirmed. Everyone knows that Confucius lived during the late spring and autumn period. It is not surprising that his descendants held considerable status at the time, making it plausible for them to possess such a precious item. Most significantly, the Phoenix gallbladder pearl is indeed an alternate name for the Yaotian pearl. Throughout the illustrious 5,000 years of Chinese history, nothing else has ever borne the title of Phoenix gallbladder pearl. The scholarly Kong family would never mistakenly inscribe such a name. Thus, upon validation of this appellation, it can be safely concluded that this is the legendary Yaotian pearl. Armed with this compelling evidence, they can now pursue the next course of action to locate the rightful owner. Subsequently, Chen Zhi engaged in a private discussion with Pang Wei, presenting him with the photograph of the document and articulating his thoughts. After contemplating the image for a considerable time while smoking a cigarette, Pang Wei nodded in admiration. "If you ask me, our father truly possesses remarkable abilities. This photograph, bearing the official sealed red stamp, is likely something even he could not have produced during his lifetime. I just examined it. This is unequivocally an authentic piece, and the brushwork is genuinely exquisite. Moreover, these two strokes are not something an ordinary person could produce. They must have been crafted by someone with profound mastery of calligraphy." However, regarding the second master of the Kong residence, Fat Wei paused, biting down on his cigarette, and then turned to Chen Zhi. "You may not be familiar with the Kong residence, but I have some knowledge about it. Nowadays, the younger generation views the Kong residence merely as a tourist attraction. As for the affairs within the family, many remain oblivious. I have heard from the old folks at Lu Lichang that competition within the Kong residence is fierce, akin to a minor imperial examination. The chaos among the various branches and courtyards is quite overwhelming. One could hardly encapsulate it all in a single volume of Dream of the Red Chamber. Nevertheless, their family has produced numerous prominent figures, some of whom currently hold high positions. They are not individuals to be trifled with. Thus, should we wish to enter, we must possess a nearly foolproof assurance. Otherwise, we risk startling the snake in the grass and losing our gains. What do you suggest?" At this moment, Chen Zhi also lit a cigarette, understanding that when it comes to such clandestine affairs, no one is more adept than Fat Wei. Fat Wei examined the letter upside down for quite some time, seemingly intrigued by the blank space beneath the parchment. "Isn't it fascinating? Writing a letter without even signing one's name. All we know is that he is the second master of the Kong family. However, let us consider this. The second master from 1969 must have been at least in his 30s, right? That is not so far back. He might very well still be alive. Even if he isn't, there are sons and grandsons whose names would appear in the Kong family genealogy, providing us with the necessary information and address, which shouldn't be too challenging. Yet, one must first know what he is called. Otherwise, if you recklessly show up at his house claiming to seek the master from 1969, wouldn't they think you're insane?" Indeed, Chen Zhi nodded in agreement, pondering where to obtain a name. "Regardless of whether this individual is alive or deceased, without access to the original letter, my abilities are of no use. If I resort to using my power to steal this document, it could create a significant uproar. Bao Ping would undoubtedly find out. No, we cannot proceed that way." Whenever Fat Wei mentions Bao Ping, he feels a headache coming on, his head shaking like a rattle. Let us not provoke them. We need to think of another approach. After expressing this, Fat Wei continued to stare intently at the photograph, as if attempting to discern something from the signature area. Isn't it peculiar that there is no signature? How could he be so certain that the recipient would recognize him? At this point, Fat Wei seemed to recall something and immediately turned back to Chen Zhi. By the way, we have an ancient tradition. When writing letters, one often includes a token as proof of authorship. This token is typically a personal item, something that immediately signifies its owner. Just like in the plays, when a young lady sends a love letter to her beloved, she must include a handkerchief or some jewelry as a token. This is known as a token, serving as proof of identity. Otherwise, How could one discern whether you are a false envoy? Observe how the second heir of the Kong family exercises such caution. This letter undoubtedly will not be sent by post, but rather entrusted to a reliable individual for delivery. His omission of a name signifies that the messenger must possess an essential token that can authenticate his identity. Chapter 365, The Second Heir of the Kong Family, Part 2. Fat Wei's remarks thoroughly alerted Chen Zhi. Indeed, it is true. In that turbulent era, even spouses sharing the same bed could betray one another by the following day, leading to an erosion of trust among individuals. If a name is not inscribed on the letter, no one would believe it. Hence, the existence of this token for identity verification is imperative. Furthermore, this item must be highly personal and distinctive, instantly recognizable as belonging to the Kong family. Subsequently, Chen Zhi instructed Chen Yang to continue searching through the ancient records for any breakthroughs, specifically looking for any notable items that may have been seized during the military officer's house search. Within a day, Chen Yang delivered good news. Fat Wei's conjecture was indeed correct. The officer had been investigated due to factional issues, leading to the simultaneous search of several officers' residences. Those fervent individuals of that time were less concerned with material wealth and more focused on correspondence, hoping to uncover any evidence of counter-revolutionary activity. As a result, these letters were preserved with meticulous care, stamped and recorded. In contrast, the confiscated assets were not documented. They were collectively gathered and sealed as counter-revolutionary materials. After the downfall of the Gang of Four and the conclusion of the Cultural Revolution, the nation gradually flourished, and most of the confiscated properties were returned to their original owners. However, some items remained, either forgotten due to the passage of time or because their original owners had perished, rendering them ownerless. Subsequently, these items were auctioned off through governmental procedures, with each auctioned piece meticulously recorded. Among them was a jade pendant, which came into the possession of a merchant and was later passed down to his son. In an effort to validate the pendant's worth, the son even submitted it for appraisal on a treasure identification program. During the show, little was disclosed, merely stating that it was an early purchase of his father, seeking expert evaluation. The pendant bore a distinctive mark that could confirm its origins from the Kong family, denoting its lineage of first-class status. Chen Yang is indeed an extraordinary individual. When he desires to obtain something, there is scarcely anything beyond his reach, especially online. He operates like an invisible hand, omnipresent and elusive. After some time spent in further searches, he successfully located the treasure appraisal program from that era, downloaded the segment, and sent it to Chen Zhi's mobile phone. This program had aired at least 10 years prior and existed solely in the most obscure storage of the television network. Upon opening the video, Chen Zhi found the imagery to be relatively clear. A middle-aged man held a circular jade pendant, seeking the expertise of a specialist for its appraisal. After a thorough examination, the expert declared it to be exquisite Hetian jade, characterized by its clarity and smoothness, and crafted with remarkable precision, suggesting it was a personal adornment of someone of considerable stature. The pendant featured an intricate hollow design, with a bold inscription of 4 characters, a symbol of the Confucian family. In the corner of the pendant, a diminutive motif was delicately carved, presumably representing the name of its owner. While the expert refrained from explicitly stating the name, he captured the engraved characters on screen. Chen Zhi paused the video and magnified the image for closer inspection. The motif depicted a finely crafted little pig, which, according to tradition, should signify the owner's zodiac sign. Within the pig, a few seal script characters were inscribed, and upon careful examination, it became evident that the name inscribed was Kong Qinghan. This was undoubtedly a delightful discovery. Correlating the auction date of the pendant with the timeline of events, it became clear that this Kong Qinghan was indeed the pendant's owner. The name itself revealed significant personal information. In ancient aristocratic families, names were meticulously chosen, with the belief that one should compensate for deficiencies in their fate. Some individuals, born with a strong fire element in their destiny, required the cooling influence of water, leading to the inclusion of water-related characters in their names. From this, it could be inferred that this individual possessed a fiery temperament and lacked water, and was born in the year of the pig, likely serving as the second-in-command of the Confucian family around 1969. This wealth of personal information made it relatively easy to locate him. Subsequently, Chen Zhi promptly instructed Pang Wei to seek methods to find this Kong Qinghan within the family genealogy of the Kong clan. They aimed to ascertain where he had lived, and whether he was still alive. Although the genealogy was a family treasure by this day and age, it had become difficult to keep entirely confidential. Through generations of changes, various versions had been printed and reproduced, making it manageable for someone like Pang Wei, who frequented the antique markets, to acquire. Before long, someone provided Pang Wei with a relatively accurate version of the Kong family genealogy, which meticulously recorded significant members of the Kong family throughout the ages, whether legitimate or illegitimate, young or old, those who lived to a ripe old age, or those who met untimely ends. Chen Zhi and Pang Wei perused the genealogy for quite some time, searching for the name Kong Qinghan. Initially, they anticipated a swift discovery. However, they ultimately faced an unacceptable reality. After thoroughly examining the genealogy spanning a century before and after 1969, they found no trace of this individual. This revelation left them utterly astonished. How could a prominent second-in-command of the Confucian family not appear in the genealogy? It was simply incomprehensible, given that the genealogy was a reproduction. They had also contemplated issues of accuracy. Pang Wei requested 2 additional versions and even asked Chun Yang to locate a genealogy imprint used during the family's ancestral worship. Yet, they remained utterly empty-handed. Upon closer inspection, Chen Zhi discovered that those members of the Kong family, who bore the infamous marks of disloyalty and unfilial conduct, although branded with these accusations, still found their names preserved within the family genealogy, not vanished into oblivion. In stark contrast, Kong Qinghan, the individual who left behind a letter, appeared as a specter, with no record whatsoever in the annals of the Kong lineage, as if he had been entirely forgotten by the family. Chapter 366. The departed Kong family. This outcome was, to be frank, entirely unexpected for both Pang Wei and Chen Zhi. It is well known that the Chinese possess a profound sense of familial identity. China is a nation that reveres its ancestors. Unlike foreign customs, where given names precede surnames, Chinese tradition places the family name at the forefront, signifying respect for one's lineage. Numerous individuals dedicate their lives to the service of their families, often sacrificing everything, viewing the posthumous honor of being enshrined in ancestral halls and recorded in genealogies as the ultimate accolade. Thus, the absence of the second-in-command of the Kong residents from the family tree was an utterly illogical circumstance. Of course, as the family lineage extends through the ages, it is not devoid of unworthy descendants. The Kong family genealogy explicitly states, all who exhibit unfilial behavior, insubordination, commit treachery, engage in monastic or sorcerous practices, or serve in degrading roles, are deemed to bring disgrace upon their ancestors and, consequently, are barred from inclusion in the family records. Yet, this is merely a doctrine. Although one might not be inscribed in the genealogy, records of their existence still persist. Even if one has committed an offense, particularly one of a politically sensitive nature, it would suffice to note their transgressions. Nevertheless, names should never simply vanish. Therefore, the plight of Kong Qinghan is utterly baffling. Chen Zhi, too, entertained numerous hypotheses, such as the possibility that during those tumultuous times, this second-in-command of the Kong residents adopted a new name to evade chaos, a common occurrence in such an era. Alternatively, he might have assumed the identity of another through adoption or other means. However, Chun Yang conducted thorough investigations that ultimately refuted Chen Zhi's conjectures. He could find no trace of this second member of the Kong family. The name Kong Qinghan appeared nowhere in any registries or genealogical records associated with the Kongs. This effectively eliminated the likelihood of a name change. The absence of even household registration records confirmed that this individual had truly vanished without a trace. Faced with this perplexing situation, Chen Zhi found himself at a loss. He had formulated countless theories, only to dismantle them time and again, unable to elucidate the circumstances. On the third day, Pang Wei proposed the most feasible suggestion, stating, instead of remaining at home, consumed by speculation, why not simply visit the old Kong residents to inquire directly about the matter? Clarity would surely spare them from further conjecture. Pang Wei spoke a profound truth. While seeking out the Kong family at this juncture may seem absurd, it was indeed the only recourse available to them. Subsequently, they began to delve into the intricate details surrounding the Kong family, seeking to identify those presently in charge and unraveling the internal dynamics. As I prepare to enter this illustrious family that has flourished for millennia on the land of Huaxia, It is worth noting that the contemporary Kong residence is no longer inhabited by the direct descendants of Confucius. The renowned Kung Fu in Shandong, along with the Kong Temple, has transformed into a mere tourist attraction. The individuals bearing the Kong surname in Xiufu, Shandong, are largely branches of the family. The true lineage of the Kong clan has long since vanished from the mainland. The Kung Fu is situated within the city of Xiufu, adjacent to the Kong Temple, and originally served as the residence of Confucius's eldest legitimate son, known as the Yenxing Gongfu. Established in 1377 and extensively renovated in 1503. It unfortunately suffered significant damage due to a fire. In 1885, 7 buildings of the inner residence that were ravaged by flames were reconstructed, restoring its fundamental appearance. Following the establishment of the People's Republic, the government allocated funds for multiple restorations, allowing the Kung Fu to regain its former splendor. Today, it is well preserved and recognized as a key cultural heritage site in the nation. However, while the Great Wall endures through the ages, the direct descendants of the Kong family who once resided there have long departed. They fled to Taiwan before the establishment of the Republic and have never returned. There lies a historical narrative behind this departure. In July 1937, as the anti-Japanese war erupted, the threat of Japanese occupation loomed over Shandong. Fearing that the then heir of the Kong family, Kongdiching, might fall into Japanese hands and be installed as a cultural puppet, Chiang Kai-shek ordered General Sun Tongxian to forcibly relocate Kongdiching to Chongqing. Following the split between the nationalists and communists, Kongdiching moved to Taiwan in 1949, severing ties with the mainland. In Taiwan, Kongdiching enjoyed a life of considerable prestige, holding esteemed positions such as president of the Examination Yuan, advisor to the presidential office, and university professor. Allegedly, apart from organizing the annual Confucius ceremonies in Taiwan, he engaged in few other activities yet received a substantial salary. Ultimately, Kongdiching passed away on the 28th of the month in Taiwan at the age of 88, concluding his life of stability and affluence without ever returning to the mainland. Consequently, he faced criticism for allegedly forgetting his ancestors and the roots of the mainland. Kongdiching's son succeeded him as the head of the family, and his actions bore little distinction from those of his father. However, his grandson emerged as a notable figure. This child was born amid great anticipation, as Kongdiching was still alive and eagerly awaited a legitimate grandson. Upon the birth of this grandson, he was immensely pleased, and after a month and a half of contemplation, he named him Kong Shoren, cherishing him as a treasure and keeping him close. Tragically, this child passed away 2 years later. Reportedly, this boy, now merely 14 years old, is exceptionally intelligent, possesses remarkable talents, and learns with remarkable speed, exhibiting insights that echo the wisdom of sages. Moreover, this young lad has a strong affinity for the mainland, frequently visiting to see relatives, pay homage to ancestral temples, and participate in grand ceremonies honoring Confucius, earning widespread acclaim. Coincidentally, it is now the period for honoring the Confucius Temple. The child named Kong Shoren has returned from Taiwan and is currently engaged in preparatory work in Shandong. Upon discovering this information, Chen Zhi and Pang Wei found themselves somewhat perplexed. If the direct descendant of the Kong family, Kongdiching, were still alive, this matter would undoubtedly be far simpler. Judging by age, Kongdiching is likely contemporaneous with Kong Qinghan, and it is plausible they may have known each other. Furthermore, since their lineage had already migrated to Taiwan, why would this second-in-command of the Kong residence write to a military officer on the mainland to preserve their assets? There must have been some peculiar circumstances surrounding this. However, Kongdiching has since passed away, taking all his memories and secrets with him. Who knows if he ever shared these matters with his descendants? How much could his son possibly know? Although his grandson currently resides on the mainland, being merely a teenage boy, what could he possibly comprehend? Regardless, this remains the only lead they have at present. Chen Zhi subsequently dispatched Jian Di to ascertain the whereabouts of the boy and the company he keeps. Now that the situation has reached this juncture, they must seize any potential opportunity to extract information. Chapter 367. During the War of Resistance against Japan, Pang Wei then devised a kidnapping plan, which, though its name may sound unpalatable, is essentially what it entails. Pang Wei's intention is straightforward. Regardless of whether the child is aware of anything, he is currently on the mainland, which simplifies matters. The plan is to abduct the child and then hold him to leverage communication with his father in Taiwan, hoping to extract some information from him. If the father genuinely knows nothing, he should be urged to investigate. With numerous direct descendants of the Kang family residing in Taiwan, they are bound to uncover some clues. In any case, the priority is to secure the child, after which everything else will fall into place. On this occasion, Chen Zhi did not express any dissent. Although Pang Wei's tactics may seem unscrupulous, in such times, one cannot afford to dwell on moral qualms. He would not hesitate to turn Shandong upside down if it meant achieving their objectives. Consequently, the following day, the two set off for the Kang residence with great haste. Jiying did not inquire where Chen Zhi was headed or when he would return, yet from her gaze, he discerned that she had guessed part of the truth. There are direct flights to the provincial capital of Shandong, but to reach Ciufu, a layover is necessary, making the journey longer than anticipated. The flight proved rather tedious. Pang Wei, unable to smoke, grew irritable and incessantly requested beverages from the flight attendants. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi activated his phone as flight mode and perused the documents he had gathered over time regarding the obscure rumors surrounding the Kang family. Such information, derived from informal channels, possesses an air of legend, yet often carries a kernel of truth. In contrast, information available through official channels frequently seems to lack the richness of authenticity. From the materials at hand, it is evident that this noble family, revered for millennia across the vast expanse of the Huaxiao land, is not without its fair share of disparaging voices. Numerous literati express disdain for the Kang family, accusing them of feigned benevolence and cloaking themselves in the gilded name of their ancestors. Others assert that, while they present themselves as a lofty scholarly lineage, they are, in fact, mere pawns of the ruling powers. Each successive head of the Kang residence has entangled themselves in murky political machinations with those in authority. During the late Ming and early Qing dynasties, many scholars condemned the Kangs, denouncing their professed loyalty to the emperor and patriotism, while accusing them of failing to sacrifice themselves for their country when the Qing forces invaded. Ultimately, they accepted positions within the Qing court, forsaking the integrity of the scholarly class and tarnishing their ancestral legacy. Some even pointed to the previous head, Kangdiqing, suggesting that his relocation to Taiwan was a result of his failed allegiance to the Japanese, labeling him a traitor. This allegation is not without foundation, as it coincides with the emergence of certain clandestine documents from that era. A small newspaper that explicitly stated that before the fall of Ciufu in 1938, the head of the Kang family had hosted high-ranking Japanese military leaders, such as Tian and Kubo, inviting them to a feast. During this gathering, he offered silver and supplies for military use, while engaging in flattering discourse to foster Sino-Japanese goodwill. Such treacherous conduct was exposed and became a sensational scandal of the time. However, this matter was swiftly quelled, the specifics of which remain obscure, as few were inclined to concern themselves with such trivialities amidst the chaos of that era. It is known that public outrage subsided, and the Kang family's reputation was seemingly restored, with the incident fading from discourse. Not until December of the 26th year of the Republic did Kang Shouqing and his wife, under the orders of Chairman Chiang Kai-shek, leave their homeland in the dead of night, escorted away from Shandong. Shortly thereafter, Kang Shouqing publicly declared his stance against Japanese aggression in Wuhan on behalf of the Kang family. The press hailed him, noting that prior to the War of Resistance, Japan had repeatedly invited him to participate in the inauguration of a Confucius temple in Japan, all of which he resolutely declined. This illustrates Kang Shouqing's noble spirit, steadfast in his refusal to submit to malevolent forces. Thereafter, he never returned to Shandong, living a life of peace and prosperity in Taiwan, adorned with high-ranking titles. Yet, curiously, this elder never dared to return to the mainland, nor to his birthplace in Ciufu, a fact that aroused much skepticism among many. Even today, as the political landscape of the nation has become considerably more open, many members of the Kang family return annually to pay homage to their ancestors. However, the events surrounding their resistance to Japanese aggression remain a sensitive topic, one that all who have interacted with them know to avoid in their presence. As Chen Zhi perused these documents, he was entirely engrossed, oblivious to the fact that Pang Wei had been watching alongside him for quite some time. Pang Wei chuckled, his expression one of disdain, as if he had discerned some underlying truth. "What are you laughing at?" Chen Zhi inquired, locking his phone and turning his curious gaze toward Pang Wei. "What have you comprehended?" "I, an uneducated rustic, cannot comprehend much." Although Pang Wei self-deprecates, his face is still replete with disdain. What I wish to convey is that these pretentious intellectuals, regardless of the era, are always so theatrical. When it comes to wielding a pen, each one surpasses the other in prowess. Yet, when it truly matters, they all cower. Goodness, they are all mere dramatists. Descendants of Confucius, I scoff at your intentions. Chen Zhi has grown increasingly intrigued by Pang Wei's words. Do you know something? He inquires. Are you alluding to the anti-Japanese war? Ah, but I have said nothing. Pang Wei interrupts, gesturing dismissively. Such a noble lineage. I, a mere lowly individual, dare not disparage. If there is something to discuss, let me enlighten you about the Ming dynasty. The Ming dynasty? Chen Zhi suddenly finds it amusing. You are well-versed in Ming history? Of course, Pang Wei asserts, straightening his collar with a serious demeanor. Did I not mention that those who delve into tomb raiding are half historians? Do not underestimate your chubby elder as an intellectual. Allow me to share my insights on Ming history. In your eyes, those eunuchs from the eastern and western censors during the Ming dynasty, what kind of figures were they? They were treacherous, harmful to the nation, were they not? They were reviled as traitorous ministers and corrupt officials. And what of the Donglin party? They were esteemed scholars, the top candidates in examinations throughout the ages, gentlemen, loyal ministers. To echo the rhetoric of that time, the Donglin party and the eunuchs cannot coexist. They are not to be compared. But guess what happened when the Ming court was breached? Huh, you would never fathom it. Chapter 368, Satire O? Chen Zhi suddenly finds himself genuinely captivated. He leans back in his chair, sipping his juice, preparing to listen intently as Pang Wei elaborates on Ming history. Pang Wei begins. When discussing the 5,000 years of Huaxia, each era indeed has its merits. However, if we are to identify the most formidable dynasty of literati, it must be the Ming dynasty. The Ming court is truly the most fascinating of all dynasties. If you believe the current times are complex, take a glance at the unofficial histories of the Ming dynasty. The darkness of human nature, the treachery and deceit, the honeyed words masking daggers. During that era, such matters were mere childish play. The literati of that time were the loudest and most formidable. The Jiangnan literati formed their own faction, uniting with the civil officials of the court to establish the Donglin party. The Donglin party was indeed impressive. Although they rarely dared to harm a chicken, they were vociferous in their criticisms. Today they write a memorial, tomorrow they compose a poem. Their denunciations flowed freely, whether at meals or over drinks. Even during the most mundane acts, they condemned everything they disapproved of, declaring others to be conspirators, while they themselves were the pure and noble literati, with unwavering integrity. The group they scorned most was the eunuchs, those without roots, the very eunuchs of the eastern and western censors. They concocted numerous tales, alleging these eunuchs committed countless immoral acts, despite their own lack of manhood, supposedly bringing ruin to many young maidens. Yet, when Li Ziqing stormed into Beijing, what do you think transpired? This group of resolute members of the Donglin party surrendered in an instant. Yet, the eunuchs of the notorious Ministry of Works, whom they had reviled, vowed to never surrender and pledged to protect the imperial palace with their lives. From the aged septuagenarians to the youthful teenagers, they were indeed prepared to fight until the last man. Chen Zhi found himself intrigued by this. He had often heard that the Ming dynasty was a remarkably fascinating era, embodying the essence of the Chinese character with its distinctive cultural, artistic, social phenomena, and even legal and economic traits. Chen Zhi had longed for an opportunity to delve into the annals of Ming history, but his busy schedule had thwarted his plans. To his surprise, the way the plump fellow spoke made it seem so captivating. You speak as if you witnessed it firsthand, Chen Zhi remarked with a smile. Is it true? Or could it merely be a rumor? Is it not said that eunuchs lack conscience and bring calamity to the nation? How did they transform into national heroes? Nonsense. Who claims that eunuchs are devoid of morality? It is sheer prejudice, the stout man retorted earnestly, clearly serious about the matter. Let me tell you, among the eunuchs, there are a few genuine men, and I truly admire them. A few years ago, I was extensively involved in tomb raiding, and we unearthed many sinister secrets from graves. There was a year when a friend of mine mentioned having excavated an ancient burial site, which was likely a royal tomb. A royal tomb, in essence, is merely an anonymous grave. Some kind-hearted yet affluent passerby, upon discovering the remains of those who perished tragically and lacked a resting place, would secretly fund the creation of a burial site for them. No monuments were erected, nor were their names inscribed. They were simply given a patch of earth to rest in, their past controversies rendered irrelevant. Many heroes and valiant figures, who had transgressed in their time, were interred in such graves. This is well understood. Since no markers were established, no one sought to disturb these royal tombs. The site my friend entered was a grand royal tomb. Within that burial ground lay numerous armored corpses, truly the fallen warriors. Some bore dozens of arrows, while others were pierced by multiple daggers, their heads gruesomely mutilated, having died a most tragic death. It was a fierce battle indeed. My friend claimed that the armors were of the finest quality, seldom seen in everyday life. Some belonged to the royal Jianhui of the Ming dynasty, and a significant portion were eunuchs from the eastern and western censorship. Among them was the corpse of an elderly eunuch, which left a profound impression. This corpse was not lying down but stood upright, clad in the resplendent attire of a grand eunuch, perfectly still, as if alive. Yet, upon closer inspection, the flesh had decayed completely, with white hair adorning its head, and the face was riddled with arrows, rendering the features unrecognizable. Yet, it refused to fall. Clutching a blade tightly in hand, it stood guard over its rear. It was truly a sight to behold, commanding admiration. That was a true man. My companion hesitated to accept the armor from the elderly eunuch, bowing respectfully several times before retreating. He remarked to those on the road that henceforth, this tomb should remain undisturbed, for it contained the remains of valiant souls. Just look at such a eunuch. Can one truly refer to him as a mere castrated dog? If that were the case, after hearing this, Chen Zhi could not help but feel a twinge of admiration. However, the historical accounts from the Ming dynasty certainly do not portray it in this light. You mustn't heed those wild writings. Fat Wei interjected. Who authored those books? They are merely penned by those pedantic scholars. Let me tell you, I do not harbor any disdain for that bunch of self-righteous old fools. Some literati are truly nothing more than beasts in human guise. There is a saying that rings true. A scholar is of no use. How many times throughout history have the scholars led the nation astray? Take, for instance, when Li Zicheng breached the gates of Beijing, usurping the throne, while the old emperor hanged himself on Coal Mountain. Those literati were utterly powerless by their own proclaimed virtues. Should they not have sought a rope to sacrifice themselves for their country? Or perhaps, like Chu Yuan, throw themselves into the river? And yet, what happened instead? They sat in their boats, too terrified to disembark, and then composed a poem lamenting the coldness of the water. Utter nonsense, these shameless individuals. They criticize others for treachery, yet it is they who truly betray the nation. In my opinion, Qin Shi Huang was right to bury these hypocritical scholars alive. It was for the best. As Fat Wei animatedly expressed his views, a cough from behind interrupted him. It was a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, who disdainfully adjusted his spectacles and cast a scornful glance at Fat Wei, muttering under his breath, ignorance. This did not escape Fat Wei's ears, inciting his ire. He turned to Chen Zhi and exclaimed, "Did you see that? Just look at these people. How pretentious. Once we disembark, let us corner him in the restroom and teach him a lesson." "All right," Chen Zhi gently urged, signaling Fat Wei to lower his voice. Despite Chen Zhi's attempts to calm him, Fat Wei remained indignant. "So, Orange, what you saw in the news earlier is indeed quite probable. Do you think these sanctimonious individuals are truly virtuous? They might have been terrified for their lives, secretly meeting with the Japanese." Chapter 369. The mysterious hotel. The man in gold-rimmed glasses continued to watch Chen Zhi and Fat Wei with a disdainful expression, as if sharing the same flight with them was beneath him. Several times, Fat Wei contemplated dragging the bespectacled man into the restroom for a lesson, but Chen Zhi consistently intervened. At last, the plane landed, and they arrived at Shandong Airport. The man in the glasses remained with them as they traversed the runway and collected their luggage, strutting with an air of superiority that made him appear quite insufferable. Once outside the airport, they proceeded directly to the car rental area. Xufu was still quite a distance away, and they would need to transfer to another vehicle to reach their destination. Indeed, as the legends foretold, there exists an abundance of hired vehicles directly heading to Xufu, encompassing both shared rides and private cars. It appears that each year, a multitude of tourists flock to this destination. While waiting in the parking lot, a man adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles stood nearby. Upon noticing Chen Zhi and Pang Wei also destined for Xufu, he surmised they were bound for the Confucius Temple. With a dismissive adjustment of his glasses, he derided them as ignorant fools who disgrace culture. Subsequently, he bent down and entered a black car, which whisked him away. Chen Zhi observed that it was a private vehicle, evidently owned by an individual, with a designated driver at the helm. This man with spectacles seemed to possess a certain status, likely also en route to the Confucius Temple. They then boarded a hired vehicle. The journey from their location to Tsiufu was not particularly long. The driver, well versed in the geography, navigated proficiently. In merely a short half-day, they arrived in the birthplace of Confucius, Shandong Tsiufu. Upon their arrival, they discovered, much like all tourist attractions, an abundance of hotels and advertising guides, the majority of which directed visitors to the Kong family mansion and the Confucius Temple. Previously, Chen Zhi had received word from Jian Di that a young boy named Kong Shorin was currently residing in a small hotel adjacent to the Confucius Temple. Thus, they deemed it unnecessary to meander around the temple and proceeded directly to the small hotel beside the Kong family mansion. In contemporary discourse, the Kong family mansion and the Confucius Temple may seem like two distinct entities. However, historically, they occupied the same location. The year following Confucius's demise, the people erected the temple in his honor at the site of his residence for annual worship. Originally, the Confucius Temple consisted of merely 3 halls, housing the garments, ceremonial vehicles, and ritual vessels that Confucius had used during his lifetime. The early temple was quite rudimentary, connected to residential quarters, reflecting Confucius's own frugal lifestyle, which encompassed just 3 humble rooms. After his death, his descendants honored him within this modest abode, establishing the temple in conjunction with their residence. Over time, as Confucius's stature and the official positions of his descendants ascended, the Kong family residence expanded significantly. During the Pang Wei period, additional structures were erected outside the temple to accommodate scholars and facilitate instruction. By the late Northern Song dynasty, the Kong family residence had grown to encompass several dozen rooms, gaining considerable scale. By the Jin dynasty, the residence had developed into a complex featuring guest houses, dining halls, and various other buildings, which continue to exist today. The entire Kong family mansion now sprawls over approximately 74 hectares, comprising 40 ancient structures arranged in 9 courtyards, with layouts extending through the central, eastern, and western pathways. The eastern pathway, known as the Eastern Academy, includes a study hall, a hall for the veneration of ancestors, and workshops. The western pathway, referred to as the Western Academy, houses the Red Blossom Pavilion, the Hall of Loyalty and Forgiveness, the Tranquility Hall, and various flower halls. The principal section of the mansion is situated along the central pathway, featuring official quarters with 3 halls and 6 chambers, while the inner residence contains the main living quarters, back halls, and additional rooms, culminating in a beautiful garden. Within the mansion, the halls and pavilions are arranged in an intricate manner, with winding corridors and mysterious paths, adorned with exquisite carvings and opulent decorations. It houses the renowned Kong family archives and a wealth of cultural relics, the value of which is immeasurable. It stands as the largest and most magnificent feudal aristocratic residence extant in China, often hailed as the foremost family in the world. It is said that in 936, the head of the Kong family, Kong Shouqing, undertook a comprehensive renovation of the mansion upon his marriage. He painted the pavilions and towers into the artwork, but later he journeyed to Taiwan and never had the fortune to return to the mainland. The Kong residence has long since lost its residential function, transforming mostly into an open tourist attraction. Thus, according to reports from Jian Di, those direct descendants of the Kong family returning from Taiwan to pay homage to their ancestors reside in a modest hotel adjacent to the Kong residence. The driver, navigating through a labyrinth of streets following Chen Zhi's directions, finally located the inconspicuous hotel, its sign barely noticeable and devoid of welcoming attendants. The driver, perplexed, remarked on the necessity of residing in such an obscure establishment, questioning its comfort and fearing it might be a scam that would overcharge unsuspecting tourists, suggesting instead that they opt for a more reputable hotel. Yet, Chen Zhi held a different perspective. They had conducted prior research, revealing that this small hotel had recently opened. It was once a dilapidated 2-story house, the identity of its former owner long forgotten. In recent years, it had unexpectedly been converted into a hotel, with additional construction undertaken. This intimate private hotel was in close proximity to the Kong residence. Despite its prime location, it struggled with poor business and exorbitant prices, attracting hardly any visitors. The front of the hotel featured an old and worn small building, housing a few simple standard rooms and suites. In contrast, the rear housed a large new building with exquisite decor, yet it remained closed to the public. However, during the annual gatherings at the Confucius Temple, the Kong families from Taiwan would occupy it, leading Chen Zhi to believe that this place was indeed extraordinary. Seeing their reluctance to change venues, the driver lost interest, collected his fare, and departed. Upon disembarking, Chen Zhi and his companions proceeded directly to the hotel's lobby. The attendant's demeanor was lethargic, seemingly unwelcoming, as she half-heartedly inquired about their room preferences, stating only suites and standard rooms were available, most of which had not been cleaned and lacked hot water, leaving the choice entirely up to them. Upon inquiring about the rates, they found them exorbitantly high, likely causing most guests to turn away immediately. Nevertheless, Chen Zhi, citing a lack of alternatives, opted for a suite and checked into the hotel. Once inside, the reasons for the poor business became painfully clear. The rooms were not only unclean, but the linens appeared to have been unchanged for ages, and half the curtains were missing, with a thin layer of dust coating everything. The absence of hot water in the kettle was particularly jarring, starkly contrasting with the renowned tourist destination outside. Fortunately, the establishment boasted excellent internet connectivity with remarkably fast speeds. Following Chen Yang's instructions, Chen Zhi set up his computer and several devices within the room, placing the transmitter on the windowsill facing the large mansion behind. This arrangement would allow them to monitor the activities occurring in that residence. Chapter 370. A reunion with old friends. It was a form of wireless capturing technology. As Chen Yang described, once the devices were set up, thermal imagery from the other side would instantly appear on the computer screen. The so-called thermal imaging refers to the depiction of human figures formed by the heat emitted from the body, displayed in red on the screen, capable of moving in tandem with individuals while emitting sound. This device transmits radio waves over considerable distances and possesses a degree of penetrating capability. Even within the confines of a grand estate, with its towering walls and thick fortifications, the inhabitants can still be detected, allowing their every movement and utterance to be scrutinized. However, in an unexpected turn of events, the apparatus placed on the windowsill, directly facing the estate, failed to establish a connection to the signal on the computer screen despite several attempts, yielding no surveillance results. Chen Zhi promptly reached out to Chen Yang to inquire about this peculiar situation. Chen Yang informed him that the devices could not possibly malfunction and that the network was functioning properly. The sole explanation for such an occurrence could be that the estate had installed a highly sophisticated security system, which included advanced counter-surveillance features that effectively shielded the device's radio waves. It was akin to a signal-blocking device used in examination halls, rendering mobile signals completely undetectable. This revelation caught Chen Zhi off guard. It seemed he had previously underestimated the situation. Indeed, this unassuming small hotel concealed such high-level security apparatus. Now that they were already present, having rented a room with an advantageous view directly facing the grand estate, they found themselves unable to monitor the activities within, leaving them in complete uncertainty. They had also attempted to use binoculars to peer inside, but could only discern vague silhouettes, particularly on the third floor, where curtains were perpetually drawn, obscuring all view. Ultimately, Chen Yang devised a plan, suggesting that they disassemble the transmitter wire within the device. This slender component, merely 2 centimeters in length and finer than a strand of hair, possessed a certain magnetic quality, should the opportunity arise for them to infiltrate the grand estate. Placing this transmitter on any metal surface would enable it to adhere automatically. Thus, they would establish a surveillance point within the estate, capable of compromising the counter-surveillance security system, allowing them to observe the inner workings. While this method held promise, its success hinged on Chen Zhi and Pang Wei finding a way to gain entry. They surveyed the estate, noting that it boasted 3 stories, with the uppermost floor perpetually shrouded in curtains, presumably serving as bedrooms. In recent days, various individuals had been seen entering the estate, men and women, old and young, all appearing to be invited friends and family, with no outsiders in sight. Despite the grandeur of the estate, the commercial hotel in front offered no dining options, and the service was dismal. Consequently, they decided to seek food as a pretext, feigning to be lost guests in hopes of slipping into the estate for a closer look. However, they were taken aback to discover that the estate resembled merely a private villa, heavily guarded. The doorman's expression was grim, refusing entry to all visitors and reluctant to engage in conversation, rendering any chance of ingress utterly negligible. While Pang Wei engaged the doorman in conversation, Chen Zhi took the opportunity to glance inside, only to realize that the estate held secrets beyond its faade. The ostensible grand entrance was merely a ruse. Upon entering, they found that an inner glass wall concealed the true nature of the estate. The glass wall is remarkably sturdy, undoubtedly made of bulletproof material, with fingerprint-activated surveillance doors outside, making any forced entry impossible. It appears that this unassuming little building is truly a treasure within a facade, externally mundane, yet housing a security system of national caliber. As Chen Zhi and Pang Wei pondered over how to gain entry at the door, a sleek black car suddenly drove through the main entrance. The vehicle clearly belonged to an invited guest, gliding directly into the grand entrance of the estate. Once the car came to a halt, the driver opened the door, revealing a man who exuded an air of arrogance as he exited. Upon spotting Chen Zhi and his companion, he momentarily paused, adjusted his glasses, and regarded them with overt disdain, curling his lip in contempt. Pang Wei nearly retched at the sight. It was the man with the gold-rimmed glasses who had consistently looked down on them during their flight, clad in a sharply tailored suit, with slicked-back hair gleaming. He stood with one hand casually in his pocket and his neck arched high. He paid no heed to Pang Wei and casually remarked to his driver, "The quality of our citizens is indeed deteriorating. Anyone can board a plane for leisure. Uneducated individuals come here to tarnish the sacred land of Confucius. It is truly lamentable. They offend our eyes." Such vulgarity. His voice was loud enough to ensure that both Pang Wei and Chen Zhi could hear his derision. After a deliberate stamp of his foot, as if to crush the worthless beneath him, he strutted towards the entrance with the grace of a giraffe. At that moment, Pang Wei could no longer restrain himself and leapt forward, exclaiming, "Come here. Who are you calling low quality? I've longed to have a word with you. You prance around like a peacock, thinking you're something special. How about you just fly away? What is wrong with us? Why can't we travel? We've all undergone 9 years of compulsory education. What makes you so exceptional?" As Pang Wei's outburst echoed, the doorman of the estate rushed out, accompanied by 2 security guards, to usher the gold-rimmed glasses man inside. It was evident that he was indeed a guest of the mansion. Sensing his newfound advantage, the man retorted to Pang Wei, "Do not engage me. You are unworthy of conversation with someone of my stature. You, with your kind, cannot even discuss the Ming dynasty. How laughable. Can you even read? Are you familiar with a few ancient scholars? Truly, you are like a wind that cannot comprehend letters, aimlessly flipping through books. I spoke of you on the plane because I had no affection for your kind. The aspirations of a learned man are beyond the grasp of destitute souls like you. How pitiable, how lamentable, truly." After delivering his tirade, he adjusted his suit and turned to walk inside. However, as he pivoted, he was astonished to find Pang Wei standing directly behind him. With the security guards unable to restrain him, Pang Wei seized the collar of the arrogant man, yanking him out with the force of a great swan, exclaiming, "Ah, I have never encountered someone so deserving of a thrashing. Come, allow me to witness the depth of your knowledge. What of your gold-rimmed spectacles? Have you truly lost your identity so completely?" As Fat Wei spoke, the situation escalated swiftly. With a mere flick of his hand, the gold-rimmed glasses flew from their owner's face, shattering upon impact with the ground. Startled, the man cried out, "What do you think this place is? I am a descendant of Confucius. How dare you strike the offspring of a sage here? There are cameras. Do you wish to commit a crime? Someone help. Robbery. Help me." Such uncouth, uneducated paupers, devoid of intellect, seeking to rob merely because one is wealthy. They have even dared to intrude upon the sanctity of Confucius' estate. His shout reverberated throughout the courtyard, prompting several individuals to emerge from the grand residence. Chen Zhi observed that these newcomers were markedly different from the previous security personnel. Their movements were swift and practiced, indicating they were trained fighters, with weapons subtly concealed at their waists. They quickly surrounded the gold-rimmed glasses, gesturing politely to Fat Wei, signaling him to maintain his distance. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Zhi hastened to retrieve the fallen spectacles, deftly applying a thread of silk to its arm. Amidst the commotion, a figure emerged from the grand abode, a youth, perhaps 12 or 13 years of age, with a cherubic visage and strikingly refined features. Clad in an ancient Han-style white robe, reminiscent of ceremonial attire, the exquisite embroidery bespoke a quality far beyond the ordinary. His collar was immaculate, and he exuded an air of nobility, cultured and poised. As he stepped forward, numerous security personnel followed suit, forming a protective barrier around him. It was evident that this young man held a position of considerable importance. Upon seeing the youth, the man with the gold-rimmed glasses contorted his face into a mask of obsequiousness, his demeanor shifting from arrogance to servility. He pointed at Fat Wei with a sycophantic grin, exclaiming, "Ah, dear Ren, what brings you out here? Have we startled you? The quality of our compatriots has sadly declined in recent years, and our residence has not been spared from this affliction. Once, the Confucius Mansion was a place of erudition and conversation among scholars, devoid of the unlettered. To allow these ruffians to trespass is to tarnish our legacy. It would be best to forego any dealings with outside establishments to avoid disturbing your rest." The youth, listening to the flattery from the gold-rimmed glasses, displayed no discernible emotion. His countenance remained composed as he regarded Fat Wei, then turned his gaze to Chen Zhi, and finally addressed the man with the gold-rimmed glasses, asking, "Uncle Wu, what transpired here? Why were you in conflict with them?" "Ah, dear Jean, you spend your days in the grand estate. How could you fathom the lamentable state of cultural ignorance among the unrefined masses in our homeland?" Thereupon, the bespectacled figure, brimming with disdain, pointed accusingly at the stout Wei, his brows raised defiantly like a rooster's comb. "These two ruffians, I know not whence they hail, lurked furtively aboard the aircraft, likely intent on thievery. They dare to show disrespect towards those of us who pursue knowledge, and even towards the sages. They invoke the apocryphal tales of the Ming dynasty. Fools, ignorant, and uncouth, lowly wretches. They even spread vile rumors that our esteemed Kong family acted as traitors during the war of resistance against Japan. Such utter nonsense." At the mere mention of the war, the youth's brow furrowed, his countenance darkening with displeasure. "Let us not speak of this, Uncle Wu. How did such a quarrel escalate to this point aboard the plane?" "I know not." The bespectacled man shrugged. "Who can say how they arrived here? I suspect they followed me, perceiving me as affluent, perhaps with the intention to rob me. We ought to alert the authorities." "How dare you fabricate such baseless accusations?" protested the stout Wei, unable to contain his indignation. "Which of your eyes witnessed us pilfering? Which of your eyes perceived us as poorer than you? Do you believe donning your shabby spectacles elevates you to the status of an intellectual? Pray tell, which of my statements is erroneous? When Li Ziqing entered Beijing, did not the Donglin party capitulate? Is it not your pompous scholars who uttered the phrase, 'The water is too cold'? The Donglin party bellowed loyalty to the throne. Yet when faced with the fall of the nation, who among them chose to die for their country? Do engage in a scholarly rebuttal. You learn men lack ambition." He spat. For a moment, silence enveloped the scene, the stout Wei rendered speechless, seething in frustration. It dawned upon the youth, who appeared to grasp the situation. He chose to disregard the bespectacled figure, turning instead to the stout Wei with utmost politeness. "Dear uncle, I now comprehend. It is indeed unnecessary to quarrel over such trivial matters. First, I must apologize on behalf of my uncle. He should not have cast unfounded aspersions upon you. One's character cannot be judged by their attire. Theft cannot be dismissed lightly. Yet, there is a matter I must address. You previously asserted that scholars lack ambition, that in times of national peril, they shy away from sacrificing themselves. I must respectfully disagree. I am but a naive soul, lacking worldly experience. And I wish to pose a question. Is it truly the case that dying for one's country equates to having ambition? Throughout the annals of history, if every scholar chose to martyr themselves, what would become of this vast land of Huaxia? Sometimes, death comes easily, yet living is far more arduous, is it not? At this, the stout Wei found himself at a loss for words. At this moment, the young boy respectfully bowed to the rotund Wei and continued. "Since this is merely a misunderstanding, let us resolve it amicably. There is no need for you, uncle, to harbor any anger over this matter. My uncle's earlier remarks were indeed quite rude, and I sincerely apologize on his behalf. This is the sacred land of Confucius, and we are soon to hold a grand sacrificial ceremony. I presume both of you are here for this auspicious event, in the spirit of our shared heritage. I kindly ask that you overlook this incident. My family has also traveled from afar, and once this busy period concludes, let us gather for tea together. You must be staying in the front building. I shall arrange for some local tea leaves to be sent to you shortly for your enjoyment." Upon finishing his words, the boy clasped his hands together and bowed once more in the traditional manner of scholars, addressing both Chen Zhi and the rotund Wei. This caused Wei to blush, feeling an unexpected sense of embarrassment. Despite his youth, the boy spoke with the poise of an adult, exhibiting remarkable politeness and coherence. leaving Wei momentarily speechless. He wished to reprimand the bespectacled man further, but found himself unable to do so in light of the boy's courteous demeanor. At that moment, Chen Zhi approached, brushing off the dust from the bespectacled man's eyewear. He then stood before the fifth uncle and personally assisted him in putting on his glasses, patting him gently on the shoulder. All is well. It was merely a misunderstanding. There is no need for such anger in this chance encounter. We are here as tourists, so we shall take our leave now. After saying this, Chen Zhi pulled Wei along and began to walk back. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the bespectacled man still muttering angrily. However, the young boy remained calm, turning to re-enter the estate with an air of grace, reminiscent of a young nobleman from an ancient drama. Chen Zhi overheard the surrounding people addressing the boy with great respect as young clan leader. Chapter 372. Eavesdropping. After the brief dispute concluded, the bespectacled man and the boy entered the estate, while Chen Zhi and Wei returned to their hotel. A short while later, a waiter knocked on their door, delivering some locally sourced tea from Taiwan, accompanied by a polite tone that dispelled any lingering anger. However, Chen Zhi and Wei had little interest in the tea. Upon returning to the hotel, Chen Zhi's first action was to contact Chen Yang, asking his father to investigate the background of the bespectacled man, who claimed to be a member of the Kong family, to discern his true identity. Within 5 minutes, the information was sent over, including photographs from the man's childhood to the present, his identification, diploma, and comprehensive details. It turned out that he was indeed a hypocrite, posing as a gentleman. His surname was not Kong, but Bai. He had grown up in a rural area, orphaned at a young age, and his family had been so impoverished that they struggled to make ends meet, relying on a special hardship fund for education. This individual is remarkably adept at maneuvering through life. After entering university, he secured a commendable spouse, ensuring his material needs were effortlessly met. Upon graduation, he remained at the institution as a lecturer. However, his tenure was abruptly terminated due to allegations of inappropriate conduct with a female student. Subsequently, he donned the guise of a cultured artist, navigating his way through society for sustenance. His wife, hailing from a lineage that boasts a distant connection to the illustrious Kong family, has maintained ties with Taiwan, where they are treated with considerable respect. Recognizing an opportunity, he promptly altered his surname to Kong, adopting the moniker Kong Sanjia. He ventured to Taiwan to rekindle familial bonds with the Kong lineage, thus assuming the role of a distant uncle. Presently, he has taken charge of all ceremonial affairs related to the Kong family on the mainland, presenting himself publicly as a scholar of Confucius and earning the title of Professor Kong. This designation, though seemingly trivial, has allowed him to ascend to the status of a well-known intellectual. Despite lacking proficiency in calligraphy, he shamelessly markets himself as an impressionist calligrapher. At every hotel inauguration or similar event, he performs, twisting and swaying to the music, utterly immersed in the moment, while his calligraphic creations resemble mere scribbles, indecipherable to the average observer. Recently, a calligrapher who gained notoriety on Douyin for his live performances faced significant criticism. This was, in fact, the result of his questionable artistry. Nonetheless, Professor Kong has inadvertently contributed positively. Since he introduced his glasses into the equation, the movements within the grand residence have been vividly displayed on Chen Zhi's computer screen. This is facilitated by a thermal detection system, which, while unable to reveal clear human outlines, allows for the discernment of a person's general silhouette based on the heat emitted by their body. The activities within the residence are now visible, revealing the impressive security measures in place. As for Professor Kong, his status as a distant uncle necessitates a thorough search upon entry. The number of individuals inside is limited, comprising mainly security personnel and family members of the Kong lineage. These relatives, much like Professor Kong, are expatriates from the Kong family residing on the mainland, gathered for the veneration of Confucius. The Taiwanese Kong clan has not sent any mature family members for this event. Rather, the young clan leader presides over the ceremony, hosting the relatives. They subsequently convene in the first-floor hall, engaging in conversations over tea, predominantly centered around the Confucius ceremony. Among them, Professor Kong is the most loquacious. Chen Zhi observes his heightened thermal energy, indicative of his fervent enthusiasm. With fervor, he extols Confucius's pivotal role in the annals of Chinese history, reveling in the honor of being part of the Kong family, vowing to exemplify moral and cultural standards. He further boasts of his influence on the mainland. emphasizing his father-in-law's significant power and authority. The young clan leader listens attentively, occasionally interjecting with pertinent remarks. His demeanor and poise truly belied his tender age of merely 12 or 13, resembling instead that of a composed and mature adult. From their discourse, it became evident that the young clan leader was not particularly close to Professor Kong. He merely echoed a few phrases before withdrawing into silence. Subsequently, the gathering dispersed, and each individual returned to their respective quarters to rest. This grand residence boasted ample space, with numerous guest rooms, while the relatives were accommodated on the second floor, and the security and service personnel resided on the ground floor. However, the young clan leader occupied the third floor of the mansion. On the following morning, the attendants ascended to the second floor to tidy the rooms, and the security personnel took their posts in the outer courtyard. Strangely, not a single attendant ventured to the third floor, and all the security guards refrained from approaching the central area of the backyard, as if something were amiss in that space. Chen Zhi and Pang Wei monitored the situation throughout the day, discovering that the mansion indeed harbored oddities, with the entire third floor existing in a state of complete seclusion. Apart from the rare occasions when the young clan leader ascended, no one dared to venture upward. As Professor Kong was unable to access that level, they could not surveil the happenings on the third floor through their screens. However, Chen Zhi noted a peculiar pattern. Each time the young clan leader ascended to the third floor, it coincided with moments when he conferred with others about the sacrificial ceremony, particularly when confronted with critical issues. At such times, he would make his way upstairs for a brief period, only to return a few minutes later with solutions to the pressing questions, as though someone above were offering him guidance. Intrigued by the true nature of the third floor, Chen Zhi began to meticulously observe the young clan leader's routines and movements. Residing on the second floor, Professor Kong occasionally caught snippets of sound from the third floor when the signal was strong. Chen Zhi sometimes discerned fragments of conversation from the young clan leader, whose voice, though soft and intermittent, spoke in standard Taiwanese dialect. Notably, these utterances were not solitary musings, but rather interrogative exchanges with others. There were indeed individuals on the third floor. Chen Zhi swiftly arrived at a definitive conclusion. It was implausible for the child to inhabit the third floor alone. He was too young, and self-talk seemed unlikely. Someone of significant importance, who was perhaps too notable to descend and mingle, must reside above. Who could this person be? Why the concealment? Chen Zhi then activated his father's contact application on his phone and typed a brief message. "Tonight, I intend to find a way into that mansion. It may pose some challenges. Can you handle it?" Chapter 373. The plan. Upon receiving Chen Zhi's message, Chen Yang promptly replied with his characteristic confidence. Although he had just acknowledged the high level of the security system, it did not diminish his assurance in overcoming it. Following this, Chen Zhi commenced his study of the architectural layout of the grand residence, appreciating that in this country, regardless of one's background or the privatization of the building, access to such information was readily available. As long as one wishes to construct a building, the architectural plans must be submitted for approval. Otherwise, even the President of the United States would not be afforded any leniency. This edifice is a newly renovated residence atop an old dwelling, which was once presumably a two-story villa, the ownership of which remains uncertain. The construction of this building encountered few issues. Yet an extraordinary matter arose subsequently. The security system within the house was commissioned from British experts, incurring a substantial expenditure. It is said that during the installation of these security measures, numerous documents were submitted before receiving approval, primarily due to the extraordinarily high security level, comparable to that of a military fortress, which drew significant attention from the authorities. The submitted documentation meticulously recorded the names of the security specialists who visited, all prominent figures within the British industry. The design security system has attained a standard equivalent to that of the Prime Minister's residence. Do not underestimate these intelligent systems. With the rapid advancement of technology, these artificial intelligences can emulate human sensitivity, safeguarding this cubic structure so meticulously that not even a mosquito can infiltrate without being recorded by the system. Upon entering this estate, individuals are immediately tracked by the security apparatus, and any unauthorized actions will trigger an alarm. Even if one attempts to tunnel in from below, as soon as a head emerges, the sound of sirens will resonate outside. Countless red laser dots will automatically align with their heads, and upon the owner's command, any intruder would meet a dire fate. From this perspective, breaching the entry into this estate or circumventing the security system is utterly impossible. Furthermore, Chen Zhi noted in the blueprints that the center of this grand residence is hollow, resembling a large courtyard structure, encircled by a square yard. The interior bears no planned design and appears to be left vacant. The design blueprint states, maintain the original structure, yet there is no mention of the old courtyard, nor any recorded information or documentation pertaining to it. It seems the proprietor of the hotel deliberately left the old courtyard empty when designing this grand abode. Following Chen Zhi's instructions, Chen Yang transmitted another set of documents. This was a rather troublesome dossier, and Chen Yang had invested considerable effort into it. As Chen Zhi had anticipated, the true owner of this hotel is, in fact, the Kong family from Taiwan. In other words, the residence they currently inhabit is the genuine Kong mansion. The estate and land were acquired through the use of proxies, known as human heads, which refers to purchasing property under someone else's household registration. While it may not be apparent on the surface, intricate investigations ultimately reveal the original owner. It is likely that due to the Kong family's unique status, they prefer to keep their residence on the mainland discreet. Hence, this dwelling has transformed into two distinct structures. The front serves as a commercial hotel, while the rear is the authentic Kong mansion. The little patriarch referred to by Professor Kong is, in fact, the current direct descendant of the Kong family, Kong Shoren. This 12 or 13-year-old child has already gained considerable fame in Taiwan. It is said that he displayed remarkable talent for classical literature from a young age, possessing a wealth of knowledge despite his tender years, and exuding an air of sophistication that garnered praise from scholars both domestically and internationally. Some have referred to him as the modern-day descendant of Confucius. This young prodigy's grandfather is none other than the renowned patriarch of the Kong family, Kong Shouqing. It is reported that during Kong Shouqing's lifetime, the bond between him and his grandson was exceptionally close. Kong Shouqing devoted himself to the boy, personally instructing him in poetry, etiquette, and music, while placing great emphasis on his moral development. Before his passing, he conveyed to his family and the media that this child would be the legitimate heir of the Kong lineage, destined to carry forward the teachings of Confucius and Mencius. Upon learning of these circumstances, Chen Zhi and Pang Wei deliberated briefly. Such a location was not beyond their capabilities, but the challenge lay in their approach. The geographical positioning was rather peculiar. Although the hotel was sparsely populated, it was in close proximity to the bustling Kong mansion and the Kong temple. The area was teeming with tourist attractions, and not far ahead lay a vibrant night market filled with culinary delights, open throughout the night. It was an exceedingly prosperous region with a high population density. Should an alarm sound, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of tourists outside. And if someone were to call the authorities, it would lead to significant repercussions. After their discussion, they resolved to employ their magical abilities, instructing Wu Jia to utilize a tunneling spell to transport them directly to the center courtyard of the grand estate. From there, they planned to ascend the outer structure to reach the third floor of the mansion. Given their capabilities, this posed no insurmountable challenge. Once their plan was meticulously arranged, nightfall arrived swiftly. They monitored the activities within the Kong mansion via their computer screens. Around 5 in the evening, a group of relatives, including Professor Kong and the young clan leader, dined in the main hall on the first floor. Their conversation was filled with pleasantries, after which they retired to their rooms for rest. The young clan leader ascended the stairs, and thereafter, his thermal signature was no longer detectable. However, after reaching the upper floor, he appeared to engage in conversation with someone, as was customary. By midnight, all lights in the rooms had extinguished, and the computer screen indicated that everyone's body heat had diminished, signaling that they had entered a state of slumber. At this juncture, Chen Zhi and Pang Wei leapt into the courtyard, with Wu Jia emerging from the earth, clutching a piece of cloth inscribed with incantations, ready to guide them underground. To avert any complications, they donned black garments capable of shifting colors, a set gifted to Chen Zhi by Mina, which he later had tailored from an Indian craftsman. These garments could adapt to the surrounding colors, providing excellent concealment in the night. In the face of magic, the lofty walls and courtyards of humanity held no significance. They swiftly utilized the tunneling spell to burrow beneath the mansion. Once underground, Chen Zhi and his companions awaited the signal from Chen Yang in the darkness. Chen Yang was tasked with disabling the security net and surveillance system on the mansion's lower level, altering the identities of Chen Zhi and his companions to be recognized as authorized entrants by the system. Otherwise, should they emerge, alarms would immediately sound, jeopardizing the entire operation. Theoretically, this task seemed insurmountable. However, after a mere 10 minutes, Chen Yang's signal was received. With confirmation in hand, Wu Jiao, accompanied by Chen Zhi and Pang Wei, emerged from the rear courtyard. Upon entering the expansive estate, illuminated by the bright moonlight, Chen Zhi was astonished to find Chapter 374, entering the Kong Mansion. According to the blueprints, this old courtyard was supposed to encompass a vast, open area. Typically, such gardens would be adorned with an abundance of flowers, fountains, pavilions, and quaint bridges. Yet, the scene that unfolded before them was far from this idyllic vision. As they surfaced from the ground, they discovered that the center of this ancient courtyard was encircled by a square wall, enclosing the innermost region. This implied that within the courtyard, there existed a courtyard within a courtyard, and the contents within those walls remained shrouded in obscurity. Equipped with night vision goggles, they cautiously examined the wall, which appeared to be an ordinary large enclosure constructed from aged bricks. The bricks, fashioned in a manner distinct from contemporary standards, were slightly larger, suggesting that this wall was erected prior to the establishment of the nation. Curiously, the wall had no entrance. There were no doors, no windows, no passages, indeed, not even a crack. This indicated that when the wall was built, no provisions were made for entry or exit. The surface of the wall was entirely sealed with mud, resembling a massive cube, a completely enclosed space. Such a structure was peculiarly out of place in this courtyard, lacking any apparent purpose or storage function, standing there in an eerie manner. From a distance, an unsettling aura emanated from it, as if something dreadful lurked within, watching them from behind the wall. Pang Wei nudged Chen Zhi, signaling him to avert his gaze, and pointed toward the upper floor, his intent unmistakable. There was no time to delve into these mysteries. Their immediate objective was to ascend to the third floor and ascertain whether any individuals were truly concealed there, for otherwise, their efforts would be in vain. Pang Wei, having prepared for such endeavors, found no challenge in scaling a building of this height, having traversed far more perilous terrains. He secured his iron claw to a rope, swung it a few times, and deftly launched it, ensuring it latched onto the third-floor wall. After confirming its stability, he agilely began his ascent. Chen Zhi grasped the rope as well, pressing his feet against the wall, and together they swiftly climbed upwards. This height posed little exertion for them, with numerous footholds facilitating their ascent. They quickly reached the third floor, vaulting onto the expansive balcony. From this vantage point, the curtains of the windows remained drawn, shrouding the interior in darkness, rendering it impossible to discern any details within. Fortunately, the balcony door was not locked, allowing it to be pushed open. Pang Wei crouched down, gripping the doorknob with one hand while the other produced a cloth, which he placed in the door gap. This was a technique reminiscent of ancient thieves who could stealthily enter a residence, absconding with gold and silver without causing a sound. Following this method, Pang Wei gently nudged the door, which indeed creaked open silently. Upon drawing back the curtains, they beheld a remarkably exquisite and dignified small sitting room. This residence was a quintessential example of a Sino-Western hybrid architectural style, with the balcony leading directly into a small hall, ahead of which lay the guest rooms. At the far end of the bedroom was a corridor that, when traversed, granted access to all rooms on the 3 floors. Chen Zhi and Pang Wei then leaped into the corridor, muffling their footsteps, stealthily advancing along the room's perimeter. The decor here was exceedingly refined, showcasing a distinctly Chinese style. All the embellishments were crafted from solid wood of the finest quality, with intricate carvings. The furniture consisted of antiques from the Ming and Qing dynasties, including treasures like golden silk nanmu and redwood, each piece worth its weight in gold. Numerous statues of Confucius adorned the space, and the walls were adorned with ancient calligraphy, each a masterpiece in its own right, with any single item possessing considerable value. Upon the elegant shelves lay scholars' paper fans, golden and jade auspicious symbols, and antique vases, each piece beautiful yet unpretentious, embodying an unmistakable ancient charm, characteristic of Confucian aesthetics. They had previously established a rough orientation, knowing that the layout of such buildings was typically consistent, based on the internal structure of the second floor. Moving forward 2 rooms should lead them to the largest master bedroom. Given the child's usual trajectory, it was likely that he resided near that very room. If others were indeed present, they would surely be in the master bedroom. They proceeded down the corridor to its innermost depths, finally locating the master bedroom. The wooden door was adorned with intricate carvings depicting Confucius on his travels, suggesting considerable effort had been invested in its construction, resembling a residence for retirement rather than a vacation villa. Approaching the door, they were met with a potent scent of medicated plaster, commonly associated with rheumatic ailments in the elderly. The door to the master bedroom remained unlocked, and employing the earlier technique, Pang Wei placed a cloth in the door gap before gently pushing it inward. The high-quality solid wood door made little noise, and thus they pushed it open, carefully locking it behind them. Once inside, Chen Zhi was certain that someone was indeed present, most likely an elderly individual nearing their 70s. The aroma of rheumatic ointment was even more pronounced, indicating that the elder's condition was severe. Behind the screen, a faint sound of breathing could be discerned, characteristic of an elderly person's respiratory rhythm. As they approached the screen, a trembling voice emerged from within, asking, "Who is it? Is that you, Shaoran?" The voice was frail and resonated with the weight of countless years, emanating from an exceedingly aged man. Chen Zhi peered ahead and discerned a large bed dimly visible behind the screen, where the silhouette of an old man was now seated. Pang Wei, acutely perceptive in such matters, moved with surprising agility for one of his considerable girth, pivoting nimbly to conceal himself behind the screen. He addressed the aged figure with a stern command, "Do not utter a sound. At your advanced age, you should comprehend that being unwise at this moment could lead to dire consequences." The elderly man within appeared visibly startled, frozen in place, and rendered speechless. Chen Zhi also ventured around to the other side, revealing indeed a grand wooden bed. Seated upon it was an exceedingly ancient man, his hair nearly all but vanished, teeth scattered, and eyes clouded with fear as they gazed upon Pang Wei. "Who are you? Children, what is your intention in coming here?" Upon witnessing the old man's countenance, Chen Zhi was internally taken aback. He stepped forward, inclining closer to scrutinize the weathered face, and gently inquired, "Shouldn't that question be directed at you? I believed you were already deceased." Chapter 375. Kong Shouqing. Chen Zhi's assertion was not unfounded. The elderly figure before him was none other than the illustrious patriarch of the Kong family, the direct descendant Kong Shouqing. In the annals of modern history, Kong Shouqing stands as a legendary figure. During a time of tumultuous strife, the reverence for feudal customs remained deeply ingrained among the populace. With the teachings of Confucius and Mencius still held in high esteem, the prevailing opinions of society and the scholarly class were largely influenced by the Kong family. As the legitimate head of the Kong lineage, Kong Shouqing wielded significant spiritual authority. During the Second Sino-Japanese War, the Japanese forces occupied Xiufu in Shandong, placing a particular emphasis on subjugating the Kong family. Numerous agents were dispatched to exert both soft and hard tactics in an effort to bring the Kong family under Japanese control. At that time, the people of Shandong lived under the oppressive shadow of war, their lives entwined with a constant sense of mortality, plagued by nightly fears that are unfathomable to modern sensibilities. Amidst this turmoil, rumors began to circulate regarding a prominent member of the Kong family meeting secretly with the Japanese and engaging in sycophantic behaviors. However, these rumors were swiftly dismantled by the Kong family. The Kuomintang clandestinely transported Kong Shouqing to Chongqing, from whence he was eventually sent to Taiwan. There, Kong Shouqing made a public declaration, vowing to resist becoming a traitor to his nation, pledging his unwavering support for the war against Japan, and swearing never to collaborate with the enemy. His impassioned rhetoric significantly bolstered the morale of the Chinese people at that time and reaffirmed the Kong family's esteemed status in the hearts of the Chinese populace. Alongside the announcement, several photographs of Kong Shouqing were disseminated. Chen Zhi had perused these images. Despite the ravages of time and experience, he could still recognize Kong Shouqing's identity upon viewing his visage once more. The present-day Kong Shouqing lacked the youthful vigor of his earlier days. He was profoundly aged, with decayed teeth, hair as white as snow, and eyes clouded, glistening with a vague liquid at the corners. However, his spirit remained remarkably vigorous, his eyes sparkling and his speech articulate, seemingly devoid of any confusion. The old gentleman certainly had an imposing presence. Upon hearing Chen Zhi address him thus, Pang Wei realized that the person before him was none other than the legendary Kong Shouqing. "Weren't you supposed to have passed away in Taiwan? My goodness, your funeral was quite a grand affair, attended by numerous prominent figures both domestically and internationally, all paying their respects to you." You were bestowed with many posthumous titles. I can hardly remember them all. How is it that you find yourself here now? Are you merely pretending to be dead? The old man certainly had a knack for humor, feigning death to frighten those of us who lack sophistication. Kong Shouqing exhibited signs of considerable agitation, his eyes darting toward the door as if seeking salvation. However, Pang Wei swiftly quelled that notion. Due to security concerns during their journey, they had not brought any weapons, each carrying only a single electrified baton made of hardened steel, capable of discharging several tens of thousands of volts. Such an implement would be sufficient to extinguish the old man's life multiple times over. Pang Wei brandished the baton in front of him and, with a smile, addressed Kong Shouqing, "Please do not act foolishly. Do not raise your voice. Otherwise, not only will your life be at stake, but your grandson's as well. As you can see, we bear no enmity toward you. We are merely here to request something. Once we have what we seek, we shall depart. Should you scream, it would force our hand. To be frank, the number of lives lost at our hands is beyond our own count. You may wish to test that. What is it that you seek?" Kong Shouqing, perhaps truly aged, trembled like a leaf in the wind, his withered fingers pointing toward Chen Zhi and Pang Wei. "If you desire money, the safe is right there. You may take what you wish. Wealth is a common good, and I shall not hoard it. Please, take it. I will not report you." "Old man, we seek not riches, but information about a person." Chen Zhi observed a slight calming in the elder and approached him, striving to soften his tone to avoid startling the venerable gentleman. "As my friend said, we are not adversaries, nor are we here to take your life. However, there is no need for you to inquire about our identities. I merely wish to ask a few questions. Once you answer, we shall leave, and from that point on, we will part ways amicably. Does that sound agreeable?" "Very well. If you have queries, feel free to ask the old man. Whatever I know, I shall certainly disclose." Upon hearing this, Kong Shouqing steadied himself somewhat, then gestured toward the door. "Child, life is not easy. Cherish it. Once you have asked your questions, you must leave. Otherwise, if they catch you, you will find yourselves imprisoned." "All right." Chen Zhi then began his inquiry. "I wish to inquire about a person you should recognize. One of your own from the Kong family, named Kong Qinghan. Before the establishment of the nation, he served as the second in command at the Kong residence." "What?" Upon hearing that name, Kong Shouqing shuddered as if struck by an electric shock. Clearly, the question had left him utterly astonished. However, he did not respond immediately. His eyes, clouded with confusion, fell downward. "I am quite old, and many names escape my memory. Our Kong family is numerous. Please do not rush me. I shall consult the family genealogy shortly." "Old sir," exclaimed Pang Wei eagerly from the side, "if that individual is indeed documented in the genealogy, would we even need to consult you? To be candid, I have nearly memorized your family record. There is no mention of Kong Qinghan whatsoever. We have come to inquire about this matter. If he once served as your second in command, how could there be no record of him? Even if he had committed a grave error, this omission is perplexing." "Oh, I see." Kong Shouqing seemed genuinely aged, each word laborious to utter. He coughed softly twice and slowly rose from his bed, his voice frail as he said, "Please wait a moment. I possess a birth record that documents every child born into the Kong family. It is in the cabinet over there. Allow me to search for it." Upon hearing Kong Shouqing's words, Chen Zhi and Pang Wei exchanged glances and stepped aside to grant him passage. The frail elder trembled as he descended from the bed, groping his way toward the window. There indeed stood an old wooden cabinet, its doors unlatched, the contents within a mystery. Kong Shouqing shakily climbed onto the cabinet, gathering his strength to leap onto the windowsill. Fortunately, Pang Wei was quick-witted, darting forward to grasp him just in time. "What are you doing, old sir? Why leap from the window? Are you out of your mind? We are the villains here. Do you wish to play the fool with us? Release me." Kong Shouqing shouted, his brows flushed with anger, shedding his earlier frailty. His voice pierced the air, terrifying in its intensity. "What villainous business do you seek? To enter my home? You must be no ordinary folk. You are specters, sent by that wronged spirit to collect a debt." A thought crossed his mind about promoting on Douyin and selling merchandise, such as red medicine and spirit stone bracelets. He envisioned creating a Taobao store under the Destiny Hall brand. Interested readers should contact him. Proficiency in Douyin, preferably with successful case studies, is required. He could grant authorization, with all profits going to them, primarily for enjoyment, as he found the endeavor quite captivating. Chapter 376. Coercion. After this, Kong Shouqing ceased to cooperate, unwilling to utter another word. instead struggling fiercely. Though lacking in strength, he bore little resemblance to the frail and amiable elder from moments prior. It was unclear what thoughts plagued his mind, but he was evidently engulfed in fear, as if he had truly encountered a ghost. At this moment, Fat Wei found himself in a quandary. The frail old man was, in fact, the most terrifying presence. Should he choose to fight for his life, any unintentional harm inflicted upon him could lead to his sudden demise. In such a case, not only would they be left in ignorance, but they would also find themselves in an insurmountable predicament. Just as they were entangled in this dilemma, a sudden creak announced the opening of the door, and a figure stepped inside. Chen Zhi and Fat Wei instinctively turned to face the newcomer, who was a diminutive boy with a youthful countenance, clearly a lad who had yet to mature. This was none other than the young chieftain, merely 12 or 13 years of age. Given his tender age, upon witnessing his grandfather's condition, the boy's face immediately registered a mix of tension and alarm. However, upon seeing Chen Zhi and Fat Wei, his expression quickly regained composure, exhibiting the demeanor of a miniature adult. With a voice remarkably steady, he inquired, "Uncles, is there something troubling you? If you are still upset about the events of the day, I completely understand. There is a saying that one expresses grievances when they are not at peace. If you are harboring any discontent, it is indeed our fault. Why not step outside to discuss it? Please do not frighten my grandfather. He is of advanced age and suffers from heart ailments, which cannot withstand undue shock. Your name is Kong Shoren, is it not?" Chen Zhi said with a smile, finding the boy quite amusing. "We do have a matter to discuss, but it can only be addressed with your grandfather. May I offer you a suggestion? Remain here while we speak privately with your grandfather. Please refrain from speaking or intervening. It would be beneficial for us all. I presume that both of you have elders at home?" The young chieftain, undeterred by Chen Zhi's words, replied with calm assurance. "There is a Chinese proverb that states misfortune does not befall one's kin. Another saying is that one should respect the elderly, including others' elders. My grandfather is advanced in years. Regardless of past events, they are now bygone. Gentlemen, please do not frighten an aged man nearing a century. If there is something to discuss, please address it with me. I am capable of making decisions regarding my family affairs. If it pertains to financial matters, it would be even simpler. Just speak directly to me. I have available funds that I can retrieve at this moment. Indeed, you are quite the little adult." Fat Wei expressed his interest in the boy, glancing at him, and then at the elder Kong Shoching. "What do you think, old man? We have no intention of repeating our earlier statements. Will you speak, or not? I noticed earlier that you are not afraid of death, but what of your grandson? Such a good child, so young yet so sensible and filial. How tragic it would be for him to be lost." Although Kong Shoching had previously been uncooperative, his face turned ashen upon hearing Fat Wei's words, indicating that the latter had indeed struck a nerve. At that moment, the young chieftain interjected, "Uncles, please refrain from using such words to frighten my grandfather. You do not appear to be the sort capable of murder. Historically, those who kill for gain have done so for two primary motives, either for wealth or for revenge. My grandfather has not returned to the mainland for quite some time. What grievances could you possibly hold against him? Though the two of you are dressed modestly, it is evident you are not lacking in wealth. This much I can discern. From my humble perspective, I perceive that both of you not only possess substantial resources, but also hold some status, which would prevent you from engaging in petty squabbles like my fifth uncle. Your earlier jest about killing me is just that, a jest. Even if you were capable of taking my life, do you truly believe you could exit this courtyard unscathed? The security personnel stationed outside are on duty 24 hours a day. At the slightest commotion, they would rush in, armed and ready. Such brazen acts of trespassing and threatening the homeowner are grave offenses on the mainland. Even if we were to execute immediate retribution, the ramifications would be minimal. Therefore, I implore you both to reconsider." As the young chieftain spoke, his hand naturally reached towards the door behind him, as if casually attempting to open it, appearing utterly unremarkable. However, the observant Fat Wei swiftly intercepted, seizing the child's arm. Unbeknownst to him, he was already a moment too late. The design of this house proved rather intriguing. It turned out that behind every door was a concealed alarm touchpad, camouflaged to resemble an ordinary door panel, making it difficult to detect. Yet, upon contact, the alarm system would be triggered instantly. Fortunately, Fat Wei's quick reflexes prevented the young chieftain from activating the alarm, but the contact had already been made. Chen Zhi distinctly observed the security lights illuminating the courtyard, as a team of trained personnel hastily armed themselves and advanced into the courtyard. The swiftness of these events was astonishing. Within seconds, these security forces would surround the area, awakening those within the first and second floors. In turn, the occupants would call for assistance, placing Chen Zhi and his companions in a precarious situation. Just as there seemed to be no time to breathe, a shadow suddenly descended from the air, subduing the security personnel one by one. These shadows, akin to a retrieval team, silently dragged the security staff back to their post. They were none other than the Phoenix clan under Jiandi, moving with a speed that surpassed human comprehension. The young chieftain and Kong Shouqing watched, wide-eyed and speechless, as the events unfolded before them in disbelief. How does it feel? Have you resigned yourselves? Fat Wei laughed, directing his gaze at the young chieftain, drawing a handgun from his pocket and pressing it against his temple. Do not play games with your uncles. Their patience is wearing thin. Remain silent and allow us to converse with your grandfather. Remember, children should not interrupt when adults are speaking. Do not force my grandfather's hand. The young chieftain's eyes suddenly glistened with anger, the Confucian spirit of resilience manifesting on his face. A gentleman may be killed but cannot be dishonored. If you truly wish to take my life, do so. Even if you achieve your goal, you will eventually silence witnesses. Why compel my grandfather to undertake actions he abhors? I do not know who you two truly are, but your capabilities are formidable. However, from my perspective, neither of these individuals embodies the soulless malevolence one might expect. Those of your ilk would never commit the heinous act of slaying the elderly or children. Is your confidence so unwavering? Chen Zhi strode forward, grasping the tender visage of the young chieftain, observing, truly a child nurtured by a scholarly lineage, distinctly unique. At your age, I harbored none of your convictions. Yet your judgment of character is flawed. Even someone like myself, when circumstances demand, would not hesitate to take the lives of the elderly and children. Having uttered these words, Chen Zhi tugged the boy closer, revealing a dagger concealed within his sleeve, pressing it down gently. A cry escaped the young chieftain's lips as a deep gash was carved from his ear to the pale expanse of his neck, blood gushing forth immediately. Chapter 377, Interrogation, Part 2. Chen Zhi's blade was swift. As it descended, blood erupted from the child's neck. The wound was grievously deep, perilously close to the artery. If left unattended, the boy would soon succumb to fatal blood loss. Witnessing this harrowing scene, the previously obstinate Kong Shouqing no longer exuded his earlier defiance. It was evident he was profoundly pained by the plight of his grandson, his complexion turning ashen. Before he collapsed to the ground, frail and powerless, his face etched with despair. This is my sin. The child bears no blame. Spare him, and I will tell you what you wish to know. Very well, Chen Zhi replied. Elder Kong, I now have several inquiries for you. However, I do not possess the luxury of discerning truth from falsehood. I shall ask, and you will respond with clarity. Do not evade the questions. Do not play games with words, and do not attempt to deceive. Otherwise, this child shall meet his demise at your hands. There is no room for hope in this regard. Do you understand? I understand. Kong Shouqing nodded emphatically, his visage weary, stripped of the stubbornness he once held. Chen Zhi then commenced with his first question. As my friend previously mentioned, we are searching for an individual named Kong Qinghan. Are you acquainted with him? I am. Kong Shouqing affirmed with a nod. Excellent. Chen Zhi was pleased with Kong Shouqing's current demeanor. The elder was perceptive, aware of the gravity of the situation. Now, let me pose my second question. Did this Kong Qinghan serve as the second in command within your Kong household? He did. Kong Shouqing replied without hesitation. Then why? Chen Zhi inquired, fixing his gaze upon Kong Shouqing. Is this individual absent from your family's genealogy? I have perused your family's records, which are remarkably comprehensive, documenting every descendant of the Kong lineage from ancient times to the present. Whether born of legitimate or illegitimate unions, all progeny are recorded. Even those born of the most menial servants, as long as they possess the blood of the Kong family, are noted. Even those who have committed grave offenses are annotated. Their names never erased due to accountability. Why, then, is he singularly omitted? What distinguishes Kong Qinghan? At this juncture, Kong Shouqing appeared utterly fatigued, his face momentarily contorted by a palpable sorrow and trepidation. This anguish seemed to have been concealed within his heart for an exceedingly long time. For he is not of the Kong lineage. He is an external Kong. An external Kong? In an instant, Chen Zhi comprehended the significance of Kong Qinghan's status. The Kong family is indeed a most extraordinary lineage, for due to Confucius's unparalleled stature across the land of Huaxia, his descendants have enjoyed considerable privileges throughout the annals of history. Upon delving into the chronicles of the Kang family's evolution, one discovers the distinction between the internal and external Kangs. The latter constitutes a remarkably unique group. Generally speaking, the sanctified lineage of the Kangs often refer to themselves as the internal or true Kangs. Regardless of whether they are of legitimate or illegitimate descent, they carry within them the blood of Confucius, being the authentic progeny of the sage. In contrast, external Kangs typically lack any substantial blood relation to Confucius, often being distant relatives by marriage, with their surname conferred upon them by the esteemed patriarch of the Kang clan. Historically, the circumstances surrounding external Kangs can be classified into two categories. The first comprises those Kangs who share the surname, but not the lineage of Confucius, Kangs unrelated to the sage. During the spring and autumn period, Confucius was not the sole bearer of the Kang surname. Several branches existed that did not descend from the lineage of the Zhi surname. As the descendants of Kang Fu Jia proliferated and expanded, these non-sanctified Kangs gradually faded into obscurity. Nevertheless, a handful of these non-sanctified Kangs would occasionally devise means to infiltrate the sanctified lineage, seeking to partake in the privileges accorded to the descendants of Confucius. This led to a proliferation of impostors within the history of the Kang clan, with individuals outside of Xiufu masquerading as descendants of the sage in hopes of evading local levies and taxes, a phenomenon that recurred in every dynasty. Historical records reveal an instance of a servant in the Kang residence named Kang Mo. The ancestors of Kang Mo originally bore the surname Liu but later entered the Kang household as a domestic servant. Due to his intelligence and capability, he adopted the Kang surname. During the tumultuous period of the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms, as upheaval reigned across the land, Kang Mo, seizing the opportunity presented by the weakening of the Kang clan's power, betrayed his master and slaughtered the entire line of Kang Guangxi, the 42nd generation heir. He usurped their wealth, assuming their position and claiming to be a direct descendant of Confucius. Upon discovering that Kang Guangxi had a 9-month-old son, Kang Renyu, residing with his maternal grandmother in Zhangjia village, he dispatched assassins to eliminate the boy, seeking to eradicate any potential threat to his newfound status. In a desperate bid to save her grandson, Kang Renyu's grandmother, Zhang Laolao, sacrificed her own grandson to the pursuers, thereby preserving the bloodline of the Kangs and ensuring the continuation of the legitimate lineage we recognize today. Following this blood-soaked lesson, the Kang family became exceedingly reluctant to bestow their surname upon others. Even in exceptional circumstances, they remained steadfastly resistant to external Kangs, displaying profound distrust even towards those external Kangs who had made significant contributions to the family. The second category of external Kangs is particularly distinctive, comprising those related by marriage. The children born from these external branches are, to varying degrees, related to the Kang family. Some are the offspring of daughters married off from the Kang lineage, while others are the children of adopted relatives. Among them, Kang Qinghan belongs to this latter category. He is the son of my aunt. When Kang Shouqing spoke of this cousin, his voice was imbued with profound sorrow. Qinghan is superior to me, he lamented, born under the fire element. A fortune teller once foretold that he was like a raging fire upon a mountain peak, with an overly fiery temperament that needed tempering with water. Hence, he was bestowed with the name Qinghan, meaning clear and cold. Little did he realize that his fate would also be steeped in such tragic chill. As Kang Shouqing recounted this, tears welled up in his eyes, revealing the depth of their bond. From a young age, he exhibited remarkable talent and a virtuous disposition. My father cherished him greatly, and after my aunt's passing, he brought him into our home, raising him as his own son, even granting him the Kang surname at a tender age. My father always urged me to treat my cousin well, for when the time came, he would be the only one capable of saving me. The reason he was not included in the family genealogy was that he did not bear the Kang surname. He is a descendant of the women of our Kang family. In chapter 378, the story of Kang Qinghan, the notion of maternal lineage evokes a sense of kinship in Chen Zhi. The image of Kang Qinghan suddenly becomes vivid, instilling in Chen Zhi a feeling of shared fate. A descendant through the maternal line occupies a rather awkward position. For millennia, the culture of Huaxia has favored sons over daughters, with children's surnames traditionally inherited from their fathers. The status of maternal heirs is, in fact, lower than that of illegitimate sons. And then, Chen Zhi inquired, eager to hear more about their subsequent events. Then he became my brother, growing up alongside me. Kang Shouqing quietly recounted, tears streaming down his cheeks as he began to share his distant memories. It turns out that this individual named Kang Qinghan did not originally carry the Kang surname. He was born Li Qinghan. After Kang Shouqing's aunt married into the Li family, her life was fraught with hardships. In those turbulent times, with inadequate medical care, both newlyweds tragically passed away within 2 years, leaving behind this orphan. Remarkably gifted, the child quickly gained renown in the private academy, mastering the 4 books and 5 classics, and displaying an unwavering sense of integrity. Adhering to the principles of Confucius and Mencius, embodying the ideals of ancient sages, Kang Shouqing's father, moved by his nephew's plight and talent, took him into their home to raise alongside his own children, granting him the Kang surname and treating him as his own. As Kang Qinghan matured, his extraordinary talents and upright character garnered him fame among scholars. Yet regrettably, he could not inherit the position of head of the Kang family due to his non-direct lineage. Nonetheless, Kang Shouqing regarded him as a brother. Upon marrying, Kang Shouqing, feeling the weight of age, entrusted the family affairs to him. Thus, Kang Shouqing inherited the mantle of the Kang family, becoming its principal steward. Kang Qinghan, having enjoyed the protection of Kang Shouqing's father and possessing considerable prestige within the family, was bestowed the position of the second-in-command. This role was largely nominal, intended to assist Kang Shouqing in his stewardship. In that era, the feudal dynasty had only recently concluded its reign, and the principles of Confucianism still held great sway over the land, with disciples of Confucius and Mencius prevalent throughout. The status of the Kang family was exceptionally high, and Kang Qinghan, as the second-in-command, shone brightly in such a context. He was naturally generous and upright, characterized by an unyielding sense of integrity, and had a profound affection for cultivating friendships. A saying he cherished, "Is it not a joy to have friends come from afar?" adorned the walls of his study. He widely engaged with scholars and literati, providing support for students, selflessly aiding many, and forging numerous benevolent connections. What began as a promising future, however, was ultimately shattered by the tumultuous times that ensued. Subsequently, the Japanese invasion plunged the entire Shandong province into chaos, and the Kang residence was engulfed in flames. Initially, the Japanese soldiers approached the Kang residence with a veneer of civility, espousing the tenets of benevolence, righteousness, and propriety. However, upon realizing the Kang family's disdain for them, they resorted to intimidation and threats. They poisoned the children attending the local school and menaced the physician of the Kang patriarch, forbidding him from entering the residence to provide care. All these actions were aimed at subjugating the descendants of Confucius, transforming them into instruments of their dominion over China. Amidst this atmosphere of dread, an astonishing incident occurred. Kang Qinghan, the second-in-command of the Kang residence, was found to be clandestinely communicating with the Japanese commander stationed in Shandong. At that time, Kang Qinghan was responsible for managing the family's significant assets, including financial resources and even the patriarch's private treasury. He ingratiated himself with the Japanese by offering substantial sums as military funding and supplying them with ancient maps of Shandong, as well as the family's resources scattered across various locations. In exchange, he secured the safety of the Kang family and the entire region of Xiufu. For reasons unknown, this treachery was soon exposed to the press. The fervent youth of that time harbored a deep loathing for traitorous collaborators, and students alongside journalists apprehended Kang Qinghan, subjecting him to a brutal beating before dragging him to the Kang residence for the patriarch's judgment. The elder Kang Shouqing's father, was incensed to the point of spitting blood, and in a fit of rage, he resolved to administer the most severe punishment prescribed by the family. The harshest form of punishment within the Kang family was known as filling the well. This brutal ritual had existed for ages, reflecting the deep-seated value placed on family honor in Chinese culture. There is a saying, "Family disgrace must not be aired," indicating that any scandal involving family members was typically dealt with by the family head, aimed at preserving the family's reputation. Those who committed grave offenses could be cast into a dry well, left to perish without any recognition of their remains. Such an act would effectively erase that individual from the family lineage. Within the illustrious Kang family, there exists a place where familial laws are strictly enforced, a quaint 2-story villa situated behind the Kang residence, which now serves as their grand abode. At that time, this location was entirely secluded, known to very few outsiders. It housed but a single small building and a tightly enclosed ancient courtyard. This courtyard, steeped in history, is said to date back to the spring and autumn period and features an old stone well, the site where family laws were executed. In the annals of the Kong family, it has been quite some time since anyone was cast into the well, leaving its depths shrouded in mystery. One fateful night, the venerable Kong patriarch, consumed by rage, ordered that Kong Qinghan be bound, stripped of his surname in front of the entire clan, and silenced before being cast into the well. Subsequently, a stone wall was erected around the well, sealed at the top, forbidding anyone from entering henceforth. Chen Zhi silently absorbed this tale, gazing out the window at the tightly sealed stone wall in the backyard, softly murmuring, "Mr. Kong, if what you say is true, then Kong Qinghan must have been entombed during the War of Resistance against Japan. He perished before the founding of the nation. How could he possibly have written a letter afterward?" Upon finishing his statement, Chen Zhi revealed a letter penned by Kong Qinghan to an officer on his mobile device. Presenting it to Kong Shouqing, "Examine this closely. Is this indeed the handwriting of your cousin?" Kong Shouqing's eyes appeared somewhat clouded, yet he scrutinized the screen intently, tears streaming down his face once more. "It is he. Truly he. Even in death, he cannot find peace." From that moment, strange occurrences began to unfold. Chapter 379, The Tale of Kong Qinghan, Part 2. Kong Shouqing then recounted the events that followed. The Kong family faced significant turmoil after this incident. The patriarch, already in a state of decline, succumbed shortly thereafter, uttering a final decree that the wall must never be breached, that no one was permitted to enter, nor could Kong Qinghan's remains be retrieved from within. In the aftermath, Kong Shouqing's family found refuge, swiftly relocated to Chongqing, and eventually sent to Taiwan. During their time in Taiwan, although Kong Shouqing held a high-ranking official position, he existed as a mere shell, burdened by neither pressing affairs nor personal strife. This period marked a time of initial stabilization for Taiwan, yet the island's political and economic climate remained precarious, leaving its people anxious and directionless. His existence served primarily as a spiritual guide, providing solace to the island's intellectuals, in essence, existing under generous patronage. However, during this time, peculiar tidings began to emerge from the mainland. Initially, an old servant of the Kong family sent letters, claiming that strange apparitions were frequently observed within the courtyard. These figures, always hunched over like wandering souls, roamed the grounds as if in search of something. Ultimately, one servant even described the visage of the apparition, stating, "That figure was covered in blood, with a cloth wrapped around its eyes, resembling Kong Qinghan to a T." Everyone was terrified, claiming that Kong Qinghan's tragic death left his restless spirit to wander at the Kong residence during the night. Initially, Kong Shouqing dismissed these fears, considering them mere figments of imagination from the frightened old servants, who were prone to superstitions and harbored a natural fear of those who died unjustly. However, soon after, a truly terrifying situation arose. The secret handling of Kong Qinghan's demise was a family disgrace, as Chinese customs dictate that such matters should not be aired publicly. Thus, the incident was kept under wraps, with outsiders merely informed that he had gone abroad for unspecified reasons and was subsequently adopted by an outsider. During the Cultural Revolution, some friends of the Kong family reached out to Kong Shouqing, revealing that Kong Qinghan had been in contact with them, requesting the safekeeping of certain belongings. The messages were conveyed through letters, penned in Kong Qinghan's distinctive handwriting, renowned at the time and difficult to imitate. The contents of the letters pertained to the safeguarding of private family items, secrets known only to Kong Qinghan. The recipients, perplexed, sought clarification from Kong Shouqing regarding the situation. It was then that Kong Shouqing felt a surge of fear, pondering if Kong Qinghan had somehow escaped from his burial place and was now roaming the earth. Consequently, he discreetly instructed an old servant in Taiwan to inspect the enclosed courtyard, particularly the sealed area. By then, the place had transformed into a haunted house. The dilapidated two-story villa had long been abandoned, enveloped in an eerie atmosphere. The old servant, trembling with fear, conducted a thorough inspection of the walls, finding them still securely sealed, devoid of even a dog hole. Humans require sustenance and water, even if one could ascend from a well. Starvation would inevitably follow without food and drink. Thus, it seemed impossible for Kong Qinghan to have escaped alive. The letters, therefore, could only have been written by a ghost. From that moment on, Kong Shouqing was plagued by nightly fears, haunted by nightmares of Kong Qinghan, even envisioning his bloodied face grinning at him. Consumed by dread, he found himself unable to return to the mainland. Years later, when his grandson was born, he had aged, and the position of clan leader was passed to his son. His grandson resonated with his thoughts, aligning perfectly with his desires. As the boy grew, Kong Shouqing began to contemplate a return to the mainland. Given the intricate web of relationships he was entangled in, returning as the head of the Kong family would involve numerous complexities. Thus, he decided to announce his own death, severing ties with the mortal realm entirely. He then surreptitiously returned to the mainland with his grandson, under the guise of tourism and ancestral worship. Now, he often gazes longingly at the ancestral temple, reminiscing about his forebears, and dedicates his remaining time to prayers for Kong Qinghan, seeking inner tranquility. In a sense, he has returned to his roots. This elaborate charade was flawlessly maintained, remaining undiscovered until today when it was unraveled by Chen Zhi and Pang Wei. To my astonishment, the name Kong Qinghan has resurfaced. Chen Zhi quietly listened to this tale, then drew back the curtain to gaze upon the sealed enclosure outside. This wall, occupying less than 10 square meters, seemingly encircled only a single square well at its center. Kong Shouqing's earlier words were indeed embellished. Yet, one statement rang true. This enclosure had never been defiled, and should there be any living soul within yearning for freedom, it would be utterly impossible. If Kong Qinghan had truly been entombed, any subsequent movement outside could only be attributed to a specter. Let us descend and investigate. Chen Zhi gently remarked to Pang Wei, then turned back to Kong Shouqing. Mr. Kong, as I previously mentioned, my time is limited and my patience is waning. Your prior statements are rife with exaggeration. Yet I comprehend your predicament and shall afford you the opportunity to reflect and amend your narrative. I am now resolute in my intent to descend into the well. To avoid complications, I shall bring your grandson along. Rest assured, I harbor no intent to harm him. After uttering these words, Chen Zhi exchanged a glance with Pang Wei, who had already retrieved a hemostatic ointment from his satchel to apply to the child's neck. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, Pang Wei immediately smiled at Kong Shouqing. All right, young lad, your uncle shall take you for a little excursion. But heed my warning. Do not scream, for my grip lacks finesse, and a slip could prove fatal. With that, Pang Wei reached out and seized Kong Shouqing by the neck, lifting him as one might a chick, and stepped outside the window. Grasping a rope with one hand, he leapt down effortlessly. Kong Shouqing trembled, his eyes wide with helplessness as he watched his grandson being taken away. Desperately, he clung to Chen Zhi, nearly pleading, "Young man, I implore you. My life is yours to take, but he is but a child. Please do not put him in jeopardy." "Rest easy," Chen Zhi replied, turning to face Kong Shouqing. "But you must truly reflect on those past events. Have you overlooked something? When I return, I wish to hear a wholly authentic account." Chapter 380. Entering Chen Zhi then leaped onto the window ledge, grasping another rope to assist his descent from the third floor. Upon reaching the ground, Pang Wei was already positioned outside the enclosure. The young chief, Kong Shouqing, stood there as well. Overall, the child maintained a remarkable composure. Given his tender age, one might expect panic in such a situation, yet he remained silent, displaying no signs of distress. With the bleeding halted by the prompt application of medication, he was assuredly out of immediate danger. He pressed his hand against his neck, his eyes fixed intently on Chen Zhi, asking no questions, nor exhibiting any resistance. Chen Zhi regarded him briefly, then turned back to Pang Wei to inquire. "What is the status? Can it be opened? We have residents on the second floor. Let us not rouse them." "Not a problem," Pang Wei replied, his voice barely above a whisper, yet brimming with confidence. "Rest assured, this is my forte. These stone bricks were cast by ancient artisans, and within them lies not true cement. I can only manage to boil them. Rest assured, it cannot create too much commotion. In no time, we shall penetrate through." The stout Wei then unfurled his treasure pouch and commenced his task. He certainly spoke no empty words, for all tomb raiders. Pinpointing the burial site is the most fundamental skill. They excel at dealing with these ancient walls. As stout Wei previously remarked, how many doors exist in a graveyard for one to pass through? One must create their own openings, regardless of how sturdy the wall may be. Even an iron plate can be pierced by him. As time passed, stout Wei rummaged through his treasure pouch, producing a myriad of vials and jars. After a thorough search, he selected a small azure porcelain jar. The jar was sealed with a red cloth, and upon removing the cloth, he discovered a soft plastic seal within, indicating that the contents were not to be easily spilled. Stout Wei cautiously opened the seal, and an acrid, corrosive odor immediately wafted forth, intensely stimulating. He covered his mouth and nose with a cloth, then gently sprinkled the liquid upon the wall. The substance reacted like sulfuric acid, clinging to the wall and immediately emitting white smoke accompanied by hissing sounds. Stout Wei executed his task with meticulous care, guiding the liquid along the cracks of the stone bricks, as delicately as an artist painting. Before long, the mud within the crevices began to dissolve, the gaps gradually widening. After a while, much of the yellow clay in the central fissures had been obliterated. Stout Wei then donned gloves and, with a vigorous thrust of his body, struck the wall twice. The bricks shifted, and cautiously, he began to extract several pieces, one after another, until a small hole over a meter high emerged. The young clan leader, Kong Shorin, silently observed this unfolding scene, his eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of a breach forming in the surrounding wall. Yet he remained silent. "Come on, little brother." Stout Wei playfully patted the boy on the back. "You must enter with us, without you in hand. Who knows if your grandfather might call the authorities, and we could find ourselves surrounded." "Actually, you are overthinking it," Kong Shorin replied with remarkable calmness, a hint of superiority gracing his expression. "People like us, after all, adhere to certain principles and uphold a degree of integrity. Since my grandfather has made a promise to you, he shall not retract it. It is merely your lack of faith." After speaking, Kong Shorin disregarded Stout Wei and lowered his head to crawl through the opening. Stout Wei chuckled at the boy's demeanor and followed suit, with Chen Zhi bringing up the rear. Before entering the hole, Chen Zhi glanced back. He saw Kong Shoching peering through the window below, and he distinctly observed the old man's eyes. Those aged eyes held a multitude of emotions: sorrow, concern for his grandson, and above all, a profound fear of what lay within the confines of the wall. Kong Shoching was genuinely apprehensive about this place, a fear that emanated from the depths of his soul, an anxiety akin to that of a guilty conscience. Upon crossing the threshold of these enclosing walls, their breaths began to labor. Like all long-secluded spaces, it was permeated by a heavy, musty odor, the air laden with impurities and a palpable scarcity of oxygen. Each of them wielded a flashlight, illuminating the surroundings where a chaotic array of fungi and withered grass lay scattered. Evidently, this locale had once flourished as a meadow and garden. A cursory sweep with the flashlight revealed not only traces of desiccated grass, but also severed ropes strewn across the ground. These ropes, aged and frayed, were on the verge of disintegration, yet remnants of their former quantity and stains of blood were discernible. It appeared that this place had once been used for binding individuals. As they directed their light forward, they beheld in the center of the inky darkness an octagonal stone well. The well's edge was adorned with various carvings, bearing signs of past restorations, indicating it was an ancient structure that had undergone several renovations over time. Pang Wei approached the well's mouth, peering inside with his flashlight. A profound darkness enveloped the interior, exuding a chilling aura, reminiscent of a passage to the underworld. Upon closer inspection of the well's rim, numerous darkened bloodstains were evident, likely remnants from a bygone era. Nevertheless, Pang Wei leaned in to sniff and examine the blood's hue, declaring, "This must be human blood." It seems the old man spoke the truth. Let us descend and investigate. After uttering these words, Pang Wei shone his flashlight into the abyss, gesturing for the young clan leader to jump down first. Kong Shorin, merely a child of 12 or 13, hesitated upon gazing into the pitch-black well, fear flickering in his eyes for the first time. "What is the matter? Are you afraid?" Pang Wei observed Kong Shorin's trepidation with a sense of smug satisfaction. "Haven't you been putting on a brave front all this while? Now you find yourself frightened? Are you scared of ghosts? Fear not, I shall follow closely behind. If there are any spirits, let them seize me first. Those who have grievances have their rightful targets. The spirits should only haunt those who have wronged them." Kong Shorin, gazing at the well's mouth, gently countered, "You have not wronged him. Why would he pursue you? Let us go," Kong Shorin proclaimed, before grasping the rope held by Pang Wei and leaping down. Pang Wei, amused by the exchange, chuckled, patting Chen Zhi's shoulder, whispering in his ear, "Did you hear that? This lad seems to know everything. The old man has imparted all his knowledge to him. This boy is no ordinary child. We must tread carefully as we descend, lest we fall into the hands of a mere child. Today's absence is due to the following reason. This morning, as I was heading to work, an explosive sound erupted from the well cover. Suddenly, a giant panda emerged, informing me that I must join it for an adventure in the forest tonight. Otherwise, the ice cream queen would dominate the woods. If that occurs, ice cream would blanket the entire world, and no one would attend work or school. We would merely survive on ice cream. To prevent such a dreadful fate, I will not update today. I must embark on a mission to rescue you all. Farewell. Tomorrow will be normal. I love you all. Chapter 381, The Well Below. After Kong Shorin leapt into the abyss, Pang Wei and Chen Zhi followed suit, descending the rope into the depths below. Having previously ventured into numerous dark tombs and caverns, such places posed no challenge for them. Even if they encountered something unsettling, fear would not grip their hearts. However, for Kong Shorin, a mere 12 or 13 years of age, this environment was undeniably terrifying. Once enveloped in darkness, Chen Zhi could hear the frantic pounding of his heart. Pang Wei, meticulous by nature, always prepared himself before entering unfamiliar territories. He would inspect the surroundings for traps or hidden dangers. Yet, this well was merely an ordinary dry shaft. They descended less than 10 meters before reaching the ground. Gazing upward, they saw tightly packed stone bricks, while the well's bottom was a mere expanse of earth. Upon illuminating the area, they beheld a multitude of glimmers. Some long-forgotten bones lay scattered on the ground. Most of these remains were bound, their forms twisted in agony. Fragments of ancient silks clung to them, and notably, exquisite jade ornaments adorned their waists and hairlines. Some were pendants, others crowns encrusted with precious gems, along with decorative fan pendants. Jade, a symbol of the nation's grandeur, was reserved for the elite in ancient times, indicating that these corpses had once belonged to esteemed scholars of high status. It could be surmised that these individuals had committed unforgivable transgressions in life, leading to their binding and subsequent disposal into the well. The notion that this well had historically served as a site for casting away the dead appears to hold truth. Once a person fell into this pit, escape was utterly impossible. The height alone would result in a fatal fall, and the well's vertical walls rendered any attempt to climb futile, even if one were to claw at the stone until their nails were gone. Yet, the instinct to survive is inherent in humanity. The hands of these remains bore significant wear. In their final moments, they must have struggled to ascend towards the well's mouth. Envisioning the terror and despair they experienced as they clawed at the walls, losing 10 fingernails yet still unable to escape. However, Pang Wei was not captivated by these grim tales. Upon descending, he knelt to inspect the corpses, his brow furrowing in confusion. Something is amiss, he remarked, scratching his head. These bones are ancient. The most recent among them has been dead for several centuries, yet there is not a single body from the last few decades. Logically, if Kong Qinghan had been thrown into this well, his corpse should be among these. Yet, upon examination, none bore resemblance to him. Are you certain? Chen Zhi responded. His alertness piqued at Pang Wei's words. There were approximately 7 or 8 corpses surrounding them, although Chen Zhi was not well versed in the chronology of remains. Their condition indeed suggested great antiquity, far removed from the bones of the wartime era. Absolutely certain, Pang Wei nodded seriously. You know me. It's possible that I might not understand the living, but when it comes to the deceased, my eye shall never err. I can tell you whether he was a virgin before his demise. Casting aside these few, the latest being from the Qing dynasty, and all of them are middle-aged or older, with no young ones at all. Just as I suspected. Chen Zhi gazed into the pitch-black depths of the well and softly remarked, after that Kong Qinghan was cast into this abyss, he should not have perished. He must have hidden away somewhere and survived. Yet, this place is entirely sealed, and there are no signs of damage above, making it impossible for him to escape. So where could he have concealed himself? Indeed, could he possibly burrow into the earth? Pang Wei murmured beside him, turning around to squat down and dig into the surrounding soil. Just think, is it possible that there are hidden chambers beneath this well? This is Kong's residence, a family of thousands of years, with generations of nobility. Goodness knows how many treasures they must have hidden. I've long suspected they concealed a grand treasury. Let us search. Perhaps we might uncover some hidden chambers or treasures. With that, Pang Wei squatted down, took out his little tool, and began to search every crevice. This is a very common stone well. In ancient times, the well mouths were placed above dark waters, with brick walls above. The bottom is mostly soil, connected to a water source. Due to the passage of time, the water source in this well has long since dried up, showing no signs of any artificial excavation. Pang Wei searched around for quite some time, finding nothing, not even an ant hole, let alone a hidden chamber. At that moment, however, Chen Zhi heard a violent heartbeat, a sound discernible only through the atmosphere. He realized it was Kong Shorin's heart beating. Since earlier, this 12 or 13-year-old child had exhibited a resolve beyond his years. From the moment he descended into this well, he had been waiting, anticipating a moment. That tension had tightly wound his nerves into a knot. Now, he was on the verge of making a significant decision, one that caused his entire aura to contract, continuously exuding a hue of red. Chen Zhi was well acquainted with the changes in that aura's color. This transformation occurs only when a person harbors murderous intent. This 12 or 13-year-old child was contemplating murder. In the next moment, Kong Shorin suddenly drew a shiny silver pistol from his left ribcage. He skillfully chambered a round and aimed it at Chen Zhi and Pang Wei, quickly uttering, "Don't move." Witnessing Kong Shorin's action, Pang Wei merely shifted slightly, not even standing up, and after a moment of astonishment, burst into laughter. "Oh dear, young master. What are you up to? Are you trying to scare me to death? With that little toy gun in your hand, do you think you can shoot me?" "Yes, I can really shoot." In this moment, Kong Shorin's voice remained eerily calm, yet his wrist trembled subtly, revealing that he had never truly taken a life. "I have been trained in marksmanship. Believe me, I can indeed fire a gun. A single shot to your head would end your life. However, before that, I must apologize. I am about to kill you for my own selfish desires. I am truly sorry. Yet, there are many helpless circumstances in life, where one knows the futility of an action but proceeds nonetheless. Such is the human condition. The person you sought earlier met a similar fate. Therefore, I cannot allow you to proceed. I cannot permit you to continue pressuring my grandfather, for he has already borne enough." Chapter 382, Beneath the Well, Part 2. The situation was starkly apparent. Within the confines of this narrow, desolate well, there was no place to hide or evade. Once the bullet was fired, the likelihood of it finding its mark was exceedingly high. Both Chen Zhi and Fat Wei were unarmed, while Kong Shorin brandished a gun, its muzzle aimed directly at them, capable of claiming their lives in a mere half-second. In this circumstance, Kong Shorin was undeniably in control. "Seems you are not inclined to let us go up?" Chen Zhi faced the gun's barrel without flinching, devoid of anger or panic, calmly gazing at Kong Shorin. "It appears your grandfather has indeed imparted certain truths to you. Truths that perhaps are not so honorable? How does it feel to know the reality? You can no longer tolerate your grandfather's version of the tale, can you? If what he asserts is true, that Kong Qinghan betrayed his country and became a traitor, then he deserves his fate. There was no need for the elder Kong to seal the well and construct an impenetrable wall outside. This method suggests fear of those inside escaping, as well as those outside entering. It is a behavior born of insecurity. Now, tell me the truth, if you intend for us to perish here. At least allow us to understand our demise. What truly transpired back then? If I am not mistaken, the traitor must have been your grandfather." "My grandfather was no traitor. He merely made a calculated decision." Kong Shorin's body quivered at the mention of the term traitor, his sensitivity to the word palpable. Chen Zhi could distinctly sense the tension emanating from him, revealing his deep discomfort, even humiliation, at the accusation. What defines a traitor? What constitutes a national betrayer? True traitors remain unseen. Perhaps in your eyes, they are still heroes. We are but common people, devoid of national authority. Thus the concept of betrayal does not apply to us. The Kong family, like all citizens of Huaxia, strives to survive, bearing our responsibilities and living on. Throughout every dynasty, we must endure. You will never grasp how arduous it is to continue living this way. Kong Qinghan could not comprehend it. Even when my great-grandfather entrusted him with the keys to our family treasury, he still could not understand. Death is simple, but living is the true challenge. Then you are admitting it, aren't you? Beside him, the portly Wei stood up with a smile, gazing at the defiant child before him. After all those eloquent words, you still betrayed and sold out your country? I have always said that those who bury themselves in books are mere paper tigers, merely stubborn as dead ducks. You refuse to acknowledge it. Consider this. You preach loyalty and righteousness to others, proclaiming the need to sacrifice for the nation. Yet, do you not rush to the imperial examinations whenever a new emperor ascends the throne? When have you ever seen any of you die for an emperor? You are more slippery than an eel, panicking in the face of danger. Yet you continue to scorn others. Have the teachings of your ancestors, those sages, merely filled the bellies of dogs? The wisdom of the sages is not confined to the pages of books. Kong Shorin turned to face Wei, his face pale with anger. Do you truly understand Confucius? Do you comprehend his philosophy? What you know is merely the Confucius of textbooks, the Confucius passed down through generations, the legendary sage of Confucianism. Yet, we, the direct descendants of Confucius, possess the true essence of his teachings. Confucius traveled extensively, enlightening the masses. What was his ultimate purpose? Was it merely to encourage people to die for their loyalty and integrity, to be shattered like jade? While the notion of being crushed like jade may seem noble, what happens after that? Who will safeguard this vast land? For how many years has this land experienced dynastic changes and foreign invasions? Do you think only the Japanese are the demons? If everyone were to perish for the sake of loyalty and righteousness, our lineage would have been extinguished long ago. What has become of this land now? Yet, we still thrive, living openly and with integrity. Confucianism is still revered today, its essence alive in the hearts of the people of Wushan. This is the true significance. This is the true righteousness. Is righteousness merely about making others scapegoats? Wei asked, tilting his head. You little rascal, still spouting beautiful words. If your ancestor, the sage Confucius, were to know of your actions, do you think he would approve? I do not know, Kong Shorin replied, gripping his gun tightly as tears streamed down his face. If you meet the sage after your death, please ask him for me. Upon finishing his words, he aimed the gun at Wei's head, gritting his teeth fiercely. I am sorry. With a loud bang, the gun fired. The weapon had been fitted with a silencer, rendering it nearly inaudible outside. However, the noise within the well was significant. The bullet, however, veered unexpectedly. In the next moment, a spray of blood erupted as Kong Shorin lay on the ground, his face ashen. He was bewildered, for in that instant of pulling the trigger, his arm had twisted, directing the shot into his own shoulder, bringing him down to the earth. A person's resistance to pain is heavily influenced by age. After all, he was still a child, and the excruciating agony from the bullet's passage was unbearable. He let out a faint cry, soon collapsing to the ground, unconscious from the pain. The blood that gushed forth splattered against the well walls, blooming like a flower. This, however, proved to be an unexpected boon. As the crimson liquid mingled with the soil and rocks, the subterranean world began to transform. Chen Zhi observed with clarity as glimmering objects emerged amidst the earth, resembling the cosmos of the deep sea, writhing within the soil and illuminating the surrounding darkness. In an instant, the well's interior radiated with brilliance, the earth taking on a texture akin to seaweed mud, crumbling at the slightest touch. Pang Wei even extended an arm into it, fully immersed without any sense of obstruction, for the soil had changed in nature. Goodness, goodness! Pang Wei exclaimed in astonishment. What is happening? It suddenly feels like magic. This is a passage to another realm. Chen Zhi gently reached in, feeling the soft texture, realizing that Kong Qinghan held great significance in the eyes of the elder Kong. The elder had cast Kong Qinghan into this well, both to shield his own son and to impart the Kong family's most profound secret, entrusting him to safeguard this place. I had perused some records, and aside from a few modest treasures brought to Taiwan, the Kong family had not transported any substantial heirlooms. If my conjecture holds true, the depths of this well conceal the secret treasury of the Kong lineage, which has persisted for 5 millennia. Chapter 383. Beneath the well, 3. Fortune smiles upon us. Pang Wei exclaimed, gazing at the surrounding glimmering, fluffy soil, reminiscent of cotton candy. It appears that our unintentional diversion has yielded results. Who would have thought that this ruckus would lead us directly to our target? I told you, the Kong residence has stood for thousands of years. Surely they must harbor some hidden treasures. That child mentioned that the elder Kong entrusted the keys to his nephew. I suspect Kong Qinghan is the guardian of the treasury. Who knows what treasures lie within? If we burrow in from here, we might just uncover that location. After uttering these words, Pang Wei leaned forward, eager to delve inside. But Chen Zhi seized him with a firm grip. Hold on. Let me assess the situation first. Something feels amiss. Upon saying this, Chen Zhi cautiously probed the dark soil, finding its texture exceedingly warm and yielding, truly akin to fluffy cotton candy. He secured a rope around his waist, handing the other end to Pang Wei, then took a step forward, fully immersing himself in the earth. In that moment, Chen Zhi experienced a sensation of weightlessness, an extraordinary feeling coursing through his entire being. It felt as though he were swiftly traversing mountains and rivers. Yet at that instant, Chen Zhi had merely taken a single step. He quickly retreated, reasoning that he should have returned to the bottom of the well with that one step. However, after he retreated, he discovered that the surroundings remained enveloped in utter darkness. He was still amidst this peculiar soil. The space was astonishing, truly reminiscent of the cosmos, pitch black and infinitely vast, with twinkling stars dancing around, yet devoid of any sense of up, down, left, or right. A realization struck Chen Zhi. He had to return immediately, and he swiftly ran back in the direction from whence he came. For reasons unknown, the rope had become taut, as if the substantial weight on the other end was being exerted by Pang Wei, who was desperately pulling him. The rope emitted creaking sounds, threatening to snap at any moment. Chen Zhi then seized the rope and began to run back with all his might. This was a rope made of mixed fibers. Remarkably economical, yet everything has its limits. Under excessive strain, it could fracture at any instant. Chen Zhi observed the thick rope fraying, fibers snapping as he sprinted. At the moment the last fiber broke, he leaped forward, finally escaping the shroud of darkness. Upon emerging, he found Pang Wei had been slammed against the well wall by the rebound force, drenched in sweat. What on earth were you thinking? Why exert such force after entering? I was nearly unable to hold onto the rope. Pang Wei exclaimed. Do you realize how long you've been in there? Over an hour. What? Chen Zhi's mind jolted. He turned to glance at his watch, realizing that what felt like a mere step had consumed nearly an hour. That place was extraordinary. Chen Zhi looked back at the glowing soil, which softly murmured, "This is not a space where one can freely enter and exit. If I am not mistaken, it is far more challenging to exit than to enter. We must deliberate carefully. Haste is unwise." This otherworldly realm differed from the reality, where anything could transpire. You are correct. Pang Wei, rising from the ground and brushing off the dirt, replied. There is no rush at this moment. We should ascend first and have someone bring in the work clothes. Otherwise, if we encounter molten magma, we would be in grave peril. The problem is, this place will be teeming with people once dawn breaks. I'm worried about alarming the outside world, Pang Wei said, glancing sideways. Most importantly, we must not disturb Baoping. Now is not the time to provoke him. Let us ascend first. After Chen Zhi spoke, he glanced at the still unconscious Kong Shoren. We should take this child with us. With him, his grandfather can open a convenient passage for us. Subsequently, Chen Zhi and Pang Wei hoisted Kong Shoren onto their backs and climbed out of the well. Outside, the darkness still prevailed. It was now around 3 in the morning, and dawn was approaching. The lights on the third floor remained lit, and Kong Shoching awaited their return behind the window. When they finally placed Kong Shoren before him, the elder, nearing a century of age, was overcome with emotion. He embraced his grandson's shoulders, gazing at the distant gunfire, and wept. Why must you go to such lengths? If there are matters to address, why involve a child? What grievances could possibly lead to this innocent being entangled in such affairs? Confucius advocated for righteousness, and Mencius for justice. Yet, where is the compassion? Alas, do not shift the burden of responsibility onto us. Pang Wei immediately retorted, it was your grandchild who, in the depths of the well, sought to wield a firearm against us. In the end, he misfired and inflicted harm upon himself. We have yet to settle the score with you. He then presented a silver handgun before Kong Shoching, who recognized it immediately and fell silent. At this juncture, Chen Zhi had grown weary of the trivialities. He approached, bent down, and gazed into Kong Shoching's dim, aged eyes, speaking with earnest sincerity. Mr. Kong, at your venerable age, you have undoubtedly encountered numerous experiences. Some truths elude scientific explanation, and certain individuals remain forever shrouded in darkness. To be forthright, I possess methods to delve into your mind and uncover your most primal memories. This way, I need not inquire nor discern the veracity of your words. However, your advanced age renders such a technique perilous. Its application could cost you your life. Should you pass in obscurity, I would be compelled to account for your remains. And your grandson cannot be spared either. I must eliminate him and disguise it as a case of theft gone awry, lest I invite trouble upon myself. He is your beloved grandson, a remarkable youth. Is this truly the outcome you desire? After speaking, Chen Zhi gestured towards Kong Shoren, releasing a binding current of air that lifted him off the ground. This supernatural phenomenon vividly illustrated Chen Zhi's capabilities. Kong Shoching observed Chen Zhi's actions with a calm demeanor, revealing little astonishment. He bit his lip, contemplating for a long while, before finally nodding decisively. Very well, Chen Zhi continued, from this moment forth, I expect every word you utter to be devoid of falsehood. Share with me an authentic narrative. Of course, you need not recount the minutiae regarding the Japanese. I have no interest in the moral complexities of your era. My sole focus is on Kong Qinghan. What truly transpired with him? Moreover, what treasures lie within the sanctuary he safeguarded? Kong Shouqing sighed heavily. As for Qinghan, he is the very embodiment of stubborn foolishness. My father often remarked that one must not be excessively rigid. One should adapt and maintain a sense of caution. Not everyone is deserving of blind generosity, nor should one harbor overly favorable views of humanity. Yet, he failed to grasp this, perceiving the world through the lens of a sage, oblivious to its inherent imperfections. He selflessly aided many, forging connections with scholars and literati, akin to Lord Mengchong. And in the end, who would care for him in his time of destitution? He always perceives others in such an admirable light, executing tasks with rigid precision, devoid of any flexibility or sense of the moment. When one scrutinizes too closely, they find themselves alone. When water is too clear, no fish can dwell within. After Kong Shouqing spoke, tears welled in his eyes. A profound and boundless sorrow and weariness enveloped him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. "Child," he said, "I understand your thoughts. You believe I fear being labeled a traitor. Do you not? In truth, I harbor no fear. I am acutely aware of my actions, and I have committed no betrayals against my conscience. During that era, there were far too many ravenous demons who consumed their kin merely to survive. You have not endured the ravages of war. You cannot fathom the despair of those times. The suffering of the common folk was unbearable. Not a shred of cotton could be found, and the roads were littered with the corpses of infants who succumbed to hunger and cold, their cries echoing everywhere. Yet we were powerless. That was hell itself. In those moments, survival demanded ingenuity. First, we sought rice to eat, and only then could we speak of loyalty and honor. The Japanese were indeed more ferocious than wolves. None could withstand their onslaught. The terror was not mere rhetoric. The emperor had fallen, the generals had fled, and the common people saw no one to whom they could turn. They looked to us. I often pondered, I could meet my demise, but what then? What would become of the multitude of eyes outside that depended on me? Thus, one had to devise means to adapt, even if it meant negotiating with wolves to find a way to endure. However, Qinghan was utterly opposed to this notion. He could never comprehend it, always proclaiming that one must retain their integrity, to live as a hero and to die as a valiant spirit. Accustomed to the waters of the Yellow River, he would never consume foreign rice. He would rather meet his end than yield an inch. As for what followed, I shall refrain from elaborating. Many urged me to remain silent, claiming that the complexities of those times were best left unspoken. Consequently, I chose silence. Yet, I harbor no regrets. If given the choice again, I would still stand by my decisions. However, I never anticipated that in the end, Qinghan would bear the burden of my actions. After Kong Shouqing finished speaking, tears streamed silently down his cheeks. He clutched the arms of his chair tightly, yearning to rise, but ultimately found himself devoid of strength. Pang Wei offered him a cigarette, and he shakily took a puff before continuing. My father ultimately made a decision. Let me endure in the outside world. The nation may be in ruins, but the land of Huaxia shall witness peace once more. I believe I can carry forth the bloodline of the Kong family. Even if I must venture beyond, it shall continue. As for Qinghan, he was left behind to fill the well. My father said to leave him there, for that was his nature. The world would descend into chaos, and Qinghan would surely disapprove. Such a person is better suited to remain underground. You are unaware of what lies beneath that well, Chen Zhi remarked softly. I do not know, Kong Shouqing replied, shaking his head. In truth, my father revealed nothing to me. Though he often referred to Qinghan as a stubborn blockhead, he nonetheless placed his utmost trust in him. In the esteemed Kong family, there exists a legendary treasure trove, one I have never beheld, yet my father imparted its significance to Qinghan. He often remarked that this trove held utmost importance, accessible only through the blood of our lineage, preventing any outsider from entry. Within it lies an array of invaluable relics, secrets cherished through the ages. Among these treasures, the most precious is a sacred heirloom bequeathed by our ancestor, Confucius, who vowed to a sovereign to safeguard this artifact for generations, ensuring it would never depart from the land of Huaxia. This revered object is known as the Phoenix gallbladder, also referred to as the Mo-Chen pearl. As I lay here, exhaustion consumes me. I am on the brink of illness. You all enjoy your 520, while I have been unwell since yesterday. Awakening today with eyes so pained that I could scarcely open them. The discomfort stems from the nerves around my eye sockets. After a series of medical examinations at the hospital, the doctors assured me that my retina is unharmed, yet they prescribed a plethora of ineffective medications, sending me home disheartened. It appears that the hospitals are deceiving me. I measured my temperature, and it has risen again to 38 degrees. The pain is overwhelming, my head aches, and my eyes throb. I fervently hope for relief by tomorrow. I must endure until the end. Please, do not abandon me. A gentle reminder. Use the arrow keys for navigation and the enter key to return to the table of contents. Chapter 386. Entering the space upon descending into the well once more, they discovered that the previously softened earth had indeed regained its firmness. This was anticipated. Such passages connecting to another realm typically have a temporal constraint, usually reverting to their original state within 10 hours after activation. Pang Wei extracted a small vial, dripping its contents into a syringe, blood drawn from both the elder and younger Kongs. Based on prior experience, this blood serves as the key. The passage can only be unlocked by the essence of the Kong family. Pang Wei applied the blood-laden syringe to the earthen wall of the well. In an instant, the hardened soil began to soften once again. The darkened space below transformed, shimmering like the cosmos, imbued with an aura of infinite mystery. The soil within the well contained a unique substance, illuminating the darkness akin to celestial starlight, revealing a vague path leading to a distant locale, where shadowy structures could be discerned, though indistinctly. Chen Zhi reconfirmed the rope secured at his waist, gesturing to his companions as they commenced their advance. According to customary protocol, Pang Wei would lead the way, with Chen Zhi following closely behind. However, adjustments were necessary this time, as they needed to ensure Jiandi's safety. Jiandi was of paramount importance. Throughout their journey, she could not wield any magical abilities, could not transform, nor could she reveal her true nature as a phoenix. Thus, Chen Zhi positioned Jiandi in the center, with Jiying by her side to provide support, while he took up the rear. One by one, they began their descent into the earth. Upon entering, Chen Zhi immediately sensed the tightening of the rope around his waist, as the distance to the person ahead rapidly expanded. He realized that the previous situation had arisen once more. Upon entering this earthen realm, both space and time seemed to stretch, amplifying the distance between them. Under this tension, Chen Zhi felt the wireless network becoming increasingly fraught with static, suggesting a significant level of interference within this space. As they proceeded, they maintained contact via wireless communication, ensuring that all four of them were unharmed. However, after some time, Chen Zhi began to sense an unsettling shift. Jiandi's breathing grew increasingly rapid. She became reticent, eventually confiding in Chen Zhi that she felt suffocated here, as though a formidable force was pressing down on her, rendering her quite uncomfortable. As their journey continued, the path ahead appeared ever more uncertain. Pang Wei, tasked with determining their direction, steadfastly adhered to a straight course in his mind, refusing to waver even amidst the chaos. However, this method proved mentally taxing, leading him to become increasingly silent, with only the sound of his heavy breaths and steady heartbeat punctuating the air. After approximately 2 hours of wandering, they still had not reached their destination. Glancing around, Chen Zhi observed an expanse of shimmering darkness akin to a starry cosmos, rendering any sense of direction utterly elusive. This fluffy texture felt unnervingly soft, as if it could absorb one's will, and Chen Zhi was seized by the unsettling notion that he might forever be lost in this abyss. At that moment, a sense of impending peril washed over them all. The surrounding soil, unbeknownst to them, had begun to harden gradually. The sensation was terrifying. It felt as though they were ensnared within a colossal jelly. While the jelly remained pliable, they could navigate through it, but as it threatened to solidify, they risked being eternally trapped within this black, gelatinous mass. As this sensation of entrapment intensified, Pang Wei suddenly exclaimed over the wireless, "It's so hot." Almost simultaneously, the high-temperature alarm on Chen Zhi's work uniform blared. This uniform is designed to automatically assess whether the environment ahead is conducive to human survival. The optimal living temperature for humans hovers around 25 degrees Celsius. Deviations from this range can induce discomfort. However, temperatures exceeding 42 degrees signify extreme heat, which, while not lethal, can be exceedingly unpleasant. The beeping of the uniform confirmed that the temperature ahead had surpassed 42 degrees, the entire thermometer glowing an alarming orange red. We must be nearing our destination. Just my luck. I dread the heat, Pang Wei grumbled over the wireless, tugging at the rope around his waist. That area ahead might be a steamer, so tread carefully. Watch your step, or we might end up cooked to a pulp. Following this, the auxiliary ropes attached to Chen Zhi and the others began to pull them forward swiftly, suggesting that Pang Wei had quickened his pace, even breaking into a run. According to their previous agreement, those positioned at the back utterly obeyed the commands from the front. Thus, when Fat Wei began to move swiftly, they too commenced their dash. A few among them were seasoned warriors, possessing remarkable physical prowess. Such exertion was but a trifle for them. After running for several minutes, Chen Zhi felt the once sparkling soil dissipate. The previous sensation of restriction that had impeded their movements vanished, allowing his body to relax entirely. They had traversed that layer of mud and entered another realm. Just as Fat Wei had surmised earlier, this place was exceedingly hot. Chen Zhi's display indicated that the temperature fluctuated between 40 to 50 degrees, with the air swirling, threatening to unleash a torrent of scorching wind that could knock them to the ground at any moment. Most tormenting, however, was the arid atmosphere. The air was scarce, and light was utterly absent, enveloping them in a suffocating darkness, highly detrimental to human survival. It was unfathomable to consider what those who resided here long-term might become. We have arrived, Fat Wei softly announced over the wireless. Come, gather around me. After speaking, he began to tug on the rope, which quickly drew taut, prompting several individuals to follow its direction forward. They placed their hands on Fat Wei's shoulders, confirming their safety to one another. Once they congregated, they cautiously activated the searchlights affixed to their arms. It was only then that they realized the light from their lamps had diminished to an infinitesimal point in this environment. Whether due to the air or the peculiar geological conditions, the beams emitted by their searchlights transformed into mere specks, illuminating only a few inches ahead. Chapter 384. The heavy trust. Upon hearing the name Dust Pearl, the heart that Chen Zhi had kept in suspense finally found solace. After all their tribulations, this was their ultimate destination. The secret that concealed the tomb of Shang Zhou Wang, Emperor Exine, truly lay within the Kong residence. This was splendid news. Has the Dust Pearl always been in your possession? Why? Chen Zhi inquired, gazing at Kong Shouqing. Every treasure has its origins. Tell me about this pearl, its provenance, and why it remains in your hands. I am not well versed in the specifics, Kong Shouqing admitted, visibly disheartened. It is common knowledge that our Kong family has been esteemed for generations, holding a prestigious rank throughout various dynasties. Monarchs have favored our family, bestowing upon us abundant wealth and treasures, confiding their innermost secrets to us. In their eyes, we are descendants of sages, gentlemen who can safeguard their confidences. Therefore, we have stored these secrets in a treasure vault, the location of which is known only to the legitimate heirs of each generation. Even the collateral branches are unaware of its existence. By rights, I am my father's only son. This treasure should be inherited and safeguarded by the next generation of the noble lineage, yet the customs have shifted in my era. Due to my father's decision, the treasures of the Kong family have been entrusted to Qing Han, beginning with my generation. The reason for this change lies in the existence of a particular pearl, known as the Dust Pearl. My father once remarked that this pearl is unlike any other and must never be lost. This artifact bears a significant legacy, having been passed down by our ancestor, Confucius himself. He imparted strict instructions that the descendants of the Kong family must guard this pearl vigilantly, ensuring it is never taken beyond the borders of Huaxia, nor its secrets divulged. Confucius himself? Chen Zhi immediately connected this to historical timelines, realizing that this pearl had indeed been in the hands of Confucius since the spring and autumn period. How did he come to possess it? I cannot say for certain, Kong Shouqing replied, shaking his head. All I know are the tales my father ultimately shared with me. It is said that during his travels, our ancestor Confucius encountered a remarkable ruler. This monarch, wielding immense power, became obsessed with the notion of immortality, only to discover that it was all an illusory dream. In his twilight years, with tearful eyes, he entrusted this pearl to Confucius and whispered its secrets into his ear. Confucius was taken aback, realizing that this was a pearl capable of bringing calamity. Its whereabouts must never be disclosed to others, especially not to those with ambitions of world domination. Otherwise, the earth would crumble beyond repair. For within this pearl lies a secret that can grant eternal life. The notion of immortality concealed within. Chen Zhi pondered silently before inquiring further. And then? This pearl, along with other treasures, was placed in the care of Qing Han, Kong Shouqing's side. Due to the sage's edict, this pearl must never leave the land of Huaxia. Thus, my father instructed me to seek refuge elsewhere, ensuring the bloodline of the Kong family remained intact. The pearl and the family treasures would be entrusted to Qing Han, allowing me to rest assured in his guardianship. Though Qing Han no longer bears the Kong surname, should he no longer be present, remember to return for his remains. After my father's passing, the funeral was hastily concluded, and I fled with my wife and family to Chongqing under the cover of night. We survived, but the events that followed remain a mystery to me. At that time, communication between the mainland and Taiwan was severed, and my identity was precarious. I could neither inquire about nor intervene in matters on this side. All I knew was that the mainland was tumultuous, with every conceivable event unfolding. Qing Han was eventually entombed in a well and never emerged again. I knew he had perished. That desolate well offered no escape, and my father had deceived him. Yet, letters bearing his handwriting continued to surface, a series of desperate pleas for rescue, imploring others to safeguard the Kong family's treasures. I cannot fathom the reason behind this. I suspect that after Qing Han's death, he harbored resentment towards my father and me, transforming into a vengeful spirit wandering the earthly realm, unwilling to forgive us. Chen Zhi listened intently to Kong Shouqing's tale, recognizing that he spoke no falsehoods. Ultimately, perhaps driven by a unique sense of compassion, he knelt slightly, gazing at the nearly centenarian Mr. Kong. There is something I wish to disclose to you, dear sir. Perhaps it will bring you some comfort. Firstly, the specters you mentioned undoubtedly do not exist. Your cousin, Kong Qing Han, is likely not deceased. He is merely unable to emerge, hence his written plea for help. As for how that letter was dispatched, I am yet unaware. However, the treasure vault of the Kong family is indeed real, concealed right beneath your very noses, just beneath that well. At this juncture, Chen Zhi cast a glance back at the well, pondering that Kong Qing Han must have dwelled there for quite some time. Whether he was alive or dead remains uncertain. Yet, I can fulfill your father's dying wish by descending into the well to retrieve him. Regardless of his state, he deserves a place of rest. Kong Shouqing fixed his muddled gaze upon Chen Zhi, absorbing these words in silence for a lengthy moment before earnestly inquiring, "And what of me? What do you require of this old man?" "This is precisely what I wish to convey," Chen Zhi replied. "Mr. Kong, I now seek your assistance. Beginning tomorrow, I need you to vacate this estate entirely, sealing it off from the outside world. No one is to enter, including security, drivers, service personnel, or even relatives. Only you and your grandson may remain within. I shall use this estate as a base to lead a team down into the well, and during this endeavor, I must not be disturbed. Can you assist me?" "Very well," Kong Shouqing replied with a heavy nod, turning his gaze toward the well. "I am already half buried in the earth. There is little left to fear in this world. This matter, however, must reach a conclusion." As dawn broke, Kong Shouqing began to fulfill his promise, orchestrating all necessary arrangements. Of course, he himself could not make an appearance in the outside world. He was no longer a living man, and his sudden emergence could frighten others to death. All affairs were to be conducted by his grandson, Kong Shouqing. Upon awakening that morning and hearing his grandfather's instructions, the young man descended to carry them out. He first concocted a reason to disperse their relatives and friends from the house, then proceeded to withdraw the security and service staff, securing all the main gates and ensuring the smaller doors were tightly shut. He merely stated that the Kong residents required a thorough cleansing of the premises and needed a few days free from all visitors, without elaborating further. This area was already a tourist attraction, with ample lodging available outside. Thus, once the relatives were dispersed, there was little commotion. Consequently, the grand estate was vacated, providing Chen Zhi and his companions with the optimal base of operations. During this interval, Wu Jia, acting on Chen Zhi's orders, employed his earth-evading technique to burrow back to the Destiny Hall to retrieve work attire and other equipment, a task that would not take long. However, unexpectedly, upon Wu Jia's return, he brought with him a person. Chapter 385. Tenderness. The individual he returned with was Jiying. When Wu Jia returned this time, his expression was fraught with difficulty, indicating that his journey home had been fraught with challenges. He understood that Chen Zhi did not wish for Jiying to come. However, the current outcome was evidently not what he desired. After Jiying arrived, She descended with Pang Wei to survey the terrain and concurrently assess the security of the residents. As everyone else went downstairs, Wu Jiao approached Chen Zhi alone to report. I must convey to my master that I am indeed useless and have incited your displeasure. What was the purpose of bringing her along? Chen Zhi's countenance was grave. Why not devise a reason to refuse her? Wu Jiao replied, I am unable to decline. His expression was one of considerable distress, and he cast a fearful glance out the window at Jiang before turning back to Chen Zhi to say, I did not wish for this either, and I sought reasons to defer. Yet, the mistress is not easily deceived. Her temperament exhibits the regal demeanor of the Shiqi royal family. She is resolute in her commands, and I dare not defy her. When I returned, the mistress was already waiting in the courtyard for me, fully aware of the route I had taken underground. She insisted that she must accompany us, asserting that her skills in martial arts would be essential for our endeavors, else it would thwart our master's ambitions. Upon reflection, I found her reasoning sound. Given our severance with Shiqi, we lack even a single warrior by our side. With the mistress present, matters would indeed be facilitated. She acts with our master's interests at heart. Very well, proceed, Chen Zhi said, feeling a wave of irritation and wishing to say no more to Wu Jia. He waved him off, then turned back to gaze out the window at Jiang. At that moment, Pang Wei and Jiang stood in the garden, where earlier, Pang Wei had already dismantled the surrounding walls, exposing the stone well. They stood there examining the structure of the well. As Chen Zhi looked at Jiang from the window, she immediately sensed his gaze and turned to him with a gentle smile. That smile outshone the brilliance of the sun itself. Jiang then ascended the stairs. Since being with Chen Zhi, she had undergone significant transformation. She had become more feminine, more cheerful, and radiantly warm. She even made a point to purchase new clothing. Though her attire was not ostentatious, it complemented her extraordinary beauty exquisitely. Currently, she donned fitted camouflage trousers and a crisp jacket, with black gauntlets adorning her hands, her graceful figure and unique aura rendering her utterly captivating. What is the matter? Do you not wish for my presence? Jiang approached and took Chen Zhi's hand, smiling as she spoke. Her laughter flowed like crystal-clear water, imparting a sense of cleansing to Chen Zhi's spirit. Her touch was extraordinarily warm, reaching the softest corners of his heart. I have fully recovered from my injuries. You need not worry. My martial skills have completely returned. There is no need to treat me as an invalid. That is not the reason, Chen Zhi replied softly, then lowered his head. I have contemplated that even if the future remains uncertain, I wish to protect you. I do not want you to face danger again. Your perspective seems somewhat narrow, Jiang remarked with a playful smile directed at Chen Zhi, her expression imbued with a tender, almost petulant charm, reminiscent of an ordinary girl seeking affection. You wish to protect me, yet in truth, I am not in such dire need of protection. On the contrary, should you encounter the Feng clan, it is likely that you will require pure body techniques. At that point, your esteemed spells as the clan leader may prove futile. It might even be I who needs to safeguard you. Perhaps, Chen Zhi replied with a faint smile, gently taking Jiang's hand as they settled onto the sofa, instinctively leaning against her, relishing the warmth of her hair. As time passed, they devised a simple plan. Without a research team to conduct preliminary measurements, they would rely solely on their experience and adaptability. The subterranean space was evidently a twisted alternate realm, where time and space diverge from the realities of the world above. Do not underestimate such a territory. A misstep could lead to a dead end. Once the spatial dislocation occurs, even the most formidable abilities may fail to extricate you. It is likely that Kong Qinghan met such a fate. Thus, it was imperative to establish a reliable means of extraction outside, ensuring they could be pulled to safety at a critical moment. The Kong family were outsiders and incapable of executing such a task. After a brief discussion, Chen Zhi resolved to have Wu Jia remain here with a few members of the Feng clan as backup, while the others would accompany him into the well. This time, the expedition lacked the Western Qi warriors. Only Chen Zhi, the Rotund Wei, and Jiang were human. The other demigods would need to be summoned after Chen Zhi descended. Among these demigods, Jiandi's identity was particularly significant. Based on prior information, the previous Feng emperor had likely entered the tomb of King Zhou of Shang to guard it. This emperor, the legitimate son of Baigan, was ancient, and he was Jiandi's father. According to Feng clan tradition, Jiandi was now their leader. Should they indeed discover the dust pearl, their subsequent journey would hinge on the guidance of this bloodline to navigate their path. To avert conflicts and unnecessary complications arising from bloodline issues, Chen Zhi commanded all Feng clan members, save for Jiandi, to remain outside. Jiandi would then disguise herself as an ordinary girl, joining their team in the descent. Before they entered, Chen Zhi employed a fierce incantation to seal Jiandi's aura. Unless absolutely necessary, she was to conceal her true form and refrain from displaying her abilities. Once all preparations were finalized, they commenced their descent. In such environments, they were already well-versed and equipped with professional gear. They utilized iron claws to secure themselves at the well's opening, and upon descending, they deployed ropes in 8 directions. Each individual was equipped with a primary rope and a secondary one, both fastened securely around their waists. The secondary rope served as a navigational aid, allowing them to retrace their steps in case they became separated or encountered any difficulties. The 4 main ropes are all equipped with gears, meaning that each end of the rope is connected to a machine. By merely pressing the gear switch, the machine will spring into action. Regardless of where the individuals encounter challenges, the machine will swiftly retrieve them. After all matters were addressed, the grandfather and grandson of the Kong family stood at the well's mouth to bid farewell. Since sustaining a gunshot wound, Kong Shorin had worn a grim expression, scarcely uttering a word throughout the day. Just as Chen Zhi and the others were about to descend, the child suddenly grasped Chen Zhi's arm. "Me." Kong Shorin hesitated for a moment, seemingly mustering great resolve. He gritted his teeth and finally spoke. "If you encounter Kong Qinghan after you descend, he is my great-uncle. If he is still alive, please tell him my name is Kong Shorin, which signifies the preservation of benevolence. I have known of his deeds since childhood and hold him in great admiration. I am also his grandson. Please do not harbor resentment towards my grandfather any longer. Should he return, I shall honor him as if he were my own grandfather, providing for him in his twilight years to atone for the debts of his life. Let him return. He has family still in this world." Chapter 387. The ruins of an ancient kingdom. They enlarged the beam of their flashlight, meticulously scanning the ground. Although the light had diminished to a mere, it still possessed a modicum of illuminating power when concentrated upon the earth. To their astonishment, they discovered a desolate expanse. Scattered around were remnants of discarded bricks and tiles, vestiges of crumbled walls, and relatively intact stone carvings. The thick-walled carvings featured intricate designs, depicting peculiar figures, animals, and scenic landscapes. The style of the carvings was distinctly dissimilar to that of Huaxia, with the figures and their postures appearing rather strange, evoking an air of the bizarre. The entities resembling deities in the carvings were even more peculiar, each extending their necks like centipedes. On one particularly well-preserved stone slab, Chen Zhi beheld a woman adorned with opulent headgear. Her countenance was fierce, sporting 3 eyes, with multiple rings of adornment encircling her elongated neck, which extended unnaturally while she stuck out a peculiar tongue. This visage invoked thoughts of the modern-day long-necked tribes. Upon witnessing these carvings, a clear concept emerged in Chen Zhi's mind. He recalled having encountered depictions of such long-necked deities in ancient texts and fragmented relics, as well as the tribes that worshipped these strange deities. This was the legendary origin of witchcraft, the ancient kingdom of Dian. The ancient kingdom of Dian emerged between 278 and 109 BC, representing an ancient ethnic tribe situated in the southwestern frontier of China. Its territory was modest, primarily centered around Dianxi Lake in central and eastern Yunnan, and historians commonly refer to its people as the Dian ethnic group. This tribe is shrouded in mystery, being both ancient and insular. Numerous legends abound, yet historical records are scant. The most widely accepted theory posits that the ancient kingdom of Dian originated from the people of the ancient Chu state during the autumn period. In 278 BC, the state of Chu dispatched General Zhuang to the area around Dian Lake, where he expanded territory and subdued the local populace. However, upon facing an obstructed return route due to the Qin state, he chose to remain and establish the ancient Dian kingdom. Gradually isolated from the outside world, this kingdom proclaimed its own sovereign authority, with its capital situated in what is now the Jinsheng town of Kunming's Jining district. According to historical texts and archaeological findings, the origins of the ancient Dian kingdom may trace back even further, having remained hidden for an extended period. It thrived for approximately 5 centuries in Yunnan's history before suddenly vanishing during the early Eastern Han period. The reasons for this disappearance remain enigmatic, leaving behind scant records. Yet, Within this secluded and remote realm, there emerged a renowned monarch, known in later narratives as King Xian. His reign did not yield remarkable governance or grand achievements. Rather, the majority of legends surrounding him pertained to sorcery and witchcraft. During the Warring States period, the practice of witchcraft flourished, with many historical accounts detailing the profound anguish inflicted by such arts. The tales of King Xian of the ancient Shun kingdom abound, recounting his devotion to malevolent deities. Superstitions surrounding sorcery and heinous acts committed in pursuit of immortality. As the following legends suggest, the number of devotees to these dark gods increased, leading many to flee the ancient Dian kingdom to seek refuge in the remote mountains by the banks of the Lancang River, thereby severing ties with the outside world. Meanwhile, the obsessed King Xian, consumed by his quest for eternal life, descended further into madness, resorting to any means necessary in pursuit of his elusive goal. In his final moments, he purportedly placed the legendary dust pearl in his mouth, yet the inexorable cycle of life and death ultimately eluded him. As for the demise of the ancient Shun kingdom, there exists no definitive documentation. The predominant legend suggests that in 109 B.C., Emperor Wu of Han dispatched forces to conquer Yunnan, resulting in the surrender of the then king of Dian and the subsequent downfall of the ancient Dian kingdom. Current perspectives indicate that this ancient realm was not simply vanquished, but rather mysteriously relocated for reasons unknown. The citizens may have endured a peculiar affliction, vanishing without a trace, while the immortality-obsessed King Xian faded into the annals of time along with his kingdom. They traversed the ruins, illuminated by their flashlights, revealing ancient and peculiar structures belonging to minority ethnic groups. Beneath the decaying walls of these edifices, they occasionally encountered strange corpses, charred black and devoid of exposed bones, having succumbed to the searing heat, transformed into mummified remains. Yet, amidst these remains, curious ornaments of vibrant colors and bizarre shapes could sometimes be seen. The atmosphere here was indeed unsettling, with the air thin, relying on the oxygen apparatus within their work attire to sustain their breaths. They dared not to scatter, for individuals clustering together to consolidate their meager light as they cautiously advanced. Soon, they entered a peculiar square, resembling an ancient gathering place for ritualistic worship. On the ground, one often encounters peculiar armors and weapons, their forms oddly shaped, adorned with engravings of deities possessing elongated necks. The armor's metallic surface is charred black, suggesting it has endured the searing heat of flames long ago, and the wearer must have been reduced to ashes by that very fire. As they proceed further, the ground becomes more orderly, revealing a neatly paved path of square tiles leading ahead, as if someone had deliberately constructed a modest courtyard amidst the ruins. Following this small stone path for a while, they unexpectedly come across several thatched cottages. Due to the lighting conditions, the precise appearance of these huts remains obscured, but their general shape resembles the simple dwellings of ancient times, likely numbering 3 or 4. Upon sighting these cottages hidden in the shadows, thoughts of Kong Qinghan arise. If that individual were to enter this space, this would undoubtedly be the most suitable abode for him. Yet, standing there, they felt no trace of life within. An eerie silence pervaded, as if everything had vanished long ago. Ultimately, led by Pang Wei, they ventured towards the thatched cottages. The first to enter was a spacious large hut. Perhaps due to the prevailing atmosphere, the surfaces of these cottages were coated with a layer of grease, giving them a sticky appearance. Pang Wei gently pushed open the door of the first hut, which creaked open without shedding a speck of dust. They stepped through the darkened entrance, illuminating the interior with their searchlight, revealing a rather dilapidated table upon which rested what appeared to be an oil lamp. After some examination, Pang Wei retrieved a fire stick from his pocket, ignited it, and surprisingly, it caught flame. Instantly, the entire room was illuminated. In that moment, they discovered that this seemingly ordinary dwelling concealed an extensive collection of books. Indeed, it resembled a traditional study from ancient times. Scholars of that era cherished frugality, emulating the ancients, enduring hardships in dimly lit rooms, subsisting on plain tea, and residing in such wooden thatched huts. Externally, the hut appeared quite humble, yet within, it was constructed with a meticulous wooden framework. Chen Zhi observed numerous wooden bookshelves, expertly crafted, worthy of the legendary artisan Liu Ban himself. These shelves were divided into 2 tiers, allowing for easy access to the books stored within, surpassing the elegance of modern libraries. Moreover, the shelves were made from high-quality rot-resistant wood, with each plank meticulously selected, hinting at the considerable effort expended during their construction. The collection housed a variety of books, presenting a truly magnificent sight. Most of the texts were in paper format, yet many were fashioned as bamboo slips. Venturing further inside, they found scrolls tucked away in boxes, each carefully bound with threads of gold and silver, exuding great value. The tomes filled the entire room, suffusing it with the scent of ancient literature. Yet, this place was rather peculiar. In the pitch-black chamber, modern lighting proved ineffective, leaving only the flickering glow of small oil lamps to illuminate the surroundings. Clutching a lamp in hand, they ventured forward, and perhaps due to an instinct regarding these ancient manuscripts, Chen Zhi sensed a profound political undertone emanating from the scrolls. He understood that the meticulously packaged rolls likely harbored political implications within. Taking several steps forward, he discovered some scrolls bound with golden silk threads nestled deep within the shelves. Unlike the previous scrolls, these were predominantly encased in boxes, sealed with a fragile piece of white jade. To open one would have to shatter the jade, rendering it irreparable. This method of preservation was exceedingly costly, signifying that the contents were not merely invaluable knowledge, but rather secrets of great importance. Casually, Chen Zhi grasped one of the scrolls and crushed the jade seal, then unfurled the manuscript within. It revealed an exquisitely crafted calligraphy, written in classical Chinese. Yet the events recorded were remarkably clear. This was a record from the 5 Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms period, recounting how a reigning monarch entrusted his child to an elderly scholar of the Confucian lineage. The emperor's humble words reflected deep paternal hopes for his son, revealing a poignant sense of vulnerability. From this account, it became evident that this father, while a king, had committed numerous regrettable acts and exhibited absurd behaviors in his youthful folly. He feared that his son might uncover these truths and feel shame. Most importantly, he dreaded that his son would follow in his misguided footsteps. Thus, he implored the head of the Kong family to diligently instruct his son in the tenets of Confucianism, governing with benevolence and becoming a paragon for the world. This poignant entrustment stirred deep reflections in Chen Zhi. However, in the annals of history, he recalled that this monarch met his demise at the hands of his own son during his twilight years. This indicated that the old king had idealized his son, neglecting the allure of power, which far outweighs familial bonds. It was likely that these touching records were never presented to the king's son, instead concealed by the Kong family. After a brief search within the room, they proceeded to the next dwelling. The subsequent hut was connected by a narrow wooden bridge that seemed to float in midair, reminiscent of modern suspension bridges, remarkably standing the test of time without collapsing. Yet, each step upon it creaked ominously, leaving one's heart in a state of unease. The next hut was slightly smaller, yet distinctively devoid of bookshelves. The room contained no tomes, only large wooden chests. These chests were meticulously preserved, adorned with gold leaf on the exterior, and sealed with molten tin to eliminate any gaps, ensuring complete protection from decay. Upon entering such a place, a potent aroma of wealth wafted through the air. To claim indifference towards these treasures would be utterly implausible. At that moment, Pang Wei grasped a chest, tugging forcefully at its delicate lock. To his surprise, the seemingly exquisite golden lock proved remarkably resilient, resisting his efforts. Ultimately, it was Jiao who approached, gently pulling at it. With a sharp crack, the lock shattered, and the chest was unlocked. Upon opening the chest, a brilliant light burst forth, revealing a dazzling array of gold and jewels within. Inside lay a dragon robe, garments, and a jade box, the robe adorned with pearl tassels, unmistakably reminiscent of the Northern Song dynasty style. Upon opening the jade box, they discovered a long-preserved imperial edict, sealed with a personal imperial seal. The inscription revealed that the author of this decree was none other than the instigator of the Jinkong incident, a Confucian scholar and a high-ranking minister of the time. The Jinkong incident remains a historical disgrace in Chinese history, a topic that incites anger among all who discuss it, and even today, it evokes profound indignation. During the Xuanhe period of the Northern Song, the Jin army advanced into the Central Plains, breaching the capital of Yanjing and crossing the Yellow River. In light of the impending crisis, Emperor Huizong immediately abdicated in favor of his son, Zhao Huan, who became Emperor Qinzong. In the first month of the Jinkong year, Wanyan Zhonghan led the Jin forces to the outskirts of Bianjing, compelling the Song to negotiate a withdrawal. However, this negotiation came at a steep price. The Jin demanded 5 million taels of gold and 50 million taels of silver, along with the cession of 3 towns, Zhongshan, Hejian, and Taiyuan. Such a staggering sum was beyond the Northern Song's means to pay. Emperor Qinzong ventured into the Jin camp to negotiate, but was taken captive. The Jin soldiers mockingly suggested that if they lacked money, they could offer their women as payment, arguing that the higher a woman's status, the greater her worth. The emperor's mother and daughter could fetch a high price, followed by princesses and noble women, while commoners were valued based on their beauty. This was indeed a deeply insulting taunt. Yet, shockingly, the Song royal family made a horrifying decision. They sent their women to repay the debt. They summoned numerous common women and gathered over 3,000 royal princesses and consorts from the palace to be sent north to the Jin kingdom as slaves. The fate of those women is all too predictable. Once elegant and noble, these royal daughters and princesses were reduced to mere playthings for the Jin. Even the Empress Dowager and the Empress were ultimately dispatched. The infamous laundry house became the site of this bloody and shameful transaction, filled with the sorrowful tales of these women. Later, the renowned General Yu Fei referenced this in his poem Man Jiang Hong, lamenting, "The shame of Jinkong has yet to be avenged. When will the minister's hatred be extinguished?" This illustrates the profound sense of humiliation and disgrace felt by the Song people regarding this event. Now, from this secret edict, it is evident that this inhumane decision was, in fact, a collective agreement among a group of influential ministers. It remains an indelible mark of shame. However, for the Northern Song dynasty at that time, it was the only viable remedy. Chapter 389, The Thatched Cottage, Part 2, from this imperial edict. It is evident that the emperor of that era was not lacking in progress. Rather, it was certain distinguished individuals, particularly the ministers in power, who presented this seemingly absurd proposal to the emperor. Their objective was to persist in survival amidst overwhelming odds, where defeat seemed inevitable. Initially, the emperor was vehemently opposed to this humiliating suggestion. The Song dynasty prided itself on governance through culture, venerating Confucianism and Taoism, and valuing integrity. Thus, the court placed great emphasis on civil officials. Confronted with this ignoble and humiliating path to salvation, the emperor was initially enraged, preferring to die for his country than to submit. However, after considerable persuasion from others and weighing the circumstances, he ultimately acquiesced. Following the payment of this blood-stained compensation, the Han people of the Song dynasty survived and were able to prosper. There are numerous such records. The Kong family, renowned as a prestigious lineage of officials, maintained deep connections with the royal families of every dynasty in Huaxia. Upon opening several chests, they discovered an array of invaluable treasures, including royal artifacts, heirlooms, and highly confidential royal documents. The internal records detailed shocking events and the truths behind well-known historical occurrences. Any historian entering this space would be exhilarated by this vast treasure trove of history. Yet, for Chen Zhi and his companions, these were not their objectives for this journey. Within the profound history of the Huaxia royal lineage, they were merely transient visitors. What transpired in history and the horrifying truths were of little significance to them. Their current task was to enter the final domain of this structure, the third thatched cottage. For reasons unknown, Chen Zhi now sensed an exceedingly faint aura. This aura was elusive and insubstantial, yet it belonged to humanity, to that unique human essence. This presence seemed to have been deeply repressed and profoundly tormented, nearly devoid of any signs of life. If one were to describe it, it resembled a fragment of lingering consciousness. They formed a pair once more and began to walk backward, traversing a dilapidated corridor. As they stepped upon the wooden planks, their bodies felt precarious, as if they might plummet at any moment. It was uncertain what lay beneath the wooden bridge. Looking down revealed only an abyss of darkness. It seemed as though a hellish realm awaited them. At last, they reached their destination, the final thatched cottage. This cottage appeared diminutive in stature, but bore a conspicuous characteristic. The door was secured from within. This indicated that someone had resided there for some time, without ever emerging. Pang Wei gently pushed the door open, discovering a small leather strap behind it, worn in gray, its age indeterminate. A light tug caused it to break. Fat Wei proceeded with caution, striving to minimize any noise as he gently leaned the door against the wall and then lowered his head to enter. Chen Zhi and the others followed him inside. The darkness enveloped them, yet a distinctly sour odor lingered in the air, a unique scent of human fat, confirming that this space had indeed been inhabited. Strangely, upon entering, the oil lamps they carried began to flicker and sputter. Before long, the light began to diminish, revealing only a vague outline of the room's layout. This room was starkly different from the previous two. It was in utter disarray, as if someone had haphazardly moved various pieces of furniture from outside into this space, arranging them without care for order. They discovered a multitude of miscellaneous items, carelessly piled together. After sifting through the clutter, they stumbled upon a dilapidated writing desk, upon which lay a stack of papers nearly overflowing. Fat Wei rummaged through the desk and found an oil lamp, which he ignited. The lamp flickered to life, illuminating the chaos that lay before them. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the numerous stacks of paper were, in fact, folded letters. These sheets appeared yellowed with age, clearly having been written years ago, yet they bore no signs of decay, indicating they were certainly from within the last few decades. Chen Zhi picked up one letter to examine it. Recognizing the handwriting immediately, it was that of Kong Qinghan. In times of national and ethnic peril, we must unhesitatingly dedicate ourselves to our country, alleviating the hardships of Huaxia. Otherwise, our study of the sage's teachings is in vain. The letters were filled with fervent expressions of patriotism, revealing that Kong Qinghan, like many youths of his era, was brimming with passion and integrity. However, as they perused more letters, the tone had shifted dramatically. Most conveyed his desperation, detailing his entrapment in this place, the oppressive heat, and his fear of the darkness. He beseeched others to come to his aid. It appeared that Kong Qinghan had numerous friends outside, many of whom had benefited from his kindness, and he hoped they would remember his goodwill and rescue him. There were countless such letters, stacked high on the desk, so numerous that they were beyond counting. Chen Zhi moved the lamp forward, revealing that not only the desk, but also the floor was mounded with correspondence. Fat Wei ventured into the pile, meticulously searching through the letters, yet he found no trace of anyone, alive or deceased. The writer, Kong Qinghan, had seemingly vanished without a trace. Perhaps driven by an instinctual warrior's intuition, Jiang had been intently observing the rear of the room since their entrance. She finally placed a hand on Fat Wei's shoulder and pointed towards the back wall. Turning around, Fat Wei noticed a large wooden frame shrouded in darkness. Approaching it, he moved the frame aside and spent a considerable time digging in the corner, eventually exclaiming, "Everyone, come here. This fellow is here." As the voice of Fat Wei called out, everyone immediately turned their attention to that direction. When the light illuminated the area, it revealed a hole in the corner of the thatched hut, roughly the size of a dog's den. The shape of the hole was peculiar, as if it had been scratched out by human hands over the years. Within this small aperture lay a curled-up corpse. The body appeared pitiful, emaciated to the point of resembling a chick, with all its hair having fallen out. Due to the oppressive heat, the clothing had melded with the skin, creating a rather disturbing sight. The figure was hunched over, its arms wrapped inward, and cradled in its embrace was a letter. Chapter 390. Blind to the obvious, the corpse, entirely stooped, bore the marks of prolonged suffering in life. Ultimately, the cause of death was primarily due to dehydration. Yet, this individual had lived here for some time, suggesting he possessed the means to find water and survive. However, he ultimately perished from thirst, indicating that he had given up the search for water. In essence, it was a suicide. Fat Wei hesitated to disturb the body. For a corpse that has been dehydrated and left in such a hot environment for an extended period often resembles a desiccated husk. The texture is exceedingly fragile, and a careless movement could result in the loss of limbs, creating a rather troublesome situation. Nevertheless, the letter nestled within the corpse's embrace remained remarkably intact. Fat Wei gently extracted the letter and handed it to Chen Zhi. He then conferred with Jiang and Jiandi on how to retrieve the body without damage. While Fat Wei and the others were preoccupied, Chen Zhi found a quiet spot to sit alone, lighting an oil lamp as he unfolded the letter. This letter, aged and yellowed, was clearly penned during the same era as the mountains of correspondence surrounding it. However, it differed from those previous letters. Even in dire circumstances, the letters written by Kong Qinghan adhered strictly to the classical format of correspondence, with neat handwriting and elegant calligraphy, embodying the quintessence of Confucian prose. In contrast, the content of this letter had abandoned such formalities. The prose lacked the fluidity of its predecessors. Instead, it resembled a narrative, akin to a diary entry. The letter commenced with an ancient poem, Only after death does one realize the emptiness of all things. How sorrowful not to see the land of the 9 provinces united. Betrayed by my kin, cast into this place, my heart is like oil on fire, my bones and flesh ache, longing for death each day. Yet, each time I recall the teachings from my youth and the words of the sages, I am imbued with boundless strength, allowing me to cling to life in this wretched state. My life is not worth lamenting, but my heart still harbors one great thought, that our land of Wushan is being invaded by foreign tribes. Whenever I contemplate this, my heart burns with anguish. I once shared thoughts with several close friends, discussing grand plans for national salvation, forming a society, and aspiring to make a difference. Yet now, I find myself trapped here, oblivious to the storms raging outside. When my adoptive father cast me into this place, he severed all ties of affection. He cautioned me to safeguard the most precious secret of our family's treasure, the phoenix heart pearl, proclaiming that this pearl was a relic left behind by a sage and must not be mishandled. I spent my days in search of this pearl, yet my efforts yielded nothing until, by sheer chance, I encountered it. It revealed to me that, centuries ago, due to its spiritual and rounded essence, it had rolled deep into the earth, and this pearl possessed its own destiny, rich in miraculous powers. When it encountered the soil, it blossomed, and now it had formed a grand hall beneath the ground. Such a treasure is beyond the protection of mere mortals, so I need not fret over it. I then inquired, if that is the case, when may I depart? It informed me that human life is as fleeting as autumn foliage, fragile and ephemeral. Once one enters this place, there is no escape. I implored it to release me, expressing that there were significant matters awaiting my attention outside, and that numerous friends longed for my return. Should I remain here, those dear companions would weep for me endlessly. How tragic it would be. Yet it replied, the affections of the mortal realm are but illusions. Human nature is hypocritical and fickle, ever inclined towards power and wealth. Past kindness is as thin as paper. The world outside has transformed beyond recognition. Those once close to me may no longer hold me in their thoughts. It would be wiser to remain here and find peace in old age. I, however, remained unconvinced, asserting that my friends are all men of virtue, proud and steadfast, who would not waver in their loyalty due to the tides of fortune. Each of us has saved one another's lives. To forget such gratitude is the act of a scoundrel. Regardless of how the world may change, they would surely forsake their own safety to rescue me. They remained indifferent and proposed a wager. It would send a message on my behalf to my dearest comrades, but it would not disclose my location, merely stating that I was in dire straits and needed assistance. If even one among them was willing to come to my aid, it would concede defeat and find a way to liberate me. However, if none were willing to seek me out, then I would be the loser. I vowed to gouge out my own eyes, forsaking all earthly affections, blaming only myself for being blind to the truth. After Chen Zhi perused these words, he noticed a new name inscribed at the end of the letter, Li Qing'an. At that moment, he suddenly heard Pang Wei calling from afar. Come help. I can pull the body out now, but be cautious. Look closely, this fellow has no eyes. Upon hearing Pang Wei's exclamation, Chen Zhi hurried over. Indeed, the corpse had been retrieved from the hole, a wretched sight, desiccated from prolonged dehydration, resembling a charred monkey. The eye sockets were covered with white cloth, stained with congealed blood, indicating that it had bled profusely before its demise. Perhaps it was the combination of relentless blood loss and lack of water that led to such an end. The cloth had long since deteriorated, crumbling at a mere touch, leaving behind 2 hollow, blackened cavities. Have I lost? Chen Zhi mused softly, kneeling to peer into those vacant eyes, suddenly engulfed by a wave of sorrow. Though the eyes had withered, the dark voids appeared quite eerie. The phrase having eyes, yet seeing not could not have found a more perfect embodiment. If I have indeed lost, then so be it. Having no eyes is perhaps a blessing, sparing one from witnessing a world that is not as splendid as one might imagine, Chen Zhi murmured softly. He retrieved a piece of white cloth from his satchel and solemnly draped it over the corpse's face. Lifting his gaze to Pang Wei, he instructed, let us place him here for now, and remember to take him with us when we depart. Absolutely. Rest assured, I shall not forget, Pang Wei replied with a smile. In the ensuing hours, they delved into the letter penned by Kong Qinghan, as well as the clues regarding the Miaochen pearl. A particularly significant portion of the letter detailed the description of the phoenix gallbladder pearl, which is another name for the Miaochen pearl. According to this assertion, The Miaochen pearl must have tumbled into the crevices of the earth long ago. This treasure likely possesses the property of transforming upon contact with the soil, potentially expanding rapidly into a structure or a grand palace. Of course, this remains merely a conjecture based on the contents of the letter. Moreover, the letter alluded to a pivotal character, one who had made a wager with Kong Qinghan and assisted him in delivering the message. The referent it is not a designation for a human, a distinction that Kong Qinghan, hailing from a scholarly lineage, would not have overlooked. The use of it rather than he or she indicates that Kong Qinghan understood this entity was not human. Yet, he still engaged in a wager with it, suggesting that he perceived it as more than an ordinary animal. What, then, is this enigmatic it? Chapter 391. The Power of the Divine. Subsequently, they spent considerable time scouring the dimly lit hut for any clues that might exist. Unsurprisingly, they uncovered numerous traces of Kong Qinghan's existence there, including his sleeping quarters, items damaged in fits of anger and despair, and various essential living supplies. However, these remnants belonged solely to one person, with no signs of another's presence. As if the it spoken of by Kong Qinghan were entirely fictitious, Chen Zhi did not dismiss the possibility of psychological factors at play. In extreme solitude and fear, a person may experience dissociation, conjuring an imaginary companion. This imagined being often starkly contrasts with their true self, capable of conversation and friendship, yet it does not truly exist. Thus, it seems plausible that Kong Qinghan had succumbed to delusions or a form of schizophrenia. However, if that it were merely a figment of his imagination, how could the letters have been authentically delivered? As this matter reached an impasse, they decided to redirect their focus to the primary narrative. According to a crucial clue in Kong Qinghan's letter, the Miaochen pearl had rolled deep into the earth, transforming into a particular structure underground. This suggests that the very ground upon which they stood likely concealed a hidden edifice. As previously stated, after the demise of King Zhou of Shang, his ashes were said to have been encased within the Miaochen pearl. Therefore, beneath them should lie their destination, the tomb of King Zhou of Shang. In the following hours, Pang Wei endeavored to explore the dark expanse outside to the best of his abilities. This region undeniably serves as a vast remnant of a once great ancient empire, yet the original nation has largely faded into obscurity. The ruins reveal that this city must have endured a catastrophic conflagration. The intensity of the flames was extraordinarily high, lasting for an extended period, incinerating countless artifacts. What remains are primarily ashes and crumbling walls. However, within this somber desolation flows a subterranean river. Though the water is sparse and carries a pungent odor, it is still sufficient for survival. Yet, the oppressive heat here is remarkably intense, reaching levels that threaten to drive one to the brink of madness. This searing warmth emanates from beneath the ground. Pang Wei discovered numerous large fissures on the surface, resembling scars left by tectonic upheaval. From these crevices, hot vapors incessantly emerge, while the depths below remain an abyss of darkness. Pang Wei hoped for a little more time to employ his acupoint technique. Aiming to ascertain the location of the subterranean structure, he intended to use lightweight explosives to create an opening, allowing access below. However, the expanse of this land is overwhelming, and the terrain is exceedingly intricate, rendering any form of measurement nearly impossible. Moreover, the structures below differ significantly from ordinary ancient tombs. Once the orb rolls down, it could halt at any position. Such probabilities disregard the principles of feng shui and geography, making the acupoint placement techniques somewhat ineffective here. Most crucially, Chen Zhi was no longer inclined to waste precious time. He gestured for everyone to step back a few paces, then extended his right arm, drawing blood to inscribe a summoning sigil, silently reciting the incantation. Soon, a wisp of azure smoke spiraled upward, and Hu Na emerged from the depths below. Ever since aligning with Chen Zhi, Hu Na had rarely had the opportunity to showcase his prowess, often remaining in the shadows of Wujia, nearly forgotten as a descendant of the giant spirit god. Now, however, the moment had arrived for him to unleash his full potential. Hu Na, shatter this ground. Chen Zhi commanded, pointing ahead. I seek the treasures concealed beneath. Every inch of this land must be obliterated. What? Chen Zhi's command startled Pang Wei, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. Chen Zhi, are you jesting? To demolish this ground entirely? Do you think Hu Na is merely a human-powered excavator? Not even explosives possess such might. I propose we take our time to locate the spot and then dig a hole to descend. You all should gather some provisions. We might be here for 10 days or half a month, so do not rush. Huna, go. Chen Zhi disregarded Pang Wei's objections and pointed toward the encroaching darkness. What transpired next astonished all present. As Huna complied, shaking his bewildered head, he lumbered forward. His movements were clumsy, yet each footfall grew increasingly powerful. Upon entering the shadows, his form began to undergo a rapid transformation. The figure outside him could no longer sustain his form, rapidly beginning to fracture. While his body expanded at an alarming rate, his arms thickened, and his muscles became as unyielding as stone. Ultimately, he transformed into a colossal giant, towering like a mountain. With each step he took, the ground beneath him cracked open, fissures forming in his wake. His arms swung with the force of thunder from the heavens. His head shrouded in the inky darkness above, seemingly reaching for the sky, truly reminiscent of a towering mountain. In a dramatic display, he struck his chest with his powerful arms, producing a thunderous sound that reverberated throughout the air. Then, emerging from the shadows, his massive head appeared, revealing a maw filled with sharp teeth, as he let out a deafening roar that echoed across the ground. Aya? In that instant, the earth quaked, the world trembling violently, as if the very fabric of space was on the verge of shattering. With his arms acting as weapons, he struck downwards with tremendous force, causing the ground to shudder in response. Debris and stones were sent flying into the air, the once solid earth fractured into countless pieces. Soon, the terrain began to sink, massive boulders being dislodged and hurled away. Everyone's ears rang with the cacophony, unable to maintain their footing. The sensation akin to a catastrophic landslide that instilled a profound sense of dread. At that moment, all minds turned to the lineage of Tiger, recalling the ancient deity, the giant spirit. In legend, the giant spirit is one of the true gods, colossal in stature, with a fearsome visage and boundless strength, capable of moving mountains and cleaving great stones. The people revered him as they would the mighty Yellow River, those of the river's basin honoring him as the divine architect of its course. The map of the opening of mountains describes him as a being of immense proportions, embodying the principles of the earth, capable of shaping mountains and conjuring rivers. Perhaps the previously unassuming tiger, having lingered among them for so long, had caused them to forget his noble heritage. Yet now, as he revealed his true form, it was a sight that elicited both awe and humility. Under his immense power, the ground was soon gouged into a vast pit. Below, a dark stone passage emerged, peculiar in its appearance, suffused with charred hues, as if a searing orb had rolled through, scorching the rock and leading deep into the earth's depths. Chen Zhi understood this was the place. Chapter 392. Descent. They first measured the width of the opening, which was perfectly circular, with remarkably smooth edges, approximately 70 centimeters in diameter. Observing the rock wall, it was evident that this circular tunnel had indeed been formed through extreme heat. If a sphere had truly passed through here, the heat it emitted must have been unimaginable, capable of melting rock. Such temperatures are beyond comprehension. We know that magma reaches extraordinarily high temperatures, exceeding the limits of human metallurgy. Yet it remains challenging to damage the internal structure of rock. It seems that the orb that had rolled to the ground emitted not only intense heat, but also a unique destructive energy. Chen Zhi lowered the spotlight, and immediately reflections appeared around them, revealing the remarkably smooth walls of the cavern. The width of the cave was sufficient for a single person to pass through, indicating that there was a pathway leading downward, akin to a water slide at an amusement park. However, this was far from a water park. The subterranean cavern twisted and turned, presenting an array of unpredictable situations. The narrow rock tunnel made it impossible to gauge what lay beneath, and any unforeseen complications could prove perilous. Pang Wei, an experienced individual, first retrieved several metallic spheres from his satchel. These items, procured from the Indians, could serve as a base for work attire, emitting reactive signals suitable for preliminary exploration. He unscrewed the tops of all the metallic spheres and tossed them into the cavern. Upon entering, the shimmering spheres scattered, bouncing into the darkness of the cave, subsequently emitting a dense web of luminous light, illuminating the interior. Pang Wei then pressed his ear against the edge of the cave, listening intently to the sounds below. Thanks to the material of the metallic spheres, the sound of their descent was distinctly clear, ringing melodiously as they tumbled. After an extended period, the sounds eventually faded, suggesting they had fallen a considerable distance. The remaining light webs etched glowing trails upon the cavern walls, revealing that the tunnel, resembling a black hole, had been thoroughly illuminated, allowing them to glimpse a lengthy path below. The view was crystal clear, and the width remained consistently stable. After waiting outside for over 3 hours, the metallic spheres finally reached the ground, activating instantaneously to display the conditions below on Pang Wei's screen. Initially, the report detailed the status of the metallic spheres. Their exteriors remained unscathed, with no signs of high temperatures or harmful substances, and the impact upon landing had not exerted excessive force, rendering the spheres intact. Subsequently, data concerning the geographical environment at the sphere's current location was relayed. It indicated a region with an oxygen content of less than 1, essentially an anoxic zone, where temperatures soared beyond 55 degrees Celsius. Furthermore, intermittent alerts warned of temperatures exceeding 100 degrees. This suggested the presence of thermal currents beneath. Having grasped the situation below, they prepared to descend. The work attire they wore was capable of sustaining oxygen supply for a limited duration, resisting high temperatures from the exterior, and could endure a degree of gravity and pressure akin to the metallic spheres. Thus, as long as the spheres were unharmed, they could safely land. "All right, it's our turn," Pang Wei declared, resolutely raising his collar and donning his hood, a spark of excitement evident on his face. "By all means, we have ventured through mountains and seas for this moment. I have long desired to behold the resting place of King Zhou of Shang, DXN. For the sake of boasting about it in future conversations, let us proceed. I shall take the lead." After speaking, Pang Wei curled his body into a compact, egg-like shape and leaped down the passageway. With a resounding thud, he plunged into the abyss. The passage, illuminated by a phosphorescent glow, revealed a considerable distance ahead, and soon, Pang Wei's figure clad in a work uniform descended swiftly, vanishing in the blink of an eye. "Elder," Ji addressed Chen Zhi, "you and she should descend first. I will follow and provide cover." She cautioned, "Remember to roll over before landing. Clasp your head with your arms during the fall, and be wary of any hard surfaces." After her words, Ji stepped back, allowing Jiandi to leap down first. Jiandi, now donned in a work uniform, bore no distinction from an ordinary human. Mimicking Pang Wei's earlier posture, she curled up and jumped, sliding down the passage. "Be cautious." Chen Zhi glanced at Ji, then enveloped himself in his arms and leaped down the passageway. In an instant, he felt weightless, as if he had become an iron projectile careening through the narrow corridor, entirely beyond his control. It must be said that this passage was fraught with peril. Had Professor Liao's research team been scouting ahead, they would surely have dissuaded anyone from taking such a route. The passage was exceedingly steep, with several segments nearly vertical, followed by sharp curves. In such a perilous descent, even the slightest obstruction could generate immense friction from gravity, potentially reducing a person to mere dust. Yet, they found themselves without alternatives. In this moment devoid of time and resources, they had to rely solely on their instincts. Chen Zhi sped downwards, diligently regulating his breathing to stave off unconsciousness. He could hear the sounds of Pang Wei and Jiandi sliding ahead, and in the stillness, he perceived the frantic rhythm of Pang Wei's heartbeat. The friction of their work uniforms against the rocky walls sparked intensely, and the combination of speed and gravity heated the air surrounding them. Eventually, they glided downward like projectiles. With eyes closed, Chen Zhi endeavored to acclimate his body and mind to the environment. This process felt interminable. Humans, despite the dire circumstances and mounting tension, gradually find tranquility over time. Eventually, Chen Zhi's body and nerves dulled, his mind rendered nearly incapable of thought. After more than 3 hours, he finally emerged from the tunnel, suspended momentarily in midair, before experiencing a tumultuous spinning sensation. In a flash, he utilized the air currents to stabilize himself, landing smoothly on his feet. However, the prolonged descent left his thighs aching intensely upon contact with the ground, causing him to uncontrollably kneel. At that moment, an overwhelming wave of heat surged from below, followed by a burst of fiery brightness enveloping his vision. At this moment, Chen Zhi finally comprehended the nature of the searing heat. This must be the legendary flame of the Phoenix Emperor. Chapter 393. The Palace of the Merchant Son of Heaven. Upon their feet touching the ground, they realized that this territory was entirely unlike any they had encountered before. Their once-numbed nerves of fear tightened anew. The decision to don work uniforms proved to be exceptionally wise. Frankly, Had they not been wearing them, they would have been reduced to ashes upon their descent. This place lay deep underground, far beyond the reach of humanity, where both the air and atmospheric pressure were profoundly abnormal. As Chen Zhi attempted to straighten his spine, he felt his vertebrae creak ominously. Subsequently, every bone in his body felt as if it were being weighed down, caught in a state of counterpressure. Glancing at the liquid crystal display on his wrist, he noted that the atmospheric pressure in this region had escalated to depths akin to the ocean, equivalent to several hundred hefty individuals pressing down upon him. The temperature here was exceedingly high, with steam rising all around, resembling a vast steamer. Just as they were about to open their eyes to discern the surroundings, a fiery red mass of air suddenly surged towards them. This blazing phenomenon was intensely hot, akin to a colossal fireball hurtling in their direction. Instinctively, Chen Zhi and the others ducked down, narrowly avoiding the searing mass, only to hear their work uniforms sizzling at the edges from the scalding airflow. When they turned to look back, they finally discerned the nature of the phenomenon. It was a mass of burning, fiery air, resembling a gigantic fireball, trailing a phoenix tail in the atmosphere. Chen Zhi recalled witnessing this particular type of flame during the battle between Jiao and the sea god. It was the fire unleashed by the phoenix, possessing immense power. With a temperature far exceeding that of ordinary flames, and a destructive capacity capable of incinerating anything in its path. The flames unleashed by Jiao had been quite magnificent, and Chen Zhi still remembered the overwhelming force and heat. However, compared to the flames swirling in the air now, those were trivial. One could only imagine the creator of these flames, whose strength was unfathomable. By heavens, that nearly scorched me to death. My detection bar has been incinerated, shouted Pang Wei over the radio. Everyone, be cautious. Based on my 26 years of tomb raiding experience, this cursed place is no sanctuary. Especially those large fireballs earlier, thousands of them. Don't let them touch you, or you'll be reduced to ash before you can even scream. No sooner had Pang Wei's voice faded than alarms blared from their work uniforms, the intelligence systems striving to repel them from this locale. The air, temperature, and pressure readings here were exceedingly high, rendering it inhospitable to human life. Only through the protection of their work uniforms could they sustain their existence in this place. The intelligent protective system urged them to vacate promptly. This level of alarm required manual deactivation after pressing all the warning buttons. They looked forward once more and discovered a vast, open expanse underground, with the ground beneath them still comprised of sharp subterranean rock. The fiery orbs that once swirled through the air are now omnipresent in this space. These blazing spheres dart about with astonishing speed, erratically soaring without a discernible path, posing an imminent danger. Yet, these fireballs emanate a brilliant light that illuminates the surrounding darkness, revealing fleeting glimpses of what lurks within the shadows. In the depths of the obscurity ahead, they finally beheld the legendary dust pearl. This time, the dust pearl could not escape their gaze, for it had transformed from a diminutive bead into a colossal entity, resembling a planet. In the distance, a massive spherical star plummeted to the ground, cleaving the space as it struck, creating a fissure in the earth below. The entire orb displayed a perfect spherical shape, enveloped in a lustrous blue glow reminiscent of a celestial cluster, radiating a dazzling brilliance. The impact had caused the immense sphere to crack open in its center, revealing a vague silhouette of a palace structure within. These edifices, concealed in darkness, occasionally emerged into view, illuminated by the passing fireballs, showcasing their ancient grandeur and unique architectural style. Upon glimpsing the image in the darkness, Chen Zhi was struck with a clear understanding. It was the primordial city of Jiao. He had once seen the vast imagery of Jiao in the heavens of the Tianhu divine tomb. This fabled ancient city served as a capital where mortals cohabitated with deities, its prosperity unmatched by any modern metropolis. Many knew that Lu Tai was a later construction, built at great expense and toil, draining the people's resources. This was later counted among the excesses of the tyrannical Shang Zhou. While the true palaces they once inhabited were seldom mentioned, in truth, the original generations of Shang kings possessed another royal palace. Since the founding of the Shang dynasty, successive monarchs resided there, performing rituals and governing the realm. It was said that there, divine beasts and mythical creatures were kept, alongside rare treasures and artifacts that were scarcely found elsewhere. Upon seeing the palace structures that frequently dwelled within the dust pearl, Chen Zhi immediately recognized their authentic identity. He retrieved a magnifying glass from his treasure pouch, adjusting it to its highest magnification, and peered ahead. A fireball fortuitously illuminated the dark fissure, revealing the grand entrance of a hall, adorned with an enormous plaque inscribed in divine script with 3 prominent characters, Sheiji Hall. Chen Zhi understood that he had indeed discovered the true location, the legendary palace of the Shang dynasty's sovereigns, the Shang Tianzi Palace. Buried beneath his own palace, it seemed that your queen harbored little affection for you. His heart raced involuntarily. To be honest, the sight of the dark Zhou Tianzi Palace filled him with exhilaration, even ecstasy. This was the human monarch acknowledged by the divine emperor, the sovereign with a legitimate lineage granted by the heavens. Indeed, buried here. Chen Zhi gazed upon the darkened palace ahead, prompting recollections of the materials he had gathered in his quest to locate the tomb of King Zhou of Shang. It is widely acknowledged that after his defeat in the Battle of Mai against King Wu of Zhou, Zhou ascended to Luda, marking the demise of the Shang dynasty. This narrative is etched in the annals of human history and stands as a testament to the victorious Zhou dynasty's desire for remembrance. Following the establishment of the Zhou dynasty, King Wu, in a bid to exemplify his benevolent nature, permitted the descendants of King Zhou to inter his remains. According to legend, King Zhou's son, Wu Gong, deeply moved by King Wu's kindness, adhered to his father's dying wish to be buried in the Qi River. He ordered the diversion of the river, excavated a vertical pit within the riverbed for the burial, and sealed it, allowing the waters to flow undisturbed above. Historical records depict the tomb of King Zhou as rectangular, a burial mound measuring 50 meters in length, 15 meters in width, and 7 meters in height. Eventually, as the river course shifted eastward, the riverbed eroded, revealing the tomb, which gradually merged with the riverbank. A grand stele once stood at the tomb's entrance, inscribed with the words "The Tomb of Yin Zhou Exine," but it has long since succumbed to the ravages of time. In September 1987, the government reconstructed the tomb of King Zhou, transforming it into a scenic area. Today, the mound is surrounded by lush greenery, with the eastern side adorned by crystal-clear waters, and nearby lies the tomb of Daji, having long since evolved into a tourist attraction. However, Chen Zhi later acquired credible information revealing that this was merely an empty tomb. The coffin hidden beneath was, in truth, an empty shell. Now, as the genuine burial site of King Zhou of Shang loomed before him, Chen Zhi was overwhelmed with a surge of emotion. He understood that 5,000 years ago, this was the true lineage of human royalty, in the vast expanse of Huaxia, the oldest imperial lineage. Chapter 394, The Palace of the Shang Son of Heaven, Part 2. In Chen Zhi's consciousness, there resided a profound yearning for the legendary Shang dynasty. Having traversed countless experiences, beginning with the tomb of the celestial fox, they had been enmeshed in the tales of this ancient dynasty. Every detail, every moral quandary, including the fate imposed upon Chen Zhi by Jiao, was inextricably linked to this venerable dynasty. He had long desired to behold the epoch where deities coexisted with humanity, to witness the visage of the legendary monarch of the Shang dynasty. The Shang dynasty, steeped in mythos, existed from approximately 1600 BC to 1046 BC, marking the second dynasty in Chinese history and the first to be directly recorded in written form. The Shang is often referred to as the Divine Dynasty, preceding the mythological era. During the reign of Emperor Shun in the Five Emperors period, the Shang's progenitor, Qi, aided Yu in controlling the floods and was subsequently enfeoffed in Shangyi, present-day Shangqiu, Hunan. Thus, the Shang people adopted this name for their tribe. And after the Battle of Mingtiao, which led to the downfall of the Xia dynasty, they established the Shang dynasty. The reign of the Shang was notably extensive, comprising 3 significant phases: the early Shang, the middle Shang, and the late Shang, encompassing 17 generations and 31 kings over a span exceeding 500 years. Many historians now contend that the true duration far surpasses this figure. For a considerable duration, numerous historians in China have expressed skepticism regarding the existence of the Shang dynasty, casting doubt upon the authenticity of various artifacts that have survived from that era. They contend that many of the legends associated with the Shang are excessively fantastical, replete with exaggerations. The architectural blueprints that have been passed down are so exquisitely intricate that they seem unattainable, particularly the structures within the royal city of Chaoga, which appear to transcend the limitations of that historical period. Many scholars find it hard to believe that primitive ancestors, who subsisted on raw flesh, could possess such profound wisdom. Consequently, they suspect that the notion of the Shang dynasty is a fabrication of later generations, asserting that the architectural plans are mere forgeries, fundamentally impossible to realize. As this skepticism intensified, the ruins of Eerie were unexpectedly discovered. Known originally as Beimong, Eerie is the site of the late capital of the Shang dynasty, situated in Anyang, Hunan province. In the 14th year of King Pan Gong, the 19th monarch of the Shang, he relocated the capital to Beimong, renaming it Eerie. From that point onward, Eerie served as the political, economic, cultural, and military nucleus of the late Shang dynasty. In the early 20th century, the ruins of Eerie were unveiled to the world, revealing a wealth of artifacts from the Shang period. Archaeological excavations commenced in 1928, unearthing extensive remnants of urban architecture alongside a rich cultural heritage epitomized by oracle bones and bronze vessels. These inscriptions and carvings systematically illuminate the resplendent civilization of late Shang China. Approximately 150,000 inscribed oracle bones have been excavated. The documented information therein has pushed back the credible historical record of China to the Shang dynasty, giving rise to the new discipline of oracle bone studies. Some scholars have deciphered these oracle inscriptions, discovering that certain characters bear striking resemblance to the legends of later generations. This includes various mythological tales and the origins of ancient clans, prompting inquiries into the veracity of these ancient myths. The texts also reference architectural and metallurgical techniques that remain undecipherable today, along with accounts of shamanistic practices and sorcery. The content is detailed and coherent, showcasing a level of logical rigor far beyond mere superstition. The initial conjecture regarding deities also originated from these discoveries. Chen Zhi, in some invaluable oracle fragments from Shiqi, unearthed records pertaining to the social hierarchy of that time. A slave owner could possess multiple slaves, exerting total control over them, including the right to buy, sell, or even gift them for burial purposes. The ruling class of that era is described in peculiar and intricate terms, evidently exhibiting traces of the divine. At that moment, Chen Zhi pondered the possibility of witnessing this civilization where mankind and deities coexisted. The last to descend from the team was Jiao, who followed Chen Zhi. Unlike the others, she landed gracefully without stumbling, maintaining a clear consciousness throughout. Upon perceiving the fireballs ahead, she fell into contemplative silence, her gaze tracking the flames as she calculated the temporal gaps. Once everyone had stabilized, she turned to Pang Wei and said, "Allow me to lead the way." As everyone followed closely behind me, I calculated that there were 2 seconds of intervals between the fireballs. However, the velocity of these fireballs was astonishingly rapid, causing many trajectories to shift unpredictably. Therefore, it was imperative that everyone adhered tightly to my lead. We must not allow these flames to make contact, for their temperatures were excessively high. A mere brush would incinerate us to ash. Do not entertain any notions of luck. All right, I understand. Pang Wei nodded earnestly from behind and waved his hand, signaling everyone to align in a row. They formed a lengthy conga line, each person resting a hand on the shoulder of the one in front, trailing behind Jiao. In the ensuing moments, they sprinted forward at an extraordinary pace, while the searing fireballs whistled past them like fallen stars. Jiao's reflexes were remarkably swift. She consistently identified prolonged gaps amidst the flurry of fireballs. Before long, they traversed the perilous expanse of fiery terrain, heading straight toward the encroaching darkness. The colossal dust orb loomed closer and larger, the ruins within the darkness now almost within reach. Eventually, Chen Zhi discerned the plaque hanging from the palace of the merchant emperor, which gradually came into focus. The grand mythical royal city began to materialize before them. Chapter 395. The golden milk brick. Upon nearing a certain distance, the spherical shape of the dust orb became less discernible. The vast fissure now appeared to them as a great canyon. One could only imagine the monumental spectacle when this enormous orb descended, akin to a meteor crashing to the Earth's surface. The stones ejected from the explosion piled up like mountains. These rocks were exceedingly hard and sharp, rendering the external path treacherous and arduous to navigate. Due to the imminent danger posed by the rapidly rolling fireballs, they had little time to consider the ground beneath their feet. Each individual leapt over the jagged stones as swiftly as possible, hastening into the dust orb. Upon fully entering, they discovered that many parts of their work uniforms were already marred, with warning alarms incessantly beeping. The items crafted by these Indians were remarkably resilient. Had they been composed of ordinary materials, even armor would have succumbed to such wear. Upon leaping into the dust orb, it truly felt as though they had entered a vast canyon, with the outside world vanishing in an instant. The dark realm instantly became the focal point, emanating an aura of ancient mystery, as if they had been transported back 5,000 years. With the absence of flickering flames, darkness enveloped them, and the grand city gates, previously visible from afar, now soared beyond sight. The enormous plaque had also vanished into the depths of shadow, rendering it indistinguishable. Everything had transformed into a vast and enigmatic silhouette. However, the city gates were in ruins, having collapsed halfway, allowing for unobstructed entry. They crossed the threshold of the gates and entered the ancient edifice. From the layout observed, it appeared to be an enveloping old royal palace. The ground is strewn with broken stones, evidence of the countless troops and the weighty wheels that have rolled over this path, shattering the surface beneath. Upon entering the grand doorway, one is greeted by a long corridor, straight, broad, and leading into the enveloping darkness ahead. The atmosphere here markedly contrasts with that of the previous area, instilling a sense of caution that prevents them from advancing recklessly. To the side lies a chamber reminiscent of an anteroom, where they decide to take a moment to regroup and deliberate their subsequent course. Pang Wei asserts his superior knowledge of ancient tombs, having perused some venerable manuscripts and listened to elders recount peculiar customs from ancient times. It is said that the rulers prior to the Qin dynasty lived within the realm of myth. Figures like the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors remain shrouded in mystery regarding their true burial sites. When constructing their sepulchres, these ancient monarchs paid little heed to feng shui or the selection of auspicious burial spots. Instead, they were preoccupied with ensuring that their cherished possessions were interred alongside them. Beloved concubines, exquisite pearls, and even their own offspring were deemed essential to take to the afterlife. A notion rather disturbing. Some ancient rulers even had the custom of building their mausoleums beneath their palaces, aiming to take their earthly abodes into the depths with them after death. They often began constructing their tombs in their youth, awaiting the moment of their demise to finally utilize them, ensuring that their palaces, treasures, and concubines would accompany them into eternity, leaving nothing for others. Should they encounter such a sepulchre, it would truly be a royal tomb, typically vast in scale, filled with numerous traps, akin to an underground palace. Although these ancient tombs exist primarily within the realm of legend, and Pang Wei has yet to witness one, the current environment strongly suggests that they might be on the threshold of such a discovery beneath the ancient. In such a place, they must not act with undue haste. A meticulous plan is essential, with contingencies for both advancement and retreat. Otherwise, the mechanisms within could ensure that entry is irrevocable, a fate that bears no direct correlation to the strength of the intruders. For reasons unknown, upon entering this area, the surrounding environment seems to have improved slightly. The indicators on their work uniforms are approaching normalcy, and the oxygen levels have risen, indicating that this space is breathable and that removing their masks poses no immediate danger to their lives. Gathered together, they tentatively lift their masks and take sips of water to replenish the fluids lost during their hurried escape. According to Pang Wei, they should remain here for a while he ventures ahead to scout the path. Should the need arise, he will summon Chen Zhi for assistance, while Jiying and Jiandi should stay behind for the time being. However, Jiying vehemently opposes this notion, asserting that in such a precarious location, Chen Zhi's safety must be prioritized, as his magical abilities are of utmost importance. Moreover, the 4 of them are all capable, and there is no need to prioritize. It is crucial to remain united, as division could prove perilous. Subsequently, Jiying proposes that, given her swiftness, she should undertake the reconnaissance ahead. With her exceptional physical skills, she could safely return even in the face of danger. In an unfamiliar environment, those with physical prowess held the greatest advantage. Fat Wei found this amusing and remarked that it seemed rather odd for 2 strong men to remain behind while a woman ventured forth to scout. However, Jiying insisted that at such a moment, one should not dwell on the distinctions of gender. Sending forth the one with the finest abilities was indeed the wisest choice. Consequently, she stepped out first, leaving Chen Zhi, Fat Wei, and Jiandi behind to await news. Since entering this place, Jiandi had inexplicably felt somewhat dizzy. She was unafraid of fire. The rapid fireballs outside posed no threat to her. Yet the pressure within this space was stifling. as if a colossal hand were gripping her head tightly. After Jiying departed, Chen Zhi advised Jiandi to lean against a nearby corner and take a brief respite, while he engaged Fat Wei in conversation. Upon entering the legendary palace of the Shang dynasty, Fat Wei was quite exhilarated. From the moment they arrived, he had been captivated by the bricks and stones of the structure. They were crafted from enormous, solid stones, cut with extraordinary precision. A mere glance revealed that their meticulousness surpassed even contemporary computer calculations. Each brick fit together seamlessly, without any visible signs of mortar, yet it was remarkably sturdy. It resembled the enigmatic architectural marvels of the Egyptian pyramids. What intrigued him most was that these large, square bricks, while heavy, revealed a glimmering substance within that resembled golden sand. Fat Wei brushed off the dust from one brick and washed it with clear water, and it instantly gleamed, the gray interior emanating a distinct milky fragrance. Golden milk brick. Indeed, it is a golden milk brick, Fat Wei exclaimed with excitement. I never imagined I would witness a true golden milk brick in my lifetime. This place is truly divine. No wonder it is said that before the tombs of the pre-Qin dynasties, all other ancient graves pale in comparison. The old emperors of the Shang dynasty were indeed extravagant. The entire palace is constructed from golden milk bricks. Truly, a sovereign among the wealthy. Chapter 396. The Unknown Region. What is a golden milk brick? Chen Zhi inquired softly from the side. In truth, he was not particularly interested in these matters. Ever since Jiying had left, he had felt uneasy. He had been releasing linear air currents to probe the unknown area, primarily to ascertain Jiying's safety. However, upon hearing Fat Wei's excitement, he felt compelled to contribute to the conversation, seeking a distraction to ease his tense mind. At that moment, Fat Wei enthusiastically recounted, when it comes to this tale, everyone in Lulikang knows it well. It dates back several decades, around the time of the initial reforms and opening up. During that period, foreigners had just begun to enter China, and they were particularly enamored with our antique culture. Ancient calligraphy, paintings, and relics could fetch a handsome sum. Of course, there were many fakes among them. At that time, Lulikang produced a considerable number of golden milk bricks to deceive the foreigners. Claiming they were excavated from beneath the Great Wall, they asserted that these bricks were crafted by the Queen Mother of the West, imbued with the essence of the Jade Emperor. Thus, they exuded a fragrant milky aroma and displayed shimmering gold dust, making them exceptionally sturdy when placed as a foundation. The entire Great Wall relied upon these mere 99 bricks, as they dared not excavate further, lest the wall should collapse. Their claims were delivered with such conviction. In truth, these were merely bricks they had manufactured themselves, aged by burying them underground, infused with milk and sprinkled with gold dust, adorned with engravings of dragons and phoenixes. These became known as golden milk bricks. At that time, a single brick could fetch hundreds of thousands, treasured by foreigners who would return home, storing them as prized possessions. It was astonishing how much profit these individuals made. However, as the sales of these bricks increased, the foreigners, not being foolish, began to question how such a limited number could have made their way abroad in the thousands. Consequently, they reported the matter to the authorities. Those who had engaged in this deception were apprehended, admonished not to tarnish the reputation of the Chinese, and advised to sell only genuine goods. In truth, the legend of the golden milk bricks had persisted through the ages. Who had ever seen one in reality? Did foreigners truly spend such exorbitant sums on a mere brick? Even if they were authentic, was it truly necessary? Chen Zhi chuckled, shaking his head. He had longed to smoke, yet felt reluctant to ignite a flame in this environment. Meanwhile, Pang Wei, a man of unyielding disbelief, had already bitten down on a cigarette, lighting it, and enjoying the moment with evident pleasure. You have no idea of the origins of these golden milk bricks. You know the Great Wall, right? It is one of the wonders of the world. Have you ever considered how such an immense structure could be constructed so easily? I tell you, legends abound. In the beginning, the wall continuously collapsed. Then came a remarkable figure who presented Emperor Qin Shi Huang with several golden milk bricks, which radiated an extraordinary fragrance. It was only by placing these bricks beneath the foundation that the Great Wall could rise. At that time, the wall was indeed robust. It was said that even cannon fire could not shake it. Yet, these golden milk bricks were relics from ancient times, and Emperor Qin possessed but a few. Thus, the subsequent sections of the wall were not as sturdy, leading to its collapse when Meng Jiangnu wept, for they lacked these bricks. As they conversed, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from ahead. Upon looking up, they saw Jiying returning. This time, she appeared covered in dust, suggesting she had been running at great speed. "The path ahead is too intricate. I did not dare venture too deeply," was Jiying's first utterance. She then picked up her fluorescent stick and drew a rudimentary map on the ground. Under the glow of the fluorescent light, Chen Zhi observed Jiying's serious expression. "This place is unlike any we have visited before," she said in a grave tone. "There are strong traces of witchcraft here, and I have noticed many arrangements that incorporate ancient formations. I recently traversed this path and found myself within a vast hall, which I shall temporarily designate as the Hall of Celestial Fire." "Ah, how did I arrive at such a name?" Fat Wei, bewildered by Jiying's serious demeanor, was left in a state of confusion. It was rare to see Jiying with such an expression. One could only wonder what she had experienced moments prior. "Do you recall the flames we encountered upon our entrance?" Jiying gestured towards the corridor ahead. "The fire we had witnessed earlier now cascades within this hall like rain, and there was no escape for any of us. I calculated the intervals between the flames, which were remarkably brief. Attempting to pass through would be exceedingly perilous. Nevertheless, I managed to make it through." After Jiying finished speaking, she pointed her luminescent stick towards the next direction on the map, indicating that beyond this point lay a chamber containing some rare weaponry. As we continued forward, I hesitated to venture further. Jiying, upon completing her statement, directed her luminescent stick towards the location ahead and drew a circle. "There exists a concealed door, shrouded in darkness, which I dared not enter, for I knew that something alive must reside within." "Something alive? Surely not," Fat Wei exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Who could possibly believe that anything could survive in this ghastly place? Could it be zombies? It would not be unusual to find such creatures in a tomb, but those would merely be reanimated corpses, not truly alive. I am not referring to such entities." Jiying promptly refuted Fat Wei's conjecture. "I did not recklessly intrude. Rather, I pressed against the wall, cautiously inching closer to the entrance. It was exceedingly dark within, and I could see nothing. However, the instincts of a warrior are keen, and I sensed that something alive lurked inside, something that was not human. What precisely it was eludes me, but it is likely something we have never encountered before. Is there a way to circumvent it?" Chen Zhi, having listened intently to Jiying, raised his head to inquire. "Uncertain." Jiying gently shook her head. "The layout of this place is too convoluted for me to ascertain whether an alternate route exists. Yet, if there were a way to bypass it, that would be the most prudent choice. I have a strong intuition that whatever resides within is formidable." After Jiying concluded her words, she turned to Fat Wei. Clearly, within this environment, Fat Wei possessed the most experience. At that moment, however, Fat Wei was exceedingly exhilarated. He scrutinized Jiying's map with great care. "Well, I have long asserted that this place is undoubtedly a grand tomb. After our extensive exertions, it is time to take decisive action. Follow closely behind me and witness the prowess of your esteemed Fat Wei. Let me assure you, attempting to evade this will prove utterly impossible. Such tombs are meticulously designed during construction. Although they may appear chaotic, they essentially follow a linear path, allowing entry but not exit. Did you think tomb raiding was akin to a leisurely stroll through a marketplace? One cannot simply come and go as they please. After all your ramblings, what should we do?" Chen Zhi asked, furrowing his brow. "It's simple," Fat Wei replied, raising an eyebrow. "With a professional tomb raider among us, what is there to fear? Regardless of the monstrous challenges that lie ahead, one must confront the adversities with unwavering resolve. With my esteemed status as a master of tomb raiding, I am prepared to subdue whatever comes my way." Chapter 397. The Chamber of Heavenly Fire. To speak frankly, it has been quite some time since Fat Wei experienced such exhilaration. In his own words, as a steadfast master of tomb raiding, he has spent the past 2 years relegated to a supporting role, either transporting goods for the organization or cultivating connections, nearly transforming into a logistical officer, much to his chagrin. He often reminisces about his past glories, recalling the adventures he shared with his 2 brothers as they traversed perilous mountains and treacherous waters. Although fraught with danger, those escapades were exhilarating. In recent years, he has ventured into numerous hazardous locales, yet matters concerning deities remain intricately tangled, and genuine ancient tombs have become scarce. At long last, an opportunity has presented itself, rekindling the vigor of his past exploits. Faced with the most ancient royal mausoleum of humanity, he is brimming with excitement. In the ensuing moments, They swiftly traversed the dark corridor as per Ji's instructions. As they ran, the weight of the black stones beneath their feet was palpable, each step feeling as though it were mired in adhesive, making their progress laborious. Indeed, the famed gold-laden bricks, as Fat Wei had described, lived up to their reputation. After what felt like an eternity navigating the elongated passage, they finally arrived at the chamber of heavenly fire. From a distance, they could see searing flames erupting within, reminiscent of molten metal splashing in a steel mill. The temperature in the vicinity was exceedingly high, warping the air and rendering many visual perceptions hazy. Even the hall itself appeared distorted. The grand hall was indeed vast, and upon entering, they were greeted by a multitude of flames, which unleashed tremendous force, cascading from above like divine fire. At the dark edges of the hall, exquisite gold and silver vessels were visible, alongside statues intricately carved from solid gemstones, ancient deities with peculiar forms and unparalleled styles, the origins of which were not immediately discernible. Despite the hall being adorned with countless treasures, no one dared to focus on these artifacts, for in the center of the hall lay an inverted volcanic crater where torrents of heavenly fire rained down, flames splattering everywhere, their intense heat causing the alarms on their work uniforms to blare frantically once more. Faced with such a spectacle, all hearts quaked with trepidation. Indeed, Ji's description of the chamber of heavenly fire was wholly accurate. The geological environment was overwhelmingly awe-inspiring, something beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. "Follow me," Ji instructed, adjusting her headgear and neatly tucking her hair away to ensure not a single strand was exposed. "The gaps here are minimal, and you cannot traverse through. The impact of these flames is extensive, and the temperatures are perilously high. Any contact would result in instant incineration. There must be no errors. I will carry you across, or else you will not make it." With that, Ji bent slightly, patting her back to signal for Fat Wei to climb aboard. Fat Wei hurriedly stepped back, akin to a bashful maiden just stepping out into the world, his neck flushed with embarrassment. "What do you intend to do? Are you not insulting me? As a grown man, how can I allow a woman to carry me? What will become of my dignity? If this spreads, I shall never be able to face anyone again. I would lose even my father's respect. Why do you fixate on such trivial matters?" Ji rose, furrowing her brow as she gazed at Fat Wei. "So what if I am a woman? My physical prowess surpasses yours. At this juncture, it is indeed the most sensible choice for someone skilled in martial arts to carry you. It has nothing to do with gender. Now come aboard. I will take you there, and then return to carry the clan leader." "And no, I truly cannot accept this," Fat Wei stammered nervously, pointing towards Chen Zhi. "Why not have him carry you? He is your man, and if he values his dignity, he should carry you." "Very well," Ji sighed, shaking her head in resignation. She then opened her arms, addressing Chen Zhi. "Come here. I can carry you as well. My arms are quite steady. You need only close your eyes for a moment, and you shall arrive safely without worry." For a moment, Chen Zhi was at a loss for words. While he was not one to dwell on such details, the gravity of the situation left him momentarily perplexed. "Perhaps we should consider an alternative approach," he mused, turning to Jiandi. "Jiandi, are you unafraid of these flames?" "Not at all," Jiandi replied, gently shaking her head. She stepped closer, reaching out to touch the fiery edges of the air. "In fact, I find them quite appealing. These are the flames of our phoenix. I do not fear them." "This is a case of elemental affinity," Chen Zhi addressed the group. "Elements of the same affinity will fuse harmoniously, while those of differing affinities will repel each other, much like the compatibility of blood during a transfusion. I will create a large barrier bubble to encompass us all. Jiandi will position herself atop the barrier bubble, emanating the same flames to envelop it. Naturally, the thicker the flames, the better, until our elemental properties are entirely shielded. Under the protection of these flames, we should be able to pass through without difficulty, as the fire of the same affinity will not harm us." "Your idea sounds promising, but is it truly feasible?" Fat Wei interjected, grinning wryly. "Let us not find ourselves in a situation where we become roasted pigs if the phoenix flames turn against us. Only a trial will reveal its efficacy." Chen Zhi replied confidently, retrieving a bundle of cotton from his treasure pouch. This cotton, intended for medical use, was exceptionally soft and fragile, igniting on contact with fire. He formed a small barrier bubble with his fingers, placing the cotton inside before instructing Jiandi to generate the phoenix flames, tightly encasing the tiny barrier bubble. With a gentle flick, Chen Zhi sent the bubble into the swirling flames, where it vanished from sight. After a brief moment, he waved his hand, and the bubble floated back out from the flames, unscathed. The flames of Jiandi had completely fused with the celestial fire. Remarkably, these flames caused no harm to the cotton within the barrier bubble. When the bubble eventually burst, the cotton fell into Chen Zhi's hands, remaining pristine and soft. "Incredible!" exclaimed Pang Wei, brimming with joy. "This is splendid. We need not burden the women with it anymore. I thought my honor was doomed here. Let us proceed. The sunlit path awaits us. We shall brave the celestial fire and discover the essence of this phoenix flame." Chapter 398. The armory. Chen Zhi meticulously wove a thick and dense barrier bubble, infusing the crafting airflow with protective incantations. Honestly, who could claim to be entirely unafraid in the face of such divine fire? The frenzied flames roared like thunder, and even from a distance, one could feel the searing heat. Even concealed beneath work attire, one's heart would quiver. To step into such a sea of fire would instill trepidation in anyone. Whether the phoenix flames would merge or pose a threat to those within the barrier bubble remained a source of concern for all. Yet, reality proved to be somewhat more favorable than anticipated. Once the barrier bubble was complete, Jiandi spread her arms, revealing a hint of colorful feathers as she unleashed the power of the flames. She then gently ascended, landing atop the barrier bubble. Under Chen Zhi's mental guidance, the bubble enveloping Jiandi's flames ventured into the celestial fire. Jiandi emanated an immense heat, her flames enveloping the entire barrier bubble in a thick layer. It felt as though a luminous projectile had plunged into a vast sea of flames. From within the bubble, the view of the external phoenix flames was breathtaking. Their fire, unlike any in the human realm, exhibited an eerie purple-green hue due to the extreme temperatures. The colors were dazzling, dancing like fairies, instilling a sense of dread with a mere glance. However, Jiandi's flames merged seamlessly with them, akin to water poured into the ocean. As Chen Zhi had previously stated, the protective instinct prevalent among avian species is an innate trait. Flames of the same attribute can blend effortlessly, and under Jiandi's protective embrace, they too became one with the great fire. Thus, amidst the overwhelming blaze, they beheld the vast scene outside, safely traversing through the barrier bubble. After passing through the grand hall, they entered into a vast darkness, leaving the volcanic inferno behind. Chen Zhi promptly punctured the barrier bubble, and Jiandi descended, her colorful feathers retracting, unharmed by the ordeal. "Impressive, sister," Pang Wei exclaimed, gazing at Jiandi as she emerged from the terrifying inferno, filled with admiration. "Do you truly feel no heat? You are remarkable, unafraid of flames. You are truly on par with the mother of dragons." "Not quite. I can certainly feel it." Jiandi nonchalantly patted her arm, remarking, "Yet those flames do not burn. They are merely warm and quite pleasant. How delightful it would be to take a nap amidst them." "All right, enough of that. You know I am prone to nightmares," Fat Wei interjected, his face paling as he waved his hands in a gesture of disinterest. At that moment, Jiang spoke up. "Ahead lies the Chamber of Ears, a secluded area housing some rare weapons. During my previous visit, I was unable to examine it closely due to time constraints. It is likely our essential passage, and I believe it remains relatively safe. Let us discuss further once we arrive there." After Jiang finished speaking, she began to walk forward, prompting the others to hastily follow her. The intense heat had created a significant thermal barrier. Although it did not cause harm, the metal of their uniforms had been heated. Once the barrier dissipated, the uniforms began to emit wisps of bluish smoke, and they frantically patted their bodies to prevent the heat from spreading. Shortly thereafter, they encountered a dark corner where the walls were adorned with precious metals, gold, silver, and even the rare tin of ancient times. Advancing further, they arrived at the chamber Jiang had mentioned. It was a modest room, immaculately clean, devoid of any adornment around its entrance. However, Chen Zhi noticed that the grand door was crafted from control stone, its surface intricately carved with a diamond pattern. According to the hierarchical system of the time, control stone was a metal that constrained deities. Human rulers had limited access to it, particularly the high-grade varieties, which were subject to strict regulations. The fact that this door was made from such pure control stone attested to the immense value of whatever lay within, in the eyes of the monarch. Upon reaching this location, the oppressive darkness lifted somewhat, allowing the beams of their searchlights to penetrate. Above them hung a rectangular plaque, resembling a metallic frame. Fat Wei shone his searchlight upon it, revealing two divine inscriptions. Divine weapons. Chen Zhi possessed a clear understanding of the term divine weapons within the context of divine script. It was a specialized term denoting legendary armaments, treasures surpassing even the most precious gems. In ancient times, martial prowess was highly esteemed, and the significance of weapons far outweighed that of other treasures. Renowned noble figures often took pride in their possession of divine weapons. However, true divine weapons were exceedingly rare. Each of these weapons had its own storied history, name, and even a soul of its own. Many claimed that these weapons did not choose their masters. Rather, it was the weapons that selected their owners. In antiquity, a ruler's possession of numerous divine weapons was indicative of their elevated status and deserving of reverence. The legendary seven-star blade, used by Cao to assassinate Dong Zhuo, was also a divine weapon, safeguarded by nobility, yet it vanished with the tides of history. Presently, the world harbors but a scant few genuine divine weapons. Chen Zhi had encountered several divine weapons, among which was the killing edict wielded by Bai Qian, a treasure of unparalleled rarity akin to ethereal snow. Now, it had fallen into the hands of the ghost blade. The living weapon meant for the cold monkey could also be counted among them. At this moment, Chen Zhi was genuinely curious about what formidable weapons resided within the royal palace of the Shang dynasty, a lineage that had endured for centuries. During this time, Pang Wei had been fiddling with the stone control door. With little effort, the mechanism inside was unlocked, and the two doors swung wide open. However, upon pushing through the grand stone portal, what lay within was entirely different from what they had envisioned. Chapter 399. The Tomb of Divine Weapons. This was a chamber shrouded in dust, starkly contrasting with the gleaming treasures typically found within divine tombs. It resembled more of a human sepulchre, surrounded by numerous shelves adorned with various objects, both large and small, yet all exuding an ancient, somber aura. Here, there was none of the metallic luster associated with the divine weapons Chen Zhi had imagined, nor the abundance of treasures he had anticipated. Instead, a thick layer of dust enveloped everything. The dust was so heavy that it obscured the original functions of the objects displayed upon the shelves. Nevertheless, from a basic visual assessment, some weapons were indeed present. They once should have been long swords, spears, or other ancient blades whose names had been lost to time. Yet now, they lay shrouded in dust, resembling ordinary clods of earth, devoid of any sense of possession. Miss Jiying, did you just say there are fine weapons here? Surely you aren't mistaken? Pang Wei exclaimed, surveying the grimy surroundings filled with dirt-encrusted items, clearly baffled. You claim these wretched things are divine weapons? To me, they look like mere lumps of earth. I have seen genuine treasures before. True divine weapons shine brilliantly, much like that killing edict. A sight to behold from 800 miles away, glowing like the moon. And look at these. They seem utterly decrepit. Even my stone cleaver is more dignified than these. Ji-ing stepped forward, placing her hand upon an object resembling a long sword, closing her eyes to sense its essence. The artifact was coated in a thick layer of grime, lifeless under Ji-ying's touch, showing no signs of vitality. Yet, she opened her eyes, declaring, "These are indeed weapons of provenance. Each possesses its own tale and once basked in glory. However, their era has long since passed, and their former masters have succumbed to death. Weapons survive through their wielders. Without a master, they lose their significance. These divine weapons possess their own souls, most deeply connected to their original bearers, reluctant to seek new masters. This reflects a code of honor, a fierce loyalty to their past. Now, these weapons are gradually succumbing to dust. In other words, they have already perished. However, upon closer examination, these weapons may not be inferior to the deadly edicts of the Jiling. How intriguing. Fat Wei gazed somewhat regretfully at the ashen relics. Let us take a few back with us. I possess a method of revitalization, by immersing the blades in brine and then applying a layer of acid. I am certain they will regain their lustrous sheen. After all, with so many warriors in the West Qi, not everyone possesses suitable weaponry. They are like blind hens, yearning for such fine arms. It seems a shame to leave these relics here. We ought to bring them back for them." "No." Jiying shook her head firmly. "As I mentioned, these weapons, akin to warriors, possess their own dignity. Since they have chosen to depart from the battlefield, let them rest peacefully here. We must not impose. Moreover, these divine arms are exceedingly ancient, perhaps belonging to an era long before our time, a time so remote that it bears no relation to us. We are ignorant of how to wield them. Let us depart. This place has become a tomb for these divine weapons." "Very well," Fat Wei replied. a hint of regret in his eyes as he turned to gaze at the wall opposite. Upon entering, everyone had noticed a semicircular doorway. This small entrance was not particularly tall, resembling a crescent moon gate, and it was quite inconspicuous, shrouded in darkness. Jiao pointed towards the shadowy aperture, her expression growing grave. It is through there. Beyond that entrance lies a narrow corridor. If one ventures down it for a while, they will encounter a vast stone chamber. That is the place I have yet to enter. The closest I have come was when I pressed myself against the wall near the entrance. Inside, it was shrouded in darkness, and I could discern nothing, yet the oppressive aura emanating from within nearly suffocated me. Once we exit this chamber, we must proceed with utmost caution. Jiao's tone of urgency resonated with everyone. Perhaps due to her warrior nature, she seldom exhibited fear or uttered grave sentiments. Yet her demeanor at this moment underscored that the territory ahead was no trifling matter. It surely harbored that which transcended their comprehension. Let us move forward. Pang Wei adjusted his hood, maximizing the beam of his flashlight, directing it parallel to the ground as he approached the dark crescent gate. Upon arrival, he tentatively extended his arm, then stepped fully into the darkness. The others followed suit, entering the corridor. As they traversed into this abyss, the space underwent an immediate transformation. The beam from the flashlight diminished to a mere pinprick, growing smaller and dimmer until it vanished completely. Subsequently, they found themselves engulfed in profound darkness once more. The unknown is humanity's greatest fear. Thus, individuals yearn to venture into realms they can control, at the very least, where visibility is assured. Yet now, they could only stumble forward like the blind, perceiving their surroundings without the ability to see. Indeed, as Jiao remarked, this corridor is exceedingly narrow, with a person on either side, advancing while their hands graze the walls. The surface of these walls bears an inscrutable array of protrusions and indentations, which feel somewhat damp yet remarkably solid to the touch. In the profound darkness, one's imagination is prone to wander. As Chen Zhi navigated the wall, he was gripped by an unsettling sensation that someone was observing him, as if he were on the verge of encountering a corpse or a skeleton. This terrifying notion swiftly materialized into reality. In the next moment, Chen Zhi's hand encountered an oddly shaped object. It was round, hard, and bore two parallel cavities at its center. He examined it closely, crafting a mental image of its form. It was a human skull. As they continued along this path, the walls became densely adorned with such skulls, each person touching them in silence. Chen Zhi discerned that these skulls were peculiar. Most possessed elongated heads, their occipital regions unusually prominent, resembling large olives. Notably, the parietal region bore a distinct hole, indicating they were not of human origin. These strange skulls varied in size and were symmetrically embedded in the wall, resembling trophies of conquest. Silence enveloped them, with only the sound of hurried breaths breaking the stillness. They continued to feel their way along the wall, inching forward. Armed with Jiao's prior guidance, they steeled themselves for what lay ahead. Before them, they encountered a dark doorway. Upon reaching this point, hesitation gripped them, and they dared not advance further. Chen Zhi, who had previously heard the steady rhythm of everyone's heartbeats, now noticed their pulse had diminished to almost inaudible levels. They all held their breath, focusing intently on controlling their respiration. Many assert that humans possess an innate intuition. Before death, or in the face of great peril, a heightened sensitivity emerges, even in the absence of visible danger. Much like those teetering on the edge of an abyss, the awareness of impending doom looms, regardless of whether one has yet to fall. Enveloped in darkness, they remained oblivious to one another's conditions. Yet, Chen Zhi's vision persisted. He could perceive the energy fields of those around him. As long as life exists, an aura accompanies it. He observed the energy fields fluctuating rapidly, oscillating between orange and green, indicative of their collective anxiety. This was a natural phenomenon. However, what was truly unsettling was the emergence of a distinctive aura seeping from the dark entrance, a languid, azure-tinged presence devoid of any signs of life. Stale, yet undeniably real. It was reminiscent of a specter. They pressed against the wall, their backs firmly aligned, cautiously inching towards the foreboding entrance. Soon, the ominous dark doorway loomed before their eyes. The four of them had all experienced harrowing events, and the emotion of fear had been completely subdued by their rationality. Upon reaching the doorway, the stout Wei swiftly rolled inside, followed closely by Jiao, then Chen Zhi, and Jiandi. Once all four had entered, The space enveloped them entirely, wrapping their body heat in an icy embrace. The sensation was akin to plummeting into a frigid cellar. It was unbearably cold, and the display screens of their work uniforms flickered erratically. As the alarms of the uniforms began to sound, Chen Zhi had already muted his, and the others instinctively followed suit. They all sensed that there was something within this place that must not be disturbed. In the vast, pitch-black expanse devoid of boundaries, the four of them formed an unspoken line and proceeded forward. There was no light ahead, leaving them to navigate in darkness, yet they could vaguely perceive some obstructions ahead, reminiscent of curved gourd shapes, akin to partitions. In the shadows, they encountered many peculiar walls, their surfaces textured with a cold and unyielding hardness. As they advanced, Chen Zhi caught glimpses of bluish shadows flitting past him, vanishing upon closer inspection, leaving only the oppressive darkness. This incited his imagination, pondering what wonders might reveal themselves should the lights be turned on. The thought sent chills down his spine. After traversing the darkness for what felt like an eternity, a faint sound drifted towards them from the front. The sound seemed rhythmic, almost like music. As they drew nearer, the melody became clearer, reminiscent of a harp's gentle notes. It was undeniable that no living soul could be present in this place. That much was a certainty. The source of such music was unspoken, yet understood among them. In this boundless darkness, the presence of sound was, at least, a welcome sign, offering them a sense of direction. As for the entity playing the music, there was no need to ponder that just yet. They moved cautiously forward, taking care to minimize noise. Each step was deliberate, with their heartbeats quickening in tandem. Upon encountering a partition, a faint blue light flickered from behind it. They all leaned to the side, cautiously peering around the edge. Before them, in the heart of the darkness, stood a silhouette of a bluish hue. It resembled a human form, with long hair cascading to the ground, contorted in an odd posture as it played a long, ethereal instrument. The instrument itself remained shrouded in darkness, its existence uncertain. The figure appeared like wisps of smoke, elusive and insubstantial, a true specter. Their heartbeats raced as they beheld this sight. Though they had faced many trials, the reality of this apparition left them questioning their sanity. Was it a ghost? The edges of the figure were enveloped in a blue mist, indistinct and nebulous. If ghosts truly existed in this world, they would undoubtedly embody this very essence. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the entity playing the piano bore a resemblance to humanity, yet was distinctly not human. Its elongated cranium gave the impression of a colossal olive perched upon its neck, while its narrow shoulders and elongated limbs, with fingers exceedingly long, suggested a non-human skeletal structure. Further scrutiny revealed that this being possessed a tail, which flickered into view like that of a lizard. In Chen Zhi's recollections, he had encountered such tailed humanoid creatures before. During his journey to Fengdu, the city of ghosts, he had observed peculiar ancient corpses at the gates of the underworld, their antiquated attire incomprehensible, likely predating human civilization itself, remnants of an unknown world. At that time, Chen Zhi had imagined what these beings might have looked like in life. Now, this azure apparition vividly illustrated that ancient life form. The creature's visage bore a striking resemblance to human features, with eyes, a nose, and what appeared to be a mouth, complemented by pointed ears, though it was impossible to discern its gender. In the vicinity of its piano playing, glimmering strings could be faintly perceived, resonating with an eerie melody. Yet the instrument itself remained unseen, leaving its civilization a mystery. The four individuals pressed against the wall, observing the blue specter, which seemed oblivious to their presence, utterly engrossed in its performance. Shadows danced behind it, occasionally revealing flickers of blue light, suggesting that many such entities might exist. The music continued, testing their fraught patience, as everyone held their breath, remaining silent in their place. Finally, Fat Wei could endure no longer and gently tapped Chen Zhi's foot, inquiring silently what course of action to take. The situation was abundantly clear. Circumventing this path was utterly impossible. The darkness behind the blue spirit appeared to be the sole passage forward. After a brief contemplation, Chen Zhi turned to Jin Di, who instantly understood and stepped forward without hesitation, extending his arms toward the front while softly uttering, "Phoenix flame." In an instant, an inferno erupted in the space ahead, engulfing everything in a sea of flames. The darkness was illuminated, revealing all that lay within its grasp. They beheld Chapter 401, Beneath the Flames. Bathed in the brilliance of the firelight, The vibrant hues illuminated every corner of the chamber. In that fleeting moment, the entirety of the room became strikingly clear. They discovered they were in an immense stone chamber, adorned with exceedingly precious artifacts, jewels and sculptures of ancient rarity, each a true treasure in its own right. Large pieces of oracle bones adorned the walls, inscribed with numerous characters reminiscent of the later unearthed oracle script. Yet these fragments were colossal, their origins from some great beast unknown. In the center of this stone chamber, there exist numerous meandering, arc-shaped walls. The decorations adorning these walls are exceedingly ornate, with a dazzling array of embellishments that leave one utterly mesmerized. Yet, the most striking feature is a wall composed entirely of skulls. These skulls, unlike those of humans, exhibit a variety of shapes. Some are elongated like an oval, while others are more rounded, and some even take on a triangular form reminiscent of a mantis. Most of their teeth are exceptionally sharp, with some resembling fangs and others closed like those of a shark. Although only the skulls remain, it is evident that these beings were once ferocious, representing a highly intelligent and formidable species. However, inscribed upon their foreheads are golden runes, severing their crowns and affixed to the wall as if they were mere ornaments. The flames of the phoenix are intensely searing, emitting a brilliant light that exerts tremendous strain on the human cornea, making it unbearable for the eyes to endure for long. Upon opening their eyes, they quickly closed them again. In less than 110 seconds, the extreme heat of the flames incinerated everything within the room. When they dared to reopen their eyes, all was in ruin. The previously magnificent treasures had been utterly consumed by the flames of the phoenix in the blink of an eye. The heads of the beings had turned to char, vanishing without a trace. After the fire raged for 20 seconds, Jiao waved his hands, extinguishing the flames. Everything reverted to its original, complete darkness. Everyone hastily turned their gaze back to the previous direction, eager to ascertain whether the blue specter still lingered. Could this inferno subdue it? Chen Zhi's earlier decision proved to be astute. It was apparent that the blue specter lacked a physical form, making it challenging to discern its vulnerabilities. Physical prowess offered no advantage, as even the mightiest of physical skills could not contend with an intangible foe. Chen Zhi's spells were also ineffectual, unable to control something devoid of substance. Yet, the phoenix was different. Its flames could obliterate all, tangible or intangible, reducing all to smoke, and even annihilating certain subtle particles. Regardless of what the entity was, be it a ghost or otherwise, it was prudent for Jiao to probe its essence first. Thus, at this moment, Chen Zhi's instinct was to assess the state of the blue apparition, to determine if it could withstand the conflagration. The surroundings bore the marks of devastation, filled with the acrid scent of charred remains that provoked incessant coughing beneath their masks. However, all witnessed the disappearance of the blue specter once the flames of the phoenix subsided. Ahead lay a pitch-black void. Yet, with the vanishing of the blue specter, the last vestige of light in the space also vanished. The searchlights were inoperative, and no other source of illumination could be employed. They were now completely engulfed in darkness. No one dared to speak, as if they collectively understood that the blue entity would not be easily vanquished. It had certainly not yet perished. They continued to wait in silence within the obscurity. After a while, the sound of the lute indeed resonated once more. The ethereal melody floated gracefully through the air, undisturbed by the chaos of the recent inferno, as if the two were entirely unrelated. The onlookers held their breath in rapt attention, each person fixated on the source of the enchanting sound. After a brief moment, a few glimmering strings flickered into view amidst the surrounding darkness. Gradually, a blue silhouette emerged, revealing long hair and an elongated head, reminiscent of a lizard's tail. This ghostly figure reappeared before them, producing a sweet, melodious tune that resonated deeply. The creature, with its tail, remained engrossed in playing, seemingly oblivious to the earlier conflagration and the presence of Chen Zhi and his companions. The group dared not make a sound, their eyes locked on the enigmatic being as time passed slowly. Ultimately, Pang Wei, unable to contain his impatience any longer, began to fidget. Known for his restlessness, he preferred directness over prolonged waiting. His breathing quickened, and his body trembled with agitation. Encased in their soundproof work attire, which had been tested by Indian researchers to ensure no audible sound could escape during normal vocalizations, they were insulated from the outside world. Pang Wei lowered his voice and whispered urgently, "Orange, what shall we do? Are we to wait aimlessly?" Silence. Chen Zhi swiftly hushed him, then turned his gaze back to the blue specter. As anticipated, the muted sound had an unexpected effect on the ghostly figure. The eerie entity froze. Its fingers ceased their dance upon the strings, and the music abruptly halted. Everything fell into a state of stillness. All remained silent, eyes fixated on the submerged blue visage. Gradually, the face lifted, revealing its unsettling features. As it rose, the hearts of all present raced with terror, for the sight was utterly horrifying. Chapter 402. The devoured Fat Wei. Indeed, it was a countenance resembling that of a human, yet entirely alien to the human species. It possessed facial features, yet their placement was peculiar, subtly deviating from human anatomy, exuding an extreme strangeness. Its blue eyes lacked pupils and sclera, resembling dark voids that glimmered ominously in the bluish light, creating a chilling effect. The blue creature cast a single glance at them before it vanished in an instant, as if it had simply dissolved into thin air. In that moment, Chen Zhi felt a chill run through his head, an ominous premonition stirring within him. It saw us, was Chen Zhi's immediate thought. Where did it go? Has it departed? Impossible, it will surely seek us out. But where has it vanished to? As Chen Zhi contemplated this, he abruptly turned his head, his heart racing wildly. To his astonishment, the blue specter had somehow appeared behind him, its face mere inches from his own. The proximity was so intimate that Chen Zhi felt as though he could dissolve into that ethereal blue light. In an instant, the aura enveloped him entirely, a bone-chilling cold freezing him to his core. The visage before him was horrifying, a species utterly devoid of any connection to human civilization. Though it bore features reminiscent of humanity, eyes, a nose, a mouth, and ears, its skeletal structure was grotesquely distorted. Its eyes were not aligned in a parallel fashion. Rather, they crossed each other in a peculiar arrangement, akin to mismatched buttons, glowing with a sinister, cold violet light. There were no eyeballs, no whites, only a mouth that resembled a hollow abyss. As this creature's mouth widened before Chen Zhi, it transformed into a gaping void, lunging at him with the intent to consume him whole. Ji Ying was the first to react, darting forward at lightning speed to grasp the creature's neck from behind. However, as anticipated, her hand grasped nothing but the air, as if attempting to seize a wisp of blue mist. Yet, this did not impede the specter's actions. Its cavernous maw continued to stretch towards Chen Zhi, who felt as if he were plummeting into an icy abyss, the cold penetrating to his very bones. At that moment, Fat Wei unexpectedly displayed a commendable bravery. He had been standing beside Chen Zhi, but then, leveraging his advantageous position, he stepped in front of Chen Zhi, only to be swallowed whole by the creature in an instant. The entire sequence transpired with alarming swiftness. Once Fat Wei was engulfed, he vanished without a trace. Everyone stood frozen in shock. Fat Wei has been consumed. Do not act recklessly, Chen Zhi shouted to Jiandi, simultaneously unleashing his own energy, rapidly swirling to form a square-shaped barrier around them. This barrier was harder than steel, completely enclosing the blue specter within. Theoretically, the blue specter should have had nowhere to escape. Despite its lack of physical form, Fat Wei was indeed corporeal. Regardless of where it had taken him, it should have been compelled to expel him here. Yet, in that moment, Chen Zhi clearly observed that the blue specter exhibited no awareness of its confinement, nor did it display any emotional response. With its mouth agape, it seemed oblivious, gazing into the surrounding darkness, and gradually, its form began to fade within Chen Zhi's barrier. Free to enter and exit? An unsettling realization dawned upon Chen Zhi, and he clenched his teeth in frustration. What a predicament! Throughout his combat career, he had experienced nearly every form of attack. Whether through physical prowess, magical arts, or innate abilities, each had its strengths and weaknesses. Striking at its vulnerabilities while evading its advantages was indeed the most effective strategy for countering assaults. In all the battles, Chen Zhi's greatest fear was encountering something devoid of physical form. The absence of substance equates to an absence of a target for assault. Without an adversary, whom does one strike? However, to these azure phantoms, Chen Zhi and his companions were indeed tangible beings. A well-aimed strike could inflict severe damage, perhaps even lead to death. This disparity rendered the combat exceedingly unjust for both parties. Thus, Chen Zhi once remarked that if spirits truly existed in this world, he might not fear them. Yet he remained uncertain of how to vanquish such entities. After all, one cannot triumph over that which does not exist. As the blue specters swiftly faded within Chen Zhi's barrier, a sudden flash of azure light erupted from the distant shadows. Moments later, the silhouette re-emerged, allowing Chen Zhi to behold its full appearance. It resembled a creature akin to a lizard, with an elongated head and a lengthy tail trailing behind as it slithered on the ground. Its teeth and skin appeared rugged, while its fingers and toes were elongated and sharp like hooks, suggesting a life adapted to an exceptionally harsh environment. Such a being could not possibly be born of the ordinary world. Yet, its form was composed of blue gas. In essence, it was but a shadow, with a true corporeal existence likely differing dramatically. This creature bore a striking feature, a golden symbol etched upon its forehead. The glyph was ancient, unfamiliar to Chen Zhi, yet identical to the ones inscribed on the foreheads of the skulls they had encountered earlier. Were these entities mere puppets, manipulated by sorcery? Chen Zhi pondered swiftly as tendrils of blue mist began to erupt around him. As the azure fog dispersed, limbs and figures materialized, with beings resembling the blue lizard emerging in droves. Their numbers were overwhelming, transforming the darkness into a brilliant blue, akin to a legion of demons from the abyss. "We must relocate. We cannot remain here," Chen Zhi urgently communicated through their wireless device before beginning to retreat along their previous path. However, he soon realized their escape route had become obstructed by the peculiar blue phantoms. They were trapped with no avenue of retreat. At that moment, Jiang discovered an alternative route. "There's a movable floor tile here," she exclaimed, hastily retrieving a glow stick from her pocket and tossing it onto the ground. The glow stick illuminated the darkness for less than a second before extinguishing. Yet it was sufficient for Chen Zhi and the others to discern that a movable square indeed lay on the ground. This square was metallic, akin to a square manhole cover. Upon lifting it, they revealed a 1-meter square hole, likely leading to another realm. Chapter 403. The Tragic Fat Wei. Down we go. Chen Zhi commanded immediately. The three of them leapt into the opening, with Jiang being the last to cover the access point with the floor tile above. Chen Zhi initially believed that upon leaping down, he would land on the second underground level, which would resemble the stone chamber they had just departed. However, as soon as their feet touched the ground, their bodies began to roll downward uncontrollably. It turned out that the next layer was not a flat surface, but rather a steep incline, almost at a 90-degree angle. The material of the slope was unknown, but it was extraordinarily smooth, as if coated with oil, making it nearly impossible to maintain footing. Concerned that the ominous blue specters above might pursue them, Chen Zhi decided to embrace the momentum and roll further down, believing that the farther they were from above, the safer they would be. He enveloped the three of them in a fierce spell and continued to roll down the slope for quite some time until they finally came to a halt. Surrounded by impenetrable darkness, Chen Zhi and his companions lay still for an extended period. Judging by the passage of time, they had descended far from the surface, and no blue light emanated from above, indicating that the specters had not followed. They then stood up and activated their searchlights. Fortunately, the lights functioned perfectly in this place, and as the beams illuminated the surroundings, dazzling reflections assaulted their eyes. Upon carefully opening his eyes to survey the area, Chen Zhi realized that they had landed in another corridor. This corridor was straight and devoid of any adornments. Yet the walls were coated with a material that reflected light intensely, brightening the space with even the slightest illumination. At the far end, a direct pathway led into the darkness, the destination unknown. After arriving in this place, Chen Zhi and his companions finally breathed a sigh of relief. The previous events had transpired too swiftly, and in that fleeting moment, Fat Wei had inexplicably vanished. Although the situation appeared alarming, Chen Zhi felt assured that Fat Wei would not encounter any significant danger. As an incorporeal entity, he lacked a physical form, teeth, or stomach, rendering him incapable of chewing or inflicting direct harm. From this perspective, it seemed that Fat Wei had been transported to another realm. Chen Zhi began to concentrate all the electrical energy from his work suit into the wireless device, amplifying its range to summon Fat Wei. This process proved to be rather arduous. Initially, all he could hear was static and peculiar sounds resembling ghostly wails, their origin unknown. However, to his delight, after a while, Fat Wei's voice emerged from the static. It was exceedingly noisy, suggesting that he was surrounded by flowing liquids. The sounds were faint, making it difficult to discern his exact words, yet it was evident that he was incessantly muttering. Covering one ear, Chen Zhi strained to listen, and after a while, he realized that Fat Wei was cursing. Damn it, Damn it to hell. Chen Zhi shouted into the wireless device as loudly as he could. I have now directed all electrical energy into the wireless system. My suit cannot sustain this for much longer. Do not waste time on this. Quickly tell me your current location. How on earth would I know where I am? Fat Wei was exceedingly agitated, akin to a chicken whose tail had been stepped on. This place resembles a foul sewer. Damn that wretched creature that just consumed me. I thought it intended to chew me, only to regurgitate me here. I truly regret my impulsiveness, shielding you from danger. Had I known, I would have preferred to let it swallow you whole. I acted on emotion. Specify your location. If the visibility is poor, describe the characteristics of the area. Chen Zhi urgently inquired over the wireless. How can I articulate it? Fat Wei's voice crackled intermittently. To put it positively, this place resembles a bathhouse. To express it negatively, it is akin to a large urinal. The stench here is utterly revolting. Come over and try it. It would drive you to suicide instantly. Fat Wei continued to curse and shout, describing his surroundings, which appeared to be a liquid-filled space. It resembled a pool, yet the liquid was exceedingly viscous, exuding an intensely offensive odor, utterly repulsive. Within this liquid, Fat Wei observed many large chunks that resembled meat, yet were sticky and foul-smelling. He now harbored serious doubts about whether he had fallen into the grandest latrine of the Shang dynasty. The floating excrement had reached a point where he was questioning the very essence of life itself. Try to see if you can climb out. Chen Zhi urged over the wireless. If I could climb out, I would have done so already. Why would I waste breath on you? Fat Wei felt tears welling in his eyes over the wireless. This place is akin to a swamp. The more I struggle, the more I sink. I dare not move at all. Otherwise, sinking into this stinking cesspool would be worse than death. Stop dilly-dallying and come rescue me. Send your location, and I will see if I can find you. After Chen Zhi finished speaking, he activated the receiving system. To be honest, this method was a choice made out of desperation. The wireless system in the work uniforms could indeed transmit locations to one another, but only under favorable conditions. If the system lacked a stored map, the sent locations would be linear. Within such a vast imperial tomb, detecting radio waves was virtually futile. There could be no map. The path could meander through countless rooms, and even if a location was transmitted, it would be of little use. However, Chen Zhi felt compelled to attempt it. After several tries, the location was finally sent through. The result was a delightful surprise. It turned out that Chen Zhi and the others were in a direct passageway. Although it was quite distant, it led straight to Fat Wei's area. This meant that they could proceed directly forward from their position to find Fat Wei. They then began to run swiftly ahead. The corridor indeed extends uninterrupted, devoid of any perils or mechanisms along its length. The walls on either side are barren save for reflective grains of sand, rendering the journey remarkably smooth. However, at the terminus, a multitude of grand carts comes into view. These carts, crafted from bronze, resemble oversized tricycles of the present day. Their surfaces gleam with a polished sheen, and the wheels exhibit an extraordinary smoothness, suggesting they have endured extensive use in bygone eras. The bodies of these carts are adorned with numerous large gemstones, intricately carved into shapes of humans, beasts, and birds, among others. Strangely, these figures are fettered, strewn about like quarry, evoking the impression of offerings made to some entity. Chapter 404. The merchant tortoise. As the journey progressed, the once smooth tunnel began to lose its regularity. The subsequent sections were predominantly unhewn, with expansive spaces resembling vast caverns. The surrounding walls bore little polish, exposing the jagged rocks akin to a subterranean mining site. The absence of reflective grains on the walls resulted in poor illumination, necessitating reliance on their searchlights for visibility. Yet, here too, the abandoned grand carts were present, their pushers bound in chains and shackles. It appeared that the act of pushing these carts was an exceedingly terrifying endeavor, necessitating the confinement of the pushers in this manner. The ground bore numerous tracks, remnants of wheels long ground into the earth, leading into the ominous darkness. It felt reminiscent of contemporary delivery tracks. This subterranean corridor seemed designated for the transportation of some entity to a specific destination. The individuals of that time, for reasons unknown, harbored a profound fear of this transport route. The further they ventured, the more perilous it became, to the extent that human presence dwindled, leaving the sides largely unrefined. Chen Zhi illuminated the interiors of the grand carts with his searchlight, revealing dark, peculiar contents of uncertain nature. The emanation of a foul stench was undeniable. intertwining with a metallic scent of blood, evoking feelings of nausea and dread. As they advanced, they ultimately arrived at their destination, confronted by a grand door. This imposing entrance, seemingly ancient, was entirely fashioned from aged bronze, adorned with numerous large latches. It appeared as though the latches had suffered repeated assaults from within, many having been reattached, bound with extraordinarily thick chains in a seemingly exaggerated manner. It appeared that the individuals of that time were overwhelmingly fearful of whatever lay behind that door, to the point of irrationality. What could be concealed within? Chen Zhi took a few steps forward, scrutinizing the bronze door with his searchlight. Frankly, the carvings upon the door were rather crude, characterized by broad curves and sweeping lines, making it difficult to discern any coherent narrative from a mere glance. However, when all turned their searchlights toward the door, it became apparent that their previous observations had offered only a glimpse into the profound mystery contained within. Through the reflection, a rugged, protruding pattern emerged upon the grand gate. Upon witnessing the design, Chen Zhi comprehended everything. The gate bore the intricate carving of a colossal beast, rendered in a bold and primitive artistic style, reminiscent of ancient artistry. The bas-relief revealed a creature with the head of a dragon and the body of a turtle, adorned with dual jaws and fearsome fangs, its appearance utterly ferocious. Peaks rose upon the turtle's shell, and its eyes spewed flames, looming over the diminutive humans around it like a monumental mountain. Upon encountering this extraordinary visage, Chen Zhi immediately recognized the origins of the beast. It was the legendary guardian deity of the Shang dynasty, the Shang turtle. For an extensive period, scholars had held a rather limited understanding of the Shang dynasty, particularly regarding the rituals and worship of its people. The legend of the Xian bird led scholars to believe that the Shang people must have held the Xian bird in high esteem, especially after the discovery of artifacts adorned with its totem, thus concluding that the Xian bird was the divine creature of the Shang dynasty. However, subsequent findings from excavated turtle shell fragments revealed that the myth of the Xian bird delivering divine eggs to the ancestors of the Shang indeed laid the foundation for the Shang lineage, though the Xian bird merely served as a messenger in this narrative. In contrast, among the bronze vessels and shell fragments specifically designated for divine worship, an exceptionally fierce and imposing figure was uncovered, the national guardian beast of the Shang dynasty, the Shang turtle. Historical texts indicate that the Shang turtle held an extraordinarily esteemed position during the Shang era. Although the Shang dynasty maintained a tradition of totemic culture and ancestral worship, they revered their divine right to rule even more fervently, with the embodiment of this royal power being the Shang turtle. Legend has it that this creature was kept within the ancestral temple of the Shang, venerated by successive monarchs, and remained immortal. Its image was seldom utilized, reserved solely for the interment of emperors, a privilege not even accorded to queens. This formidable creature was known for its fierce appetite, consuming countless birds and beasts daily, feasting on raw flesh and, in times of scarcity, resorting to the sacrifice of slaves. Yet, this beast was intimately linked to the vitality of the Shang dynasty, safeguarding the health of its rulers and the prosperity of the realm, representing the very essence of Shang sovereignty. Prophecies foretold that as long as the Shang turtle thrived, the dynasty would never falter, destined to reign eternally, with its royal authority unyielding. Thus, successive monarchs cherished the Shang turtle as their most prized possession, bestowing upon it lavish care, and in extreme cases, some even offered their concubines to nourish it, signifying their reverence. However, legends tell of a time when King Jiao of Shang, in his decadence and tyranny, brought the dynasty to the brink of collapse. During this tumultuous period, the great beast wept blood, shedding its shell fragments, until its eyes were blinded by tears. Ultimately, the demise of the Shang turtle signaled the complete downfall of the Shang dynasty. Of course, these remain legends, and the existence of this colossal beast cannot be definitively ascertained by archaeologists. Yet now, as the image of the Shang turtle graces the grand gate, it serves as testament to the veracity of those ancient tales. This vast chamber, along with the large transport carts, stands as evidence of the captivity of such magnificent creatures. It is estimated that behind this grand gate lies the enclosure for the merchant turtle. Although the gate is firmly shut, an unbearable stench emanates through the cracks, a nauseating odor that repulses any desire to enter. However, based on the location, it is evident that Pang Wei is within, compelling them to venture inside. The gate is secured with numerous robust chains, yet these chains are merely composed of ordinary bronze or wrought iron, far less formidable than the controlling stone. Such obstacles do not daunt Jiang. She first leaps upon the gate's bolts, exerting force to wrench the coarse iron chains. After a while, she successfully tears apart the chains, which clatter to the ground with a resounding thud. Jiang then descends, pressing her hands against the gate, straining to push it open. The gate proves to be quite heavy, requiring her to exert herself twice. Finally, with a thunderous rumble, the gate creaks open, revealing an entirely different realm to Chen Zhi. Chapter 405. The Merchant Turtle, Part 2. The noxious stench that wafts from beyond the gate induces dizziness, making one truly appreciate Fat Wei's earlier remarks. This odor indeed resembles that of having fallen into the largest cesspool of the Shang dynasty. Yet, what unfolds before them raises doubts about whether they have entered a celestial realm. The vastness of the hall is unfathomable, stretching endlessly, akin to stepping into another world. The interior is shrouded in swirling mist, with clouds drifting overhead, evoking a sense of ethereal beauty that starkly contrasts with the surrounding foulness. In the distance of the hall, a massive black silhouette appears, resembling a colossal turtle lying low. Its grand shell and buried head give the impression of a mountain, daunting and seemingly unreachable. Although the shadow instills a sense of trepidation, it remains too distant to warrant immediate concern. They direct their spotlights to the ground ahead, commencing their search. According to their coordinates, Fat Wei should be nearby. Before them lies a floor composed of marble blocks. This marble is, in fact, the most primitive form of gold milk brick, a robust stone that should be nearly indestructible. Yet, it bears the marks of significant impact, with cracks marring its surface as though trampled by a gargantuan entity. As they proceed, they discover a large pool at the center of the ground, excavated and surrounded by brickwork, resembling an oversized swimming pool. Surrounding the pool are wheelbarrows laden with desiccated black corpses, most of which are shackled, indicating their status as slaves. Inside the cart lay large, foul-smelling masses, some of which had been unloaded while others remained, precariously tilted and spilling into a basin. Beside it flowed a stone conduit, reminiscent of a water pipe, with discernible traces of water. That channel, now likely dry, must have once been a continuous stream. At this point, it became evident that the basin served as a feeding trough. The Shang people likely deposited food into this trough, accompanied by the flowing water from the conduit, to nourish the colossal beast. Over time, the trough had filled with a mixture of liquid and food, and it appeared that Fat Wei had inadvertently tumbled into it. Since then, Fat Wei had lost contact with the others. It was uncertain whether the communication device had malfunctioned or if he was merely sulking in silence. Regardless, he had not uttered a word. Chen Zhi and Jiang activated their flashlights, illuminating the surface of the water, which had thickened and become repulsive, emanating a stench that was unbearable to behold. The basin contained large, unsettling chunks, the nature of which, whether decaying flesh or something else, remained unclear. At the center of the basin stood Fat Wei, clad in his work attire, a comical sight as he appeared to have fallen into a cesspool. Yet he remained motionless, seemingly rendered unconscious by the noxious fumes. Jiandi unfurled her wings and circled above the basin before retrieving Fat Wei from his predicament. The odor in that place was indeed intolerable. Once he was pulled out, the stench was overwhelming, making it impossible for him to remain. They quickly relocated Fat Wei to a more breathable area in the corridor, where they could settle him. Chen Zhi first removed Fat Wei's hood to help stabilize his breathing, then produced a revitalizing incense to waft beneath his nose. Upon inhaling the stimulating aroma, Fat Wei abruptly sneezed awake. Before he could fully open his eyes, he suddenly turned his head and nearly retched, overwhelmed by his surroundings. Eventually, he opened his eyes, displaying a look of utter despair. Oh my heavens! Have I lost my life to this wretched fate? I am truly at my wit's end. Who would have thought that after basking in glory for so long, I would end up nearly suffocated by filth? Those infernal blue creatures have thrown me into a cesspit. I swear I will seek vengeance upon my return. As he spoke, Fat Wei felt the urge to vomit again. Jiang hurriedly found some stabilizing medication to administer to him, followed by a sip of clean water to rinse his mouth. Gradually, he regained his composure and fixed a stern gaze upon Chen Zhi. Did you not come to rescue me? I thought you had abandoned me. I was ready to resign myself to death. I truly regret having shielded you earlier. Perhaps it would have been better if you had been devoured by that blue fiend. Now it's you who has fallen into the cesspit. It's not as dreadful as you think. Chen Zhi replied, gesturing towards the grand iron door adorned with a relief of a Shang turtle. Do you see that? It is a divine beast. You merely fell into its feeding trough. Falling into the trough of a divine creature is, in fact, a peculiar honor. Perhaps it might grant you an additional 10 or 20 years of life. So, cease your lamenting. Goodness, how can such a repulsive place serve as a feeding trough? The flavor here is truly overpowering. After uttering these words, Fat Wei reluctantly managed to rise. Jiying rummaged through her bag of treasures, producing numerous compressed tissues, which, once unwrapped, expanded into a voluminous bundle, remarkably durable. Fat Wei was eager to open every single tissue to thoroughly clean his work uniform. After a prolonged period of fussing, he finally felt satisfied. What exactly is that divine beast within? It should have perished long ago, right? Otherwise, after all that commotion in the feeding trough, it would have surely dragged me away, he exclaimed. This creature must have met its demise back when the Shang dynasty fell. Chen Zhi gazed at the looming darkness ahead and remarked, according to mythology, this Shang turtle symbolizes the fate of the Shang dynasty. Only upon its death can the royal authority change hands. What are we waiting for? Let's take a look. Fat Wei wiped his uniform and donned his hood once more. That massive shadow ahead must be its carcass, likely on the verge of decomposition. Come on, let's discover what this creature truly looks like. Perhaps we might even uncover a path there, avoiding further encounters with those ghastly blue apparitions. Indeed, Chen Zhi nodded in agreement, casting his gaze toward the colossal entity ahead. If I am not mistaken, this Shang turtle did not die a natural death 5 millennia ago. It was likely slain. Perhaps today, we shall witness the scene of a murder from 50 years past. Chapter 406, The Shang Turtle, Part 3, having endured the events of the past 2 years. The unknown terrors could not deter Chen Zhi and his companions. The immense shadow looming in the darkness could not instill fear enough to halt their advance. They once again stepped into the hall, shrouded in swirling white clouds, resembling a celestial paradise. In this ethereal realm filled with drifting clouds, one could easily be deceived into believing they had unwittingly entered the abode of deities, transcending into a state of ethereal ascendance. Had it not been for the pungent stench of decay, this place could indeed be mistaken for a divine sanctuary. Chen Zhi soon discerned the source of the foul odor. It emanated from large, dark masses scattered throughout the area, remnants of what once were substantial pieces of flesh. These meats had been meticulously cut and cured, resembling hefty steaks placed here. It appeared that this divine beast received exceptional treatment, even in its dietary preferences, yet it also exhibited a predatory nature. Along the way, Chen Zhi encountered numerous half-eaten carcasses of animals, remnants of large avian species from that era, discarded here, their hardened beaks exposed in the darkness. Judging by the condition of the wounds, it seemed that the divine beast had forcibly torn them apart. Such corpses were plentiful, with the ground littered with remnants of wild beasts and some unfortunate human slaves. Perhaps due to the unique environmental factors of the dust pearl, these corpses, despite the passage of countless years, have not decomposed into mere bones, but have instead transformed into a viscous, charred state, emanating a peculiar and repugnant odor, utterly nauseating. However, the most unbearable stench does not arise from the decaying flesh, but emanates from a massive shadow ahead, as imposing as a mountain. The further they advanced, the more intense the nauseating aroma became, rendering it increasingly intolerable. Ultimately, everyone relied solely on the oxygen produced within their work suits for respiration, daring not to inhale even a whiff of the outside air, lest they succumb to vomiting. The colossal entity, resembling a mountain, loomed ever closer. Human vision is limited. The larger the object, the more indistinct it becomes as one approaches. This creature's body was so immense that it seemed to encompass the entirety of the surrounding environment. As they drew near, it felt as though the heavens and the earth were engulfed by this obsidian shadow, rendering direction and distance indiscernible. After traversing a considerable distance, the titanic being concealed in darkness finally revealed its true form before them. Indeed, it resembled a divine beast akin to a gigantic tortoise. From their vantage point, they could only glimpse the creature's shell, which appeared like a verdant island, translucent and pure in hue, surpassing even jade in its brilliance. Radiating a dazzling luminosity, truly a breathtaking sight. Yet, upon the shell, numerous derivatives seemed to have petrified, resembling miniature mountain peaks. Beneath the carapace, however, its limbs were not visible. It was likely that the divine creature had experienced great fright before its demise, causing its limbs to retract, while its elongated head remained in an unusual position. They walked alongside it for a considerable stretch before finally glimpsing the creature's head. Viewed from the side, the head of this divine tortoise bore a striking resemblance to that of a dragon, with a long snout, large round eyes, and flowing whiskers, akin to the legendary dragon, yet more beastly and profoundly real. The tortoise's eyes were closed, its muscles contorted in a grotesque manner, suggesting immense suffering before death. Nevertheless, it appeared remarkably vibrant, as if merely slumbering, with no signs of decay. This colossal being lay silent in the darkness, evoking a sense of awe yet instilling fear, sending chills down one's spine at a mere glance. I pondered, is this creature alive or dead? Suddenly, Pang Wei hesitated to speak loudly, lowering his voice to a whisper. I can't shake the feeling that this fellow isn't dead at all, it's merely asleep. Look at those eyelids. They're twitching as if it could awaken at any moment. After speaking, Pang Wei pointed to the enormous dragon-like head, and indeed, the delicate eyelids twitched as if on the verge of opening. At that moment, Pang Wei appeared somewhat apprehensive, stepping back several paces while clutching his hefty blade. This is truly eerie. There's a living giant tortoise here. We should hastily retreat. We must not inadvertently awaken it and become its next meal. Such a colossal creature. I certainly cannot contend with it. Upon uttering these words, Fat Wei turned to flee. Wait. Chen Zhi grasped Fat Wei's arm firmly. Do not be so hasty. Take a closer look. This creature has long since perished, and it has been dead for many years. It exudes no aura whatsoever, resembling nothing more than a fresh specimen of flesh, utterly lifeless. The twitching of its eyelids signifies that its nerve endings remain active. Divine creatures possess such characteristics. Their flesh can retain a semblance of freshness indefinitely, yet their metabolic processes have ceased entirely. You have encountered such phenomena before, so why the trepidation? Indeed, I have seen my fair share of such things. Fat Wei regained his courage upon hearing Chen Zhi's reassurances. However, the divine beast has indeed seen us. What purpose do we have lingering here? What use is a dead giant turtle to us? I suggest we make our swift exit. Let us find a route and depart post-haste. The stench alone is enough to make me nauseous. Fat Wei, still feeling queasy, voiced his discomfort. I am quite curious about something, Chen Zhi remarked, gazing at the enormous creature. According to legend, the Shang turtle perished due to the tyrannical reign of King Jiao. Foreseeing the imminent downfall of the Shang dynasty, it lamented violently, shedding blood and tears for days, ultimately dying in a flood of its own sorrow. This was regarded as an omen of the impending demise of the Shang dynasty. The visage of this Shang turtle is indeed fearsome, its muscles contorted, suggesting it endured great suffering before its death. Moreover, the dried blood beneath its eyes indicates that the tale of its weeping blood may indeed hold truth, serving as a portent of celestial signs. Such celestial phenomena are intangible yet profoundly influential. The sudden frenzy of this Shang turtle was, without doubt, a contributing factor to the belief among the people of that era that the Shang dynasty was destined for ruin. However, we now understand that King Zhou was not as foolish and tyrannical as the legends portray. Thus, what could have caused this turtle to emit such mournful cries and bloodshed, heralding these strange celestial omens? Chapter 407. The Illusion of Celestial Signs Indeed. Fat Wei rubbed his chin thoughtfully, gazing at the colossal beast. Isn't this supposed to be immortal? I recall the terrifying creature we encountered in the tomb of the celestial fox. How could this one simply expire? And at the moment of a kingdom's downfall, no less. There seems to be an underlying conspiracy at play. Chen Zhi turned to Fat Wei. Thus, I implore you to discern the cause of this giant beast's demise. Was it a natural death, homicide, or perhaps poisoning? Wait, Fat Wei responded, genuinely at a loss for words. Do you truly believe I am a forensic expert on ancient corpses? Beasts and humans differ greatly. How am I to ascertain the cause of death for this gigantic turtle from 5,000 years ago? Perhaps it simply passed away from a flatulence-induced explosion. Or perhaps it had no desire to live and chose to end its own existence. What do you expect me to investigate? I harbor suspicions regarding his demise, believing it to be a premeditated murder. Chen Zhi, arms crossed, gazed ahead and remarked, divine beasts possess formidable self-healing abilities. Typically, injuries do not affect them. Moreover, even in death, their corpses maintain a preserved state, How could it emit such foul odor? Not only does this body reek, but the food here, everything, is permeated with an unusual stench. I have harbored doubts since earlier that the diet of this merchant turtle prior to its demise must have been compromised. In cases of poisoning, especially from a magical toxin, it is plausible to corrupt the body of a divine beast, resulting in a foul odor. This would substantiate my earlier conjecture that someone exploited the merchant turtle to fabricate a false celestial omen, misleading the hearts of the populace. Very well. Fat Wei, after contemplating Chen Zhi's words for a moment, ceased his descent. However, the odor ahead was undeniably unbearable, prompting him to reluctantly advance. Covering his nose as he ventured into the shell to scrutinize the massive corpse. Fat Wei possessed considerable experience with corpses. He began by extracting several syringes from his bag, injecting them into the soft tissue beneath the merchant turtle's shell, seeking to procure small samples. Yet, the creature's hide was exceptionally tough, and after several attempts, he managed to extract a meager amount of viscous fluid. Upon testing it with litmus paper, he immediately turned to Chen Zhi, exclaiming, "You guessed correctly? The toxicity is off the charts. It seems that rascal has been feeding this great turtle poison for an extended period. Come take a look. The interior of this shell is nearly rotting from the poison. How could it not be in agony?" The plight of the great turtle was indeed tragic. It must have endured immense suffering before its demise. After voicing his thoughts, Fat Wei circled around the turtle's head, seemingly discovering something. Ultimately, he climbed atop the dragon's head, grasping the dragon's horn, peering into the crevice of its neck for an extended period. He then called out, "Patriarch Chen, hurry over and take a look. Does this resemble something familiar to you?" Upon hearing Fat Wei's words, Chen Zhi hurried over. The merchant turtle's head was so large that it was indeed akin to that of a colossal dragon. Chen Zhi had to step up from below and grasp the dragon horn to steady himself. However, the overwhelming stench emanating from the massive head was nauseating. Chen Zhi witnessed. Despite the enormous eyes being tightly shut, numerous dried trails of blood tears beneath, it was evident that, as Fat Wei had stated, this merchant turtle had endured significant anguish prior to its death. Once atop the merchant turtle's head, Chen Zhi looked down to observe the neck area, which should have connected to the body beneath the shell. Yet, he clearly discerned that the dragon head was, in fact, severed from the body, cleanly cut at the neck. The incision appeared remarkably precise. What a clean cut. Fat Wei chuckled coldly, then turned to Chen Zhi, saying, "Patriarch Chen, do you recognize this incision? If you do not, I certainly do." Fat Wei spoke the truth. The merchant turtle's neck had not been harmed by a mere weapon. Instead, it was cleaved apart by an exceptionally powerful incantation. The only spell capable of slaying such a divine beast is the renowned Jiao clan's god-slaying great curse. Chief Chen, I hope you do not take offense to my words. At this moment, Pang Wei observed the severed neck of the merchant turtle below, chuckling softly. In my view, our esteemed ancestor Jiang Zia is truly cunning. He first employed a bit of poison, causing this great turtle to bleed and wail, leading others to believe that King Zhou of Shang was tyrannical and foolish, thus believing that the Shang dynasty had reached its end. Naturally, people began to seek a new ruler. After the turmoil had subsided, he unleashed the god-slaying curse to ultimately slay the great turtle, completely severing the dragon vein of the Shang emperor. This was a masterful act of deception, leaving the entire world in the dark, truly insidious. As Pang Wei spoke, he noticed Chief Chen's expression growing increasingly grim, and he quickly retracted his words. No, it is brilliant. It is indeed brilliant. Wasn't it during the uprising of Chun Sheng and Wu Guang that they concealed letters within fish bellies? Without some form of evidence, who would dare to rebel against you? It turns out that the inventor of this tactic is our ancestor Jiang. In the realm of illustrious figures, we must look to our venerable ancestor, creating public sentiment and framing others. Chen Zhi silently contemplated. A feeling of indescribable turmoil surged within him once more. Pang Wei was not mistaken. Such methods are indeed a common practice among generations of rebels. Rebellion is fraught with peril. To overthrow a previous ruler, if successful, one becomes a liberator, but if unsuccessful, a traitor. One's life and the safety of their entire family are at stake, with the potential to be condemned in history for eternity. Thus, at such times, followers often hope to witness certain omens. These omens may manifest as natural phenomena from the cosmos, divine signs indicating that their chosen monarch is favored by heaven, while the tyrant they seek to overthrow has been forsaken. Thus, before their rebellion, Chen Sheng and Wu Guang hid writings in fish bellies, proclaiming the rise of the Great Chu and the reign of Chen Sheng, aiming to shape public opinion, inspire the masses, and establish authority. This artifice of generating propaganda to topple a regime is frequently observed during the pivotal moments of dynastic transitions in Chinese history. Yet, Chen Zhi had never considered that his sacred and noble ancestors could stoop to such depths. Suddenly, Chen Zhi felt a wave of agitation wash over him. He no longer wished to observe anything further or delve deeper into the matter. Since it is now history, let it be fully laid to rest. He leapt down from the dragon's head. Let us proceed ahead and see if there is a path. Burn all of this and allow it to rest in peace. Upon finishing his words, Chen Zhi gestured to Jiandi. Jiandi immediately extended her arms, and a blazing inferno surged forth from her chest, engulfing the entire merchant turtle. This divine beast, representing the authority of the Shang dynasty, was utterly reduced to ashes amidst the flames of the phoenix. Burn all of this, and allow it to rest in peace. Upon finishing his words, Chen Zhi gestured to Jiandi. Jiandi extended her arms, and a blazing inferno erupted from her chest, engulfing the entire in flames. This mythical creature, emblematic of the Shang dynasty's royal authority, was utterly reduced to ashes amidst the phoenix's fire. Chapter 408. The golden bronze statues. Subsequently, they departed from that place and continued their journey forward. The hall was extraordinarily vast, suggesting that the cultivation of this dragon turtle had consumed a significant amount of resources and manpower within the palace. And this hall appeared to be the most spacious area within the royal residence. Behind this grand stone chamber, numerous partitions awaited. After traversing through one partition after another, they arrived at a considerably cleaner space, free from the foul odors that had previously assailed them. It felt as though they had entered a sanctified area of the palace. According to legend, this was raised within the ancestral temple of the Shang royal family, symbolizing the unchanging royal power of the Shang's forebears. Upon closer inspection, this indeed proved to be the case. After passing through several partitions, they entered an area suffused with a rich reddish-brown hue, interspersed with shades of purple, exuding an unspoken sense of nobility. This place was impeccably clean, devoid of dust. Upon further examination, they discovered that both the walls and the floor were crafted from radiant red gemstones. Chen Zhi recalled this type of stone, as it was described in the treasure catalog of the library. This stone possessed the ability to repel dust and naturally release fragrance. It was said that placing one stone in a location would prevent any dust from settling, serving as a natural vacuum cleaner. As they moved forward, they were met by a dazzling array of golden light. Although the beams were small, they were blindingly bright. When they directed their searchlights towards it, the reflected light revealed an overwhelming brilliance. The radiance was so intense that it nearly obscured their vision. Upon closer inspection, they realized they had entered another treasure exhibition room, filled entirely with life-size statues crafted from bronze and gold, creating a golden world. Chen Zhi had previously heard that in ancient times, both gold and bronze were regarded as precious metals, with their rarity being significant during that era. There were even beliefs that copper was more valuable than gold. Before them stood a series of golden figurines, resembling a biotechnological sculpture gallery that filled the room. It dawned on Chen Zhi that this must indeed be the ancestral temple of the Shang dynasty. In ancient times, the land of Huaxia bore a resemblance to the ancient Greek Empire, where it was customary to carve the revered ancestors and deities into statues. The colossal figures typically represented deities, while life-size statues symbolized lost ancestors. The subsequent offerings, altars, and spirit tablets emerged only after religion became predominant in later periods. Though these statues are entirely gilded, they possess an astonishing realism. Were it not for their golden hue, their lifelike craftsmanship would be indistinguishable from modern wax figures. Judging by their height and physique, these ancient figures appear slightly taller than contemporary humans, exhibiting the pronounced foreheads and cheekbones characteristic of primitive ancestors. Furthermore, their attire is not documented in any historical texts, suggesting they belong to individuals predating the Shang dynasty, likely the most ancient ancestors of merchants, elder merchants, if you will. Each figure flaunts a prominent nose reminiscent of some modern Western Europeans, and their muscular arms are remarkably robust, with some limbs extending beyond their knees, evoking the strength of a gorilla. Every individual brandishes an array of ancient weaponry, poised in a stance of battle, yet devoid of any adversary. As Chen Zhi scrutinizes these sculptures, his companion, Fat Wei, uncovers something peculiar. The blinding illumination of the gilded bronze figures had previously obscured the walls of this space. Upon closer inspection, the walls are adorned with primitive murals. Although the artistry is rudimentary, it effectively captures the distinctive features of the depicted figures. Remarkably, each character in the murals correlates precisely with the bronze statues, suggesting that these gilded figures are indeed reflections of real individuals. While the murals chronicle their deeds during their lifetimes, from the murals, it becomes evident that the ancestors of these merchants were formidable warriors. However, their foes were clearly not human. Some adversaries bore resemblance to rhinoceroses with legs, others had wings akin to eagles, and some resembled lizards with immense tails. This imagery is identical to that of the ethereal blue specters previously encountered. With each victory over an enemy, the ancestors of these merchants would sever the heads of these creatures, inscribing a golden symbol upon their foreheads before presenting them in a hall. The mural depicts this hall in a simplistic manner, featuring merely a roof and several columns, with a few curvilinear partitions inside. Even these basic lines successfully convey the essence of the structure, and Chen Zhi is confident that this is the very chamber where the blue specters were observed. At the apex of this hall, a small plaque bears several indistinct characters etched in an ancient script. With the aid of a magnifying glass, Chen Zhi meticulously deciphers the inscription, Yao Pavilion. Upon viewing these murals, Chen Zhi immediately comprehends their significance. The incorporeal blue specters he previously encountered are what are referred to as Yao. In the ancient abstracts of the Jiao family library, there are a few lines that describe these beings. Yao, not of this world, but remnants of the past, akin to beasts and demons, have been entirely eradicated. This implies that in the preceding civilization, before the emergence of human society, certain extraordinary creatures existed, collectively designated as Yao. These beings possessed advanced intellect comparable to humans and exhibited the ferocity of mythical beasts, yet they have been nearly exterminated. The ancestors of the merchants were the valiant figures who vanquished these creatures. According to the logic of human civilization, the mural depicts the epic battles fought by the ancestors of the merchants against these demons. This information is ancient, so archaic that it dissuades one from delving into a thorough examination. Yet, these ancient murals convey a significant message. The blue phantoms they previously encountered had long since perished in corporeal form. Now, their existence in this world manifests as Chapter 409, the Demon's Soul Pavilion. What exactly are these blue phantoms? This question has lingered in the minds of all. Could they truly be spirits? This seems to be the most plausible answer, yet upon deeper reflection, numerous inconsistencies arise. In the ensuing moments, everyone scoured the chamber adorned with golden bronze statues, hoping to discover an exit that would allow them to circumvent the blue phantoms. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi remained transfixed on the mural, particularly the three characters of Demon's Soul Pavilion. The term demon is well understood by every Chinese person. Anything that deviates from societal norms is deemed a demon or aberration. In essence, it signifies something that diverges from the prevailing world order. When the ancestors of the merchants emerged, humanity had already entered a phase of civilization. Thus, these beings were regarded as entities distinct from human culture. Hence, they were labeled as demons. As for soul, the implications of this term are exceedingly broad. Let us not get ensnared in the debate of whether spirits exist. Regardless of what they are, if referred to as souls, they must exist in a non-corporeal state. Chen Zhi had previously encountered such non-corporeal entities. They merely represent a materialized form of one's consciousness prior to death, devoid of true spectral essence or any capacity for harm. The blue phantoms, however, are markedly different. They possess the frightening ability to engulf a person and transport them to another realm. This brings us back to the initial quandary. Entities without physical form are fundamentally unconquerable. If they cannot be vanquished, how then can they traverse that territory? During Chen Zhi's contemplation, Jiying and Jian Di conducted an inspection of the chamber. It turned out that this ancestral temple of golden bronze figures was a terminus. The underground passage of the palace concluded here, with no further routes ahead. They would have to retrace their steps through the main path, signifying that they could not circumvent the Demon's Soul Pavilion. This predicament had now escalated into a significant challenge. Fat Wei recalled the phantoms with trepidation. Those spectral beings were elusive, leaving no trace to grasp, rendering them utterly impotent to confront. Being swallowed by those blue apparitions felt akin to plunging into an icy abyss, devoid of any visibility. At that moment, he had hoped to make a swift retreat, yet found himself tumbling into a foul drain instead. How could they contend with such entities? They needed to devise a way to bypass them. No way around. Jiang interjected emphatically. I've already observed the layout from above. This is a thoroughfare, a mandatory route, with no alternative paths available. Otherwise, let us simply resort to a foolish method, suggested Pang Wei, slapping his forehead. Let us charge en masse, allowing them to swallow us at will. After all, they cannot take our lives. We shall see where we are expelled, and then retreat until we are consumed entirely. Let us see how many times they can torment us. That is unacceptable, Jiang immediately protested. This approach is far too perilous. You were merely fortunate to be expelled into the sink. Next time, it may not be so fortunate. Moreover, they may not only consume humans, they could possess other forms of attack. Have you considered this? If you were to be expelled into an abyss, would you still be alive? Pang Wei helplessly spread his hands, expressing his frustration. What can we do against these entities that lack any tangible form? We cannot fight them. Shall we engage them in reasoned discourse? The mind of the ancient emperor of the Shang dynasty must be truly deranged for employing such creatures to guard his tomb. What did you say? Pang Wei's words suddenly sparked a realization in Chen Zhi, who had an epiphany. Indeed, guarding the tomb. Could these blue phantoms truly be here to protect the tomb? Perhaps not, Chen Zhi mused, tracing the depiction of the Yao pavilion on the mural. All along, we have approached the problem from the perspective of trespassers. However, if we consider it from the viewpoint of the Shang dynasty emperor who resided here, what was the purpose of constructing this pavilion? It likely existed long ago, intertwined with the lives of successive royal families. What was its true function? To create danger? That is entirely illogical. Considering the war murals, the existence of these blue phantoms serves but one purpose: to commemorate the martial achievements of the Shang ancestors. Are you suggesting that these entities are trophies? Jiang inquired, intrigued by Chen Zhi's insight. That makes perfect sense. Shiqi has preserved many relics of past enemies, such as armor and weapons. These are tokens of the victors, worthy of display. That line of thinking is correct, Chen Zhi nodded thoughtfully. These blue phantoms were hunted by the ancestors of the Shang. Their heads were severed, adorned with golden symbols, and affixed to the walls as trophies. Their alternate form, the blue phantoms we see, is preserved here as a testament, immortalizing the glories of the Shang ancestors. And what of it? Pang Wei still seemed perplexed. Even if we comprehend the purpose of these entities, what does it matter? We remain unable to confront them. We still cannot pass. That is where a different line of thought comes into play, Chen Zhi replied. If you were the emperor of the Shang dynasty, would you permit hazardous entities to linger within your palace? Do not forget, this place was once exceedingly prosperous, inhabited not only by the formidable Fox clan, but also by numerous royal relatives, concubines, and other ordinary humans. To confine these uncontrollable spirits here, risking harm to people, would surely invite trouble. It seems that Fat Wei has begun to grasp the situation. At this moment, Chen Zhi continued, stating that there must have been a method to completely control these spirits, allowing the emperor to confidently display them as mere exhibits. Did you notice? After Chen Zhi finished speaking, he pointed to the mural depicting the spirit pavilion, where the lines representing the grand entrance gleamed brightly, akin to the hue of control stones, known for managing divine beings. Within the human palace, the usage of control stones is minimal. Even the gate confining this divine beast is merely a standard metal door. However, the entrance to the spirit pavilion is entirely crafted from high-grade control stones. What could be the reason for this? Upon hearing this, Fat Wei suddenly realized, these entities also fear control stones. This is quite manageable since we all carry control stone bullets. Indeed, at this point, Chen Zhi illustrated a head on the wall with a glow stick, and everyone noticed that the foreheads of those blue spirits bore a golden symbol identical to that on the skulls. I suspect this represents an ancient form of manipulation spell. Theoretically, if the core is shattered, the puppet can be utterly defeated. Thus, by striking the symbol on the forehead of the blue spirit with a control stone bullet, these entities should vanish. The burning peacock inquired, where have all the people gone? Why hasn't anyone left a message? I'm terrified. Chapter 410. Shooting as the matter was explored to this point, a solution surfaced, and everything became resolutely clear. Fat Wei suddenly became animated. Drawing out his handgun with great flair, disassembling and reassembling it skillfully, loading control stone bullets one by one, boasting a demeanor akin to a special forces operative. I say, Ji and Jiandi, you two need not concern yourselves with what is to come. Just wait outside. This world of gunfire is not suited for women. It is a man's game. It will suffice for Chen Zhi and me to enter alone. Just a heads up, the gunfire will be quite loud. So cover your ears outside to avoid tears. Do we really not need to participate? Ji turned to Chen Zhi, her expression tinged with skepticism. Of course not. Fat Wei confidently interjected. Do you think we've been idling away these years? Rest assured, I may possess no other talents, but when it comes to shooting, I am impeccable. I thrive in every battle scenario. You two delicate ladies can simply wait outside for the spoils. What Fat Wei stated was indeed the truth. Every individual with experience in field combat has, to some extent, engaged in firearms training. Fat Wei's shooting skills have consistently been exemplary. And with the subsequent field training in grave digging, escaping from his bullets is indeed a formidable challenge. Each combat scenario necessitates distinct weaponry, while Ji is undeniably formidable. Her expertise lies in hand-to-hand combat, which requires a clearly defined target, an undeniable disadvantage in this situation. Moreover, Jiandi's flames prove utterly ineffective against the blue phantoms. In the current circumstances, bullets present the most straightforward solution to their predicament, and in this regard, Fat Wei and Chen Zhi clearly excel. Chen Zhi retrieved his handgun, methodically loading each bullet before testing his aim ahead. He turned to Ji and Jiandi, instructing, you two wait outside. We are sufficient for this task. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, you will lead our retreat. Understood. Ji promptly replied, then set forth to clear the path ahead. They retraced their steps along the original route, a considerable distance that would be arduous for an ordinary person. However, after 2 years of rigorous training, they had long since acclimated to long-distance running and walking. Even after hours of continuous movement, fatigue was a rare sensation. The lengthy journey was effortless for them. Retracing their way through the underground passage, they returned to the entrance marked by the tiled floor. Looking up from below, the tile remained firmly in place, undisturbed. It seemed the blue phantoms had no intention of pursuing them. Ascending posed little challenge, as Fat Wei carried a grappling hook. Ji soared upwards, prying open a gap in the tile, affixing the hook, and letting the rope dangle down. Thus, Fat Wei and Chen Zhi could ascend using the rope. Their handguns, each custom-made, were capable of holding 15 rounds for rapid fire. They had previously accounted for their ammunition, ensuring sufficient control stone bullets were at hand. Yet, given the earlier assessment, there were at least 200 blue phantoms. In such a scenario, every shot must count. Otherwise, depleting their ammunition would lead to dire complications. Once all preparations were complete, they began their ascent. By now, Chen Zhi and Fat Wei had long forgotten the taste of pre-battle anxiety. The fear of death seemed a remnant of a past life. They climbed the rope in succession, keeping their voices to a whisper for safety. Carefully, they lifted the floor above, revealing an expanse of darkness. Based on prior experiences, the blue phantoms always concealed themselves in the shadows, indifferent to other sounds and attacks, even impervious to flames. However, they exhibited an acute sensitivity to human voices. Upon reaching the surface, any slight noise would summon the blue phantoms immediately. Just before the final ascent, Fat Wei gripped the rope with one hand and illuminated his face with a flashlight, using lip movements to convey a message to Chen Zhi. Keep count. Let us see who gets the most hits. The loser must treat us to some big bones, and no backing out. After Fat Wei finished speaking, he leaped into the darkness above, closely followed by Chen Zhi. In that moment, Fat Wei aimed his gun at the shadows and removed his hood, shouting into the void. Come out, you little turtle bastards. Let me see what you all look like. The moment was remarkably swift. As soon as Fat Wei's voice echoed, bright blue flames erupted around them. The ominous blue phantoms sprang forth from the darkness, each bearing a grotesque visage. Their forms were humanoid, yet their limbs resembled those of birds or beasts, their bodies shimmering with an ethereal blue light, lacking any definite shape. Each bore a golden sigil on their foreheads, glinting in the darkness. However, they appeared different this time. Transformed into alarmed specters, their expressions were grotesquely terrifying, mouths agape with razor-sharp fangs, revealing a primal ferocity. It felt as if, had they possessed corporeal forms, they would pounce and rend flesh apart. Orange, take care. Be cautious not to end up as a boxed meal. Fat Wei exclaimed, directing the muzzle of his gun toward the nearest blue phantom, aiming at the golden sigil. With a resounding bang, the control bullet whistled forth, striking the sigil directly. In an instant, a faint crackling sound resonated, akin to shattering glass. The sigil was obliterated, and immediately, the phantom's head burst apart like a shattered glass orb. The blue specter's form extinguished like a snuffed flame, vanishing entirely. Upon witnessing this, the remaining blue phantoms seemed to realize something and went into a frenzy. Instantly, they transformed into blue shadows, darting towards them with blinding speed. Simultaneously, Chen Zhi raised his weapon. With several sharp reports of gunfire, the phantoms before him shattered like ephemeral echoes. Chapter 411, Shooting Down, Part 2. This was a brief, yet intense battle. It tested their sensitivity and reflexes to the utmost. A single misstep could cost them their lives. Yet for them, this combat unfolded with remarkable precision. From prior experiences, they had discerned that these blue phantoms were highly sensitive to human sounds. Lacking physical forms, they were impervious to Chen Zhi's barriers, unable to be contained, an impressive trait. Yet also their vulnerability. Although Chen Zhi's barrier could not restrain the phantoms' bodies, it effectively isolated all sounds within. Their breaths, heartbeats, and gunfire were completely muffled, rendering them invisible before the blue phantoms. Chen Zhi's adhesive airflow enabled them to traverse the room at astonishing speeds, soaring from floor to ceiling, dancing erratically within the confines of space. At each location, they could accurately eliminate the blue phantoms with their handguns from an exceedingly close range. When the gunfire erupted, no one was able to perceive it. Only when these blue phantoms were reduced to nothingness would they be discovered, and by then, they had already shifted to another location. Thus, this gunfight cloaked in invisibility concluded within mere minutes. Nearly 200 blue phantoms were all eradicated, while Chen Zhi's peripheral vision continuously sought the initial blue phantom that resembled a great lizard. Perhaps it was intuition. He sensed that this particular blue phantom was distinctly different. It seemed to possess a high degree of intelligence, aware of thought, and the essence of waiting. Amidst all these ethereal beings, it appeared to linger in the shadows, contemplating something profound. During the tumult of gunfire, this entity had concealed itself within a remarkably secure corner, entirely evading Chen Zhi's bullets. Yet, once all the blue phantoms vanished like shadows, this one re-emerged on its own, swaying as if it were a wisp of ghostly fire, materializing before Chen Zhi. At that moment, he suddenly felt that its azure form appeared less transparent than before. Its hollow eyes seemed to shimmer with something that continuously glinted. Ultimately, the mouth, composed of blue shadows, opened and closed as if engaged in conversation. Chen Zhi lowered his handgun, scrutinizing intently, realizing that the entity was indeed speaking, and in a divine language. At this juncture, Pang Wei had already raised his weapon, aiming at the golden symbols on the creature's forehead. The fate of this blue phantom had been sealed. In the final moment, Chen Zhi distinctly heard it articulate a clear phrase in the divine tongue. Do not leave. Do not leave? Where should it not go? To the grave of King Jiao of Shang? For reasons unknown, Chen Zhi found himself deeply attentive to the words of this blue phantom, as if he were listening to it pronounce his own fate. Suddenly, the blue phantom transformed, its visage becoming grotesquely distorted, its mouth widening once more. It lunged towards Chen Zhi with astonishing speed, swifter than all prior assaults, poised to engulf him. At that instant, a gunshot rang out. Pang Wei's bullet struck the creature's forehead. The golden symbols shattered like fragile glass, and the blue entity dissipated entirely. This skirmish was remarkably swift, culminating in resounding success with no losses incurred. Shortly thereafter, Ji Ying and Jiandi leaped through the entrance below, gazing at the dissipating blue mist as they activated the searchlights. They quickly realized that the thick darkness had vanished, and their searchlights illuminated far-off distances. Surrounding walls and the floor, composed of unique reflective materials, enhanced visibility within the room. Given that this chamber had been previously scorched by Jiandi's flames, it now lay barren, all ornamental items reduced to ashes, rendering the view exceptionally clear. In the farthest recess, a peculiar elongated door was revealed. The state of the elongated door was quite peculiar, stretching from top to bottom, slender and narrow, resembling an immense crack in a door. Yet, from that fissure, a gentle flow of air could be felt, marking the entrance to the next realm. Due to the scorching flames of the phoenix that had ravaged this place, the carbon dioxide levels were alarmingly high, rendering the air exceedingly poor. They donned their hoods, inhaling deeply to stave off dizziness. According to their customary practices, Jiang proceeded to investigate, while Fat Wei and Chen Zhi scoured the area for any discoveries. However, Chen Zhi remained enveloped in silence, troubled by the words of the blue specter uttered just before its demise, as if his heart had been twisted painfully. He had already shared what he had witnessed in the specter's final words with Fat Wei, Jiang, and Chen Zhi. Yet, Fat Wei dismissed it with a scoff, exclaiming, "Do not heed its nonsensical ramblings. What good are its words? Does it consider itself a prophet? It has lost its head, and yet concerns itself with others." "I do not believe it was merely speaking nonsense," Chen Zhi interjected. "We phoenixes are highly attuned to the spiritual realm. I just encountered that blue specter, and it was unlike the others. Its intent was remarkably potent. I sensed that while it lived, it might have been akin to a leader. This palace has stood here for millennia. Perhaps it harbors knowledge of the events that have transpired. Since I entered, I have felt an overwhelming force pressing down on me, making it difficult to breathe. There must be something here of immense power. Yet, what it is eludes description. It feels as if something has been waiting for our arrival, fully aware that we would come, as if by destiny. Is there truly such a divine plan?" Fat Wei found Chen Zhi's words amusing, retorting, "If you ask me, you birds have lived far too long and pondered too much. Perhaps your lofty status leads you to speak of fate and destiny. Folks like us, burdened with the woes of life, never dwell on such trivial matters. My parents were uncertain if I would even be born. Who cares about fate?" While they conversed, Chen Zhi remained silent, his gaze fixated on the grand door. For reasons unknown, that slender, towering door before him seemed to transform into a choice, as though some force was inquiring whether he would enter or retreat. Chen Zhi understood that perhaps the moment he stepped through that threshold, his fate would indeed be irrevocably altered. Chapter 412. The King in the Crevice. Upon stepping through the slender door, the world itself appeared elongated. The ceiling was nowhere in sight. Only ethereal white clouds floated above, leading one to question their geographical location. Were they in the heavens or beneath the earth? In this space where the heights were obscured, one's attention naturally gravitated towards the path ahead. Before them lay an elongated and narrow corridor, flanked by intricate gray-black relief patterns. Each archway they encountered led to divergent paths. Structurally, it resembled a quintessential cylindrical staircase design. Chen Zhi had perused numerous architectural blueprints from antiquity, marveling at the ingenuity of their designs, particularly those from the Shang dynasty, whose architectural schematics were so exquisite that one might question their feasibility. Among these, the cylindrical structure was a notably emblematic form, typically serving as the residence for monarchs or aristocracy. The ground level was outward-facing, akin to a grand exhibition hall, housing treasures such as jewels, rare beasts, and precious vessels. Here, the host would either entertain esteemed guests or engage in discussions, akin to what we now refer to as a hall. The subsequent level, however, was designated as the private quarters, encompassing the lord's bedroom and the living spaces of his family. From a royal perspective, this would include the empress and concubines, collectively known as the harem. This corridor exuded an air of intimacy. Upon reaching this threshold, nobility and close associates would pause, refraining from encroaching further. Thus, this passageway was typically traversed solely by the sovereign. Chen Zhi recalled the ancient architectural manuscripts that noted the Shang dynasty's profound reverence for celestial authority and divine rights. During this era, the esoteric knowledge of the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams was meticulously preserved, and many individuals possessed the ability to perceive celestial secrets, with astrological practices flourishing under the aegis of ancient rites. The nobility placed great importance on such traditions, establishing significant temples at the ends of each level, where celestial diviners resided. These diviners, upon entering their sanctuaries, would remain for eternity, divining omens for their masters and determining the fortunes of their families. To shield themselves from disturbances, these diviners often constructed labyrinths outside their chambers, capable of thwarting legions. Aside from the master, none could gain entry. Thus, the celestial diviner at the staircase's terminus also served as the guardian of the harem. The corridor was both narrow and interminable, and as they advanced, an ethereal sensation of timelessness enveloped them. The lengthy, silent pathway incited a flurry of anxious thoughts, and they found themselves gripped by an unsettling intuition that once they entered, there would be no return to the mortal realm. Perhaps it was the haunting words of the blue specter before its demise that weighed heavily on Chen Zhi's heart. He felt an ominous foreboding that perhaps this time, they had truly reached the end. All that had transpired over the years, all the fates intertwined with his lineage, would find their conclusion here. As they traversed this protracted path, they moved steadily forward, encountering no peril along the way. Yet, murals began to emerge upon the walls, etched directly onto the gray stone slabs. These were not works of intricate craftsmanship, nor adorned with precious gems, starkly contrasting the opulence of the Fox clan's aesthetic. Instead, they bore a simplicity, humility, solemnity, and refinement. Perhaps this is the artistic style of human monarchs during the Shang dynasty. These murals are adorned with figures, exquisite flowers and birds, rare beasts, as well as drifting clouds and breezes, chronicling the affairs of the royal family during that era. Contrary to what one might expect, there is not a single depiction of deities, nor any shadows of queens or fox spirits. There are, in fact, no women at all. The focus here is entirely upon the matters of the Shang human kings. The engravings at the forefront illustrate the achievements and merits of successive Shang monarchs, some of which are mentioned in legends, while others remain unknown to later generations. A substantial portion at the back is dedicated to the accomplishments of King Jiao, or Dxin. These reliefs primarily consist of images, interspersed with inscriptions, all rendered in divine script. Due to the dissemination of works like Investiture of the Gods in the human realm, Dxin has been thoroughly demonized. Consequently, the public perception of him has become entrenched, viewing him as avaricious, lecherous, and merciless, reveling in extravagance and devoid of governance capabilities. However, examining this ancient mural offers a striking contrast, leading one to feel that their prior understanding has been utterly overturned. The mural begins its narration from the moment of Dxin's birth, depicting the status of his parents. He is the youngest son of King De, favored by his father and designated as the heir. De held deep affection for this son, calling him the child of virtue, believing him to be the hope of the Shang dynasty. Dxin indeed lived up to his father's expectations, growing into a gifted youth, eloquent, swift in action, and possessing extraordinary strength. Even in his youth, he could wrestle ferociously with wild beasts, and his wisdom was enough to humble adults. Upon the passing of De, Xin ascended to the throne, and the world came to know him as Jiao. Thus began the era of King Jiao of Shang. The subsequent records document the contributions of the young Dxin in political, military, and economic spheres. In that age, military matters were of utmost importance. Within 2 years of his ascension, Dxin began preparations for conquest. He first sought to forge alliances, commanding the envoy Biki to issue edicts in Feng and hunt in Yong, presenting the chief of Feng with a pair of animal hides. After 10 years, Dxin led an expedition against the Yi tribes, and the Shang army advanced to the Huai River basin, joining forces with the Duke of Yu to defeat the Yi army. In the 15th year of his reign, Dxin launched another campaign against the Yi, which lasted nearly a year until the realm was pacified. Economically, Dxin emphasized agriculture and commerce, while simultaneously fostering trade and selecting merchants. He advised the nobility to embrace simplicity, valuing fine food, and set an example by often donning simple attire, distributing fine clothing and food to his subjects. Politically, Dxin diminished the power of the divine, opposing the barbaric practice of human sacrifice. He relied heavily on a group of lesser officials, promoting individuals from non-aristocratic backgrounds, some of whose names can still be found in historical records, such as Fei Lian, Eli, Fei Zhong, Yu Han, and Zhujiang. Yet, these familiar names have transformed into notorious villains in later folklore. Dxin was not merely a man of reckless courage. He recognized the significance of law, promoting legal reform, while respecting divine authority, aims to liberate both internal and external populations from the grip of such power, integrating them under direct control. Simultaneously, it employs severe laws to suppress noble uprisings and the concentration of private power. Ultimately, it rigorously enforces the Zhou sacrificial system, narrowing the scope of deities to whom sacrifices are made, gradually consolidating spiritual control within its grasp. As Chen Zhi traverses this corridor, he sees no trace of the legendary tyrant characterized by debauchery and a passion for women. Instead, he perceives a remarkably astute ancient sovereign. Chen Zhi understands that in an era where humans coexisted with deities, The latter's power was paramount, rendering human monarchs mere shadows, with limited authority and influence. From the actions of Dxian, it is evident that he possessed considerable political acumen. He deftly navigated the tension between respecting divine authority and exercising his rule within his jurisdiction. From this perspective, he undoubtedly stands as an exemplary monarch. Chapter 413. The Labyrinth. As Pang Wei traversed this path, he scrutinized the murals, unable to decipher the divine script, but guessing their meaning. He scoffed, remarking, "Isn't it said that in life, 2 mouths can forge gold, and 3 voices can conjure a tiger? This comrade, King Jiao, appears quite commendable. Why the slander? They continuously claim he is infatuated with women, yet there isn't even a female dog depicted in these murals. Where does this notion of lust derive? Moreover, his austere and simple demeanor undoubtedly reflects the spirit of the proletariat. What a fine individual, yet they malign him as a tyrant. Truly despicable. Bah! They speak falsehoods without even a draft." As Pang Wei grumbled, he continued forward, traversing the seemingly timeless corridor for what felt like an eternity. Eventually, a square doorway emerged ahead, and Chen Zhi, glancing from afar, immediately recognized that their lengthy journey had reached its conclusion, for that doorway marked the entrance to a labyrinth. A labyrinth is characterized by its complex network of passageways, making it exceedingly challenging to navigate from the entrance to the center or vice versa. The architecture of such structures has a long-standing historical significance. Various types of labyrinths have existed across different cultures and epochs, the earliest dating back to the Mycenaean period. Situated within a palace in the capital of Crete, designed to safeguard the king's relics. Even when an army invaded, it would vanish within the maze. It is said that the means to escape such a labyrinth remains undiscovered to this day. The legendary labyrinth of Pergos in Greece, although lost to the ravages of war, is immortalized in structural diagrams on clay tablets, showcasing an unparalleled ingenuity. These are the labyrinths of the Western world, predominantly architectural games, whereas the Chinese labyrinth possesses its own unique characteristics. The Chinese believe in the mystical arts of Qimen Duanjia and the 5 elements, as well as the 8 trigrams. Since ancient times, there have been numerous formations of architectural designs that embody the essence of Chinese labyrinths. It is said that a structure infused with Qimen Duanjia and ancient formations can ensnare individuals unknowingly, causing them to wander perpetually within, never to escape, as if trapped by spirits. Chen Zhi once encountered an intriguing fish formation in folklore, utilized by fishermen from a remote coastal region in the south. Rather than employing nets, they constructed their traps using wooden poles arranged in a specific formation. This method is quite fascinating. They would sharpen the ends of slender wooden pieces and insert them into the sand of shallow waters, gradually creating a complex labyrinthine structure. This maze features numerous pathways and branches, but only a single entrance. The fishermen would place aromatic bait at the entrance to entice the fish. During high tide, many fish would be drawn into this labyrinth. However, once inside, it became exceedingly difficult for them to swim back out. To capture them, one merely needed to seal the entrance, allowing for a bountiful catch, rendering it an exceedingly convenient method. While the fishermen may not comprehend the underlying principles, when Chen Zhi observed this fishing technique, he discerned the shadow of formations within it. It was a rudimentary manifestation of Qimen Duanjia. It is likely that long ago, a divine being, out of amusement, imparted this knowledge to the fishermen, making it the most elementary form of a labyrinth. The true labyrinth, however, is far more intricate. Chen Zhi perused many ancient texts regarding labyrinths in the Jiang family's library. Those ancient inscriptions state that the efficacy of a labyrinth is determined by its capacity to ensnare beings more powerful than the one who cast the spell. The finest labyrinths are said to be capable of trapping deities. The records describe certain formidable deities who, while alive, encountered no rivals. Yet ultimately, they found themselves ensnared within a labyrinth, living eternally without death, forever languishing in its confines, perhaps even enchanted by the formation, compelled to perform tasks as dictated by the spellcaster. They are akin to a blindfolded donkey endlessly turning a millstone, traversing in circles, oblivious to their plight. Even after the spellcaster's demise, they continue until their life force is entirely expended. In the darkness ahead, a square entrance emerges, distinct from an ordinary doorway. It should be the entrance to the labyrinth. The entrance is remarkably easy to identify. According to ancient blueprints, There are typically 8 protruding stone slabs above the doorway, each engraved with different patterns, marking the entrance to the labyrinth. These patterns represent the formations themselves. The various formations dictate the overall structure of the labyrinth, and whether one can escape depends solely on the intruder. However, once inside, there is no opportunity for regret. As they approached this threshold and gazed within, they were met with an abyss of darkness, where, aside from the faint sound of air flowing, an odd, buzzing noise could be heard. It felt as if something within was weeping. Had an ordinary person been present to hear that eerie sound, they would have surely been terrified beyond comprehension. Such a labyrinthine structure is no trifling matter. After some deliberation, they resolved to employ a cautious method to gauge the depths of the mystery within. They secured a rope around the waist of Pang Wei, instructing him to venture inside for a while. Should he sense any mechanisms or anomalies, he was to return immediately. Although this approach seemed somewhat clumsy, it was undoubtedly the safest, serving as a preliminary exploration. Above all, they were eager to uncover the secrets concealed within this maze. Thus, Pang Wei fastened the rope to his waist, with the other end in Jiying's hand, and stepped inside. The moment he crossed the threshold, a sound akin to a bell rang out, followed by a slight tremor in his body. The others immediately scanned their surroundings, yet found no source for the sound. Undeterred, Pang Wei pressed onward. He appeared to traverse the space with ease, and Jiying's grip on the rope slackened as it lengthened. After a moment, to everyone's astonishment, Pang Wei emerged, his expression one of bewilderment. He glanced at Jiying, then at Chen Zhi, exclaiming, "Why don't you both come in and see for yourselves?" At this, Pang Wei seemed to doubt his own words, swallowing hard before continuing. "Inside, there's a little girl crying. I can't tell if she is human or ghostly." Chapter 414. Entering the Maze. What? Upon hearing Pang Wei's revelation, everyone stood in stunned silence, momentarily engulfed by a sense of absurdity. Chen Zhi, regaining his composure, inquired again, "What did you see?" "A girl, I think, about this tall." Pang Wei gestured, seemingly bemused by his own account. "At first, I thought I must have been mistaken, so I stepped forward a few paces. Regardless of whether she is a person or a spirit, one must at least extend a greeting, lest it appear impolite. But to my astonishment, there truly was a little girl, perhaps 5 or 6 years old, dressed in a bizarrely tattered crimson gown, as if it had been torn to shreds. She was weeping quietly in the corner, with her hair damp and glistening as though drenched in sweat, and a large braid atop her head. Yet her feet were peculiar, shimmering with golden light, as if wrapped in gold leaf." Chen Zhi nodded in silence, visualizing Pang Wei's words as he pieced together an image in his mind. A 5 or 6-year-old girl, clad in a ragged red dress, weeping in the shadows, her feet adorned in gold. This scene, while somewhat chilling, defied all logic. Theoretically, regardless of the formations present within the maze, they should adhere to the realm of normalcy. The labyrinth of the Shan King's palace could not possibly be without purpose. Yet formations consist merely of arrangements and intersections. Without placement, there are no formations. Thus, by disrupting the intersections, one could potentially breach the maze's confines, a notion Chen Zhi had long anticipated. However, what he feared most were those completely illogical and unknown entities. They had long since abandoned any notion of naive luck. In this 5,000-year-old Shang dynasty palace, it was inconceivable for any living human to exist. Even a deity would find it challenging to endure for such a duration. Was that plump Wei truly encountering a ghost? The term ghost seemed rather too narrow in this context. Yet, the image of the little girl clad in red, barefoot with golden feet, was strikingly vivid, reminiscent of a name Chen Zhi had once come across in a library. "What overall impression does the child give you?" Chen Zhi continued to inquire. "Do you perceive any signs of life in her?" "I don't know." Plump Wei stood amidst the labyrinth, continuing, "She is merely crying incessantly, without revealing her face. I have no idea why she's crying, and I dare not ask. If I were you, I would quickly come inside, whether she is human or spirit. You will discern it for yourself." After saying this, Plump Wei extended his hand to grasp Chen Zhi's arm. Yet, Chen Zhi hesitated, unwilling to step beyond the confines of the maze. Instead of accepting his hand, Chen Zhi took a step back, directing his gaze to Wei's waist. The rope that secured Plump Wei remained tied around his waist, a knot that Chen Zhi himself had fashioned. After contemplating the knot for a moment, Chen Zhi turned back and exchanged a glance with Jiying. Without delay, Jiying stepped into the labyrinth. However, just as Jiandi was about to follow, Chen Zhi grasped her arm, whispering in her ear, "Wait outside. Remember my command. From this moment forth, do not engage in conversation with anyone. Do not accept any orders conveyed to you. Under no circumstances are you to enter this maze on your own. This is my most fundamental command, and it is everlasting." "What do you mean?" Jiandi appeared somewhat perplexed by his words. "Are you saying that even if you emerge from the maze and beckon me, I still cannot enter?" "Indeed," Chen Zhi affirmed with certainty. "Jiandi, remember what I say now. I will never appear at the entrance of the maze to permit you entry. Should I require your presence, I will summon you through magical means. Our bond possesses its own channels and does not rely on any paths visible to the naked eye. Do you understand?" Jiandi's eyes sparkled with realization as she pondered this, and eventually, she nodded. "Yes, your servant acknowledges the command. Do not worry, my master. I comprehend." After confirming his instructions with Jiandi, Chen Zhi turned his attention back to the dark entrance of the labyrinth. Jiying stood there awaiting him, her long dagger drawn, her thumb firmly pressing down on the hilt, ready to strike at any moment. Meanwhile, Pang Wei lingered in the deepest shadows of the entrance, half of his face obscured by darkness, rendering his features somewhat indistinct. "Let us proceed." Chen Zhi cast one last glance at the grand door of the maze, gently tracing the intricate carvings adorning its surface. It was a pattern formed by two fish. When viewed upright, it resembled the twin creatures, yet when laid flat, it evoked the impression of a child's eyes. Chen Zhi recalled that his father had once imparted to him a concept intertwining numbers and shapes. Any number could likely bear a relationship with a shape, for the very arrangement of patterns is governed by numerical rules. Thus, hypnosis frequently employs such patterns imbued with numbers to subtly suggest and induce trance in others. However, Chen Zhi had always harbored a disdain for this method, perceiving it as a self-inflicted torment. Numbers are merely numbers. Shapes are simply shapes, and to confound the two in an attempt to mislead others ultimately ensnares only oneself. Chen Zhi gently caressed the carved pattern of the fish on the grand door, casting a glance into the profound darkness of the maze before stepping inside. Jiying had been waiting there for him, and as he entered, she followed closely behind. Meanwhile, the rotund Wei, having successfully summoned them, hurried ahead without a care for whether they could keep up. Chen Zhi and Jiying trailed after him, moving briskly. Upon entering the labyrinth, they were immediately transported into an isolated realm. The space here was exceedingly narrow, with less than 2 meters between the walls, and when they looked up, they were met only with a chaotic darkness, devoid of the previous sight of white clouds. Just a few steps into the maze, when they turned to look back, the entrance had vanished from sight, and even Jiandi was nowhere to be seen. Ahead of them lay a complex web of intersecting paths and winding routes. Indeed, they had entered a true labyrinth. After entering, Wei lapsed into silence, moving with an uncanny swiftness as if gliding on wheels, and Chen Zhi sensed that his feet gleamed with a golden hue in the darkness. Chen Zhi and Jiying continued to follow him, and throughout this ordeal, Jiying remained silent. Yet, Chen Zhi could perceive her discreet coughs, which to the ordinary ear would seem inconsequential, but he understood them to be sound signals. The internal language of the warriors was completely transparent before the clan leader, and Jiying was persistently signaling to Chen Zhi, indicating that if he wished to convey any information, he could use code. Jiying was a perceptive individual. Upon entering this space, she ceased to trust her own eyes or the sounds she heard. Instead, she focused solely on ensuring that the sounds she emitted aligned perfectly with her thoughts. After a while, Wei's pace became unreasonably rapid, his exaggerated steps propelling him forward without a glance back. If Chen Zhi and Jiying fell even a step behind, they would completely lose sight of him. At that moment, Chen Zhi softly uttered in code, "I used a lotus knot for the rope. The rope on him has been removed. The fat one has been switched. Search for him." As soon as Chen Zhi's words fell, there was a swift whoosh, followed by an eerie silence. Turning back, Chen Zhi indeed found that Jiying had vanished into the darkness.